Okay, volume 21. Dang. We've gotten this far. The prologue. I pray that you live well with the divine protection of the gods until Dragana, the goddess of time, weaves the threads of our fates together once again. Indeed, I pray that her weaving is smooth and swift. Georgine climbed into her carriage with a smirk, then left with the rest of the Arensbach caravan. I can't talk and I just started. Traveling along their flanks were members of the Ehrenfest Knights Order, who would be accompanying the group until they exited the city. Soon, even after the carriages faded into the distance, Florencia couldn't shake Georgine's final smirk from her thoughts, nor could she forget the "we will meet again soon" she had chosen as her farewell. Her hands went from being clasped together politely to completely white-knuckled as a shiver ran down her spine. Truly, what a discomforting smile. During her previous visit to Ehrenfest, Georgine had given her mother, Veronica, a similar smile while visiting her in the Ivory Tower. The hunting tournament had followed soon after, during which nobles had deceived Florencia's son Wilfrid into entering the Ivory Tower himself. After hearing about the nobles who had moved to save Veronica and the series of events from her son's perspective, Florencia couldn't help but feel that Georgine was responsible, that she had been pulling the strings in the shadows all along. Naturally, she had not a shred of proof, but she couldn't shake the fear that something else was going to happen. Even Sylvester is on guard. Florencia looked to her husband, who had been keeping a very close eye on Georgine for the duration of her visit. He had treated the woman with what could only be described as superficial politeness, in stark contrast to how he behaved with his other older sibling, Sister Constance, who had married into Frembautag. It had taken Florencia by surprise during their last visit. Knowing that the carriages were out of sight, served to lower Florencia's guard at least somewhat. Before she could do so much as exhale, Rosamund turned to Sylvester. What was the urgent summons they received from Arensbach, she asked, drawing everyone's attention. Don't know, Sylvester replied, waving away the question. It came from the border gate. I even read it myself, but all it said was that they needed to return at once. Something must have happened that they don't want us to know about. From the border gate? Florencia gulped on instinct. Emergency messages to members of an archducal family visiting another duchy were traditionally sent via water mirrors, which only archdukes could use. Water mirrors? Ooh, some new tasty lore. In other words, it was safe to assume that Ob Arensbach wasn't in good enough condition to use one. To think that everything would go as Lord Ferdinand predicted. Back when Sylvester had attempted to stop the forced marriage, Ferdinand had apparently informed him that Ob Arensbach would most likely collapse during the engagement period. He had noted that his source wasn't particularly reliable, but even then Sylvester had put his faith in Ferdinand without question. Florencia had assumed that the warning was simply to convince her husband to agree with the forced marriage and stop him from asking questions. Arensbach had seemed in good health when she last saw him at the end of spring during the Archduke Conference, and the fact that Georgine and Detlinde had come to Ehrenfest meant that he couldn't have seemed sickly before they left. Or moving to the meeting room, Sylvester instructed, prompting the Ehrenfest higher-ups who had come to see off Georgine's group to move to the Archduke's office. There, they would begin sharing the intelligence they had gathered during Arensbach's stay. Florencia shot Sylvester a sideways glance as he started escorting her. Is he feeling well? Upon hearing about the royal decree, he had raged against the king for giving his order without hearing the thoughts of all those involved. His half-brother for accepting without asking his opinion as the Ob, and the nobles of other duchies who had been manipulated into doing Arensbach's bidding. Well, everybody, if you are excited for the rest of this story, because we've only got at least 6 books left before we are up to date on the pre-orders. No, technically 7, I think, because the next pre-order drops on the 10th. And there's no way I'm going to be able to get that done much that quick. Well, I technically could, as long as I have the time. Anyway, if you haven't already subscribed, do so, and hit the like button if you're excited. I'll see you guys with all this. Okay, let's get back to it. Where did I get off to? I can only hope that Lord Ferdinand's engagement proceeds without issue. Ehrenfest was a low-ranking duchy without any means to defy a royal decree. Florencia wanted things to go peacefully, but at the same time, her heart was a storm of unease. So, what have we learned, Sylvester asked, beginning the meeting. Those attending began exchanging intelligence acquired from tea parties acquired from tea parties and meals that Georgina and her retinue had attended. The bulk of participants in meetings like this were usually men, but today there were a great number of women as well. The two visitors were women of the Archducal family. They had gone to many girls-only tea parties where Florencia and Elvira had taken the lead with intelligence gathering. If possible, I would have liked to speak with Rosamund and Charlotte before the meeting to organize everything we know. Georgine had left the task of accompanying Detlinde entirely to Ferdinand, instead focusing on her own socializing. As a result, Florencia had needed to delegate one job after another to the noblewomen she could trust, leaving her with almost no time to speak with her children. Most notably, she had yet to receive a detailed report on their gathering in Ferdinand's estate. Given that the meeting had been about purchasing a hairpin, it seemed wise to ask Rosamund or Charlotte about the matter than Wilfrid. Florencia listened to Elvira's report while forming a schedule in her mind. We can infer much from Lady Georgine's departing smile, but I believe the tea parties and meals she attended during her stay will prove more important, Elvira said, having fully devoted herself to gathering information at Ferdinand's request. During tea parties attended mostly by those of the former Veronica faction, she would explain how Lord Sylvester is seen as a cruel and terrible archduke by other duchies, and she regularly asked for everyone's thoughts on Lord Ferdinand becoming her daughter's husband. She also seemed to have learned about books and printing. Most nobles of the former Veronica faction believe that Lord Ferdinand is behind Lady Rosamund's trends, so I imagine that Lady Georgine thinks the same. Detlinde sure thinks so. Investigation had revealed that many of the former Veronica faction believed that Ferdinand was creating Rosamund's new trends from the shadows. Only now that Veronica was gone was he able to see the light of day, they had said. They had clearly taught his secrets to a former Blue Shrine maiden to secure her adoption by the Archduke. They believed that Rosamund was being exploited so that Ferdinand could secure power in Ehrenfest. If only they were closer to her, they would immediately see the truth. That Lord Ferdinand is desperately containing Rosamund's rampages. He seemed to know what the nobles thought about him. He nodded at Elvira and said, "Indeed. Detlinde even asked me how many of my personal craftspeople I intended to bring when I moved to Ahrensbach as her groom. How did you answer?" His response here was crucial. It was hard to imagine that Ferdinand wouldn't do anything to harm the duchy, but it wasn't rare to bring one's personnel along when leaving one's duchy through marriage. The number of craftspeople he decided to take with him would have a considerable impact on trends moving forward. Ferdinand acknowledged the countless eyes on him, then scoffed. "I said that I would act with Ahrensbach, the greater duchy, in mind." There were two very distinct ways in which this answer could be interpreted. "I shall bring as many as is appropriate for a sizable greater duchy," or "I shall follow Aurelia's example and bring only the bare minimum." Given his sardonic smile, it was likely that he had meant the latter. But that was an issue in itself. Ahrensbach intended to take Ehrenfest's trends through this marriage, so bringing fewer retainers risked damaging his relationship with the duchy and promoting his poor treatment there. Lord Ferdinand was chosen specifically for his administrative skills, so this is far from being a normal marriage. Florencia wasn't the only one worried about Ferdinand's future. Elvira and Rosamund were no doubt even more concerned. "Would it not be wise to have more cards to play if necessary?" Elvira asked. "Perhaps you could bring some craftspeople with you?" "No," Ferdinand replied, refusing the idea outright. "The king did not order me to bring craftspeople, so there is no need. We do not know how commoners might be treated in Ahrensbach, and they would serve only as dead weight, as I would need to devote some of my focus to protecting them. Ehrenfest craftspeople need only work for Ehrenfest." Florencia sighed at this obstinate response. It wasn't unusual for Ferdinand to reject the good-natured suggestions of others, but as always, it was hard to keep up with him. Nobody knows what might happen in Ahrensbach. Florencia decided to report what she knew. She wanted Ferdinand to put at least some thought into protecting himself. "Bear in mind that I acquired this information from a lay noble of the former Veronica faction, but as Ahrensbach plans to return Lord Ferdinand to Ehrenfest once their duchy has stabilized..." "Oh, they do?" "It seems they are more or less stealing him for his mana and administrative talents." "Come again?" It may not be the most reliable news. It was stated during a meal attended only by the core of the former Veronica faction, so this lay noble did not hear it themselves. But I find it most curious nonetheless. Everyone furrowed their brows. Given the current state of Ahrensbach, it was clear that it wouldn't stabilize anytime soon. "But who knows how long that'll take," Sylvester said, crossing his arms with a confused frown. What must Georgine be planning to have said something like that? Rubbing a finger against his temple, wearing a similar frown. The meaning of those words changes greatly depending on whether they mean stable from an outside perspective or from Georgine's point of view, not to mention... He fell silent. Not to mention what? Rosamund asked. She was prompting him to continue, but he merely shook his head and said that it was nothing. Florencia saw no need to question Ferdinand any further. Although he was a cautious man who said only what he was confident was the truth, if something of great importance was on his mind, he would report it anyway, with a preface that he wasn't sure about its veracity. Rosamund was different, however. She glared up at him, determined not to let him avoid the matter, and said, "No secrets. We need to consider every possibility here." It was true that Ferdinand's insight would be of great use, and for that reason everyone joined Rosamund in imploring him with their eyes. He grimaced but spoke nonetheless. "I simply thought that in the first place I am unlikely to be alive by the time they would send me back," he explained, causing the air in the room to freeze over. Oh, I see why he wouldn't have said that. That would have upset everybody. "Don't scare us like that," Rosamund exclaimed. "I wanted to stay silent. You were the one who forced me to speak, no?" "True, but..." "Well, she didn't expect you to say that." Rosamund was stiff with fear, and in this case, Florencia wanted to agree with her. It was wonderful that Ferdinand was clear-headed enough to consider the worst-case scenario, but he was so objective and dry in his delivery that one started to wonder whether he truly understood what might be in store for him. "This is just my opinion," Florencia began, hoping to cut through the tension in the room, but Lady Georgine's socializing with the former Veronica faction seems to be shallower than the last time she was here. They socialized in many regards, but their discussions were empty, and even Giebs close to Arensbach returned to their provinces before long. I considered this disconcerting. Was all this because they knew we were observing them? Most likely. According to the reports from their moles in Georgine's meetings, although the conversations held no substance, the fire in Georgine's eyes had burned more ferociously than ever. Florencia couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about the hastiness of the smile that Georgine had given before leaving. "I must hear the thoughts of my children after this." Georgine had engaged only in surface-level socializing during her stay in Ehrenfest, but there were reports from all over stating that Detlinde had acted quite openly. Perhaps she had leaked some of Georgine's thoughts and intentions at Ferdinand's estate? Once their meeting in the Archduke's office had concluded, Florencia sent her children invitations to a tea party. "Welcome, Charlotte. I assumed that we would speak soon, so I was overjoyed to receive your invitation," Florencia's daughter said, then looked around the room quizzically. "Oh, am I the only one here? Did you not invite Wilfried or Rosamund?" Melchior would still sometimes speak his mind rather than respect the flow of the meeting, so she had chosen not to list his name. Their conversation continued with this silent understanding. "I did, but they both declined," Florencia replied. "Wilfried's training as the next Archduke has begun in full now that Lord Ferdinand is due to leave for Arensbach, and Rosamund must return to the temple at once to prepare Lord Ferdinand's successors and study for the Royal Academy. Ferdinand regularly helped Sylvester with his administrative duties and assisted the Archducal family in place of the retired Bonifacius, and the question of who will take on the workload and supply Mana in his place was of grave importance. Rosamund and her retainers could manage work in the temple before the castle. They would presumably need to bring Bonifacius out of retirement, or have Wilfried provide some assistance, on top of getting Sylvester to take his own duties more seriously, of course. "Wilfried is being trained to be the next Archduke?" Indeed, he reported that the trip to Leisgang went well, and that he had successfully earned the support of their faction. We'll see. I don't know, actually, because we never really got confirmation. They just assumed. Evra likewise said that he made no errors of note, and even Rosamund maintained that the meeting with Guy Leisgang Emeritus went well. Did you not agree with them? "Yes, but the bar is set lower for Wilfried than anyone else. Our praise for him is tied not to any substantial accomplishments, but simply to the fact that he did not commit any grave errors. For most others, not causing serious problems is a given, yet we commend my brother all the same. To be frank, I did not sense a dramatic change in Guy Leisgang Emeritus' intentions." Charlotte explained with a frown, tightening her grip on her teacup. From her perspective, the Leisgang nobles had demonstrated not that they would support Wilfried as the next but merely that they accepted Rosamund's refusal to take the seat herself. Now that Rosamund's intentions are clear, I cannot imagine they will oppose Wilfried becoming the next Archduke, but he did not earn their support, I see. Florencia had a distant look in her eyes. There was a significant difference between supporting someone and not actively opposing them. But Wilfried didn't seem to understand this. Florencia believed that he was far too optimistic and oblivious to his surroundings, and that was her speaking as his mother. An objective third party would not be anywhere near as kind in their criticism. It was hard to say whether he remembered the revitalized nobles tricking him after Georgine's last visit, or whether he understood what that was happening at all. Florencia sighed. "Can you tell me what occurred while you were at Lord Ferdinand's estate?" Much like your trip with to Liasgang, I feel that your interpretation of events will differ considerably from Wilfried's. To begin with, what manner of person was Lady Detlinde? What did Wilfried say? Florencia hesitated for a moment. Wilfried had praised Detlinde as being kind, just like grandmother. He had apparently found it moving when she had tried to grant her attendant's wish to meet with her older sister. Well, he said that she was very much like Lady Veronica. Charlotte smiled, having noticed the distinct pause in her mother's response. Oh my, I share that opinion as well. She was very much like grandmother. Although they were using the same words, Charlotte's opinion was the complete opposite of her brother's. Wilfried was very much like their father in that he had grown up being sweetly doted on by Veronica, whereas Charlotte was more like their mother, having been neglected to the point that it was hard to believe she and Wilfried were both Veronica's grandchildren. To nobody's surprise, Florencia didn't view the woman very favorably either. Should I take that to mean she is exceptionally cold to those she dislikes and possesses the natural arrogance of one who expects her every selfish desire to be granted? Yep. Yuppity yup. Charlotte met this question with a broad smile before taking a sip from her teacup, evading the need to directly state her thoughts. Florencia returned to her tea in response, feeling heartened. Her daughter had grown much, perhaps due to having socialized with nobles from top-ranking duchies in the Royal Academy. Lady Detlinde expressed dissatisfaction with the idea of Uncle picking a hairpin for her, Charlotte eventually said. Furthermore, she seems to have some fixation on Lady Adolphine, who is due to marry the first prince. Charlotte's report started to make Florencia's headache. Sylvester wasn't the only one worrying about Ferdinand getting married in Arensbach. Was it possible that Ferdinand had some kind of plan to ensure that everything would go smoothly? After all, he had accepted the king's decree without so much as consulting Sylvester. Speaking of which, Florencia said, Wilfried informed me that Rosamund abandoned socializing with Lady Detlinde to focus on reading. Yes, that was at my suggestion. It seemed a wiser move than risking any conflict developing between her and Lady Detlinde. Florencia blinked in response to this explanation. The most she had been told was that Rosamund had gleefully retreated to the bookroom. Rosamund and Uncle are so close that they share attendance in the temple, Charlotte continued. They are like family, so I can only imagine Rosamund would resent Lady Detlinde upon finding out how much she demeans Uncle and Ehrenfest. That is why I determined it would be safest to have her read instead. They share attendance, Florencia asked. She had never gone to the temple herself, so she had not realized they were that close. Indeed, Uncle did not have enough attendance to host so many visitors, so he brought some attendants from the temple. I was surprised to find that Rosamund's were among them, but her retainers were unfazed. It seemed that this sharing of attendance was similar to when we borrow Rosamund's attendants for religious ceremonies. This was the first that Florencia was hearing about Rosamund letting her siblings borrow her attendants. Her approach to things truly was abnormal, even if she did carry herself as a proper noble now. Uncle personally trained Rosamund's attendants in the temple according to her retainers, and he assigned his most competent attendant to her as an advisor. I found it strange that Uncle continues to serve as Rosamund's guardian when she has been adopted into the archducal family. But it started to make more sense when I found out that he had raised her in the temple before her baptism. It was generally accepted that Ferdinand was responsible for Rosamund. Sylvester prioritized Florencia's opinion when it came to raising their children, but for Rosamund he would always prioritize what Ferdinand thought. She had always found it quite telling that not even Elvira could interfere, despite having acted as Rosamund's true mother since the girl was baptized. But she was still surprised to learn just how close Rosamund was to Ferdinand. Uncle has been serving as a pillar of emotional support for Rosamund all this time, so I am concerned about how she will cope moving forward. Oh my, but this is a good opportunity for her to leave his nest and become independent. She just needs to start depending on Wilfried instead. I am not sure he is capable of such a role, Charlotte muttered. Her voice was tinged with concern, but the unavoidable fact was that Wilfried and Rosamund were engaged. They would need to become pillars of support for each other no matter what. The decree for Ferdinand to marry into Arensbach had certainly introduced some urgency, but they would have needed to start depending on each other either way. That said, for that to happen, we need to have them spend more time together. As far as Florencia could tell, Wilfried was already relying on Rosamund, perhaps because she had already saved him before his debut and during the Ivory Tower incident. In contrast, Rosamund had declared that she no longer intended to babysit her fiancé, unless there was some risk that he might be disinherited. Judging by her behavior, Rosamund didn't intend to do anything for Wilfried outside of what Ferdinand explicitly instructed. This lack of consideration wasn't on purpose, however. It was more likely that she just didn't devote much thought to him. It was a feeling that Florencia understood well. Rosamund wasn't often present in the castle at all times, so at times, her assistance slipped from Florencia's mind entirely. In fact, Rosamund appeared at the castle so infrequently that Florencia was often taken by surprise on the occasion when she joined them at the dinner table. In short, Wilfred and Rosamund needed to be more conscious of each other before they could even begin to develop a mutually supportive relationship. I understand your concerns, Charlotte, but we should not keep Rosamund from socializing for our own benefit. She will need such experience as Florencia's future first wife. Doubly so if she's already lacking in that area. Rosamund's limited socializing skills could also have been remedied by Wilfred taking a second wife who could deal with such matters. But that was much easier said than done. The Lias gangs would start causing trouble unless the woman he married was one of their own. But giving more power to the Lias gangs was ill-advised, especially with the planned winter purge. Factions were going to be changing far too much. Ooh, this is planned on for the winter. Ooh, I can't wait for that. If possible, I would like for Rosamund to leave the temple and start getting more socializing experience, but I know she will not be open to the idea, Florencia said, punctuating her complaint with a long sigh. Charlotte narrowed her indigo eyes in reproach. You expect too much of her, Mother. She is going to be running the temple almost entirely by herself once Uncle is gone. Which will no doubt mean spending even more time there. She is both the High Bishop and the orphanage director, you know, and on top of all that, everyone expects her to spread the printing industry to other provinces and come first in class within the Royal Academy. We certainly cannot expect her to socialize within the duchy as well. At the very least, please wait until she grows more accustomed to life without Uncle. As much as Florencia could tell there was an extremely tight bond of trust between Charlotte and Rosamund, she couldn't understand what had caused Charlotte to be so considerate of the temple. Florencia already knew from Sylvester that, to Rosamund, the temple was somewhere she could meet with her family under the guise of discussing the printing industry. Having her regularly return home or Elvira frequently visiting the castle would only result in people assuming the worst. But the temple was free from the prying eyes of other nobles. Of course, Charlotte didn't know about these secret circumstances, and Florencia had no intention of revealing them to her. Wait, Florencia knows about this? I'm assuming that Sylvester told Florencia that he was adopting a commoner? Did he? Let me know, please. Rosamund will benefit more from being trained into a proper first wife, Florencia said. I understand that religious ceremonies are essential to the running of the duchy, but could she not entrust her daily tasks to blue priests and visit the temple? At least that way she will only need to attend ceremonies as you and Wilfred currently do. She will only be the High Bishop until she comes of age, after all. Florencia had received reports that there were significantly fewer blue priests than usual, but also that there were plentiful gray priests to support them. It was hard to imagine there being any significant problems with Rosamund spending less time in the temple. Surely there wasn't much work that she could explicitly have to complete herself. Training her to be a first wife can wait until she has come of age, Charlotte replied, disagreeing. Father is still young and healthy, and it will be a long, long time before Wilfred comes to power. As far as I'm concerned, we should worry less about Rosamund and more about training Wilfred. Perhaps we could start by replacing his retainers again, since our previous changes clearly did not suffice. Replacing his retainers again? Florencia repeated, blinking in surprise. She had been aware that her son's growth was waning due to his focus on Royal Academy grades above all else, but she hadn't thought it was so severe that replacing his retainers needed to be considered. His current ones have grown more and more arrogant since the engagement was settled. I feel as though I have returned to the time when grandmother was in power. Ooh, that's not good. It seemed that Oswald was forcing Charlotte to yield many of her achievements to Wilfred so that all the credit would go to him, and he would be propped up further. Such behavior was unacceptable, but Wilfred remained completely oblivious to it. Even when Charlotte had attempted to subtly inform him, he hadn't picked up on her indirect language. I tried my hardest to tolerate this, as you have asked me to form strong bonds with my brothers so that I might rely on them after being wed to another duchy, but the burden is growing too great to bear. A single arrogant order is bad enough, but Oswald demands more by the day. I no longer wish to assist my brother whatsoever. Dang, it's gotten that bad? I mean, I know she was asked to do that, but I didn't realize it was that bad. Florencia could feel a strong headache coming on. She understood the joy that Wilfred's retainers must have felt knowing that their lord had overcome 2 grave threats and returned to his seat as the future Archduke. They must have been overly eager to get him more achievements to his name for his sake. Or perhaps they only knew Veronica's methods and thought it obvious that all others should remain completely subservient to the next Ob. Either way, Wilfred had no longer had a tyrant shielding him. Treating Charlotte so poorly that she refused to assist him entirely was a terrible move. I will investigate this at once, and if you are correct, I will relieve Oswald and the others of their duties, Florencia finally said. Under normal circumstances, Oswald should have taken responsibility for both Wilfrid's lack of education prior to his baptism and the Ivory Tower incident. He had been allowed to retain his position only because Rosamund had supported the idea of putting Wilfrid's peace of mind as a young child first, and also because nobody else had wished to become his retainer after the Ivory Tower incident. Florencia was confident that Oswald got along well with Wilfrid, but if Charlotte was telling the truth about his growing arrogance and focus on teachings not suited to the new post-Veronica Ehrenfest, then his position would need to be reconsidered. It wouldn't be hard to replace him now that Wilfrid was set to be the next Ob. And as that thought came to mind, Florencia was once again reminded just how much Ehrenfest was changing. Wilfrid is old enough to be emotionally ready for a change of retainers, Florencia continued. And he surely understands the dangers of retainers acting independently causing issues. Charlotte paused for a moment and then said, "Indeed, he seems confident in his declaration that the Lice gangs had given him their support. If you instruct nobles of their faction to join in his retainers during the changes, then perhaps he will come to understand reality a little better." Charlotte's tone was uncharacteristically harsh. She must have been so frustrated about Oswald's methods and the fact that Wilfrid was failing to notice them that her feelings had finally boiled to the surface. "You must have suffered a great deal, Charlotte. Thank you for informing me. Since children lived in the northern building with their retainers, there was many things that their parents couldn't pick up on by themselves. It was important to have a relationship of trust so that problems such as this could promptly be redressed." Of course, Charlotte's frustrations with her brother was only one of many concerns preying on Florencia's mind. Introductory relations were all changing due to Ferdinand's engagement. Georgine's disquieting smile seemed indicative of some danger on the horizon. Sylvester was still passionately against the king's decree. Wilfrid wasn't able to judge people or their relationships, and Rosamund was hiding away in the temple to avoid socializing. In the face of so many challenges, the most Florencia could do was sigh. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, I do have a lot. Okay. To do. Rewarding Hartmut's hard work. After our visitors from Ahrensbach departed from Ehrenfest, I worked toward advancing my studies for the Archduke candidate course under Ferdinand's supervision. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and before I knew it, the summer coming-of-age ceremony had arrived. I finished it without incident while Hartmut babysat me. It was actually kind of scary seeing him with a look of such complete satisfaction. All in all, the ceremony was more than enough for me to resolve to learn to do everything myself, so that I wouldn't need his help anywhere near as much in the future. The autumn baptisms came soon after, and a meeting was held about the Harvest Festival. One key topic of discussion was which blue priest would be going where. It was a task that Ferdinand would normally deal with himself, but as he was busy preparing documents for his successors, Hartmut and I were doing it instead. "The Harvest Festival, yes?" Hartmut asked. "I wish to travel with you, Lady Rosamund." "Don't be ridiculous. You have your own duties to perform as a blue priest, Hartmut. You obviously cannot accompany me." "I am aware, but that is still my wish. Otherwise, what reason was there for me to have remained behind during spring prayer and focused on learning tax work?" I was a fool." "Oh yeah, he stayed at home last spring and said that he'd accompany me in the autumn as a tax official." "Yeah, who would have thought that this would change?" Nobody thought that was coming. The Archduke Conference had taken place after the spring prayer, and that was when Hartmut had been assigned to take over from Ferdinand as the High Priest. I understood the disappointment of knowing that one's hard work had ultimately been for naught, but I had grown tired of his impassioned speeches. I wished only to burn into mine unworthy eyes the sight of you baptizing the common folk, performing the coming-of-age ceremonies, and binding their stars all at once. How I yearned to once again experience Grosha, where the sparkles of great blessings and stunned awes on the faces of the commoners gave way to eternal praise for your works, and something tells me we're going to be here a while. Still, no matter how annoying he was being now, I was certain that he would adopt the role of a future high priest to perfection when it came time to hold the meeting with the other blue priests and depart. I placed a lot of trust in his talents, but I still wasn't interested in hearing his various complaints and excessive praise for me. Fran, Zom, let us put Hartmut aside and focus on preparing a list of which blue priests we can potentially send out. Understood. I ignored Hartmut as he continued his incomprehensible speech and instead returned to the task at hand. We were going to be sending the blue priests who took their job seriously to the locations with the biggest harvests. Years of this had apparently led the blue priests of the former Veronica faction to start doing a lot of bit of work themselves. Once our list was complete, I asked Hartmut and Zom to deliver it to the high priest chambers. Assuming he approves, all we need to do now is announce our choices during the meeting. You will be in his chambers preparing to succeed him henceforth, right, Hartmut? Best of luck. Thankfully, Hartmut had given up on his speech and joined our discussion the moment serious talks began. He had a bit of madness inside him, but all things considered, he was a very diligent person. It was also important to consider that he had only lost the chance to accompany me because he had volunteered to serve as the next high priest. He was working hard for my sake, so it only seemed fair to reward him. The problem is that I don't really know what Hartman will want. His last request was for a coming-of-age blessing, so... I racked my brain for ideas, thinking back to all the times I remembered seeing him happy or excited. Huh? How strange. Is it just me, or did all of these events have something to do with me? From an objective point of view, his obsession was creepy to the point of being deeply unsettling. Far from rewarding him, I wanted to put as much distance between us as physically possible. No. I assume there's just a side of this I'm just not seeing. I'll ask someone closer to Hartman about it. I'm sure they'll put my mind at ease. I was only familiar with the retainer side of Hartman, but he had a more private side as well, as proven by the fact that he had started dating Clarissa without my knowing. There was bound to be many other things he liked, I just wasn't aware of them. Cornelius might have an idea. I turned to Cornelius. Apparently he and Hartman had been socializing since before their baptism, since Elvira and Ottilie were both family and close friends. Cornelius, does Hartman have any interests other than me, I asked, staring up at him with anticipation. I am conscious that he isn't able to accompany me for the Harvest Festival, despite having so diligently learned tax work on top of his various other duties as my head scholar and the future high priest, so I wish to give him a reward of some kind. The problem is that nothing comes to mind. He fell into thought for a short while, but then his expression became one of complete despair. I apologize for not being of any use, he said, looking at me intensely. But nothing comes to mind. That said, I am once again steeling my resolve to stay on guard against Hartman, even more so than before. I will protect you no matter what may happen. So not even Cornelius can think of anything. Feline? Roderick? I asked. They spent time with him as apprentice scholars, so maybe they knew something. Anyone? Unfortunately, although over half a year has passed since I first began speaking with Hartman, I have yet to see him take an interest in anything unrelated to you, Roderick said apologetically. It really wasn't something I had wanted to hear. However, Hartman is a skilled scholar, so I must imagine he is fond of magic tools and circles. It was true that he had joined Ferdinand and Raymond in their conversation at the Interduchy tournament, and the Gathering Spot's healing magic circle had made him excited enough to start taking notes. I think it was partially because you were doing the ritual, so yeah. These things might have been indirectly related to me, but I was sure that his interest went beyond that. As I was deep in thought, Feline came up with something. Hartman wishes to become a scholar you can rely on, she said, so perhaps you could consult him when making magic tools or circles? Can that really be considered a reward? It sounds more like adding to his workload. This is Hartman we're talking about. I am certain he will adore it, she said confidently and with an innocent smile. The most I could say in response was, I have learned so much. I then fell into thought for a bit, at which point Daniel made a hesitant suggestion. This is not unrelated to you, Lady Rosamund, but he is very interested in learning about blessings, religious ceremonies, and the divine instruments. Perhaps you could permit him to view especially precious documents? That is a good idea. There are many such documents in the temple. Perhaps giving Hartman the means to research blessings and the divine instruments would inspire him to lock himself away in his hidden room like Ferdinand. Either way, it was sure to stop him from obsessing over me. I don't think not. After finishing his administrative work with the high priest, Hartman returned to the high bishop's chambers. I wasted no time in putting my plan into motion. Hartman, do you want to try making the divine instruments? You intend to give me the divine instruments, Lady Rosamund? If even that is within your power, then you are even greater than a saint. A goddess, perhaps? Splendid, truly splendid. Praise be to goddess. Hartman, you are stupid. So very stupid, but lovable, but creepy. Hartman exclaimed, offering a prayer. His eyes were sparkling more than ever, but his delight was entirely unfounded. I certainly hadn't said whatever he was going on about. No! Oh, poor boy. No, I do not. So stop praying, I replied, desperate to clear up the misunderstanding. I will simply be explaining why I can make them, or rather, the method that I use. You may be able to make them yourself, but that will depend entirely on you. I was thinking that this could serve as a reward for your hard work, and as an apology for you being unable to accompany me during the Harvest Festival. Does it sound acceptable? I was concerned that Hartman wouldn't actually like the reward, but he knelt before me with an exceptionally bright smile. It is the greatest reward that I could ask for, and one that should lead to significant progress in my research. It seemed that scholarly things really were the best reward for Hartman. Relieved that he hadn't rejected my idea and demanded something strange in its place, I started explaining how I had obtained the divine instruments. It was very simple. You just had to keep offering mana to the divine instruments in the temple. Once you had supplied enough, the magic circles would start coming to mind with relative ease. I was able to use Shizaria's shield after about half a year as a blue shrine maiden. Perhaps an adult archnoble such as yourself will make faster progress, since you can use rejuvenation potions and other such magic tools already. That said, do not become so devoted to your studies that you over-consume potions or start allowing other aspects of your life to fall apart. I understood. Standing behind the very enthusiastic Hartman were my other retainers, also listening with great interest. They seemed excited at the prospect of learning to use the divine instruments themselves. This sounds like a great opportunity for me to try making the God of Life's sword, Cornelius said. I fail to see how you are involved, Cornelius. I am the one Lady Rosemine is presenting with this tremendous gift, not you. Hartman noted. Should you not be focusing on guard duty while in the temple? As the two glared at each other, smiling all the while, Feline noticed my concern and spoke up. Lady Rosemine, if you permit Cornelius to offer his mana, would this not cease to be a reward for Hartman? Hartman agreed with a firm nod. I contemplated this situation for a moment. The duchy would benefit from many people offering mana to the divine instruments, and the mana-deficient blue priest would focus on handover stuff without needing to worry about the offerings. That, in turn, would ease Ferdinand's burden. I would enthusiastically welcome more mana being donated to the divine instruments as long as donating does not interfere with your work, I said. But in that case, I suppose I would need to grant Hartman another reward. Another reward? Is there anything else you might like, Hartman? I will provide anything that is within my power, I asked, asking for his own opinion. Hartman pondered my question. Then with an unexpectedly serious expression, he replied, Please rely on me more. I didn't follow at all. I am relying on you more than anyone in enough already, no? I was having him work not only as my retainer, but in the temple as well. Was there even anything else I could rely on him for? Seeing my confusion, Hartman regretfully clenched a fist. My status as your head scholar is in name only. I am not doing the work expected of the position. Apparently, scholars serving as retainers to the archducal family were meant to prepare and manage brewing ingredients and assist with the creation of specialized concoctions. All things that Ferdinand and his retainers had been doing for me up until now. Well, now that he mentions it, Ferdinand did give me everything I needed to study for class. I feel that I am being useful in the Royal Academy and the Temple, but I would like for you to rely on me more as your head scholar, Hartman reiterated. Back when Hartman had only been an apprentice, and there hadn't been any other adult scholars in my retinue, he had willingly followed the lead and instructions of my guardian Ferdinand. Now, however, he could no longer work as my retainer in the Royal Academy. He basically wanted to do scholar work in Ehrenfest too. It would make things easier for Lord Ferdinand as well, Hartman added. I understand your wish, Hartman, but you're essentially suggesting that I give you more work. Would that really be a reward for you? Yes, he replied at once. His eyes were sparkling so intensely that I recoiled on instinct. I really couldn't understand him. This does not seem like a reward, though. I said, in essence, I was just going to be placing a greater weight on his shoulders. In that case, I asked for some valuable ingredient or another. Now, what will we do with it? Brew? Make a magic circle? Shall I create a list of all the ingredients you own? Hartman asked, once again trying to turn his reward into something that benefited me. I desperately tried to think of another job I could give him. You could assist me in making a protection charm for Ferdinand. Do you recall how one of his charms responded to that rock thrown by the Intermediate student during the introductory tournament? I asked, rolling up my sleeve to show one of the charms that Ferdinand made me wear. I would like to make a charm to protect Ferdinand from a similar incident should one occur. Ferdinand was going into enemy territory. I wanted to give him absolutely anything that he might need to protect himself. I wanted to pack a single charm full of magic circles that will react to any attack, I continued, and if possible, I wanted to begin working on it right away. It may require much trial and error. I showed Hartman several of my designs for magic circles, which were based on the charms Ferdinand had given me. I wanted to pack them all into a single charm. Hartman looked over my sweet little designs, found it in hopes and dreams, and smiled, a confident gleam in his eyes. I see, this is a challenge that is well worth doing. I will support you with my all. And so Hartman taught me how to make protective charms. I also decided to allow all those who wished to offer mana to the divine instruments to do so, as long as it did not interfere with their work. Of course, this soon blossomed into a competition between Hartman and Cornelius, as they both fought to see who could complete their divine instruments first. All of my other retainers started participating one after another, and soon enough, their instruments were filled with an abundance of mana. Wow. Okay. I'll get to work on everything, and I'll see you guys in the next video. I'm eager to get caught up, everybody. Okay, part 2. Wonder how far I'll get by the time the year ends. The Harvest Festival and a meeting. The Harvest Festival arrived seemingly out of nowhere. I was going to be using this opportunity to retrieve the Gutenbergs, as was now the norm. So after traveling through the Central District, I made my way to Liesgang. Guy Liesgang invited me to tea while returning his chalices, then started telling me about great-grandfather. He informed me that Lady Georgine's group stopped in Gerlach on their way back to Arensbach, Guy Liesgang said. Is that not to be expected, though, I asked? I understand that she returned to her home duchy by high beast, but we must also account for the many carriages transporting her luggage. Traveling by high beast would have been the fastest way for them to return to Arensbach, and the wisest considering the urgency of their summons. I was pretty sure that Georgine's group had been given permission to fly in Ehrenfest, but as nobles from another duchy, they still couldn't cross the city border on high beast. That was why they had initially departed by carriage. But that wasn't to say that these carriages became unnecessary since they were outside the city. Or once they were outside the city, normal high beasts couldn't carry much luggage after all. Naturally, there is nothing strange about their caravan visiting Gerlach to eat, to rest and sleep, the Geep replied. Liesgang was on poor terms with the Veronica faction and with Georgine by extension. Gerlach, however, got along well with Georgine, so there was nothing suspicious about her party taking a detour to stay there. The problem is that Lady Georgine visited Gerlach personally, and a strange meeting apparently took place there. I see. If she went there herself, not just her carriages, then this is of the utmost importance. Why has Ob Ehrenfest not been informed? I was in the noble's quarter for Lady Georgine's visit, and did not see her visit Gerlach myself. Furthermore, grandfather has no evidence to reinforce his claim, so we would not be able to test if Gerlach dismisses it as a false charge. It seemed that great-grandfather's suspicions were mostly based on the fact that several nobles had returned to their province just before the urgent summons arrived. Despite Georgine's presence in Ehrenfest, he had also mentioned that no Liesgang farmers had seen Georgine's flock of high beasts flying overhead, or had seen their flock of high beasts flying overhead. It certainly didn't seem like circumstantial evidence being used unfairly, and something that might not have been worth reporting to the Archduke. In any case, I will inform the Ob as a precaution, I said. Though I will note the distinct lack of evidence. I couldn't tell whether great-grandfather was onto something or just delusional, but either way it was good to know he was as healthy as ever. Thank you for your consideration. Aside from that information of dubious veracity, we also spoke about printing. Apparently the city of Fluss has succeeded in creating the necessary environment to start contributing to the industry. They can make paper now, and any paper we lack after the fact can simply be purchased from Ilgner. I received a report that they are very much prepared to start printing throughout the winter. Guy Liesgang explained. Everyone was snowed in during the winter, so printing would more or less be treated as a pastime for the commoners. I look forward to seeing what books Liesgang is able to produce. I performed the Harvest Festival in Fluss, then retrieved the Gutenbergs and returned to Ehrenfest. My first course of action was to inform Ferdinand of what Guy Liesgang had told me, then I sent a magic letter to Sylvester explaining the same. I suppose this is a thread that must be pulled at. Ferdinand muttered, then summoned justice at once. Having seen the Harvest Festival through to the end, I promptly summoned the Gilberta, Planten, and Offmer companies for a meeting. There was reports about the Gutenberg's work, and the merchants from other duchies to be discussed. Plus I needed to receive the hairpins previously ordered. Representing the Gilberta company were Otto, Theo, and Thule, who arrived with numerous boxes. Benno, Mark, and Lutz were representing the Planten company, while the Offmer company had Gustav and Frida, each with 3 attendants. Now then, the reports, I said. How was Liesgang? I want to hear your honest opinions on as Gutenbergs. It is clear to see why Liesgang has come to be known as Ehrenfest's breadbasket. The province is devoted to farming above all else and cares little about profit, which has made the atmosphere there very relaxed, Lutz said. Those living there acknowledge that printing may help to line their pockets, but for the most part they view it as a form of entertainment to carry them through the winter. Compared to other provinces, Liesgang wasn't desperately reliant on printing being a huge success. Its land was plentiful, as one would expect from a breadbasket, and the abundance of new materials had excited Heidi to no end. As for the province's smiths, they had quickly given up on making their own letter types and were instead electing to buy them since the process was much too finicky for them to master. There are several types of wood that seem to be well suited for paper, Lutz continued, but Liesgang does not have the time to research them, so they intend to sell the wood to Ilgner to be researched there instead. Lutz and Damien saw saw Leisgang's lack of merchant sensibilities as a source of continual exasperation. Time and time again, they had found themselves wanting to scream, "You could earn so much more money if you wanted to! What are you doing?" They don't need it! Apparently. I guess they don't need it! Gustav's wrinkled features moved into a gentle smile. Leisgang is attached not to wealth, but it's to completing its duty, which is exactly why its position as Ehrenfest's breadbasket has gone uncontested for so long. At least that's what I was told once before, he noted. The Offmer Company had dealt in food for a very long time, as it had an ancient history with Leisgang. It then glanced at Benno and said larger businesses must focus on more than the profit before their eyes if they wish to maintain their status long into the future. Gustav, how were the merchants from other duchies, I asked. Were we able to handle them? Due to various improvements, everything went significantly better than last year, though of course there are still areas in which we must improve. He went on to explain that business with Dunkelfelger had caused a sharp increase in Ehrenfest's volume of trade, and that selling the Rindsham production method at the Archduke Conference had reduced demands for the product itself, causing the price of oil to settle down a little. Benno, what happened to the girl from Klassenberg who was left here last year? Naturally, we had the visiting Klassenberg merchants take Corinne and ensure her safe return home. And since her father is in hot water at the moment, having been responsible for his duchy losing trade spots this year. Ha ha. As it turned out, the man in question hadn't expected Ehrenfest nobles to get involved with or even notice the dealings of merchants. He had apparently said to a member of the planting company, "You certainly are brave to have done this to a greater duchy." It would have been such a wonderful marriage, yet here we are, Gustav interjected, sighing and shaking his head. There goes our opportunity to form a strong bond with Klassenberg merchants. Benno glared at him, then looked at me and grinned. First impressions are crucial, Lady Rosamund, and our business deal with you means that the planting company has a hand in all of our duchy's trends. We cannot risk merchants of other duchies getting away with treating us so lightly. Doing so would impact your reputation as well. I noticed at the corner of my eye that Hartmann was nodding along in agreement. Next I addressed the Gilberta Company. Do you have with you the hairpin that we intend to give Lady Detlinde at the Royal Academy? It is here, Otto replied, then turned to Brunhilde and said, What are your thoughts? It was only natural that he would seek her approval, as she had actually overseen the hairpin discussion while I read in the bookroom. She opens the box and quietly analyzed the hairpin inside. It matches the specifications perfectly. Well done. We are honored. Otto and Tully relaxed their shoulders, the tension having drained from their bodies in an instant. According to Brunhilde, Detlinde's order had simply and shockingly been for a hairpin fancier than the one Lady Adolphine wore last year. We mentioned that making a hairpin of the same quality as one given to the fiancé of a royal, yet let alone one that can be seen as even more glamorous, gave us pause, Otto said. Lady Detlinde's attendant likewise recommended that she request a less extravagant hairpin, as a show of respect to the royal family, but Detlinde had refused everyone's advice with a smile and said, I'm going to be the next Ob, you know. It was a blunt response that had seemingly left no room for any further debate on the matter. Assuming that Detlinde did end up wearing this hairpin, it was very likely that the royal family would have something to say to Ehrensbach, and also to Ehrenfest for having made it to begin with. Even Wolfried had attempted to persuade Detlinde against her plan, arguing that a future Ob needed to be to demonstrate restraint. But his words had fallen on deaf ears. Thank you. At least Wilfried had some common sense on that one. That was when I offered a suggestion. She could appear even fancier by wearing multiple hairpins at once, Brunhilde revealed. Eglantine and Adolphine had each worn only a single hairpin. So Brunhilde had suggested ordering several lower-grade hairpins instead of one tremendously extravagant one, thereby allowing Detlinde to show respect to Adolphine while simultaneously appearing fancier than her. She was satisfied with this idea, so we ordered 5 hairpins, as you can see. This is a solution that both appeased Lady Detlinde and eliminates the risk of us offending the royal family. Yeah, we don't need that. Ordering 5 hairpins was nothing to sneeze at. It had ended up being quite the sum for Ferdinand to pay, but when Detlinde had pleaded for them, he had merely smiled and said, as you wish. I seem to recall Father saying that the best times are those when peace of heart and home can be bought with money, and to enjoy it while it lasts. Detlinde had also asked to use the same flowers as on Adolphine's hairpin. Either she was holding a very serious grudge because of Adolphine's comments during last year's tea party, or she just didn't like her in general. I would think both. I stared down at the hairpins, which formed a gradient of red to white when lined up together and then let out a sigh. I can't help but feel that she would stand out quite fiercely if she were to put these all on at once, I said. In truth, the idea seemed so gaudy that I wanted to stick a label on the hairpin box, warning against overuse. Oh, that'd be funny. Brunhilde nodded with a troubled smile. The Archducal copy of Ahrensbach will give the final verdict before Lady Detlinde puts them on or leaves her dormitory, so I expect they will convince her to settle for a more reasonable number. In other words, this wasn't an issue for us to concern ourselves with, since the solution was as simple as putting on fewer hairpins. As for the other hairpins, Otto said, this is for the second prince and this is for Dunkelfelder. The visiting merchants had conveyed these orders, and the goods themselves were to be delivered at the Royal Academy. One was a new hairpin for Eglantine, while the other was a gift for Lestalot to give to his escort. Ooh, wonder who his escort's going to be. Eglantine's new hairpin used a white flower called a verlange, which openly symbolized Abiglave's possessiveness and meant, I will protect you from everything, no matter what comes. It was very in character for Anastasius to pick something like that, of course. Lestalot's hairpin for the woman he was escorting used flowers of the divine color of autumn. He had apparently attached an illustration to his order, outlining what he wanted in great detail. Tully mentioned that she hadn't seen anything of the sort before, so the flowers being used could presumably only be found in Dunkelfelder. It must have been tremendously hard work trying to recreate flowers you have never seen before, I said, looking at Tully with concern. To my surprise, however, she shook her head with a smile. No, my lady, the hairpin was very enjoyable to create. We craftspeople all gathered together and eagerly debated the best way to go about making it. And the finished product turned out better than expected, which came as a great relief. As you say, the flowers we were asked to use do not grow in Ehrenfest, and this particular combination of colors is unheard of, so I was able to learn a great deal while working on this order. I don't know who designed this hairpin, but whoever it was has excellent taste, a true person of culture. The next hairpin they took out was the one that Hartman had ordered for Clarissa. The flowers decorating it were yellow, bordering on orange, which honestly took me by surprise. For some reason, I had assumed that Clarissa's birth season was summer, and that she had Leidenschaft's divine protection. Surprising, isn't it? Hartman said with a small grin. Or a subtle grin. My surprise must have shown in my face. I was also taken aback when I first found out when Clarissa was born. Next, Tully took out my hairpin. Its design matched the divine colors of winter, incorporating a rather large red flower surrounded by smaller white ones. This looks adorable and very wintry, I remarked. I am very fond of it indeed. I'm glad it pleases you. Once we had gone through all the hairpins, the planting company delivered new printed goods. Chief among them was our first volume in Dunkelfelder's history. We're having to print it as a series since the source material was so enormously long. The history book alone should keep the Rosemine workshop afloat for a very long time, Letts said. Indeed, there certainly is a lot to be printed, I said, handing Roderick 2 copies. One for me and one for Dunkelfelder, before turning to Frida. I was hoping to once again order some pound cake for the introductory tournament. Will that be possible? Yes, my lady, we have the chefs and ingredients ready, as well as the rorays that you order personally. Cosimo, Frida called to one of the opera company's attendants, who placed a bag on the table in one smooth motion. Brunhilde looked inside, confirmed that there weren't any issues, then handed it to me. I grinned upon seeing the grape-like rorays that were stuffed inside. Now I can do even more of my cooking. The Italian restaurant has proven very popular with merchants from other duchies, and we were so busy this summer that our heads began to spin. We are expanding our roster of chefs, and many merchants offered to hire them out. Several were quite persistent, hoping to wield their status as merchants from greater duchies, but I was listed as a co-investor of the restaurant, so they had managed to block such requests by telling the merchants to ask me first. Klassenberg remains very conscious of the fact that its forceful methods had cost it business opportunities once before. As it stands, we have no reason to believe they attempted to kidnap our hairpin craftspeople or leave any merchants behind this year, Frida reported. If my influence was keeping the commoner safe, then there was nothing more I could ask for. Does this mean the number of customers has begun to wane, I asked. Yes, the foreign merchants have now all returned to their own duchies. It seemed that even the owners of major stores had come to Ehrenfest and only now had business started to calm down. They had worked hard to get ingredients for pound cake for the introductory tournament and prepare wood and such for winter. Now that there are fewer customers for me to interrupt, I am thinking of visiting the Italian restaurant. Ferdinand is due to leave for Ahrensbach before spring, and my hope is that we can share a meal together before then. We will be honored to host you, Frida said, her face lighting up at the very idea. Did you have anything in mind for the menu? Double consomme, but the rest is up to you. I trust in Lace's new recipes. You may count on us. No sooner had the meeting concluded than I extended my Italian restaurant invitation to Ferdinand. He met my suggestion with a cold stare and said, Are you foolish? I am busy. But it was precisely because he was so busy that he needed some good food to revitalize him. They have the most delicious double consomme prepared, as well as new recipes from Lace. Would you not like to indulge in some Ehrenfest cooking before you leave for Ahrensbach? He had already said that he wouldn't be bringing any chefs with him, and this time-stopping magic tool we planned to send him off with would only last for as long as the situation at Ahrensbach allowed. I wanted to make sure he could enjoy as much Ehrenfest food as possible, and if we weren't permitted to meet him in the same way that Aurelia couldn't meet with her family, then it was possible that we wouldn't be able to send meals to him once he was gone. Consider it one of my farewell gifts, I said. A farewell, I see. In some ways, this could indeed be considered an excellent opportunity. Very well, then. 10 days from now, Ferdinand said, setting the date with a heavy sigh. Oh, boy. How far have I gotten? Only 16 minutes in. Wow. Okay. The farewell dinner. I wrote a letter to Frida conveying the date we were going to patronize the Italian restaurant. Our retainers were fighting among themselves behind the scenes, battling to see who would get to accompany us. Of course they do. Of course they will. Okay, sorry, I just had to make sure I didn't hit a wrong button or something. I understand that you all wish to come with us, I said, but the Italian restaurant is in the lower city, so we cannot bring those who are underage and not permitted to go beyond the temple. What? Judith exclaimed. They thus concluded the war between my retainers. Given how nonchalant they were about joining me in the temple, it was easy to forget that they couldn't go any further without the Archduke's express permission. Underage nobles couldn't go to the lower city for work purposes. Cornelius had only accompanied me last time by masterfully exploiting his familial ties to Karlstadt and Eckert. All of my underage retainers stared at me in silence, except for Lenore, who gave me a quizzical look, yet elegant look. In that case, am I right to assume that you are bringing Cornelius, Hartmut, Angelica, and Daniel with you, she asked. Shall we call for Audley and Riarda to serve as you as attendants? There's no need, I replied. The Italian restaurant was made to serve rich commoners. It's not somewhere for nobles to attend in bulk. I need only 2 guard knights who can take turns to eat and Fran to serve me. Please, Lady Rosamond, do not be so cold, Hartmut said, completely taken aback. I could tell from the others' reaction that they felt the same way. Bringing so many noble retainers with me would only inconvenience the restaurant. My retainers weren't guests themselves, so they would need to take turns eating in the room for attendance. The problem was that this room hadn't been designed with nobles in mind. There were no dedicated servers, and it wasn't particularly spacious, since nobody expected attendants to bring their own staff. Arriving with my own army of retainers would only sow the seeds of chaos. I am willing to refer you to the store if you wish to eat there, but you must attend as customers, I explained. None of you are used to eating without servers, so I do not believe you will survive in the room for attendance. I do not need servers, Daniel replied at once. Me neither, Lady Rosamond, Angelica added a beat later. Thus, I elected to bring them as my guard knights. I already knew from Spring Prayer and the Harvest Festival that they would eat without complaining when Fran and the other attendants were busy. Plus, something told me that telling Daniel to attend as a guest and pay for his own food was much too cruel. I am afraid you were too slow, Cornelius. Your only option now is to invite Lenore and attend with her. I punctuated my teasing with a very deliberate smirk, but Cornelius received the suggestion with a smile. That is an excellent idea, he said, then gave Hartmut a scheming look. Hartmut, what do you think about attending as a guest rather than as a retainer? It sounds like a truly splendid idea. I would rather eat alongside Lady Rosamond than in a separate room. This was bad. Hartmut and Cornelius both fully intended to come with us. I would need to write to Frida to inform her of the increase in attendees. And if we are going as guests rather than as guards, we can enter the lower city without being of age, correct? Cornelius asked, Lenore, shall we go to the Italian restaurant? Why, that sounds wonderful, she replied. All of a sudden, my little joke about them attending as guests seemed a lot less funny. I really wish that he would exercise some restraint, too, since Daniel was now being forced to endure 2 lovebirds flirting right in front of him. Oh, have some sympathy. Jeez. Well, if you are attending as guests, do you not need your guardians to go with you, I asked. Lenore paused and thought for a moment. Then a huge, love-struck smile spread across her face. Cornelius is the one inviting me, so I am sure they will permit us to go alone. As the conversation turned to parental permission, Brunhilde chimed in as well. Groschel must learn much about the lower city if we are to become a trade city. After all, my own knowledge of the lower city is almost non-existent. I shall obtain father's permission. And as your attendant, Lady Rosamond, I must understand your sphere of influence, Lazarus noted. I can also tell my parents that this will allow me to monitor my sister. They are bound to let me go then. Ah! As in the boat, Brunhilde and Lazletta were set on coming with us as well. Feline watched as they came up with their desperate excuses, then suddenly shot her head up and raised a hand. You are my guardian, Lady Rosamond. Please permit me to accompany you. You are my guardian as well, Roderick added. They were both looking at me with glimmering eyes. And more importantly, they were both right. Now that they had distanced themselves from their parents, I was their guardian. At this rate, I'm going to be bringing everyone. It seemed that all my retainers wanted to visit the Italian restaurant, and considering how hard they worked, treating them to a tasty meal sounded good to me. The issue was that this was meant to be my last proper meal with Ferdinand, and I wasn't sure that this was all appropriate for such an occasion. As I started to ponder the matter, I noticed that Judith was staring at me with tearful eyes. Lady Rosamond, am I going to be the only one staying home? She exclaimed. She hadn't been able to think of an excuse to get her own parents' permission, but excluding her now seemed much too pitiful. Her parents and asked for them to give their permission, I said. I thank you ever so much, Lady Rosamond. Customers brought their own attendants to serve them in the Italian restaurant, which meant that Feline and Roderick would need people to serve them as well. They lived in the castle with me as their guardians, however, so they didn't have any attendants to bring with them. I gazed at my attendants in the High Bishop's chambers for a moment and said, how about we have Fran serve me, Zom serve Roderick, and Monica serve Feline? Rosina, I would also like for you to attend and play music for us. Understood. After hearing my suggestion, Rosina and my temple attendants readily agreed to come. And so we are all going to be eating together, I said. It was a day of our trip to the Italian restaurant, so Fran and the others had needed to leave early to prepare. After their departure, I had locked the High Bishop's chambers and moved to the High Priest's room, where I was now helping him with his work while waiting with my guard knights. Why are your retainers attending as guests? Ferdinand asked. Is there a point of having them join you? Well, I'm not having them join me. They asked to come of their own accord. I thought this would be a good way to reward them for working so hard. The restaurant will also benefit from having more noble customers, and my retainers' presence meant more profit. Although, of course, I'm going to be paying for everyone today. Since this was my farewell gift, I was paying for Ferdinand as well. Ferdinand gave me a very perturbed frown. Everyone? I would rather not have a student pay for my meal. I invited you, and this is a farewell gift, so it's only natural that I pay. The fact that my retainers are also going to be there is just incidental, since they're also always working so hard. You're the main guest of the evening, Ferdinand. Our carriages arrived while we spoke. Daniel and Angelica rode with Ferdinand and us, and me while my other retainers were taking their own carriages, from the castle or the nobles' quarter. Feline and Roderick were also coming from the castle as my request. We are honored to receive your business, Frida said when we arrived, kneeling alongside several of the restaurant servers. We exchanged the usual greetings and then went inside, whereupon we were met with the strongest aroma of consommé, so thick that we could almost taste it. The smell alone was enough to assure us the dish was being made to perfection. I could also hear music coming from the dining room, indicating that Rosina was here already. Frida smiled while guiding us down the hall. Everyone else has already arrived. This is our first time welcoming so many nobles, and I must admit things are quite tense. My apologies for being so unreasonable, I replied. Unfortunately, this was our only opportunity to do this. The autumn harvest had just finished, and the market had more ingredients now than at any other point in the year. The livestock that had grown fat in preparation for winter were also starting to be slaughtered and turned into meat for the winter months. Compared to spring, when ingredients were a bit hard to come by due to the recent snowstorms in summer, when the restaurant was swamped with customers, this was the best time to bring a bunch of nobles. Not to mention, having my retainers stop by on their own would only inconvenience your other customers, would it not? I asked. Most commoners wouldn't want to eat anywhere near nobles. It couldn't even be seen as an opportunity to make connections, since they weren't all actually allowed to speak on their own. There was no way they would enjoy their food while being so nervous about causing offense, which was why reserving the whole restaurant and finishing our business all at once was the best approach. I am beyond grateful for your consideration, Lady Rosamond, Frida replied. You mentioned the other day that you were longing to eat Lace's cooking, yes? She has been striving to meet your expectations. Everyone was smiling when we arrived at the dining hall. Delicious food was enough to put anyone in a good mood. My hope was that Ferdinand would share in the merriment before leaving for Arensbach. Here, Lady Rosamond. Fran pulled out a chair for me. He was wearing clothes prepared specially for today, and I could tell from the look on his face that he was just as excited as everyone else. I took my seat, then listened as Frida ran us to the menu. Eckert was standing behind Ferdinand as his guard knight, while Daniel was standing behind me. They were going to be eating second after Justice and Angelica finished their meals. After finishing her explanation, Frida took her leave, not before offering us a very hospitable please enjoy. In her place came various servers, all pushing trolleys covered in food. Fran brought over my plates, then Ferdinand, our main guest for the evening, was given his plates by his attendant. Everyone else was sitting in order of status, which was also the order in which they were served. The first dish to be brought over was ham carpaccio, served with a turnip-like vegetable called zelb. Both the ham and the zelb were thinly sliced and arranged on the plate in a circle like a flower in full bloom. In the center was a small mountain of boiled zelb leaves, which added a very nice splash of color. The stuff sprinkled all over it was likely rigor, the faux garlic, but crispy fried. Decorating the delicious-looking carpaccio with some equally delicious-looking sauce, drawn across the plate in a gentle arc. They had used not just salt and citrus juice mixed with vegetable oil, as per my instructions before, but also minced marrons and some herbs. I took the first bite partially to demonstrate that the food wasn't poisoned. The saltiness of the dry-cured ham mixed well with the freshness of the zelb made me want to eat more. A great deal of thought had gone into the mouthfeel as well, as the crunchy rigor provided an exquisite contrast to the softness of the rest of the dish. The chef must have spent an extraordinarily long time on this. The sauce in particular is very different from what my own chef makes, Ferdinand noted. He scooped up some of the sauce with his fork before bringing it to his mouth. Lays is dedicated to improving her craft, I replied. She is like you when you strive to make improved magic tools. Everyone seemed to be having a good time. I could hear cheery voices coming from near, Feline, though she was seated so far away that I couldn't tell what they were saying. Our next course was the consomme that Ferdinand enjoyed so much. Making it was such a long and involved process that opportunities to eat it rarely came around. Ferdinand admired the color for a short while, then took his first spoonful. Why did you have to ask that? It's so weird. I'm sorry. It's just so weird to me. Is it as beautiful as ever, I asked. Divine. I recall the shock I experienced the first time I tried it, Ferdinand replied, then closed his eyes to better savor the flavor. I didn't want to interrupt him, so I sought the opinions of the nearby archnobles. How is a double consomme? I asked them. Your normal soup is delicious enough, but this is truly shocking. To think that soup like this even exists, Brunhilde replied. Lenora nodded along fervently. The color is very dark, and despite it looking as though there is nothing of substance, the flavor is more profound than that of any soup I've eaten before. This dish is a baffling mystery. But I can say with all certainty that it is very delicious. There is so much wondrousness compressed into this tiny vessel. In that sense, this consomme is just like you, Lady Rosemary. What the fuck? Flashing me a handsome smile. I could gather that he was pleased with the soup, but I didn't understand what he meant, nor did I really want to. He's comparing you to soup. I don't really know why. Could somebody tell me? Next was a freshly baked lasagna. It must have come straight from the oven as the cheese was still bubbling and moving about. It had already been sliced, and Fran chose a small square piece for me. In a way, the lasagna reminded me of Millie crepes, layer upon layers of pasta generously filled with meat sauce and white sauce. The contents were practically spilling out, and no matter how much Fran struggled, strings of melted cheese clung to the cutlery he had used to serve it. This is very hot, so take care not to burn your mouths, I said. It seemed that my warning had come too late, as Roderick was already gulping down water. Oops. He got too excited. Judith couldn't help but giggle. She was very cautiously waited for the first bite to cool down before putting it in her mouth. She wasn't quite so restrained with her second, however, and was clamoring for water herself moments later. Soon enough, both Roderick and Judith were laughing together. This certainly is a lively meal, Ferdinand observed. Doesn't food taste better when it's enjoyed with good company? To me, meals have always been a necessary evil, a means to survive and nothing more. Dude, really? That's sad. Ferdinand went on to tell me about his experience as a child. Apparently, Veronica would tamper with his food whenever his father was absent from meals, either by lacing it with a slow-acting poison, or subtly changing the ingredients so that it looked the same but tasted vile. Eating in the castle had consequently become one tense event after another, with his life always hanging in the balance. I quite liked breakfast and lunch, but that was simply because I could eat alone, Ferdinand continued. On no occasion did I enjoy the food itself. Your childhood was far too cruel. I would have destroyed Lady Veronica if she had tried any of that stuff around me. Fool, had you so much as laid a hand on her when she was in power, the outcome would have been very much the opposite. The first wife of an archduke is not to be trifled with. Ferdinand was looking at me like I was stupid, but I wasn't going to back down. My safety is irrelevant. I would go in prepared to take her down with me. I might die, sir, but she would die too. I see we think alike, I said. Yeah, you do, and that's bad. That's bad. To think you would share such a dangerous mindset. I'm glad the two of you did not meet until after that woman was deposed, Ferdinand said, realizing that Eckert and I were cut from the same dangerous cloth. Cornelius took this opportunity to express his sympathy for Ferdinand, only to receive some very shocking news in response. Do you not realize that this is your problem as well, Cornelius? Once I am gone, the duty of restraining Rosamund, Hartmann, and even Clarissa of Dunkelfelger falls to you. Please do not ask the impossible of me. Just as Cornelius put his head in his hands, a server arrived with today's main dish. Veal cutlets that had been breaded with fine breadcrumbs, mixed with cheese and cooked in butter until crispy, making them gleam like gold. I was already close to being full, so Fran gave me only a small portion. I squeezed some Zine juice over my cutlet, then dipped my first mouthful in Lay's special sauce that was adorning the plate. The Zine adds a certain sharpness to the already rich flavor, Ferdinand remarked. It seemed that he had preferred his cutlet with Zine, while my still-growing retainers preferred theirs covered in sauce. "How's the sauce made?" Laysletta asked, staring it down with a completely serious expression. "I've never tasted anything like it before." Judith nodded in agreement, saying that she wanted to share some with her family, but that her family's chefs would never be able to make it. Incidentally, I preferred the tang of the Zine as well, although I would have been even happier if we could have added ponzo sauce with the grated daikon. Once everyone had eaten the main course, the guards exchanged places. Angelica and Justice entered, while Eckert and Daniel went to start their meal. "You seem satisfied, Angelica. Was the food to your liking?" "Yes, the dessert was especially delicious," she said, which sent a wave of excitement through everyone in the room. "We were going to be having Mont Blancs with cream made with tania, which is similar to chestnuts." Cornelius's dark eyes lit up when he saw the dish. "I haven't had tanias in such a long time," he said. "Mother is never pleased when I order them at home." Several years ago, I had given Cornelius the recipe for tani cream as a reward for his work in the Raise Angelica Grade Squadron. He loved the cream so much that he ordered as many tanias as he could the moment they were in season. So many that Elvira had ended up scolding him for it. "It was on my third consecutive day of ordering the cream that Mother chastised me," he revealed. "She said the chefs were struggling with how time-consuming it was to make, and that she didn't want to eat the same thing over a day." It seemed that Cornelius was the kind of guy who wanted to eat his favorite foods for every meal. We've both known each other for a very long time now, so I was surprised to still be learning new things about him. "Tania cream isn't particularly sweet, so I imagine men are more likely to enjoy it," I mused. "Indeed, but will it not seem a tad lacking for the women?" Ferdinand asked, looking at Feline and Judith in particular. Even with pound cake, they both preferred the sweeter honey option, so they didn't seem too satisfied with the more underrated flavor of the Mont Blancs. "Don't worry, Lay's prepared for exactly the situation," I said, and right on cue, another dessert was brought in. Raffle pie! Raffles were a fruit that felt like a cross between apples and the softer pears grown in Europe. Some dough-based sweets already use raffles as decorations on top. My recipe proposed cooking them first with butter and sugar. "This is fairly sweet, Ferdinand, so I suggest you take only an experimental portion." He was welcome to take more, of course, but after his first mouthful, he agreed it was too sweet for him. "That one bite is enough for me, I think." He did still compliment its taste, though. As it turned out, the raffle pie was most popular with Laysletta. It was hard to tell since she ate her portions so quietly, but she ended up asking for seconds, not once, but twice. "Dang, girl! 3 portions of raffle pie! Good lord!" Okay, one more. One more should do it. Farewell gifts. "Was today's farewell dinner satisfactory?" I asked. Ferdinand nodded. "Yes, very much so." "Fran, could you bring the farewell gift? You may then leave to have your own dinner." Fran brought the box over at once and gave me its contents, a cute bag small enough for me to hold in the palm of my hand. I had tied it shut with some ribbon to make it look at least a little bit more like a present. "Rosamund, was this meal not your farewell gift?" Ferdinand asked. "It was, but so was this. I never said there was only one." "I suppose not, but..." He gave me a weird look, then accepted the bag I was holding out to him. It was more customary to put things in boxes rather than bags in this world, so the small pouch in his hand must have looked truly bizarre to him. He blinked, not entirely sure what to do with it. "Undo the ribbon," I said. "The gift is inside." "Then what is this bag?" "Well, the packaging. Isn't it cute?" "I am at a loss. What in the world would you do something so unnecessary?" Ferdinand complained, furrowing his brow while undoing the ribbon. He peered inside the bag, then his expression froze as though he could not believe what he was seeing. "Rosamund, this is a protective charm made from a Regis scale. Hartmut taught me how to make it." Hartmut had taught me everything I needed to know about the protective magic circles used on Schwartz and Weiss's clothes, and to thank him for helping me through what had ended up being a very arduous task, I had given him one of the rainbow face stones to do with as he pleased. "I am sure it will protect you if you keep it on you at all times, so what do you think? I've grown a lot too, haven't I?" I said, confidently puffing out my chest. Ferdinand flipped the bag upside down, allowing the 5-centimeter wide teardrop-shaped face stone to fall into his hand. He channeled some mana into it and stared at it analytically. "It seems to be functioning properly." As I said, Hartmut showed me how to do everything. I would have liked to be able to make it on my own, though. "You were right to seek his help. If you had made it alone, I would have been concerned about it functioning at all," Ferdinand said with a smirk. He then looked over at Justice, who promptly acknowledged the signal and presented a slender wooden box. "And this from me to you." "I thank you ever so much. May I open it?" I was so excited that I opened the box before he even replied and peered inside. Immediately my eyes widened in surprise. It was a hair stick, not a hairpin decorated with flowers like the kind that Thule made, but a proper hair stick. Wow, he took inspiration from from when he synchronized his mind with yours. Wow, okay. Because I'm assuming he saw those proper hair sticks in your world. It was slender and metal-clad with 5 rainbow face stones decorating it and chains of slightly different lengths attached to the tip. I had chosen my largest rainbow face stones when making my gift so that I could fit as many magic circles into it as possible, while Ferdinand had chosen his smallest ones. All of the face stones here were about 2 centimeters in diameter. I could already picture them glistening and swaying as I walked, making for a tremendously beautiful sight. Oh, wait. Rainbow face stones? That means... I gently touched the hair stick and channeled some of my mana into it. Just as expected, this was no ordinary ornament. There were protective magic circles inside the 5 rainbow face stones. Ferdinand, this is a charm, isn't it? You were the one who said you wished to turn those face stones into ornaments, no? That would, of course, be a waste, so I made this one into a charm. And it also doubles as an ornament, too. I could definitely remember saying that I wanted to make the rainbow face stones into an ornament, but I also seem to recall him dismissing the idea entirely. Yeah, because he said they were valuable ingredients. It hadn't even crossed my mind that he might go back on those words and do something like this for me. In truth, I was more shocked than I was overjoyed. I tried my best to surprise you, but you've completely turned the tables on me. How could I not be completely taken aback? I had given him a rainbow face stone charm with my chest puffed out, only for him to give me the same thing times 5. Once more, my farewell gift to him was only a raw face stone, but his to me was an actual ornament. I have been completely and utterly defeated. Do not think I was not surprised as well. I did not expect you to be able to create a charm of this level, Ferdinand said with a thin smile as he looked at his present for me. Despite his words, he still didn't look surprised in the slightest, though he did seem kind of pleased. Although I had been defeated, he was happy, and that was all that mattered. Sure have grown, haven't I? Though it was mostly Hartmut's work. Details! Just compliment me! Pertainers laughed, but Ferdinand just scoffed. This wasn't the first time he had refused to play nice. I pursed my lips in a show of dissatisfaction, then began to examine the hair stick. The rainbow face stones resembled opals, and when moved around, they seemed to change color depending on where the light hit them. There were thin metal wire frames around the face stones to keep them in place, and even those were engraved, making the hair stick look all the more fancy. It's a simple but attractive design, I said. I always knew you could pick out ornaments for women. I do not want anyone to think that I picked the hairpin that Linde ordered myself. I needed to formulate some kind of excuse to avoid putting myself at risk, Ferdinand explained. If she had gone around saying that her fiancé had given them to her, then most would have assumed that he had chosen them himself. He wanted to avoid that at any cost. This was a dire problem that risked calling his aesthetic sense into question. And as for your ornament, he continued, while others would start to notice you wearing the same flower every day, a more discreet piece like that hair stick should draw very little attention at all. I believe that you once put forward the idea of wearing 2 hair ornaments at once. Utilize this technique and strive to wear this gift at every opportunity if you can. It seemed that he had deliberately made the design for my hair stick simply so that I could wear it alongside a flower hairpin. He sure had thought this through. Brunhilde and Lysletta were both both nodding along impressed. Lady Rosemine, would you like to wear your new hair ornament? Brunhilde asked, standing up and coming over to it at once. She accepted the hair stick from me, examined my hair for a moment, then slid it into place right next to my hairpin. I shook my head a bit, and the rainbow face stones made a very faint clinking noise. I was really very pleased with my farewell gift, and a broad smile spread across my face as I gazed up at Ferdinand. Does it suit me? It does not look bad. Really? And what do you mean by that? It sounds like you're trying to disguise a criticism as praise. At times like this, I could say one thing with absolute certainty. Ferdinand was exceedingly bad at complimenting women, or at complimenting anyone, really. This was exactly why everyone said that he would never be able to keep a girlfriend. This is the part where you're meant to say it looks cute, even if you don't actually believe that, I said. As they shift beneath the gentle lights, the rainbow face stones twinkle like stars upon the night sky that is your flowing hair. All who see them are sure to glimpse the love that the gods have all given you, making the hair sticks perfect for a saint such as yourself, Lady Rosemine. That was more than a step in the right direction. Although I had caught not from Ferdinand, but from Hartmut. Of course it came from Hartmut! If I didn't know any better, I would think that this could have easily gone in a different direction with his obsession with her. He could have easily gone into a romantic interest with this, but thankfully the author did not go in that direction. In fact, maybe he had taken it too far. He had spoken in such flowery language that it was hard to work out what he was even complimenting. Ferdinand, even a tenth of what Hartman just said will do. Please compliment me. How foolish. I see no need to go through the trouble of voicing the obvious. I made the hair stick for you. Is there any doubt that it would suit you? That's not a compliment either, right? Now he's just bragging. It seemed wise to give up on receiving any compliments from Ferdinand, smug and cocky as he was. Instead, I turned to Brunhilde and said, do you think I can wear this hair stick every day? Yes, my lady. As Lord Ferdinand suggests, you can simply wear it alongside a flower-decorated hairpin, and it will pair wonderfully with every single hairpin you own. That said, as a word of warning, she replied, brushing the face stones with a bemused smile. Ah, right. Ferdinand can be kind of off the mark at times. Ferdinand shrugged. There's no helping that. I can do nothing more to protect Rosamund once I am gone. You certainly are overprotective when it comes to her, Lord Ferdinand, Cornelius said, inspecting my hair stick with narrowed eyes. You power her with a shocking number of charms, and are using valuable ingredients to prepare potions for her by the day. Hartmut scoffed. Is it not obvious that Lord Ferdinand would devote his all to protecting Lady Rosamund? She has been the target of Arensbach nobles since before her baptism. She was forced into a 2-year slumber after an attack on the Archduke's castle left her poisoned, and she appears to be in constant contact with royals and archnobles while outside his influence at the Royal Academy. Not even potions and charms are enough for us to rest easy, especially when we can no longer accompany her to the Academy ourselves. That continued to increase once I started attending the Royal Academy, and was apparently based on how many incidents I caused. Hartmut continued, in fact, I would rather we give Lady Rosamund more charms. Unfortunately, I am only a scholar, not her family or her guardian, so there is a limit to what I can provide. He paused to give an exceedingly disappointed sigh, then glared at Cornelius. Rather, why have you not given Lady Rosamund any charms? You are her brother by blood. Are you not worried about her? I am, but the charms she has already are so effective and of such great quality. Anything I can make for her would simply be a downgrade. Cornelius replied with a shrug. He saw no point in giving me charms when he wasn't a scholar and couldn't make anything even remotely as powerful as the ones I was currently using. Not to mention, even though we were siblings, my status as an adopted daughter meant he couldn't give me gifts freely. It was actually kind of sad hearing him describe the distance between us so clearly. We could act like siblings in the Royal Academy, but now that you've graduated, we no longer have a place for that, I said. I feel a little upset. Me too, he replied with a bittersweet smile. As we were sharing in our tragic sorrow, Hartmut killed the mood with another exaggerated sigh. I know the feeling all too well. Graduating was painful, and nothing has pained me more than the knowledge that I cannot join you at the Royal Academy any longer. Oh, why was I cursed to graduate? I could have been even more use to you, Lady Rosamund. You certainly would be useful, but you simply wish to see what Lady Rosamund does at the Royal Academy, no? Lenore asked with a look of complete exasperation. You let yourself get rather carried away during the first Turnusperfallen attack, and when she was regenerating our gathering spot. Was that not something to be enthusiastic about? Hartman retorted. Amid all that vile black sludge, she wielded the divine staff and activated the magic circles, causing the land to heal before our very eyes? She might as well have been the... Hartman, we've heard this 1,000 times over, Lenore said, interrupting him flatly and with a smile. He must have been something of a broken record among his fellow retainers, as Feline and Judith were nodding in agreement. Lenore's expression then turned gravely serious. On a more important note, there is a request I have for Lord Ferdinand. Ferdinand raised an eyebrow. Continue. If you are handing this many charms to Lady Rosamund, then you must expect her next term at the Royal Academy to be dangerous enough to require them, yes? I ask to know what dangers you expect. This way we can prepare ourselves for them rather than having to react in the moment. Last year, Ferdinand had opted to give me even more charms, a decision that had coincided with the Turnusperfallen attack and the rebel attack at the Interduchy tournament, as well as the dinner game we had gotten dragged into. Lenore wanted to know what he expected to happen next. Ferdinand gave a troubled frown. Lenore, I did not give Rosamund the charms because I expected these abrupt and predictable disasters to occur. Last year, I was simply concerned about assassins from Arensbach and the difficulties that might have arisen from refusing a dinner rematch from Dunkelfelder. This year, however, he fell silent for a moment, tapping a finger against his temple as if pondering whether his next words were wise to say. Then sighed. Rosamund is not going to return to Ehrenfest for the dedication ritual. What? Why not? I asked. Because your Arda Guardians and I decided as much yesterday after much discussion. You are to spend a full term at the Royal Academy for once. Ferdinand went on to list their reasons one by one. Most notably, this decision was intended to diminish Sylvester's reputation as a cruel archduke who treated his adopted daughter differently from his other children. And to accommodate the fact that the Jarrev dissolved my mana clumps meant I was less likely to fall unconscious. Last of all, we will already have plenty of mana for the ritual since we now have Heartmut, myself, and the face stones from your time in the Jarrev. Of course, this will only work for this year while I remain in Ehrenfest. Consider this your only normal year in the Royal Academy and enjoy it to the fullest. It seemed that Ferdinand wanted me to have at least one term when I wasn't summoned back to Ehrenfest for my mana. My eyes grew warm, and an indescribable sense of delight welled up inside of me as I realized just how considerate he was being. Ferdinand, because we planned for you to spend such a long time in the Royal Academy uninterrupted, I expect your retainers to suffer more than most can even imagine. Thus, I gifted you these protective charms. I can only pray that they ease their burden at least somewhat. Excuse me? All of my positive feelings shriveled up in an instant. Ferdinand was doing something so very kind for me. Why couldn't he just let me be moved for once? Ferdinand, I was emotional to the point of tears before you made that last comment, I said, glaring at him. Ferdinand merely nodded unmoved. This is not a hidden room, and my remark has saved me from having to console you. All in all, I would say this is the ideal outcome. You never compliment people enough, and all the good you do is cancelled out by the awful way that you phrase things. This is no good at all. You need to shape up. I do not care about your evaluation of me. My attention is devoted only to the fact that your retainers are soon to be experienced the greatest challenges of their lives thus far. From there, Ferdinand turns his attention to my retainers. His statements that the next term at the Royal Academy was going to be a nightmare went completely unchallenged. Ehrenfest has seen rapid growth for the past few years, and the duchies we have left in our wake have grown envious, Immerdink included. Ferdinand warned, we do not know what these feelings will drive them to do. Our relationship with Ahrensbach will most likely change as well due to this engagement. I have prepared many potions and charms, and we must not let our guards down. Speak of the engagement with smiles and remain alert at all times. In the end, he listed off so many potential threats that I wanted to just ask how many enemies we expected to make. You do not need to be so worried, I said. This is the year I'll make it all the way through the term without incident. I can feel it. That will never happen with you. Without a moment's I agree! Without a moment's hesitation, and all of my retainers nodded in agreement. This should have come as no surprise, but they really had no trust in me. It's not that they don't have trust in you, it's just that you have no trouble follows you. It follows you no matter where you go. In any case, focus solely on coming first in class. Do not oppose any other duchies, especially the sovereignty. The thought of opposing the sovereignty has never even crossed my mind. Perhaps not, but what matters is whether they think you might. Ferdinand replied, once again tapping his temple. I expect they will approach you themselves this year, and just considering the number of things they might address makes my head ache. Can you remain quiet if they probe you about the palace library or about me, whom you describe as being like family? I do not imagine so. I stared at my hands, unable to argue. Now that my mana flowed so freely, I would probably enter crushing mode on the spot if they tried to threaten me about anything related to Ferdinand. And given all of my actions up to this point, I wasn't shameless enough to say that I could show restraint when libraries were involved. I probably would not remain quiet. Indeed, you are soon to be the first wife of an archduke and are known throughout the Royal Academy as a saint of Ehrenfest. All eyes are on you, and your words and actions will shape the very future of our duchy, as well as my freedom and the ease of movement within Ahrensbach. Ferdinand must have realized that, for me, his fate in Ahrensbach was a better means of persuasion than the fate of our duchy. He reached out and touched my hair stick, causing the little face stone to jingle. I prepared all the charms you will need, but you must never go on the offensive, whether through means such as crushing or otherwise. Do you understand? Yes, I replied with a nod, but his hard features were still tinged with concern. You can trust me, I'll be doing my very best. All of a sudden, Ferdinand narrowed his eyes and looked across my retainers. Rosemine, are your retainers deserving of trust? I would say so. Can they keep themselves from repeating that which was best left unsaid? That's something all nobles can do, no? I asked, turning to my retainers. They all nodded in response. Then swear, here and now, that what I'm about to say will not be spoken of until you leave for the Royal Academy. As we blinked in response to the peculiar condition of his request, Justice leaned forward and said, Lord Ferdinand, are you serious about this? Or certain about this? If such knowledge will make it easier to keep Rosemine safe, then I can ask for nothing more. Once all of my retainers had sworn on their staffs to maintain their silence, Ferdinand gravely continued. The ones you must be most wary of are at the Royal Academy this year are the children of the former Veronica faction. But why? Judith asked, tilting her head with wide eyes. We've been doing really well with them. Roderick, in contrast, squeezed his eyes shut and gave a slow sigh. You're doing it while we're at the Royal Academy, then. Yes, Ferdinand replied. It was a curt response to a painfully vague question, but their expressions and the tension in the air told us everything. They're eliminating the former Veronica faction. Did you find any evidence? Roderick asked. Ferdinand paused for a moment and then carefully said yes. There's the embezzling that Daniel discovered, among other things. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, they had thought they had seen it, and then they put that aside to mention it to Sylvester later. The evidence was probably too weak to justify any definitive action, but they must have intended to proceed with the elimination nonetheless. After all, Ferdinand didn't have much time or leeway before he needed to leave Ehrenfest. Once the elimination of the former Veronica faction begins, there are many children who will be accused of crimes by association, Ferdinand continued. Have them decide this term whether they will give their names to you. It is precisely because you have been doing so well with them in the Royal Academy that the Ob has decided to protect those who give their names to a member of the Archducal family, rather than punishing them all. Sylvester has seen the children of the former Veronica faction putting aside the usual politics and working with us in the Royal Academy. He had heard them voice their desire to come of age so that they could at least have lead their parents' faction. Some of them had even brought us valuable intelligence before Lambert's wedding. The Ob considers it best to dig out the seeds of danger before they take root, but he does not wish to destroy Ehrenfest's future simply due to the crimes of association. Ferdinand went on, however, if we decide to waive this form of punishment even at this one time, we will open ourselves to significant resistance. It is important that the children give their names so that we may spare them without incident. He then looked straight at Roderick and said, Ehrenfest cannot tolerate the existence of any potential threats within its borders. My hope is that you can bring as many children of the former Veronica faction to our side as possible. Roderick met these words with wide eyes, and then nodded slowly. Rosamund, if there are any promising students you wish to have at your side, do all that you can to secure their futures, Ferdinand said. I do not care what methods you use. This will be your only opportunity to make those of the former Veronica faction your retainers. I nodded as well. Again, why did I have to graduate? Hartman cried. I need to be there for this. I need to. If only I had chosen the attendant course, then I could have gone as Roderick's attendant. If an archnoble started attending me, I wouldn't know what to do with myself, Roderick half shrieked. His outburst elicited giggles and words of amusement from Verlene and Judith. It sure is good that Hartman didn't take the attendant course, isn't it? It truly really is. I see that nobody understands my pain, Hartman lamented, cradling his head in true despair. Ferdinand put on a dark smile. There is some work that can only be done by adults. You need only be useful to Rosamund outside of the Royal Academy. I shall prepare everything something suitable for your talents. And what kind of work would that be? I asked, tilting my head. Ferdinand thought for a moment, then scoffed. It is better for your peace of mind that you do not know. Hello, police! There is a baddie plotting something evil right here in front of me! Yeah, best for your peace of mind that you do not know, because if it's something really big, you're not going to be able to sleep at night, and then they'll know something's up. Yeah, best they do not know. Oh, a stolen book. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, come on. Anyway, I'll get to work on editing this, and I'll see you guys in the next part. Okay, we got part 3. A stolen book. After finishing our enjoyable meal, we returned to the temple. Ferdinand, won't the snow be troublesome when you head to Ahrensbach at the end of winter? I can't imagine you'll be able to transport your luggage by carriage, so what are you going to do? I asked. He and his retinue could simply fly through the air, but there was always so much they could carry with them. They have already prepared somewhere in Ahrensbach for us to live, I imagine. Elvira and Lambert prepared space for Aurelia, and while this engagement came at such short notice, that burden falls on Ahrensbach. Could y'all not do that? I just started. We will send spring and summer clothes alongside necessities of little importance now while there is no snow to worry about, then have the Ob send the rest of my luggage once the snow melts. I myself will depart after the Royal Academy's graduation ceremony with little on me. The second trip was usually when the more valuable items were transported, and it was common for the owner to travel with them. Ferdinand didn't have enough leeway to wait for the snow to melt, though. He needed to complete all the necessary preparations for his marriage before the next Archduke conference. Would you like me to use Leslie to move your luggage to the border gate, I asked. I may end up asking as much, depending on the time and circumstances. At the very least, that would reduce the risk of anything dangerous being mixed into the food or valuables. Ferdinand muttered, turning his eyes on the horizon beyond which Arensbach lay. High Bishop, High Priest, we have been awaiting your return, came the voice of a gate guard, loud enough to reach inside the carriage while the gate was being opened. I started to feel strangely unsettled, perhaps due to how relieved the man seemed to sound, and fixed my eyes on the carriage door. I wonder if something happened in the temple. What do you mean? Ferdinand asked. The guards don't usually speak to us like this. I wonder if something happened that they can only report to us. Ferdinand drummed a finger against his temple. If even the Grey Priest serving as guards knew, then that attendant of yours in charge of the orphanage surely has a report ready. Continue to your chambers and wait there. Under no circumstances are you to open the door to the carriage and ask the Grey Priest directly. I stopped, leaning forward, sat back down and straightened my back as we passed through the gate and arrived at the front entrance. Nicola was waiting there for us with Ferdinand's attendant. Welcome back, Lady Rosemine. I started walking with Nicola, all the while eyeing Fran and the others who were busily unloading our cutlery. Rosina's instrument and such from the carriage. They would probably catch up with us before we reached the High Bishop's chambers, so I decided to use this opportunity to probe into what had occurred in my absence. Nicola, it must have been a challenge having to welcome me all alone. No, my lady, not at all. Ella prepared sweets yesterday, so the most I need to do is make tea. It was more of a challenge carrying the divine gifts to the orphanage. Hugo and Ella had taken today off. There was no point in them being here when we were all eating at the Italian restaurant. Anything else they might have been needed for, they had prepared in advance the day before. Without Monica and the others here, I needed Gil and Fritz to help with lunch, which we delivered to the orphanage as early as possible, Nicola explained. We then ate there with the adults. The number of children in the orphanage had increased prior to the harsh winter. Nicola had spent much time in the orphanage and heard about the new children from Wilma and Delia, while also helping to prepare dinner for them. Has anything changed there, I asked? Are the Grey Priests the same as always? Now that you mention it, one of Brother Egmont's attendants came to the orphanage, which is very rare. He wanted to speak with Wilma about Brother Egmont securing a new attendant. Egmont wanting a new attendant immediately led me to a certain conclusion. Has he impregnated one of his attendants again? I didn't have a single good thing to say about Egmont, the blue priest who had once trashed the temple bookroom and who had sent his attendant Lily to the orphanage after getting her pregnant during my 2 years' sleep. Nicola must have noticed my sharp tones, so she hurriedly corrected me. No, my lady, he wanted to take on another priest capable of doing paperwork. As Lord Hartmut becoming the new high priest means that he has more than twice as much to do as before. To my relief, he hadn't impregnated another attendant after all. At first, he seemed to be taking his new work seriously. Perhaps I was treating him too harshly because of the tragic ordeal with Lily and the sorrow she had gone through. We are currently unaware whether this is a matter for the current or new high priest, Nicola said. Both were sharing the workload during the handover process, so I could understand the confusion, but I was sure we could entrust the task to either one of them. Hartmut already holds Egmont in low regard due to my distaste for him, I noted, recalling that his saint obsession knew no bounds. Egmont is sure to receive a more favorable response from the current high priest. Understood. I will inform Brother Egmont's attendant. Lord Hartmut does tend to exaggerate, but he is rarely wrong about things, so it's hard to correct him, he said with a giggle. How have Gil and Fritz been doing? They both rushed to their dinner with the Grey Priest. There's printing that must be finished before winter socializing, so the workshop is quite busy right now. This was the final stretch that would determine how many new books could be brought to the Royal Academy. They had chosen to speed through their orphanage work rather than leisurely eat in the High Bishop's chambers. Fran will protest if word spreads to him, so please do keep this a secret, she said. Apparently, it was normal for Fran to chastise them and say that they need to prioritize eating in their ladies' chambers and acting like proper attendants over saving time. But as she said that, a chill swept through the room. I can hear you, Nicola. Oh, shit. Cue a voice. Nicola and I almost jumped out of our skins. We turned around to find Fran carrying a box and wearing a cold smile, while Daniel stood nearby with a hand over his mouth as he fought back the urge to laugh. You got busted. Goodness, everything falls into disarray the moment I so much as look away, Fran said. Do take care, Lady Rosemine. A lady's slovenly behavior is soon reflected in those who serve her. He was insinuating that the current state of things was my fault, since my attendants were prioritizing work over their daily lives in the same way that I prioritized reading over mine. That was all news to me. Nicola opened the door for me, and I made my way to my room, feeling awkward all the while. As soon as I was inside, however, a lingering fragrance caught my nose. I instinctively stopped and looked around, but I couldn't see anything that would explain it, and soon enough this sweet scent faded away. Is something the matter, Lady Rosemine? No. It must have been my imagination, surely. I turned to the side, got Nicola and Monica to help me change, then gave permission for my attendants who had accompanied me outside to change into their priest clothes. Meanwhile, I drank the tea Nicola had poured for me and gazed around the room. Something felt strangely off. I couldn't say what exactly, but something was nagging at me. The sensation reminded me of a time in my Arano days when my mom had gone into my book storage room and taken the second volume from a completely unorganized pile. If she had tidied them all away, then I would have noticed in an instant, but such a minor change hadn't even caught my attention. I was stuck in an uncomfortable limbo, feeling like something was peculiar, but being unable to put my finger on it. What could it be? I continued to sip in my tea, unable to settle the discomfort swirling inside of me. Soon enough, Fran returned wearing his gray priest robe. He immediately called out to Nicola and said, "Did you enter my room while I was away?" Nicola received his question with a look of utter confusion. "No, you were away, and there was no reason for me to. Even if the reason had existed, I cannot enter a man's chambers. I would have asked Gil or Fritz to go in my stead." "I see. Understood." I noticed that Fran looked unsettled at that answer. I decided to talk to him, feeling that perhaps he shared my concerns. "Fran, is something wrong?" "I am sure I smelled a woman's perfume in my room. I too detected a faint sweetness upon entering. Something feels off, and it seems entirely possible that someone came here while I was absent. I shall consult the High Priest about the matter once my things have been put away and we have confirmed whether anything was stolen." "Understood." Fran went to fetch the key, Zahn left to report my suspicions to Ferdinand, and Daniel immediately sent an ordinance to summon the guard knights who had returned to the castle following our meal at the Italian restaurant. All at once, the High Bishop's chambers had gotten extremely busy. "You say that someone may have infiltrated your chambers?" Ferdinand asked me with a frown. "I performed a quick check, and it does not seem that anything is missing or misplaced, but something is wrong. I've had that feeling ever since we returned." Ferdinand paused for a moment in thought, during which the scholars and guard knights summoned by ordinance arrived. "Lady Rose," my Monica said in a quiet voice, having approached while I was explaining things to Ferdinand, "Wilma is requesting an urgent meeting." "Perhaps this is about the guard you found unsettling?" Ferdinand mused. "We will want to hear this. Let her in at once." I nodded, permitting Wilma's entry. Her eyes shot open the moment she stepped inside, and she froze at the sight of so many men. I had thought that she would be fine, but with how regularly she had been visiting the High Bishop's chambers lately, but her fear was presumably dependent on the number of men present and whether they were near her. "Over here, Wilma," I said, gesturing her over to a corner of primarily women. "It must be urgent for you to have come to me now, instead of waiting for your report later tonight." She knelt before my chair, white as a sheet, her eyes splitting between Ferdinand and me. "The grey priests who were guarding the gate this afternoon have all disappeared." The next set of guards had apparently arrived to relieve them of duty, only to find that there was nobody there. It was standard practice for them to be four guards at the back entrance to the lower city, and when carriages with business in the nobles' quarter passed through there, they would first have to state whom they had come to see and what business they had. Two of the guards would then go to open the gate, and one would go to the nobles' quarter to announce their arrival, and the last would remain at the gate with the guest. It was a rule for at least one guard to attend the gate at all times. This is the first time this has ever happened. Furthermore, according to the grey priests who came after lunch to take their place, the gate was not properly shut, Wilma continued. To be more precise, they had been shut differently than usual. In short, visitors with the carriage arrived while we were away, I asked. "It is secret at that," Ferdinand added. "Surely there is nothing secret about this," I said with an exasperated sigh. "They have taken 4 grey priests, then we would notice is inevitable." Ferdinand shook his head. "Before you became the orphanage director, the grey priests in the orphanage had no way of speaking with blue priests. In the past, removing these guards would not have been of any consequence whatsoever. The grey priests were formerly in a position where they couldn't speak until spoken to, no matter how many suspicions they had. Today's infiltrators were skilled enough to have noticed our absence and completed their task swiftly. They had employed trained methods and made it so that we couldn't tell what was taken, even when we knew that something was amiss. According to Ferdinand, back in the old days of the temple, such foul play wouldn't even have been discovered." "You said that you felt only slight discomfort," Ferdinand said. "If not for Wilma's report, it would have faded from your mind over the course of only a few days. Such minor concerns rarely stick without something to ground them." He was right. It was the kind of uncomfortable feeling that I would have readily dismissed as my imagination. Had I decided to sleep on it, I was sure it would have faded into obscurity come the very next morning. Ferdinand frowned so deeply that his eyebrows almost met above his nose. And once again he started tapping a finger against his temple. I expected our perpetrators had with them a noble with the power to make our Grey Priest disappear without a trace, relying on the established wisdom that nobody would even bat an eye. A chill ran down my spine as I recalled how Ferdinand had disposed of the evidence when dealing with Besenwant's attendants. Had the 4 guards met a similar fate? Were the culprits here right now? I wouldn't be able to control my anger. They must be connected to a blue priest within the temple, but not one who is aware that the person in charge of the orphanage reports to you daily, Ferdinand said. It would be wise to investigate which blue priests have received visitors and whether anyone has seen a carriage enter the premises. The culprit likely believes they have brought themselves time with their otherwise flawless subterfuge. I stood up and turned to Daniel and Angelica. I wasn't about to let our intruders get away. Daniel and Angelica, split up and inform the soldiers guarding the lower city gates. Tell them that I am searching for a criminal who infiltrated my chambers and that I wish to know what carriages have been seen today. In fact, have them bring me all records of carriages that have entered or exited the city. I expect that Commander Gunter of the Northern Gate will cooperate at once. This is a battle of time. You must hurry. Yes, my lady. Daniel and Angelica raced out of the room without even the slightest hesitation. I returned my attention to the still kneeling Wilma. I am incredibly grateful for your report, I said. Inform Guild that there has been an infiltrator. Have him contact the Merchants Guild as well as the Offmark, Gilberta, and Planting Companies. I wish for him to ask whether they had seen any carriages that nobles might be riding in. The Offmark Company in particular was of close proximity to the temple, so there was a chance that he might have seen something. Woman nodded at my orders and stood. Furthermore, ask everyone in the orphanage similar questions, I continued. Did they see any carriages enter while cleansing themselves or drawing water? Please go away! Did they see any Grey Priest going to the noble's quarter to inform anyone of a visitor? Was anything discussed that might shed some light on the situation? Our intention is to pinpoint when these events happened. Anything will help. Lady Rosamund, I will go to the orphanage as well, Feline announced, stepping forward with stationery clutched to her chest. Wilma will struggle to ask everyone on their own, and this kind of questioning is the duty of scholars. Her grass-green eyes were focused on the task at hand, but at the same time I could sense the worry deep within them. She presumably wanted to confirm that Conrad was safe and sound. Very well, Feline. Please check that Dirk and Conrad are not scared. As you wish. Feline didn't see herself as being entirely detached from the situation. There was a very real chance that the same thing could one day happen to Conrad. She gave a somewhat rigid smile, then left with Wilma. Roderick, uneasy to see her go, picked up his own stationery. Lady Rosamund, No, Roderick, you have not visited the orphanage before, so your presence there would only serve to frighten the priests. They are more used to seeing Feline. Leave this to her. The Grey Priest couldn't risk speaking out of turn in the presence of a noble who was overwhelmingly higher in status than they were. As a result, they tended to maintain complete silence unless they could determine with absolute certainty that the person before them would permit them to speak and actually listen to what they had to say. Roderick being there wouldn't help at all. Roderick mumbled, the blood draining from his face. Have I not already told you this? Hartmut said as he picked up his own stationery. The orphanage, the workshop, the lower city merchants. These are Lady Rosamund's arms and legs, and if you do not acquaint yourself with the temple in its entirety, then you will not be of any use to her. What do you intend to do? Hartmut grinned with confidence. I could similarly speak with these in the orphanage, as my relationship with those is already one of trust. But there is other work that only I can do. I must be present as the High Priest to summon and question Blue Priests. It was true that only the High Priest and the High Bishop could summon Blue Priests. Plus, Blue Priests always took a very long time to arrive and spoke very leisurely. Hartmut, whose aptitude for scholarly work was impressive even among the nobility, was the perfect man to deal with them. I'm counting on you, Hartmut, I said. I shan't let you down, Lord Ferdinand. I place Lady Rosamund in your care, as I still do not know how far her influence in the lower city reaches. Ferdinand grimaced. It feels as though the most troublesome duty has been forced upon me, but very well. You may use my chambers and attendants as you wish. I am honored. Let's go, Lothar. Hartmut gestured over to one of the attendants that Ferdinand had brought with him, and then swiftly exited the room. Fran, let's thoroughly investigate these chambers to see what has changed, I said. Our intruder had an objective that they were desperate to achieve, even at the cost of eliminating several Grey Priests. We have reason to believe that your room was infiltrated as well, correct? Was anything missing or moved about? I cannot imagine anything in my room that nobles would... Zam raised a hand, cutting Fran short. Perhaps they were after the box in which you stored your keys? That is just about the only valuable thing that you own as Lady Rosamund's head attendant. In other words, it seems reasonable to assume they were after an item that's locked away somewhere. We have checked once already, Lady Rosamund. We shall check the location where the keys are required once again, Monica announced, then shot from Fran a prompting look. He went to his room at once and returned a moment later with the storage box in question. I was more determined to find the culprit than any ever, and with that thought in mind, I stood up to once again check the bookshelves. Before I could actually get anywhere, however, Ferdinand told me to wait. Leave what can be seen to your attendants, he said. You should instead investigate that which cannot be seen. Like what? I asked, blinking. Ferdinand waved a hand. I meant to say that assuming our unwanted guest is a noble, they may have set up dangerous magic tools instead of stealing anything. Search for those. The idea of the perpetrator being a thief was so deeply rooted in my brain for some reason that I hadn't even considered that they might have come here to set up dangerous magic tools. A simple look around didn't seem to reveal any new or missing things. Ferdinand, how can I search for magic tools? Spread your mana through the room like a very, very thin web. You will be able to detect any foreign items such as magic tools filled within another's mana or anything with traces of mana on it. This process is similar to detecting other people's mana within ingredients. The example he had chosen was something we had covered quite recently, so I knew just what to do. There are some magic tools that activate immediately upon detecting enough mana, Ferdinand continued. You will want to spread your own mana imperceptibly thin. Try to imagine diluting it with water, for example. I am impressed you will know how to use mana in that way, Lord Ferdinand, Cornelius said, having been listening in awe alongside my other retainers. Normally, one would not have any need to carefully check for the magic tools of others. Ferdinand met his remark with cold eyes and said, there was a time where I needed to check for them quite regularly. It was immediately obvious who had put him in such an environment, so I couldn't help but sigh. Now then, if my retainers would all stand by the wall, I said, their mana would naturally be considered foreign as well, so it was best to have them all clumped in the corner and out of the way. Once that was done, I took a deep breath, then spread out my mana as thinly as possible. I tried to picture diluting it with water as instructed, then started my search with the floor. I could feel mana that wasn't my own from my retainers by the wall, and also from Eckert and Justice who were standing behind Ferdinand. Even with my mana spread so thin, I could detect resistance from them. Strangely enough, I felt almost no resistance from Ferdinand, who was sitting right in front of me. Maybe I was simply used to his mana thanks to the hair stick he had just given me, and all the other magic tools on my body? Nothing on the floor reacted to my thin web of mana, so I slowly began working my way upward. Eventually, I started to feel resistance that wasn't coming from Ferdinand or my retainers. I stared at the source and slowly approached it. Lady Rosemine, Fran asked. I was staring at his storage box. The resistance was coming from somewhere among the many keys inside. There was something else as well, though. I gazed up at the shrine and tightly pursed my lips. Ferdinand, I found something. Tell me where, Ferdinand said, taking out and putting on a mana-blocking leather glove as he approached. The Bible and its key are not mine. It was hard to tell what exactly had changed. The items looked identical to how I remembered them, but they were registered with somebody else's mana. Both the Bible sitting normally on the shelf and the key lying so casually among the others resisted my mana. The Bible and the key, Ferdinand repeated. Why in the world would they take those? I do not know their objective, but I certainly know mine. Whoever's behind this is going to pay. Yeah, don't mess with her books. In any case, a book of mine is missing. It is only natural that I would search for it. Farewell. I started toward the door, but Ferdinand raised a hand. And where exactly do you think you're going? Do you have any idea of where it might be? No, but I'm going to use the technique you just taught me to spread my mana across the entire city, I replied, meaning both the lower city and the nobles' quarter. You are crazy! You can find other people's mana with this method, but not your own. It will prove useless in the nobles' quarter. Do not waste your mana, fool. Instead, consider the culprit's objective. If you can narrow down their goals, we might find ourselves on their trail. What are you talking about, I asked, blinking at Ferdinand in surprise. Our goal is obvious. You don't even need to think about it. He furrowed his brow and said, Oh? It seemed that he didn't quite follow. There's only one reason why someone would take that Bible. They want to read the only premier edition in all of Ehrenfest. Had they asked me, I might have given them permission, but now they had disappeared. Those grey priests invaded the temple and tried to dupe me with this fake version. I would never let them touch it again. My logic was perfectly sound. No, it's not. Yet Ferdinand disregarded it with a sigh. If their goal was simply to read the Bible, they would not have had to have any need to infiltrate your room and replace yours. They could have read one of the transcriptions found in the temple bookroom or even had a blue priest transcribe it directly. What if they wanted to read the Darkness Prayer not found in the bookroom's copies? Or maybe they wanted to know something about the Haldensdale miracle? There are so many possibilities. Without wanting to admit defeat, I racked my brain for reasons why my Bible was superior to the other copies. You could read far more of it than Bibles from other duchies where the High Bishop was selected from the Blue Priest. Surely many would want it. My Bible is really special, Buster. I accept that those are both potential motives. The Sovereign Temple wanted to see the Darkness Prayer, and many nobles wished to know more about the occurrence in Haldensdale, but neither explains why they would replace it. They would not even be able to read it without your permission, considering that it has been registered with your mana. Could they not just register it with someone else, I asked, recalling that I had re-register the bot key after becoming the High Bishop. It didn't seem like a very difficult process. That would impact which sections can be read, no? Is that why they replace it then? Because they want to read the parts that own mana wouldn't show? I already knew from my own comparison with the Sovereign Temple's version of the Bible that the amount one could read was largely dependent on one's mana, as well as the mana of the High Bishop. I couldn't imagine this was something many people knew about, however. In what way does not having the Bible cause problems? I would carry it with me to the chapel for ceremonies, but that was just for show in my case, since I had committed all the prayers I needed to memorize. I never used it for anything else, so it usually functioned as little more than decoration for the High Bishop's chambers. I couldn't think of a single way in which I would suffer without it. Having hit the proverbial wall, I decided to approach the situation from another angle. What things couldn't I do without the Bible? It was only then I started to realize just how much my version had changed over time. Could it be that whoever stole my Bible is after the hidden message and magic circle inside? They don't even know it exists. The Bible was more or less an instruction manual for becoming king. I was sure that Ferdinand and I were the only ones who had seen that otherwise hidden content, though. Not even Hildebrand, a prince, had reacted, so I doubted that anyone else had noticed anything. Perhaps their objective was Ehrenfest's Bible itself, I said, trying to indirectly reference the magic circle. As I gazed up at Ferdinand, he had already been resting a contemplative hand on his chin, but upon hearing my remark, he discreetly extended a finger and pressed it against his lips, a clear indicator for me to shut up. It seemed that he understood my message loud and clear, but instead of verbally acknowledging it, he began to state his own theory. It is possible that one of their objectives is to put a black mark on your record. Each duchy has only one Bible, not including the transcriptions, and they can use this incident to call your organizational skills into question. They could even criticize me as your guardian and the high priest. But there's a replacement right there, I said, pointing at the Bible on the shrine. Ferdinand glared at it intently, then shook his head. There's no guaranteeing that's a true Bible. It could easily be a decoy magic tool that looks similar but is empty on the inside. However, let us assume that for a moment that it is indeed a true Bible. If we could prove this, then we could subsequently be accused of stealing it from another duchy. Not only will we have lost our own Bible, but we also have been falsely accused of stealing one ourselves. Perhaps that too is one of their objectives. The blood drained from my face. It was possible that we had already been set up as thieves without even realizing it. In that case, we need to find out whether it's real or once I explained reaching toward the shrine. I wouldn't touch that. Do not touch it. Ferdinand said as he smacked my hand away. A jolt of pain shot through my fingers, and as I gazed down, I realized that he hadn't held back in the slightest. Ow! Dude, you hit her full blast. That had to have hurt. There are 3 potential motives that I can deduce, Ferdinand said, giving the Bible on the shrine a hard stare. 2 are to stain your reputation, and the 3rd is assassination. An assassination, I repeated wide-eyed. The word alone was almost too much for me to say. They would much rather kidnap and imprison you such that they can use your mana as they like, I presume, but that is much harder to accomplish than an assassination. Killing someone is easier. They were capable of producing such a clever fake and planting it here almost without detection. I would consider assassination without a second thought. Ferdinand turned to Eckert, who whipped out his staff and chanted Messer to create a knife. He then reached for one of the pouches on his hip, took out a white fruit, and cut into its flesh. An instant later, he swung the fruit through the air, flinging a spatter of juice toward the Bible. Ah! I shrieked. Eckert, what are you doing? You're going to stain it! The moment the juice splashed onto the Bible, it turned red as if soaked with blood. Eckert gave the book a hateful glare before handing the remains of the white fruit to Justice. As expected, Ferdinand muttered, this red filth is a rare poison often gathered at the border between Ehrenfest and Ahrensbach. It seeps through the skin when touched, and if smeared upon something that is often touched without a second thought, then one might not even notice the poison until their fate is already sealed. Had we not noticed that our Bible was switched, then come the autumn coming-of-age ceremony, the poison would have claimed 3 victims. You, as you took the Bible to the chapel, Fran, as he helped prepare it, and Hartmut, as he assisted you. Ferdinand waved a hand, at which point Justice took one of the potions hanging from his belt. I didn't think I would have to use this ever again, he said with a sigh, then began pouring the potion onto a cloth. Eckert put on a leather glove without hesitation, not even needing to be instructed, then took the cloth from Justice and started wiping down the Bible. I could clearly see that the potion was cleaning away the red smears of poison. It is a retainer's job to become familiar with poison such that they can protect their lord or lady from harm, Eckert said, addressing my retainers. Have you all studied to that end and trained your senses accordingly? Do you have any of the antidotes required to remove the poison intended for Lady Rosemine? Cornelius and my other retainers could only respond with a sharp inhale. Rosemine is the mana-rich saint of Ehrenfest, slated to become the next Archduke's first wife. As she would become the target of those who wish to weaken our duchy is only obvious, Eckert concluded, with still wiping down the Bible. Some the guard knights you are. I saw Cornelius clench his fist. It was being thrust in our face just how accustomed Ferdinand was to being in life-threatening danger, as well as how cautious and well-prepared his retainers needed to be as a result. Cornelius, you lack Angelica's reaction speed and readiness to act, so you need to make up for that with sharp eyes and a mastery of the tools necessary to eliminate danger ahead of time. Eckert continued, Lord Ferdinand was and continues to be the one keeping Lady Rosamund safe right now, but he's leaving. Do you really still not understand what that means? Angelica never hesitated in my service, since she rarely devoted such thoughts to anything she did. She would point her weapon at anyone to protect her lady. I needed my other guard knights to fill their own roles, but Eckert maintained that they weren't doing this properly. I'm not saying that you each need to cover as many bases as Lord Ferdinand does now. That much is impossible for any one of you to do alone. But you have power in numbers. You will need to work together to at least try to fill the hole he's leaving. Eckert carried out various final checks on the Bible, including setting a face stone on it and spraying it with another potion. He then held it up to Ferdinand, who layered magic circles atop it before shaking his head. This is a Bible in appearance alone, he said. Had you brought it to a ceremony, Rosamund, then you would not have been able to open it. You would have embarrassed yourself in front of all those watching. So, in other words, that's not a book. It's a magic tool that mimics appearances. There's nothing on the inside. My Bible. Not only had they stolen my Bible, but they hadn't even replaced it with the proper book. My anger boiled over and the lid that was keeping my mana in check burst open. My body was radiating heat like a furnace as mana surged through me, but my head felt strangely cool. Lady Rosamund, your eyes, Judith explained, her tone betraying her shock and fear. All of a sudden, a large hand covered my eyes, blocking my vision. Do not get emotional, else disaster will strike, Ferdinand said. The string of maliciously layered tricks brings the Ivory Tower incident to mind. You are currently in the same position that Wilfrid was in back then. One careless move, and you will involve everyone. Do you really want to bring about an execution? He was right. Anything I did in this state would only hurt me, not my enemies, and shame those on my side. I took a deep breath, desperately trying to control my raging mana. We certainly do need to retrieve our Bible, Ferdinand continued. You are right about that. We simply need to pick the method that would cause the least collateral damage should we fail. Now, have you calmed down somewhat? Yes. Ferdinand took his hand away from my eyes, revealing the surprised faces of my retainers. He examined them for a moment, sighed, and then said, Now is not the time to be in a daze. It's rare for Rosamund to become this emotional, but she immediately loses control when her books or family are in danger. Learning to deal with this is another of your job as her retainers. I now understand the seriousness of your leaving, Cornelius muttered, evoking nods of agreement from Judith and Lenore. Ferdinand was thinking of strategies to recover our missing Bible when Feline burst into the room, having returned from questioning those in this orphanage. Lady Rosamund, something's wrong with Conrad, she cried. He's hiding in his bed and just keeps calling for your help. He likely knows something. Let us go to him at once, Ferdinand said, looking over his own retainers, Justice and Eckert merely nodding in response. Monica opened the door for us once we reached the orphanage, and we walked through into the dining hall. Delia and Dirk both looked relieved when they saw me, and they knelt down at once. Delia, how is Conrad doing? He was feeling unwell, so I sent him to take a nap. Something must have happened in that time, because when Lady Feline went to speak with him, he was trembling and refused to leave his bed. I made my way to the stairs at the back of the dining hall while Delia ran me through the day's events. Then I turned to my retainers. The girls' building is beyond this point. As men cannot go any further, I shall continue with Feline and Monica, with Judith and Lenore as guards. I started descending the stairs, leaving Ferdinand and the others behind, then entered the pre-baptism children's rooms on the first floor. Wilma and a number of small kids were anxiously calling out to Conrad. My apologies, but can I ask you all to leave? I wish for only Feline and my guard knights to be present, I said, noting that the room wasn't particularly large. Once everyone else was gone, I tenderly spoke to Conrad, who was still cowering under his covers. Conrad, it's me. Can you tell me what happened and who needs help? He poked his head out, his face ghastly white and rigid with fear. Please help the Grey Priest, he said. Are they still alive? Conrad frantically nodded, unable to keep his teeth from chattering. I had somewhat given up on the Grey Priest when Ferdinand said they had disappeared, but it seemed that there was still a chance to save them. Hope surged within my heart once more. I can save them, I said. Can you tell me all that you know? A scary woman spun her staff and wrapped up all the Grey Priest, Conrad said, stumbling over his words. His eyes darted all around the room, brimming with tears. She was scary, like Lady Junsara. She hurt them. Oh, Conrad. Feline ran over and pulled her brother into an embrace. He clung to her, relieved, and continued to describe what he had seen, sobbing all the while. Conrad explained that he had come to this room after lunch, having been told to rest by Wilma and Delia. Once one of the windows offered a full view of the entrance for carriages, and as such arrivals were a rare occurrence, he had watched from the moment the gate first opened. The gate opened and a carriage came in, he said, having regained some composure, but then it suddenly stopped. The unusual turn of events had only made Conrad more curious, and a moment later, a woman had stepped out of the carriage, whipped out her staff, and restrained the Grey Priest. 3 men had then carried the priest into the carriage before shutting the gate, getting back into the carriage themselves, and departing. The noblewoman alone had stayed behind, bringing out her high beast and flying to the front entrance. They might be okay still. Please save them like you saved me from Lady Jonsara, Conrad said. It seemed that the sight of the Grey Priest being bound and kidnapped had brought back some very traumatic memories for him, since he was used to being abused with a staff himself. I reached out and stroked his head, paying no mind to the sheer sheen of cold sweat across his brow. I will save them, I said. I have already instructed that information on the carriage be gathered by the soldiers at the city gate, and we will soon know which direction the intruders came from. You may rest easy. I tried to calm Conrad with the kindest smile I could muster, but I was struggling to keep my outrage from showing on my face. Those thieves had stolen my Bible, replaced it with a poison fake, kidnapped Grey Priest, and now put Conrad in such a vulnerable state. At the very least, the fact that the Grey Priest had not actually been disappeared was very valuable intelligence. Feline, will you remain here? I asked, prompting her to look between me and her little brother, who was still clinging to her. Conrad gave Feline a tight squeeze, then gently pushed her away. Sister, please go with Lady Rosemine. Save everyone. I'll wait with Dirk for you to get back. As you wish, she replied, and so we returned to the dining hall, leaving Conrad with Dirk and Feline. Or Dirk and Delia. Feline gave a small smile and said, I'm glad to see that Conrad is becoming more mature, but as his big sister, it makes me feel a bit lonely too. I made my way over to Justice, who was in conversation with Fritz. Apologies for the wait, I said. Ferdinand, the Grey Priest are still alive. Come again? Conrad saw them being bound with light from a staff and put into a carriage. As soon as we have the intelligence we need, we shall rescue them. I'm surprised they would kidnap them, Ferdinand replied, stroking his chin. Making them disappear without a trace is much easier. Justice shrugged. The former Veronica faction has been ostracized from the printing and papermaking industry, so perhaps they hope to learn something from the Grey Priests? And if said Grey Priests do in fact have information to give, they are very much likely alive. I see, Ferdinand said. That may be so, but they could also end up like the devouring soldiers. Our rescue plan must be swift and clandestine. Let us return to the High Bishop's chambers. We left the orphanage behind us while Justice and Feline told us everything they had discovered. As it turned out, there were several other important testimonies for us to consider. Feline spoke first, occasionally looking down at her notes. A great shrine maiden who was cleaning the temple mentioned that she had spoken with one of the guards sent to the noble's quarter. He had said that she needed to hurry and finish since a blue priest had a noble visitor. The guard had apparently said that the noble was especially harsh on Grey Shrine maidens and priests, which made it sound entirely like he knew them. According to Fritz, that gate guard was once Shikiko's attendant, Justice continued. The fact that he seemed so familiar with the noble suggested they most likely someone from Shikiko's family, and given that Conrad witnessed a scary noblewoman, it may be safe to assume it was Viscountess Daldov who loathes Lady Rosemine as the reason for her son's execution. Viscountess Daldov? She was the mother of Shikikoza, the knight who had gotten executed for his actions during a Trombe hunt back when I was a Blue Shrine Maiden. The head of the Daldovs had sworn not to get involved with me to avoid his entire house being executed as well, but I assume that they had since changed their mind, or maybe they had some way to escape being punished for this? As I pondered the matter, Damiel and Angelica came running back. Lady Rosemine, we spoke to the gate commanders, Damiel said. We have asked them to keep a close eye out for any carriages leaving in the near future. Information from the gates, which managed the coming and goings of carriages, was the utmost importance. All eyes fell on the 2 knights. I asked for your report, I said. Yes, my lady. This time of year is when nobles from the north start arriving for winter socializing. Today alone, 10 carriages have entered Ehrenfest. None have left. To my knowledge, snow had already begun falling in the north. It wasn't until sometime later that the weather reached the south, as nobles of some provinces inevitably arrived at the nobles' quarter sooner than those of others. 4 carriages used the north gate, complaining about not being able to use the nobles' gate as they normally would due to the absence of any guards there, Damiel said. Gunter said that this began occurring around noon. Dad clearly hadn't hesitated to start gathering intelligence. Given that no carriages have exited the city, were the Grey Priests perhaps taken to the nobles' quarter, I asked? If so, they would have registered their mana to open the nobles' gate, Ferdinand replied. We can learn who used it by consulting the castle. It was a reasonable idea, but such work was being done by nobles, so we would need to wait several days for a response. We simply couldn't spare that much time. Lady Rosemine, Stenlook has a report for you too, Angelica said, stroking her mana blade. The west gate had news of a suspicious carriage entering the city, Stenlook began, speaking in Ferdinand's voice. The carriage was the kind that a commoner with a bit of money could use, but the driver had the speech and mannerisms of someone who served the nobility. It entered before a third bell, then left through the south gate. The south gate, I repeated. A soldier said that he tried to check inside the carriage after hearing a strange bumping noise, but he was silenced and forced to look away after being shown a ring with the noble's crest. Not much time has passed since then, Stenlook concluded. It was just too suspicious. I gazed up at Ferdinand and said, they couldn't have gotten far. We should at least go check it out. I shall accompany you. I cannot risk you going alone, he replied, then looked around the room. I must admit, it surprises me to see how much valuable information can be acquired from the lower city. But the testimony of commoners holds little weight against the nobility. We must acquire either the ring or the stolen Grey Priest without fail. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Rescue! Feline, Roderick, stay here in the High Bishop's chambers and transcribe. I said, Gil is due to return soon, and the new information he will surely bring must be organized into a single document. Fran will wait with you, but Fran, Zom, Monica, and I need you to gather intelligence for the attendants of the Blue Priests. You may be able to learn something they refuse to tell Hartmut. I decided against bringing Feline and Roderick, who wouldn't be of much use in a fight, and instead instructed them to gather information with my temple attendants. They nodded and left with Zom and Monica to do just that. After seeing them off, I returned to my guard knights, who were standing in a row before me. I wanted to leave one of them here. Angelica was our raid leader. Daniel could sense the mana of devouring soldiers, and Cornelius had the most mana out of my guard knights, so the three of them were coming with us, without doubt. I just needed to choose between Judith and Lenore. Judith, I want you to ride with me and my high beast, prepared to both guard me and shoot down any targets, I said. Lenore, stay here and receive all the reports in the lower city and temple in my place. On top of guarding these chambers, the moment the situation changes, send an ordinance with the new intelligence. Understood. Daniel, Angelica, Cornelius, carry out any orders you may receive from Ferdinand. Yes, my lady. As I finished instructing my guard knights, Ferdinand, Eckert, and Justice returned, having finished their preparations. Lenore's expression clouded upon seeing us all together. Do you not have too few knights, she asked. Perhaps we should contact Op Ehrenfest and ask him to mobilize the Knights Order. And what justification can we give for that? Ferdinand asked in turn. To take back Ehrenfest by... Ferdinand shook his head, causing Lenore to fall silent. We are going only to rescue the Grey Priests, having by chance heard from the lower city that they had been taken away. Furthermore, while we have reason to believe that a suspicious carriage carrying the Grey Priests exited through the south gate, we cannot confirm this until we go there ourselves. Our focus today is to save Grey Priests, which is not a valid reason to summon the Knights Order. Lenore's indigo eyes were downcast, but then she suddenly looked up at Ferdinand. Could we not request that they protect you and Lady Rosamine? The Knights Order exists to serve the Archducal family. We could ask for additional guards from the Knights Order, that much is true, but if we inform the Obvia Ordinance that there is an emergency, our knowing may be leaked to the former Veronica faction, retainers still serving him. Sending a message is a safer choice. But we simply do not have the time. The matter requires no further consideration, however, as I do not intend to publicize the Bible's disappearance either way. Doing so would only serve to tarnish our reputations. If we wanted to avoid the world finding out about our Bible's disappearance, then we needed to resolve the matter using only the people here with us. Ferdinand continued, the Bible will ideally be with the Grey Priests in the carriage, but I expect that things will not be so convenient. We are dealing with someone who is attacking us from various angles to secure as much benefit for themselves as possible. They will doubtless have arranged for the Bible to be transported through other means. Furthermore, I would not expect a noblewoman who looks down on Grey Priests to ride in the same carriage as them. She is presumably traveling by high beast. We must also keep that in mind at this moment in time. Our assumption that Viscountess Dolph may be involved is mere speculation. We have no proof to substantiate our claims. Everyone nodded. Our first objective was to find and rescue the Grey Priests. If possible, we would also wanted to secure evidence leading us to the nobles involved. Cornelius suddenly shot his head up in an apparent realization. Lord Ferdinand, do you have a plan to prevent devouring soldiers from exploding? He asked. During both the spring prayer attack and the attempt to kidnap Charlotte, the attackers and their rings had exploded, leaving absolutely no evidence. If we allowed the same thing to happen, then not only will we lose any potential clues, there was also a risk of the Grey Priest getting caught in the blast. We certainly do need a plan to stop the exploding. All eyes gathered on Ferdinand as we awaited an answer. He glanced at me, then my lined up guard knights, then let out a slow sigh. The most reliable method would be to kill them ourselves. They cannot explode without mana in their rings, he said dryly. This will allow us to obtain their rings, but it will also make it harder for us to search their memories. If we wish for both, then we will need to sever their arms, heal them, then tie them up or toss them into a time-stopping magic tool so that they do not die. I gasped despite myself. The very idea was horrific, and the thought that it might happen before my very eyes made me sick to my stomach. Ferdinand must have noticed this, as his brow furrowed at once. You may stay behind, Rosamine, he said. Screaming in fright or otherwise panicking will only distract your guard knights, and that is beyond unacceptable. I understood that he was trying to spare me from what was bound to be a bloody battle, but I had promised Conrad that I would personally save the day. Not to mention, as the orphanage director and the High Bishop, I couldn't just run away when Grey Priests were in danger. No, I replied, I will go. We flew south by Kaibeast. Carriages were drastically slower by comparison, so we were bound to catch up before long if they had left a bell or less to go. We passed over the outer walls, crossed the freshly harvested fields, and traced along the road, visible through the leafless branches of autumnal leaves. If only we at least knew where they were going, Judith said from the back seat of my panda bus. I considered the situation for a moment. They said that the carriage left some time after Fourth Bell, correct? In that case, they won't have enough time to make it outside the central district by nightfall. They will need lodgings without fail. Lodgings were seldom necessary for me, since I could transport all the Grey Priests to our destination in my panda bus. But most people didn't have survivable high beasts, and a normal noble wouldn't allow Grey Priests to ride with them in the first place. It was only natural that they would need somewhere to stay. Lady Rosemine, do you have any idea where they might be heading? Given that they are carrying bound Grey Priests, they most likely won't approach cities with winter mansions. The farmers here all moved there now that the Harvest Festival is over. This also means that the farming towns are largely empty. I would expect them to use the houses there. Winter being so close meant brutally cold nights. Our targets couldn't risk traveling slowly as one would during the summer. They would no doubt travel as far as possible, then stay in a vacant house without permission. A carriage would surely stick out in an empty farming town. I can't imagine they would turn in just yet, so if the people we're looking for haven't changed directions or boarded a boat, we should see them soon, I said. There's a crossroads up ahead, however. Both paths lead south, but I would rather we catch up before... A carriage! Judith had interrupted me with a loud shriek. I enhanced my eyes and squinted, and indeed there was a carriage below us. It was approaching the crossroads we had just been talking about, but it appeared to be stuck behind a luggage cart traveling in the same direction. The farmer pulling the cart glanced over his shoulder, then took the left road. The carriage took the right and accelerated at once, pleased that its path was clear, while the cart slowed down, relieved that the carriage was gone. Something about that felt strange to me. I cocked my head and gazed down at the cart, in particular at the wide cloth covering its luggage, when Ferdinand suddenly let out a sharp cough. Daniel! Daniel focused on the cart and carriage intently. He was the very best when it came to detecting trace amounts of mana, even now that he had more mana than before. He had purposely honed his ability so that he could detect others, according to Bonifacius. I feel very weak sources of mana in the carriage, Daniel said. They are most likely the devouring soldiers. From the cart, I feel only the faintest trace of mana, not even enough for a single devouring soldier. It must be carrying commoners. Understood. Everyone, move as we planned. Yes, sir. We're in a battle to save them now. I need to focus. I pricked up my ears, listening as everyone went over the plan, then looked across all the knights. Prioritize saving the Grey Priest above all else, I said. We can obtain evidence later, but we cannot restore lives. Everyone nodded in response. My main job was to offer a prayer, so I produced my staff and said, O God of War Ongriff, of the God of Fire-laden Shafts exalted 12, I pray that you grant these gathered your divine protection. Blue light shot from my staff. I confirmed that everyone had received the blessing, then moved away from them in Leslie. I needed to get into a position that Judith could effectively attack from. Will this do, Judith? Could you take this a bit lower? There, please step here. I stopped as advised and looked at the back seat of my panda bus. Judith had already taken aim at the carriage driver. We would need to start by separating him and the horse from the carriage, thereby bringing it to a stop. Judith's face was stiff, save for her trembling lips. She was being entrusted with making the first move, so it was only natural that she was nervous. Even if you miss, we have backup plans, I tried to reassure. Focus on the task at hand and try not to worry. You have allies you can count on. Lady Rosemine, if I miss this shot, my life will lose all meaning, and Hartmut will scold me for wasting magic tools he gave me, Judith replied. Although she sounded more serious than ever, she also seemed to have relaxed a bit. She refocused on her weapon, and her violet eyes gleamed with confidence. I actually get to do something this time. Don't worry, I won't miss. I took out my staff, feeling tense. After she attacked, I would shoot a rot into the air to signal to the others that the battle had commenced. Yeah! Judith cried out as she launched a phase stone toward the carriage below. Hartmut had made a magic tool for her so that she could attack at long range. I didn't actually see the phase stone strike its target, but I did see the driver sway. Rot. I fired into the sky without a moment's hesitation. An instant later, a massive ball of mana flew past Leslie and trailed through the air, racing downward. It was Cornelius's attack meant to stop the carriage. The great light collided with the ground and then exploded, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The horses reared in panic while the driver fell from his perch. Judith's aim had evidently been true. All at once, everyone raced toward the ground on their high beasts. Then one disappeared from sight. Angelica, buff with full-body magic enhancements, had dispelled her rise so she could fall even faster. Yeah! Angelica launched an attack while in free fall, tracing a blue arc through the sky with her brightly glowing mana blade. Her cape was fluttering madly behind her, and she was falling so fast that my mouth went dry with worry. Then all of a sudden, the carriage lurched and stopped. She had cut through its reins and shafts in the blink of an eye, and the now freed horses wasted no time in fleeing. I don't blame them. Get the freak out of there, quick! Angelica had made the slice seem trivial, but it was anything but. It was beyond me at the very least to cut through the shafts in such a deceptively easy motion. One needed to build up so much mana that it was possible to blast even the horses into nothingness. That's our Angelica, Judith said, her voice bright now that she carried out her role. That carriage won't be going anywhere, even with the horses rampaging around. I started descending toward the immobile carriage, and my panda must be the attack was far from over. Eckert and Cornelius sliced open the side of the vehicle and went to pull out the devouring soldiers, but their hands still when they saw what was inside. If you come any closer, they die, came a voice. There was but a single devouring soldier in the carriage, and with him were 2 grey priests bound with rope. One was groaning in pain, a sword protruding from his side, while the other was being held in place by the soldier, with a blade pressed against his neck. "Hi, Bishop, help!" The grey priest taken hostage cried, inhaling sharply as he turned to look down at the sword threatening his life. The soldier would cut his throat much faster than we could approach. Eckert and Cornelius exchanged glances, distracting the devouring soldier, while Ferdinand went around to the other side of the carriage. "Wait a second." I was continuing toward the ground suspicious when Daniel pushed through Eckert and Cornelius with a simple "excuse me." He then started to approach the carriage. "Don't come any closer," the devouring soldier yelled. "Do you not care about this man's life? Would you so callously sentence him to death in the presence of the merciful Saint of Ehrenfest?" The soldier was clearly panicked, and the grey priest yelped as the blade started digging into his neck, but Daniel ignored them both. He raised his blade in complete silence, then mercilessly ran the grey priest through himself. What the fuck? His free hand reached at once for the devouring soldier's throat, and a beat later, the man was flung backward out of the carriage. "What the fuck are you doing, dude?" "What? Daniel!" Seemingly deaf to the cries of all those watching him, Daniel yanked the blade from the second grey priest's side and then thrust it through his throat to finish him off. "I have been guarding Lady Rosamund ever since she was a blue shrine maiden, so I know the faces of every single grey priest in the orphanage," he said, then turned to the devouring soldier. "Neither of them's men were ours. Where are the grey priests?" "Knew it. I thought I didn't recognize them." The 2 dead grey priests were actually devouring soldiers who had disguised themselves with the actual grey priest's robes. It must have never even crossed their minds that we knew everyone from the orphanage. The surviving devouring soldier paled, now being held down by Eckert. "If you kill me, you'll never know where your grey priests are," he cried, trying to negotiate for his life. I sighed, watching him from inside Leslie. "We already know where they are. That cart we saw earlier was rather unusual. Farmers start moving to winter mansions after the harvest festival, as they need to prepare their harvested crops, make candles, and get ready for the long winter. That left road leads to an empty farming town, and no sane farmer would drive away from the nearest winter mansion during this important period unless something quite significant was happening." The driver was presumably a devouring soldier contractually obligated to obey the nobles keeping him alive, and one who knew nothing about how farmers lived at that. By avoiding cities with winter mansions to stay out of sight, he had made himself stand out and much more. "Let's go rescue the grey priest," I said, taking to the skies again. "Wait, Lady Rosamund," Cornelius shouted as my guard knights raced after me. "Eckert and I will interrogate this man and clean up this mess. Just to stay with Rosamund. Keep her on a tight leash," Ferdinand ordered. He was referring to me like some kind of wild animal, which was quite rude if you asked me, but Justice obeyed all the same. "Yes, my lord." We returned to the crossroads and found the cart in no time. It was clattering along the road at a casual pace, much like before. Had it not been summertime, I wouldn't have even batted an eye. The sight was easy to interpret as a farmer making their way back home. The driver even had the appearance of a simple farmer. "Lady Rosamund, should we attack the cart like we did the carriage?" Cornelius asked. I nodded slowly. "Those other devouring soldiers didn't have rings, did they?" "Perhaps this person does. They used one to pass through the gate, so someone must have it. Let us get our proof." Eckert had immediately moved to sever the devouring soldier's hand after he was thrown out of the carriage, only to pause for a moment in confusion. That man hadn't been wearing the ring, but it was bound to be somewhere. I waved a hand, signaling for the ambush to begin, and Cornelius launched a man attack without the slightest hesitation. Just like before, it caused an explosion that kicked up a huge cloud of dust, and just like before, Angelica leaped down to slice the reins and shaft. "What the—" A driver yelped, sounding nothing like a trained soldier. He stared up at Angelica, who had landed on top of the cart and was now pointing Stenlock at him, then started crawling backwards, sputtering all the while. I didn't hear nothing about this. All they told me was to carry these guys out. Didn't think for a moment he was mixed up with anything dangerous." I couldn't tell whether this man was an actual farmer or just a devouring soldier putting on an act. "Who were you working for?" Angelica asked, thrusting her mana blade closer to the man's throat, refusing to let down her guard. The man trembled as the tip of the sword came within about a hair's breadth of his chin. "Help me," he roared. "Answer my question." I'm working for... Before he could get the words out, thorns of what seemed to be pure light spread all around his body. "Oh, he's a devouring soldier." I sank into his flesh, then slowly turned into golden flames. A ring hanging from his neck began shining at the same time. "Angelica," I cried, sensing that an explosion was imminent. She flung her cape around herself, since it was embroidered with countless protective magic circles, and immediately leaped back. The man started to scream, but the explosion at his chest and the roar of the golden flames drowned out his voice. By the time the fire had subsided, he was nowhere to be seen. What was that? I asked. He must have been bound by especially powerful contract magic, Damien replied as he started toward the cart. He was presumably obligated not to speak of those who hired him or where he was going. Everyone nodded in response, not seeming all that surprised or disturbed, but my eyes were wide with shock. That's what happens when you violate a magic contract, I asked? Oh god, that's terrifying. This is my first time seeing it too, but there's no point in worrying about those who brought death upon themselves. And all that matters right now is whether the Grey Priests are here, Daniel said. He gripped his weapon, then cautiously tore away the sheet covering the back of the cart. Ah. Daniel winced and immediately replaced the sheet. It was a strange enough response that everyone tensed up and reined themselves for combat, but upon seeing this, Daniel merely unmorphed his weapon, and with a half smile, gestured for them to relax. It's fine. The 4 Grey Priests are here, and nothing else. It's just... the women might not want to get any closer. The priests had their clothes taken, so they're naked. Apparently they were all stark naked, save for a single piece of cloth each. That wasn't good at all. They would surely catch cold in this weather. Ferdinand, we rescued the Grey Priests, but they are without clothes. Please recover the robes the devouring soldiers were wearing. I will use washing to remove the blood from them, I said, in an ordinance before sending it away. Even some torn robes were better than nothing. Justice returned to the carriage to fetch the clothes, while Daniel and Cornelius freed the Grey Priests from their bindings and started asking them questions. After very sensibly covering them with the cart sheet, of course. Angelica continued to watch our surroundings, while Judith and I waited inside Leslie. Now that things had calmed down, a look of realization dawned on Judith's face. Lady Rosamund, am I going to be punished, she asked. I'm outside the noble's quarter, even though I'm still underage. Whatever do you mean, I replied. You never left the noble's quarter. Ferdinand already explained it, didn't he? We won't be making this incident public under any circumstances. The Grey Priests were never kidnapped, and we never left the temple. This, as well as the fact that our Bible had been stolen, would never see the light of day. And there was no way she would be punished when she hadn't done anything wrong. More importantly, please send an ordinance to the temple. We must inform them that the Grey Priests are safe. Right, she prepared an ordinance at once. This is Judith, Lenore. We have safely rescued the Grey Priests. Received its message. The ivory bird flew off. Fran would no doubt go inform those in the carriage that the Grey Priests were safe. The clothes are a mess, but I'm glad everyone's okay. Justice had struggled to remove the ropes from the devouring soldiers, so 2 had great slices across the front. He had found the other 2 robes rolled up inside the carriage, perhaps for later use, to prevent the other 2 Grey Priests from running away. The 2 priests stuck wearing tattered robes had to hold the fabric in place, but it was better than nothing. They could always get new robes from Wilma once they were back at the temple. I never thought you would come with knights, Lady Rosamund, one of the Grey Priests said. We are truly eternally grateful. It is only because Conrad witnessed your kidnapping through the orphanage window that I was able to arrive so swiftly. Please show him that you are safe when you return. Yes, my lady. The incident with the magic contract violator had given me quite the scare, but the rescue had ended safely nonetheless. We were preparing to make our way back to the temple with Judith in the passenger seat of my panda bus and the Grey Priest in the back when an ordinance came flying in. This is Lenore. My sincerest apologies, but if you have finished rescuing the Grey Priest, I must ask that you hurry back to the temple as soon as possible. I cannot start Hartmut alone. Oh, what? Hartmut? Sounds like Hartmut's a little busy. What are they going to find? Evidence. We reunited with Ferdinand and the others and hurried to the temple. Wilma, Fran, and Lenore welcomed us at the gate. Wilma, the Grey Priests are all safe, but their clothes are in tatters, I said. Please sort out some new robes for them and allow them to spend the rest of the day recuperating. Understood, Lady Rosamund. Everyone. I thank you ever so much for saving them, Wilma replied, giving everyone a smile so joyous that you would think she was the one we had saved. We had all expected to be abandoned if something happened to us, so your actions today mean more than we could put into words. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. My retainers met this remark with conflicted smiles, and after Wilma returned to the orphanage with the Grey Priest, Daniel cheerlessly shook his head. We were only obeying Lady Rosamund's orders. If something like this happens again, and we aren't told to intervene, we unfortunately won't. Still, it does feel nice to be thanked. Oh my, but I will tell you to intervene next time, that much is guaranteed, so there's nothing to be so disheartened about, I replied, looking over my retainers. My eyes then came to rest on Lenore, who was waiting for a good opportunity to deliver her report. So, Lenore, what in the world happened with Hartmut? It might be best for you to see for yourself, she replied with a tired expression. Then she started leading us to the rooms for Blue Priests, which were located away from the High Bishops and High Priest chambers. She was being courteous enough to match my walking speed, so while the situation was exasperating, it must not have been especially urgent. Ah, you're coming too, Ferdinand, I asked. I am not uninvolved in this matter. Hartmut is using my attendants at the moment, and as none of them came to welcome us, I admit to some concern. It was heartening to know that he had decided to join us. I will entrust dealing with Hartmut to you if whatever we find is beyond my control, I said. He is your retainer. All responsibility falls to you, Ferdinand dismissively replied just as we arrived at our apparent destination. There was a grey priest standing in front of the door, and upon noticing us, he heaved a sigh of relief and allowed us to pass. Oh, welcome back, Lady Rosemine, Hartmut said, looking up at me with an exceptionally bright smile. I apologize that you must see this. The sight before me was far from normal. There was a tied-up blue priest lying on the floor on his front, and sitting on his back was Hartmut, holding what was presumably his staff in the form of a knife to the priest's neck. Around them were several grey priests struggling to tie up the restrained man's attendants. What the? High Bishop, help! The blue priest cried, flailing around in a desperate bid for freedom. I was speaking to Lord Hartmut when he suddenly enacted this violence upon me. Hartmut curtly slammed the pommel of his dagger against the back of the man's head. Have you no shame, pleading to Lady Rosemine of all people? My sincerest apologies. We were all watching in a daze. Lenore suddenly cried, What are you doing, Hartmut? You said you were just tying him up to keep any information from leaking. It sounded reasonable enough at the time, as keeping secrecy is indeed important, but... Hartmut had decided to visit the now bound priest, unannounced, hoping to seize him before he could run away or seek help from any nobles. I understood that it was pretty brazen to hold a meeting without making an appointment, but to Ferdinand's attendants it was unthinkably disastrous. They had asked again and again whether what they were doing was truly okay, and Fran had complained that binding a blue priest was very emotionally burdening for grey priests. This is when I sent you the ordinance, Lady Rosemary, but I never thought he would bind the blue priest and threaten him like this, Lenore explained, then gave Hartmut a stern look. Hartmut, what in the world are you doing? Have you happened upon some especially fruitful evidence? He looked down at the blue priest with eyes cold enough to chill one's blood, then faced me and smiled. There is no notable evidence to speak of. However, he used crude language not suitable for Lady Rosemine's ears, so I simply asked whether he understood the implication of his statements and whether he had any proof. Given that this was a blue priest of the former Veronica faction, I could guess that this crude language was him calling me a commoner. Most would receive this with an eye roll, almost as if to say, Are you seriously still saying that? But with Hartmut in charge, such talk got you a pommel to the back of the head. Ouch. Yeah, well, that's Hartmut for you. The freaking guy's obsessed. Anybody who disrespects his lady and the Saint of Airvest is gonna get it. How foolish, Ferdinand muttered with a dismissive way of Hartmut. You are wise to be concerned about information leaking, especially in a situation such as this. That said, your methods are a touch too aggressive. Have the blue priests gathered in the high priest chambers, put them under surveillance, and then have them work. We do not have time to waste on this, and your interrogation over these insults can wait. Is that understood? True, Hartmut replied. He then obediently stood up, noting that the interrogation would instead take place later, when he could take his time with it. Ferdinand quietly looked down at the blue priest who was still collapsed on the floor. You can stay here, restrained, until each blue priest has been questioned. Or you can work in the high priest chambers under Hartmut's supervision. The choice is yours. The blue priest gazed up at me, pitifully seeking my help. I didn't know what he expected. Both were harsh choices, but with Ferdinand and Hartmut, this concerned about leaking information, I could only shake my head. Sorry, but I can't save you. The blue priest gave a despairing look, then hung his head and weakly said, Please let me do work. Very well, Ferdinand replied. Hartmut, see to it that he completes whatever he is assigned to him. I will question the other blue priests. Ferdinand's attendants moved at once, unbinding the blue priest before taking him to the high priest chambers. We then needed to offer the same choice as the other blue priests. Hartmut had ordered to be bound. Things sure were busy. Have you learned anything else? Ferdinand asked. At most, that people were moving through the halls during lunchtime, Hartmut said. I will say, however, that I now see just how little the blue priest understands Lady Rosemine's wondrousness and the value of the grey priest in the workshop. I will need to correct this as they gather together for work. The rest I leave to you. Ferdinand watched as Hartmut chased after the twitching blue priest, then turned to me. Those who remain are blue priests likely to insult you. We have thankfully been given the opportunity to send Hartmut away before he sends them all traveling up a certain stairway. Yeah, we don't need him killing people. Where shall we begin? There are 3 blue priests who are particularly close to Shikiko's family. All 3 came from houses in the former Veronica faction. He went on to list 3 names, one of which made my ears perk up at once. It's Egmont, I said. He's definitely the culprit. On what basis? My womanly intuition. He once messed with my bookroom, if you recall. Ridiculous. You are allowing a personal grudge to cloud your judgment. That argument does not hold water whatsoever, Ferdinand said, his brow tightly furrowed as he fixed me with a glare. I knew it in my heart, though. Egmont was the only one it could possibly be. There were absolutely no way it was anyone else. Cornelius shrugged. Lord Ferdinand, why not question Egmont anyway? All this changes is the order in which we interrogate the Blue Priests. You certainly are correct in that this discussion is a waste of time. I gave Cornelius a grateful smile, since he had convinced Ferdinand to go to Egmont's chambers. He grinned at me in turn and said, not to mention I trust Lady Rosemine's womanly intuition. No matter how tiny she is still a woman. Sorry, Cornelius, I interjected at once. Forget everything I just said. Ferdinand is right. This is just me holding a grudge. Having him agree with me rather than play the straight man was so embarrassing that it made me want to bury my head in the sand. In fact, it made me want the earth to swallow me up entirely. I cradled my head in agony while Cornelius fought back a smirk and gently patted my head. The High Priest and the High Bishop request an urgent meeting, Ferdinand announced. Open the door. No such meeting is scheduled, came a female voice in response. She was telling us to leave, but Ferdinand instead selected Eckert and Cornelius from our guard knights. They pointed at the room. Breach this door, but not with enough force to endanger those on the other side. Are you certain? Cornelius asked, looking troubled, but by that point, Eckert was already standing in front of the door with his staff morphed. Yeah, he has to obey the orders. Otherwise, I think he would do it anyway. I can do this on my own, Lord Ferdinand, he said, then swung his sword down. His confidence was clearly well-founded, as a moment later, a door slowly fell inward. We all blinked in surprise while Ferdinand just shook his head. I intended to give Cornelius some experience here, but very well. Naturally, the absence of the door meant we could now see what was happening beyond it. A shrine maiden was staring in complete shock, looking uncertain as to what had just happened, and further into the room I could see a blue-robed and a gray-robed figure sitting atop a bench. I made it perfectly clear that this is urgent, Ferdinand said, stepping over the door into the room and ignoring the nearby attendant. Eckert and Justice casually followed as I hurriedly did the same with my own guard knights. Upon closer inspection, the two figures on the bench were actually Egmont and a shrine maiden, and they had clearly been engaged in something quite indecent. Egmont had cried out when the door first fell through, and he cried out again when he saw me enter behind Ferdinand. This is outrageous, he snapped. Is the idea of scheduling completely foreign to you? Lowborns really are such animals. All at once my retainers began to radiate killing intent. It really is a good thing that we didn't bring Hartman. Yeah, he would have killed this guy on the spot. He would have. And nobody would have batted an eye on that one. Cornelius remarked. Right, Angelica added. Even I nearly drew Stenlook. The two of them were cackling softly. Meanwhile, Ferdinand gave both Egmont and the girl, now scrambling to cover herself, up cold stares. You speak with such arrogance, but did you not go to the High Bishop's chambers unannounced when you took on that great shrine maiden as an attendant? Ferdinand said with a dismissive scoff. He was referring to something that had occurred while I was asleep in the Jareve, but I was already well aware of Egmont's crude behavior. The incident with him impregnating Lily and then taking a new shrine maiden in her place immediately came to mind. Egmont faltered, then puffed out his chest and pointed at me. Your deception won't last much longer, brat. We'll tear off that disguise of yours soon enough. Wait, is that? My eyes were immediately drawn to the hand that Egmont had raised to point at me, specifically to the face-stone set ring on his middle finger. It was gleaming beneath the light and decorated with the family crest. Oh, we got our evidence! Boy, am I glad they didn't show the girl. That would have been bad. He didn't have that ring before, right? Normally, a ring on the left middle finger was an indicator that someone was a baptized noble, which made this particular suspicious, as blue priests seldom underwent such baptisms or received the mage-crafted ring that came with them. Some chose to wear rings passed down through their family, but Egmont certainly hadn't worn one before, and the only other person I could remember seeing with rings like his were devouring soldiers with submission contracts. Egmont, that ring, I said, drawing the tiny band to everyone's attention. An instant later, my eyes recovered as Ferdinand drew his cape around me. What? I gazed up just in time to see Ferdinand simultaneously morph his staff into a sword and swing it downward. My vision was still obscured, but a collective gasp rang in my ears, followed almost immediately by a piercing scream, and the spatter of what I could only assume was blood. He cut off the guy's hand! He did! That's exactly what he did! Because if he had killed the guy, he wouldn't have screamed. The abrupt chaos was punctuated with a dull thud, which came from somewhere in front of me. Egmont screamed that his attendant did as well. I could imagine what was happening, but the most I could see was Ferdinand's cape and armor. Ferdinand quietly began giving instructions while keeping his staff pointed at Egmont. Eckert, Justice, fetch the magic tool from Rosemine's workshop. Judith, Lenore, take Rosemine to the High Bishop's chambers and ensure she does not leave before I call for her. Daniel, Cornelius, Angelica, bind all this man's attendants. Sir. Eckert and Justice moved at once. The former patted Fran on the shoulder and said, open the door to her chambers, before briskly walking away, while the latter wasted no time in hefting me into his arms. Excuse me, milady, but we're in a hurry. Judith Lenore let us go just as instructed, then started carrying me to the High Bishop's chambers. Fran had already opened the door for us by the time we arrived, and Eckert was waiting in front of the door to my workshop. Rosemary, would you mind opening it for me? He asked. I need the magic tool. I opened the door and permitted both him and Justice to enter. They retrieved the time-stopping magic tool and then promptly left. Are you feeling okay, Lady Rosemine? Lenore asked, looking at me with worry. Seeing all that up close must have been disturbing. I shook my head. I'm fine. Ferdinand was covering my eyes the whole time. Are you and Judith okay? We are knights, you know. We exchanged smiles, at which point tea and sweets were served. Hopefully these tasty sweets cheer you right up, Nicholas exclaimed with her usual radiant expression. It really made me feel as though things were back to normal as I sipped my tea. So what happened, Lady Rosemine? Roderick asked, his voice tinged with concern. There was a blue priest with a suspicious ring, I replied simply. We are leaving his detainment to the high priest and the guard knights. I will carry out my own job. Has there been any news from the lower city? I certainly wasn't suited to capturing and interrogating criminals. As I changed the topic of conversation, Feline produced some note paper and started delivering her report. This is from a commenter by the name of Judd, who works for the Offmer Company. The lack of guards at the temple gate resulted in several drivers patronizing her business to buy sweets for those waiting in the carriages. The first of them arrived in a bit before 4th bell. It seemed that all this had started right after we went to the Italian restaurant. Furthermore, Feline continued, it seems a man who had appeared to be the servant of a noble arrived at the Italian restaurant requesting to eat. He was refused due to your meal of Lord Ferdinand, but some have mentioned seeing him linger outside nonetheless. Perhaps that man was keeping an eye on our movements, I mused aloud. It really is suspicious that they knew precisely when we were absent. Roderick was next to deliver his report. According to the Gilberta Company, a man appearing to be the servant of a noble arrived at their store between 3rd and 4th bell, seeking cloth dyed in the new style. He introduced himself as a merchant, but his speech, mannerisms, and attitude toward the staff made him seem like someone who spent a great deal of time among the nobility. He seemed to have asked what kind of cloth you are interested in, Lady Rosemine. It was common practice to seek out one's own personal preference when dealing with new dyes. Most nobles who order cloth would request to be shown various examples, then select their favorite and ask for the name of the workshop or craftspeople who had provided it. Nobody in the Florencia faction would simply ask for the same cloth I preferred. I wasn't purchased. What was his goal, though? Perhaps he was plotting to somehow tarnish the Gilberta Company's good name, I said. Tully worked there as a Laharo, and we had to consider the possibility that she was being targeted as my hairpin craftswoman. Justice returned while I was listening to the reports. My sincerest apologies, my lady, but Lord Ferdinand has asked for you to fly to the castle. It wouldn't have been impossible to move the captured priest by carriage, but if one wants to get Egmont's attendant and the time-stopping magic tools to the castle as discreetly as possible, my panda bus was the best option. Leslie could go straight into the castle while carriages need to be checked at the entrance gate. I took my guard knights and prepared to leave for the castle. We were going to be transporting the 4 bound attendants and the time-stopping magic tool, so my knights put them all into my panda bus for me. Ferdinand watched them work, then turned to me. I apologize for making you do this, Rosemine, he muttered. I don't mind. This is all for the sake of getting my Bible back, I replied. It was easier for me to help than leave everything to Ferdinand and the guard knights. Your job is to move them to the castle. Return to the temple immediately after. There is much you need to do here. The orphanage must be looked over, and the blue priests working in the high priest chambers need to be freed. And so I started making my way to the castle with Ferdinand flying in front. Judith was sitting in the passenger seat of my panda bus while Angelica and Lenore were in the back to make sure the attendants didn't try anything funny. As we continued on our journey, I noticed that Ferdinand was heading somewhere other than the Archducal family's living quarters, which was unusual. Instead, there was another location coming into view, one that looked a lot like the training grounds where the knights gathered in preparation for the Lord of Winter hunt. Do you know where Ferdinand is heading? I asked. Angelica pointed at the numerous knights waiting below and simply replied, a place where criminals go. We landed soon after, and while my guard knights were getting the attendants and the time-stopping magic tool out of my panda bus, Karstedt came over and patted my head. Sorry that you had to go through all that, Rosemine. We'll get the clues and evidence we need out of them now, so you can leave the rest to us and take it easy for a while. But I can't do that while... I attempted to protest, but Karstedt cut me off with a swift flick to the forehead. You need to prepare for what's coming next, he said. Capturing the blue priest isn't the end of all this. If anything, it's only the beginning. Okay. It's going to have to be the end of this one, and I'll see you all next time. Okay, part 4. New perspectives. Karstedt had persuaded me, so I returned to the temple as soon as my luggage was taken care of. Egmont was involved in this somehow, that much I already knew, but it was possible that the other blue priests were involved as well. I went to the high priest's chambers and spoke to Hartman. Hartman, Ferdinand has gone to the castle, so can I ask you to speak to the other two suspects? Your wish is my command, Lady Rosamund, Hartman said, then left with Ferdinand's attendants. All at once, the blue priests who had been working under his supervision relaxed their shoulders. Do not let your guards down, I said. This is going to be a regular occurrence when Hartman officially becomes the high priest. Continue to dedicate yourselves to your work. Ferdinand and Hartman were similar in their complete lack of tolerance for useless blue priests, but their means of dealing with them were significantly different. Perhaps their unique perspectives were to be expected. Ferdinand was a priest, having entered the temple to escape Veronica, whereas Hartman was assisting me while retaining his noble status. Hartman was the quintessential archnoble. He didn't view blue priests as fellow nobles since they hadn't graduated from the Royal Academy. In fact, in terms of status, he could even lump them together with the Grey Priests, since his house was above everyone else in the temple except Ferdinand and me. As he had stated in his acceptance speech, his main concern was whether the blue priests would prove useful to me. They needed to be careful, else they would very likely be seen as less valuable than the Grey Priests. Not to mention, we don't even know how many blue priests will remain blue priests after this winter. Ferdinand had said that the former Veronica faction was going to be purged, and without support from their houses, blue priests couldn't remain blue. Noble relatives wouldn't be the only thing changing dramatically. The temple would feel the ramifications as well. The students can avoid death by offering their mana in the Royal Academy, but what about the really little ones? Will the orphanage take them? It might be hard on our budget, but Ehrenfest will struggle in the long term if we don't raise more nobles. I wonder what Sylvester is thinking in that regard. Maybe we should talk before I leave for the Royal Academy? I started to work while I mulled over the situation, and eventually Hartman returned. The other two blue priests seemed to have nothing to do with the infiltration, and after speaking with them and their attendants, we decided that there was no longer a need to keep them under lock and key. I appreciate your cooperation, I said. You may now return to your rooms. After releasing the blue priests and their attendants and thanking Ferdinand's attendants for dealing with Hartman, I returned to my own chambers. It was already time for my underage retainers to return home. Lady Rosamund, take great care with your surroundings, Lenore cautioned, her tone betraying her concern before she, Judith, Roderick, and Feline departed. Cornelius saw them off with me and then sighed. A warning to take care with your surroundings. It's all well and good, but I do not know what to pay attention to, Lady Rosamund. I did not even notice that you were mere moments away from being poisoned. There's still so much for me to learn. I need to have Eckert teach me sooner rather than later, he muttered, a strong light in his dark eyes. Uh-oh. Hartman placed a hand on his shoulder. Cornelius, what exactly do you mean when you say that Lady Rosamund was almost poisoned? He asked, a dangerous glint in his orange eyes. He had already left by the time the poison was discovered, and now that I thought about it, we hadn't told him about the fake Bible yet either. I explained everything that had taken place while we were operating separately. Oh, the fake Bible was smeared with poison that would have killed Lady Rosamund and me if we had touched it. And it was Viscountess Daldorf who put it there, Hartman asked, wearing a chilly smile. I started to panic, his capture of the blue priest all too fresh in my mind. We have not yet confirmed that she is the culprit, I said. At the very least, wait until we receive Wilma's report from the 4 guards. In that case, we can discuss oft-used poisons and their antidotes in the meantime. Hartman turned to Daniel, Angelica, and Cornelius, then began a lecture on various kinds of poison. Angelica was resolutely channeling mana into Stenlook all the while. Hartman, where did you learn all this? I asked once he was finished. Lord Justice instructed me on matters of poison while he was working at the temple. According to him, this is knowledge best known by all those serving the Archducal family. He did not believe it would prove useful in this era when the Archducal family is on good terms, but here we are. Hartman got Fran to fetch his key box, then put on leather gloves and took the Bible key from inside. He splashed several potions and pressed various face stones against it, much like Eckert had done while explaining what he was doing to my guard knights. Lady Rosamund, are you certain this key is a fake? Hartman asked. Unlike the surface-level mimicry of the Bible, it is engraved with a rather complex magic circle. It's not registered with my mana at the very least. Was the key in his hand the real thing? I started to wonder while Hartman stared intently at its face stone. Is it possible that the noble who infiltrated simply re-registered the key with their own mana? Hartman asked. Our current knowledge is not enough for us to say whether this is a complete fake. And if we jump to such a conclusion simply because the Bible is an imitation, then the perpetrator will sneer at our panic searching. I examined the key again. I still couldn't tell whether it was a clever fake or the real thing with someone else's mana inside it. Either way, we won't know until the Bible is returned, I said. When will Ferdinand be back? He said that he will be investigating Egmont's memories swiftly and in secret, Daniel explained, so I expect he will return tomorrow or the morning after. Ferdinand did not return the next day. I summoned the 4 Grey Priests, hoping to learn whatever I could from them. At first, the driver identified himself as a member of the planting company and asked to be brought to Brother Egmont, one of the priests began. The guards had immediately found that suspicious. The planting company always used the same driver, and the carriage had not been their usual one. No word of their visit had come from Gil either, and above all else, the driver had acted much like one of the nobility. No matter how rich merchants may be, they are still commoners, and the priest continued. The Planting, Gilberta, and Offmer companies are all exceptionally polite when requesting meetings of blue priests, the children of nobility, so we were taken aback when the driver ordered our silence and told us to obey. And when we identified our concerns, Viscountess Daldov appeared at the carriage window. I recognized her at once as I once served Brother Shiksa. Or Shikikoza, whatever his name is. She told us to hurry as she had an appointment, so I went to Brother Egmont at once to confirm that he was expecting her. Shikikoza and his family were known for how terribly they treated Grey Priest, so the guard had determined that angering her would endanger them all. Egmont had revealed that he did indeed have a meeting scheduled and said that he would welcome her. I returned to inform the others, and then went to open the gate, the priest explained. It was after the carriage passed through, and when I was attempting to close the gate again, that we were captured. It all happened so fast that I had no idea what was going on. We were immobilized, taken to the carriage, and then bound with normal rope. It was then that we heard mentions that the magic binding us would vanish as we passed the gate, which told us we were being brought outside the city. We did all we could to resist. We attempted to alert the soldiers while passing through the gate, kicking and stomping so frantically that we inadvertently hurt each other in the process, but it was all in vain. And so the kidnappers had made it outside the city. A certain farm town had already arranged for a farmer and cart to meet the carriage. And when this rendezvous occurred, the Grey Priests were unbound in order to remove their clothing to make escaping even harder for them. Once that was done, they were bound again and put in the back of the cart. From what we could gather, the farmer driving the cart had agreed to provide the services for money. He stamped a contract with his blood and was given a ring. The plan was seemingly for him to wear the ring on his finger, but he lacked the mana to adjust its size, so he put it on some string and wore it around his neck instead. The Grey Priests had then been covered with cloth, so there was no more information they could provide. Thank you so much for speaking with me. I will not let Viscountess Daldov get away with this, I said, then instructed the Grey Priest to return to the orphanage. So in short, there is no mistaking that Viscountess Daldov was the noblewoman who infiltrated the temple, and Egmont was the blue priest who permitted her entry, I said. They are doubtless correct, but the testimony of Grey Priests will not hold in noble society. The verdict will depend on how much information Lord Ferdinand can obtain from Egmont's memories. Damiel replied, it was important to investigate who Egmont's ring was connected to, but we didn't know how long it would take to prepare evidence that noble society would accept. We know who the culprit was, but we were unable to act, and that realization made me restless beyond measure. I wanted to get the Bible back as soon as possible. Lady Rosamund, please do not run off and search for the Bible on your own, Cornelius said. Worry not. I understand that we need a strong basis before I can use my authority as the Archduke's adopted daughter, I replied. I have no intention of acting like a tyrant and trying to resolve this on my own. For now, I needed to do what I could in the temple. Thankfully, unlike during the incident with Count Bindewald, I could maneuver such that those in the lower city wouldn't fall victim to the cruelty of nobles. We explained the circumstances to the Plantain and Gilberta companies to Gil and warned them about their names being used during this incident. In response, the Gilberta company gave us the cloth that they had sold to the suspicious noble servant. I spread out the cloth that we had received from Gil. It wasn't a piece that Mom had dyed, so those of the Gilberta company had presumably noticed the servant's strange behavior and given him something from another craftsperson. In any case, the cloth that I used myself was made on order, so it wasn't able to be purchased so easily. Still, why did they want to buy cloth similar to the kind that I prefer, I asked, tilting my head just as an ordonnance flew in. This is Ferdinand, the bird said. I am returning now. Gather your guard knights. It repeated this message twice more than turned into a yellow face stone. Damiel, fetch my guard knights, I said. Zam, contact the high priest's chambers. Understood. Put simply, I have gathered more than enough evidence, Ferdinand said, having come to my chambers immediately after returning from the castle and getting changed into his priest robes. He then lowered his voice and continued. The incident began with an inquiry from Egmont's noble family. My guard knights and I listened with tense, serious expressions. Egmont's family had messaged him to ask whether there were any days when both the high bishop and high priest would be absent from the temple. There were plenty of occasions when both Ferdinand and I were absent, since we both visited the castle, but Egmont was in no position to know when those visits occurred. Several days later, however, an opportunity had presented itself. The blue priests had all been informed that the high bishop's chambers were going to be closed for our trip to the Italian restaurant. Egmont wasted no time informing his house, Ferdinand continued. In response, they sent him a request for a meeting with Viscountess Daldov. The meeting had apparently been scheduled for the day of our absence. Egmont had agreed at once. Viscountess Daldov exercised so much control over his house that refusal wasn't an option. Egmont received a letter informing him that she would use the planting company's name upon her arrival since she had a secret request. His family had emphasized that he was to do everything in his power to assist her. He burned this letter so that it could not be used as evidence, but of course... On the day of, Egmont had waited anxiously, unsure of what the request was going to be. He had then gone to welcome Viscountess Daldov upon her arrival. The person whom Egmont saw was Viscountess Daldov without a doubt, Ferdinand continued. Egmont himself was unaware that the Grey Priest serving as guards had been kidnapped. Apparently, Egmont had received a simple request from Viscountess Daldov. Use one reason or another to remove the attendants still in the High Bishop's chambers. I would not like for there to be any violence. To accomplish this, he had sent one of his own attendants to artfully distract Nicola, Fritz, and Gil while they were delivering divine gifts to the orphanage. So they snuck in while this attendant kept Gil and the others away, I asked. Indeed, Egmont ordered another of his attendants to sneak into the High Bishop's chambers through the attendant's room. They unlocked the chambers from within, then brought out the Bible's key. That much was simple, as all keys are kept in the same place. Managing keys was a duty often left to head attendants, and while the front door to my chambers had of course been locked, many of the attendants' rooms had remained open. As a result, it had been easy for someone familiar with the temple to sneak in. Egmont's attendant had searched for the key box in Fran's room while Viscountess Daldov switched the Bibles. The commoner child is responsible for the death of my son, and for the odd growing cold to my house, she had said, while placing a fist-sized magic tool against the Bible and watching it morph into a perfect replica. Surely I can be forgiven for sneaking some revenge, no? No, because your family signed a contract that meant you were supposed to keep away from them. Duh! Or else your family would have died. She had then switched the Bible for the fake. The likeness was so uncanny that even someone who had witnessed the events in person would struggle to tell which was which. I cannot wait to see that vile girl squirm during the autumn coming-of-age ceremony and winter socializing, the Viscountess had continued with a venomous smile. By the time she realizes that she has lost the true Bible, it would already be too late, and she will be none the wiser as to who took it and how. She then plucked the Bible key from the box that Egmont's attendant had found and re-registered it with her own mana, hoping to make us think it was a fake as well. Okay, so that is the real one. Both she and Lord Ferdinand will be reproached for failing to properly look after the Bible, and a punishment of no small significance will doubtless follow, she had concluded. It seemed that she was envisioning me embarrassing myself during a ceremony and then being removed from my position as the High Bishop, or as an even grander outcome, being disowned by the Archduke. Egmont had chuckled at the very idea. The arrogant child who had somehow become the High Bishop, despite her origins as a commoner Blue Shrine Maiden, would no doubt fall apart in front of all those gathered when she realized that her Bible was a fake. He was dying to see the ceremony where this shocking truth came to light. Apparently he was hoping that it would ease some of the anger he felt about his pay cut after the death of the previous High Bishop, and the fact that the Harvest Festival was now less of a treat than it used to be. Do tell me how that commoner ceremony goes, the Viscountess had said. She had then turned away from Egmont, stroked the fake Bible with a gloved hand, then returned the key to its box. Okay, so the key is a real thing. Okay. Ferdinand continued with his explanation. Once the deed was done and the pair had removed all traces of their entry, they moved to Egmont's chambers. There they signed a magic contract. The Viscountess had then explained what was to come now that they had swapped out the Bible. Once that child is removed from her post, I shall recommend that you be chosen as the next High Bishop, that she had said with a smile. After all, you had helped me a tremendous deal. Egmont smiled in turn, thinking that only a fool would trust the word of a noble. And as if reading his mind, Lady Daldov produced a magic contract to reassure him. Ferdinand continued, this magic contract truly had included a passage saying that she would recommend Egmont to be the next High Bishop. To sign a magic contract is to make a vow that cannot be broken. This alluring offer was enough for Egmont to sign his name and stamp the contract with his blood, officializing their agreement. She gave him a face-stone ring to signify her trust and told him that he now had become a noble himself. Face-stone rings were given to noble children during their baptism. As a blue priest, Egmont had never before received one, so he had eagerly slipped it onto his left middle finger. This ring will allow you to wield the mana within yourself, the Viscountess had said. All you must do now is wait for that deceitful commoner to be dragged from her post. Egmont had gazed down at his face-stone ring with a broad grin. Both parties spoke at length about how much they loathed the commoner High Bishop, and then, once they were both satisfied, Viscountess Daldov started home by high beast with the Bible now in her possession. Separating from the carriage had been a deliberate move to ensure that nobody knew she had visited the temple. And indeed no traces of their visit remained, Ferdinand said. Egmont was assured of victory, thinking he had needed only wait until the autumn coming-of-age ceremony. But that quickly changed when we forced our way in and captured him. Perhaps he had grown arrogant after drinking so much alcohol and hearing Viscountess Daldal speak so ill of you, he sighed. Then gave me a cynical smile. Rosamund, do you recall the time Count Bindewald signed us a mission contract with an orphan? I did. That paper that Delia had believed to be an adoption contract had been in fact double-layered, and it had actually been a submission contract. Don't tell me. Indeed, the contract that Viscountess Daldal produced was double-layered as well. Egmont had actually signed a submission contract, and the ring he had received was that of a devouring soldier. They were most likely going to eliminate him once they finished their business, Ferdinand explained. It is fortunate that we were able to capture him so soon. His memories as a Blue Priest have provided us with irrefutable evidence, which we can use to eliminate not just Viscountess Daldal, but her entire house. Furthermore, as Egmont's ring bore the crest of Gerlach, his involvement is clear as well. I am much looking forward to this winter. Ferdinand seemed rather pleased to have gotten his hands on such powerful evidence against the former Veronica faction, and the grin playing on his lips only further confirmed it. Karstedt and Sylvester had both praised us for getting through this trap when Ferdinand reported the situation to them. In this instance, it was your ever-persistent attachment to books that surprised me, not your womanly intuitions, Ferdinand concluded. We discovered this incident due to the sense of unease that you felt. Had you not noticed, things would have gone much worse. If you are done contemplating my love of books, then let us get going at once, I said, standing up. Ferdinand shot me a look, his brow furrowed. And where are you going? Isn't that obvious? To get my Bible back. We knew that Viscountess Daldal now had my Bible, and we had evidence that would convince noble society. Surely there was nothing left for us to do but retrieve what had been taken from us. Ferdinand raised an eyebrow, eyeing me like I was stupid. Your answer did not match my question, he said. I asked where you are going. I said nothing of your objective, which I understood without even needing to ask. To the places Viscountess Daldal will most likely be. First, her winter estate in the Nobles' Quarter. If she's not there, I will attack her summer estate in Daldal. I will retrieve my book no matter how far I must chase her. She will not get away, I declared, clenching my fist in determination. Ferdinand stood up as well. We certainly do need to retrieve the Bible. Very well then, let us make for Viscountess Daldal's estate. We shall restrain all those who oppose us. As we do not yet know whose memories will prove valuable, we will need to research them all. So began my invasion of Viscountess Daldal's winter estate with Ferdinand and my guard knights. I was resolved to get my Bible back no matter what. Let me see. 17 minutes. Okay, this is not going to take long. Viscountess Daldal's estate. I had been champing at the bit to detain Viscountess Daldal, so now that we had the evidence we needed, I was out of the High Bishop's chambers the instant Ferdinand gave the okay. Hartman was accompanying me, my guard knights, having said that it was his duty as the next High Priest to reclaim the Bible for my sake. You are right that we need to get my book back, I agreed. Yes, he said, our saint absolutely needs her Bible. At times like this, Hartman made for a very strong ally. I enhanced my body with more mana than usual and sprinted outside at max speed. I was already gasping for breath by the time I reached the doors, but surrender wasn't an option. I'm getting my book back no matter what. I won't even hesitate to hold a bloody carnival if that's what it takes. I jumped into my high beast and grabbed the reel, ready to take off, and then stopped. In my rush to reclaim the Bible, I had completely neglected one crucial detail. Ferdinand, where is Viscount Daldal's estate? What? Judas explained. Lady Rosamund, you ran off without even knowing where you needed to go? It doesn't matter right now, I replied, a response that caused my guard knights to all slump their shoulders. The important thing is that I've got the will to succeed. Ferdinand was beside me in his own high beast, having only needed to walk at a brisk pace to keep up with my running at full tilt. Wow. That's sad. Follow after me, he said. I expect that you will only cause problems if you arrive there ahead of me. Upon our arrival at the Daldal estate, it became clear that knights had already been assigned to watch the premises. They came over to Ferdinand when we landed and whispered that, as expected, only Viscountess Daldal was inside. Ooh, she actually is she's at her freaking estate in the Nobles' Quarter. Really, lady? Did you not think to leave and go home outside of Ehrenfest? Did you not think that maybe they might figure it out sooner? Do you really think she's that stupid? I guess she did. Snow had yet to fall proper on her home province, so the rest of her family was still at their summer estate. Is she attempting to minimize collateral damage, or is she simply acting alone so they do not interfere, Ferdinand muttered to himself. I'd say probably the latter, because they probably would interfere and stop her. Then gave the knights their next instructions. I watched them out of the corner of my eye from the front entrance, then got Hartman to knock on the door. Listen, I'm only having Hartman knock because I don't want Ferdinand grumbling about my unlady and uncouth behavior. Or any unladylike and uncouth behavior. It's not because I'm so short that I can't even reach the knocker. I'm serious. As I was glaring at the cow-shaped knocker far above my head, the door opened to reveal a diligent-looking old man. Viscountess Daldov's head attendant, perhaps. He stared at my retainers in surprise and looked down at me and blinked several times. If it isn't Lady Rosemine, he said, might I ask what business you have here? The Gabe has not yet arrived, and I do not believe you have a meeting scheduled with my lady. For obvious reasons, we hadn't made an appointment before coming here to capture the Viscountess. Well, obviously. I wish to see Viscountess Daldov, I replied with a smile. Will you take us to her chambers? I cannot allow anyone inside unless they have a meeting. You must know that, Lady Rosemine, he said with a polite yet firm tone. We don't have time for that. In lieu of a response, I took out my staff and bound the man with bands of light. Ferdinand had said that we could restrain anyone who opposed us, and I wasn't going to let anyone get between me and my Bible. Lady Rosemine, the attendant exclaimed. He wobbled in place for a moment, no longer able to move his arms, then collapsed to the floor, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. So where might Viscountess Daldov's chambers be? I asked, giving him one last opportunity to cooperate. I cannot answer. Even while bound, the man refused to divulge any information. He was a model attendant without a doubt. And for that reason, I stopped wasting my time with him and continued into the building. It's unfortunate that you will not answer, but all noble estates are built similarly. I assume she is in the residential area of the estate, and finding her should not take long. You may be the Archduke's adopted daughter, Lady Rosemine, but do you truly believe that you can get away with the crime of restraining an attendant and entering a noble estate while its lord is absent? The man asked, a determined glint in his eyes despite his current predicament. I glanced back at him and giggled, feeling the mana coursing through my body. My. Is this not how the Daldovs operate themselves? Viscountess Daldov restrained my guards and infiltrated the temple while I was absent, when she had not yet scheduled a meeting with me, and stole something that I hold dear. I believe you have no right to criticize me when I am simply doing the same. What? The attendant exclaimed, his eyes wide like saucers. Perhaps he was crying out in surprise at my revelation? Or perhaps he was crying out because I was now crushing him? I was only doing it lightly, of course. This man wasn't my enemy, and he was a valuable source of information. Where is Viscountess Daldov's room? Answer. I was barely even crushing him, but all of a sudden his eyes rolled back into his head and his mouth began to foam. He had fallen unconscious. Well, whatever. This didn't change what I needed to do. I started toward the third floor where the lady of the estate's chambers tended to be. Rosemine, should you not be using your high beast? Ferdinand suddenly asked, sounding very much annoyed. Before I could answer, however, there came a series of resounding explosions from somewhere above us. It definitely wasn't what we would expect to hear on a noble estate. That came from the ladies' quarters. Hurry, Eckert shouted. Judith, Angelica, stay with Rosemine, Ferdinand barked, then bolted up the stairs with his guard knights. Their speed was on another level. I frantically produced Leslie, climbed inside, and raced after them. Do it, Eckert. I understood. I caught up just in time to see my guard knights readying their staffs while Eckert kicked down the remains of the door he had just sliced through. The next thing I knew, my nostrils were assailed with a stench so foul it almost made me vomit. Ferdinand and Eckert were standing in the doorway with wide-eyed shock. Rosemine, stay back, Ferdinand shouted. Right. Still in my pandibus, I jumped away from the entrance to the room. Damon and Cornelius could see inside as well, and they looked sick to their stomachs. What can you see? I asked. Corpses, Daniel replied simply. There is blood sprayed all across the room and pooling beneath the bodies of 3 women. It seemed that their heads were blown off, given their necks now end in disfigured stumps. Too much information! I squeezed my eyes shut and stared down at my feet. For as much as I had gone on about starting a bloody carnival, I hadn't actually envisioned that much blood. This is too real and so much more brutal than I expected. Did you really plan on enacting a bloody carnival if you can't even handle this? No. She must have killed them and herself upon noticing our arrival. Her resolve was too strong, Ferdinand said with a sigh as he stepped into the room. Justice Eckert and my male retainers followed after, while I tucked myself away in a corner of the hall, staying away from the terrible sight. My female knights stayed behind to guard me. Actual bloody carnivals sure are scary. Yeah, you think? Lady Rosemine, Viscountess Daldov appears to have left behind a note, Hartman said, bringing over a message that had clearly been scribbled in a hurry. It cursed my house and ended with a defiant, I shall not let you have my memories. Try to find what you've lost if you can. If we couldn't find it, then Ferdinand and I, the 2 most responsible for Chico's death, would be disgraced, and the Archduke would face problems for having lost the duchy's only Bible. That alone was enough to satisfy Viscountess Daldov, it seemed. She had fallen into despair upon seeing how her house responded to her son's execution, and wanted to take revenge against Ferdinand and me, even if doing so cast her entire house into ruin. Her seething hatred and raw emotion seeped through every word on the page, which was dotted with blood. So she dragged her family into this against their will, I said, and the attendants who died with her, I imagine. They must have been involved in their plot for her to go to such lengths to ensure their memories cannot be read. The Viscountess had killed not only herself, but all those involved in the Bible switching. It was clear to see that our search was far from over. Well, now we have no idea where our Bible might be, I said. I had assumed that we would find it after capturing Viscountess Daldov, but she had very thoroughly obliterated any leads we might have been able to follow. Now we had no idea where to look. Given the abruptness of the suicide, Hartman noted, we can conclude that she did not expect our visit. The Bible is probably still in this estate, or if not, there may be clues as to where she sent it. Finding the Bible on our own would prove difficult. We couldn't open Viscountess Daldov's hidden room without Viscountess Daldov's assistance, and it was unlikely that we would get much help from her highly diligent servants. Reading the servants' memories from top to bottom was an option, but doing so would inevitably make this incident public. What should we do? We need the Viscountess to actually help us with our search, but I can't imagine he'd ever agree to that. Or Viscount to actually help us, but we doubt he'd ever agree to that. Rosamund, tell the knights outside to assist us, and then return to the castle ahead of me with their guard knights, Ferdinand said. Secure a meeting with the Ob, explain the circumstances, and ask him to summon the Geeb. I will preserve this scene and gather information before following after you. We know that 3 people died here, but I must confirm that one of these corpses truly belongs to Viscountess Daldov. Standing around wouldn't get me any closer to finding the Bible, so I promptly sent an ordinance to Sylvester, asking for an urgent meeting, then sent another to Riarda, saying that I would be returning to the castle. From there, I asked the knights keeping watch outside to assist Ferdinand, then brought my guard knights with me to the castle. Sylvester had sensed that my ordinance meant serious business, likely because Ferdinand had already told him about the Bible being stolen, and Karstedt had given him a report about Egmont's memories. He summoned us as soon as Ferdinand arrived at the castle, and his office had already been clear to people when we entered. What happened? Sylvester asked, a sharp look in his dark green eyes. Ferdinand stepped forward. Viscountess Daldov and a number of her attendants are dead. I can confirm that it was not a murder and that the Viscountess' attendants perished from her mana. She exploded their heads and then her own, such that none of their memories can be read. This can't be happening, Sylvester muttered. He tightly shut his eyes and sighed. We'll need to call the Geep over right away, investigate his house's involvement, and take care of them. This is not going to make our winter plans any easier. He was referring to the purge of the former Veronica faction. Eliminating the Daldovs at this juncture would no doubt elicit a response from some kind from the former Veronica faction's nobles. Sylvester frowned, unable to predict how this would impact their winter plans. Sylvester, are you going to execute all the Daldovs for this? I asked. They stole our Bible and tried to assassinate my adopted daughter, he replied. It's only natural that the whole house is deemed guilty by association. It may be natural, but isn't punishing innocent people for the reason Jürgen Schmidt is currently suffering a mana shortage? Or a noble shortage? Isn't killing by association the reason so many duchies aren't able to manage themselves properly? We had already called the excessive purging dumb for how it crippled the country, so it would be even dumber if we added to the problem ourselves. What would you do instead, then? Use Shutsaria's shield to confirm whether they hold any malice, bind them with name swearing if not, and allow their house to continue doing its job. Just as there were magic tools that only the Ob could operate, there were magic tools that only Geebs could operate. Our duchy's average mana level was going up thanks to my compression method, but we still didn't have that much leeway when it came to manpower. The children in the Royal Academy can avoid a death by offering their names. No, I continued. I feel that any adults who are proven not to be hostile should receive the same choice. My suggestion was met with a firm headshake, not from Sylvester but from Karstedt. That would mean that all those we execute by association in the past were killed unnecessarily, he said. Father, one member of a house holding malice does not mean that the entire house is malicious. We must make it so that crimes belong to the individual and the individual alone. Otherwise, this chain of hatred will never end. We can check for ill intentions with Shutsaria's shield, so let us be the ones to break the cycle. My suggestion would have been more problematic if we were taking the Daldovs at their word, but Shutsaria's shield meant that we could actually see how they were feeling on the inside. It seemed smart to use the tools at our disposal and increase our support base. Still, that feels like a weak punishment for trying to assassinate an Archducal family member, Sylvester said. Oh, have you forgotten already, I asked. If we retrieve our Bible, this incident never occurred, and there will be no reason for us to publicly charge them. We can have them give their names in secret and conclude the matter there. Sylvester fell into thought, examined me through narrowed eyes that seemed to reach deep into my soul. He was making his Archducal face, and my back straightened on instinct. Rosamund, why are you going to such lengths to protect House Daldov when its Viscountess tried to assassinate you? He eventually asked. If you allow them to live, the same thing might happen to you again. Eliminating them is the best choice for your own sake. Offering them a means to survive will motivate them to help search for the Bible. We know nothing about Viscountess Daldov, so it was far more efficient to have people more familiar with her personality and preferences search for in our place. If we gave the remaining Daldovs the chance to avoid execution, The Viscount would surely mobilize his entire house to assist us, which will make searching the Viscountess' hidden room and questioning the servants all the easier. As it stands, I continued, executing those who hold no malice is a poor move. We should give them the chance to stay alive, to dedicate themselves to helping us. Purging the house entirely would tie up some loose ends, but the cost was far too great. Some would lose their mind and act out of desperation when it became apparent that their entire family was about to be executed. But if we offered them a lifeline, we could expect the Geeb to do everything in his power to protect his house and his land, as was his job. Karstead was looking at me with exasperation, but Sylvester grinned with amusement. All right then, he said. To be honest, I've already been pulling my hair out over how many nobles we're going to lose in the form of Veronica faction purge. I'll screen the Daldust with this windshield of yours and offer them a chance to prove themselves. As we wanted to keep the whole Bible incident from reaching the public, we needed to keep our meeting with Viscount Daldust a secret. Sylvester had said that it was necessary for us to go to the Viscount's estate, and the plan was to meet in a particular room so that we could return stealthily when our business was complete. The opposite that he plans to elude his retainers, but how exactly will that be possible? Lenore asked, confused. I didn't know any more about Sylvester's escape tricks than she did. I simply waited in place as instructed and gazed outside. We were in a guest room with a large balcony that was currently bathed in sunlight. Done and done, Sylvester said, having appeared out of nowhere with Karstead in tow. Let's go. How did you get in here? I asked, conscious that the doors of the room had remained firmly shut the entire time. A combination of servant hallways and secret exits that only the Archduke can use. Few others would be able to pull off such a flawless escape. Oh, Sylvester, you still have all these kind of tricks. I shook my head in complete disbelief as he puffed out his chest. Was this really something to boast about? Yes, especially if you have to escape when it comes to something attacking the castle, you know? Best to have it. Sylvester pulled open the door to the balcony and turned around. All right, Rosemine, make your high beast. Mine will stand out too much, so Karstead and I will ride with you. It was true that Sylvester's high beast would completely undermine our efforts to act in secret. He was the only person who could use a triple-headed lion, so traveling on it would make our movements obvious. It made Leslie a little bigger before allowing Sylvester and Karstead inside. Oh, Sylvester exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he peered all around. Oh, he's going to be excited! I could tell that he wanted nothing more than to bombard me with questions, but because Judith was still in the passenger seat, he showed some restraint to maintain his archducal gravitas. Once everyone had their seatbelts on, I took to the sky. Finding the book. Ob Ehrenfest. What is the meaning of this? Yeb Daldov asked, having come to his parlor with his son after receiving an urgent summons. He was staring at Sylvester in complete shock, an understandable reaction considering that the Archduke in question was inside her transparent hemispherical shield. Your wife stole into the temple, Sylvester replied. She took Ehrenfest's Bible and replaced it with a fake, which she smeared with poison in an attempt to assassinate Rosemine. We have evidence to substantiate all these claims. I told you once before to never again get involved with Rosemine. If you care about your house, Geeb Daldov, then why did you leave your wife to her own devices? The Geeb knelt at once. He had turned ghastly white, and his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. His son, who was presumably be the next Geeb Daldov, knelt beside him with gritted teeth. I warned you, father. I told you that woman was too emotional, that she didn't act like a proper noble. I told you to lock her away before she destroyed our house, and namely that useless Shikikoza. In fact, I'm opposed to you treating her as your first wife, ever since mother passed away. Okay, so this is not even her son. She's not even his mother, essentially. Are you his successor? Sylvester asked. There was a hesitant pause before the son replied. My name is Jeremias. I was my father's successor before that woman ruined us. He grimaced, trying to swallow back the anger he could no longer do anything about, then gave a defeated smile. You might still take your place as the next Geeb. Jeremias straightened up at once, taken aback. Viscountess Daldov was similarly shocked beyond words. The Saint of Ehrenfest is more merciful than you know, Sylvester continued. Crimes should belong to the individual, not their entire house, she said to be pleading. Is there no way to spare those who committed no wrongs? It can't be. Is that true? They exclaimed in unison, their eyes flitting between Sylvester and me. It was clear from the looks on their faces that they were trying to determine whether this was a trick of some kind. I needed to clear the air. We couldn't get anywhere while they were so suspicious of us. Geeb Daldov, I said, stepping forward with my most saintly smile. I want only for my stolen Bible to be returned. The Viscountess has already suffered the consequences, and I do not wish to take her innocent family down with her. My earnest appeal must have done the trick, as the two suddenly looked more hopeful and relaxed. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the head attendant, whom I had bound and crushed during our previous visit. He seemed equal parts fearful and doubtful. Look, buddy, I'm trying to help. You better not spill the beans about our little encounter. I shot him a deliberate smile, which made him recoil and start shaking. That said, Sylvester interjected, speaking with a steady cadence, I cannot just accept Rosemine's plea. Not when we have executed so many of the crime of association in the past. A compromise is necessary. If you wish to live, then you will need to return the Bible, prove to us that you have no malevolent intention, and give your names to me. Our names, the Viscount repeated. Yes, we cannot settle for half measures. Gib Daldov, future Gib Daldov. If you both have the resolve to give your names, then I will see to it that Viscountess Daldov's treason does not affect your house. Name swearing was the only way that someone could prove absolute fealty. It meant giving one's lord or lady the power to end one's life at any time, to display one's complete loyalty as a vassal. The demand we were making was far from normal, and it was especially hard to accept for those who knew what it entailed. The two Daldovs nervously swallowed. Ah, Baronfest, I wish to express my loyalty and gratitude for being offered this opportunity to save my house, Jeremiah said upon stealing his resolve. Viscount Daldov remained silent for a time, then he clenched his fist, squeezed his eyes shut, and bowed his head. I am honored by your kindness, Ah, Baronfest, but that is not something I can do. Father, Jeremiah shouted, unable to believe his ears. I likewise hadn't expected the geek to refuse this opportunity to save his family. Viscount Daldov was well aware that all eyes were on him, and with a pained groan he said, I no longer have a name to give. He had given it to someone else. Oh. Ferdinand and his retainers had said that name swearing was exceptionally rare, but now I wasn't so sure. Sylvester shook his head. If you have no name to give, then Daldov will. However, for the sake of my house, I will show you nothing but loyalty and sincerity. Please allow me to find the Bible and prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that we hold no malice whatsoever. Viscount Daldov pleaded, desperate to escape being punished by association. Who did you give your name to? Sylvester asked. His eyes narrowed. Your answer will determine whether I can trust you. Lady Veronica, my lord. According to the Viscount, Veronica's mother, Gabriel, had struggled to adjust to Ehrenfest after marrying into the duchy from Ehrensbach. To support and protect her children, she needed vassals who would not betray her, and so she had demanded that her servants and their children give their names to her. I am told that name swearing is far more common in Ehrensbach than Ehrenfest, Viscount Daldov said. My mother came to Ehrenfest with Lady Gabriel and raised me to believe that a servant who does not offer their name is not to be trusted. Back when the Viscount had come of age, before Sylvester had even been born, he needed to choose between giving his name to Georgine or Veronica. He had gone with the latter, who was already the Archduke's first wife at the time. Do you mean to say that there are others of Ehrensbach blood who had given their names as you have? Sylvester asked, to my mother and sister. Yes, my lord, we had come together and form a solid defense to resist the lies, gangs, and protect Lady Veronica. An uncomfortable silence filled the room. I now realized why the men nobles at the core of the Veronica faction weren't switching sides, as men nobles were prone to do. It seemed that though there were some pretty big cultural differences between our two duchies when it came to name swearing. You did not have your son give his name, correct? Sylvester asked, looking at Jeremias. I did not feel there was a need. When he came of age, Lady Veronica Art clearly wielded enough power to restrain the Lias gangs, and her faction had grown large enough that unity was less crucial. Ah, Baronfest, I will do all that I can. Please spare my house. Sylvester gazed down at Viscount Daldov, then waved a hand. Bring back the stolen Bible, only then will your fate be decided. I intend to keep a very close eye on your efforts. We are honored. And with that, the search for the Bible began. Viscount Daldov started by sending out an ordinance after another to those he knew, all bearing the same message. My wife went to the noble's quarter ahead of me, but I cannot seem to find her. Do you know anything about where she might be? In the meantime, Ferdinand performed secret funerals for the three deceased, then used the face stones taken from their bodies to determine that Viscount Daldov truly was among them. Once all that was done, Viscount Daldov unlocked the Viscountess' hidden room as instructed, permitting us to search as we pleased. Jeremias, assist them with their efforts. I shall continue with this ordinances, he said. It seemed that he needed to listen and reply to the many responses that were coming in. We elected to tell Jeremias what we knew about Viscountess Daldov's actions, hoping it might help with his search. He grimaced as he listened, and at one point even muttered, What was she thinking? Then, once our debriefing was complete, he turned to me and said, Lady Rosamond, how does the Bible look? I intend to order my servants to search as well, but I have never seen it up close. I imagine they will not recognize it either. I described its size and cover, among other things. The head attendant gave his instructions to the servants, and a thorough search of the estate began. And what is the Bible used for? Jeremias asked. This might have influenced where Viscountess Daldov chose to hide it. Ceremonies mostly. I can hold them without it, since I know the prayers by heart, but each duchy only has one Bible, and I do not wish to lose it. Not to mention my successor will need it for when they start memorizing the prayers. According to Egmont's memories and the note left behind, she stole our Bible simply to cause problems for us. Does it have no other uses? Well, it also serves as a manual for becoming king, but that has nothing to do with me. Not that I know of, I replied. Jeremias frowned, and it was then that Ferdinand and the head attendant returned from their search. They had turned the entire estate upside down to find the Bible, but to no avail. It had seemed likely that it would be here, since Viscountess Daldovs clearly hadn't expected us to notice the switch so soon, which made our lack of success all the more disappointing. It was likely moved elsewhere, Ferdinand said, then looked at Jeremias. Tell me, did the Viscountess own a teleportation circle? She did not, and we did not grant her permission to use the one entrusted to her house. To prevent assassinations and ambushes, only the Archduke could place the kinds of teleportation circles used to transport people, and these circles were limited into travel within the duchy. Those used to cross duchy borders, such as the ones that provided access to the Royal Academy, required the king's permission. The circles used to teleport goods likewise couldn't move objects across duchy borders. It was possible to install ones that could, but doing so required the permission of the two duchies. Archdukes, and it didn't seem to be something that happened all that much. The potential risk when generations passed and political circumstances changed was much too great. Personal teleportation circles, like the ones that Ferdinand used, functioned a little differently. There were designated sending and receiving circles, meaning that goods could only be transported one way. On top of that, since the maker's mana was used on both sides, they could only be used with the sender's and receiver's permission. This and other restrictions were in place to prevent any dangerous items from being sent. In short, even if the Viscountess had used a teleportation circle she had acquired from somewhere, the Bible would still be somewhere in Ehrenfest. Gieb Daldov, is there anyone your wife might have known who would need the Bible, or anyone to whom she would entrust such a dangerous item? Ferdinand asked. He had, of course, been investigating the former Veronica faction for quite some time, so I was sure he already knew the answer to this question. His decision to ask anyway meant this was probably a minor test of sorts to see whether the Viscount really did intend to cooperate. Gieb Gerlach is the most likely candidate, I would say. Like my late wife, he has name sworn to Lady Georgine. Her decision to steal the Bible might even have been for Lady Georgine's sake, considering that she acted without her knowing. Gieb Gerlach was a scholar before he was a Gieb, so he is most likely capable of making teleportation circles on his own. Indeed, Ferdinand replied with a satisfied nod. It seemed that Gieb Daldov's answer corresponded with his own intelligence. That said, there are no teleportation circles to be found in her chambers, her hidden room, or the attendants' rooms, and the Bible could not have been moved instantaneously without one. Do you have any ideas other than Gieb Gerlach? My lady did not leave the estate even once after she returned, the head attendant interjected. She had no meeting scheduled, and she did not see anyone from outside the estate. As her room does not have a balcony, I also find it reasonable to conclude that she did not sneak out on her high beast. His word, coupled with the responses to Viscount Daldov's ordinances, was enough for us to conclude that she hadn't ventured anywhere else after arriving at the estate. And given that Ferdinand had assigned knights to observe the premises after returning to the castle, we could be sure that she hadn't snuck out after the gate closed that day. It had come to mind that perhaps she had gone somewhere immediately before making her way to the estate, but the time the Eggman had seen her leave, and the time the head attendant maintained that she had arrived were almost identical. She hadn't been unaccounted for very long at all, and it would have been much too dangerous for her to be flying around with the Bible in her possession. There's no teleportation circle, and she didn't leave the estate. That seems unusually lax, especially when you consider how much she was doing before she went to the noble's quarter. She had used her subordinate to stake out the Italian restaurant and the Gilberta Company, even going as far as to purchase cloth and the like. This must have been more to it than we realized. I turned my attention to the head attendant, thinking back on everything the Viscountess had done. On another note, when did the Gilberta Company's cloth arrive? I asked, remembering that there was still other things that we needed to investigate. Finding out more about the cloth was at the top of my priority list since it risked getting the lower city involved. The Gilberta Company's cloth, the head attendant repeated. Yes, someone whom we believe to have been Viscountess Daldov's servant purchased cloth dyed in the current fashion from the Gilberta Company. I'm wondering whether it has some connection to the Bible incident, as it happened on the same day and she was not known to buy from that store. Ah, he said. The cloth arrived prior to my lady's return. A merchant came around noon to deliver it. I did not recognize them, but they had a letter that bore my lady's handwriting, so I paid for it and accepted the goods. The cloth was then taken by an attendant in the afternoon. Wait. The Viscountess had already returned to her estate by the afternoon. Had the attendant used the cloth to wrap up the Bible? If so, then it was possible that the Gilberta Company would end up being directly dragged into this mess. This other attendant, where did they take the cloth, I asked. Is there not a chance that they relocated the Bible with it? All eyes fell on the head attendant. He would have been the one to summon the carriage, and indeed his response came without any hesitation. I recall that they were headed to the castle. The castle? My eyes shot open. Would they have really taken the Bible to the castle? Maybe they had needed to do something with the cloth first? I continued to ponder the situation when Jeremias looked up at the start. I understand. It's a gift to celebrate Lord Ferdinand's marriage. What? By delivering the cloth to the castle as a gift from Lord Ferdinand, they can have it sent to Arensbach without suspicion. This method circumvents the need for a teleportation circle and for the desired goods to pass through the Gebe Gerlach. If one wishes to deliver the Bible to Lady Georgine, this is the most discreet solution. Shit. I hope they were able to get it in time. Ferdinand, a member of our archducal family, was marrying into another duchy. Arensbach had sent us in abundance of gifts in celebration of the special occasion, and Ehrenfest was going to be sending them gifts in turn. As I understood it, there was room in the castle where offerings from various Gebes and nobles were sent before winter socializing. Were being stored. Cloth dyed in Ehrenfest style would make for a suitable wedding gift, Jeremias continued, and since it was considered a gift for women, it would doubtless be delivered to Lady Ditlinde or Lady Georgine rather than Ob Arensbach or Lord Ferdinand. We had already sold this production method for Rinsham, and it was now common practice for hairpins to be gifted for one's graduation ceremony and taken straight to the Royal Academy. This cloth, however, was a new trend, and unlike sweets, it wouldn't spoil while being stored in the castle. Jeremias explained that the Viscountess would have simply prepared a box large enough to also store the Bible, and that because cloth was such a normal present for a groom to give his bride, it wouldn't draw any suspicion. That reminds me, back when I tried to give cloth to Aurelia, Brunhilde told me it was a more fitting present for Lampert to give. I swiftly rose to my feet and said, I am off to the castle. We finally had a lead, and I wasn't going to waste any time. Ferdinand sent an ordinance to a castle scholar, informing them that we would soon be arriving to check the wedding presents. I was accompanying him so that I could search the room for cloth from the Gilberta Company. We had ordered some guards to stay at the Doggoth estate to watch the Viscount and the others while they continued to search for clues. And so we went to Ferdinand's office in the castle. Waiting for us there was a scholar I had never met. He was one of Ferdinand's retainers who helped at the castle, but never came to the temple. I have with me the key to the room containing the gifts, the scholar said. If you would only order it, we could check them on your behalf. I understand that you are tremendously busy. He looked rather dissatisfied about Ferdinand doing such work himself, so he was probably aiding me in my valiant quest to reduce his workload. The Ferdinand shook his head. The Ob has informed me that many gifts have arrived already. I must thank the senders during winter socializing and offer them gifts in return, and while checking them all will be no small task, I cannot respond sincerely unless I do. Now is the perfect opportunity to begin, so there are no temple ceremonies to preoccupy me, he explained, wearing a fake smile. He took the key from the scholar, then piled some documents before him. Rosemont and Justice will accompany me. You may focus on this in the meantime. Lord Ferdinand, why is Lady Rosemont allowed to go when I am not? The scholar asked, eyeing me suspiciously. Because of my own selfish request, I replied. I wish to prepare gifts for Lady Ditlinde and Lady Lezia, but I am concerned that I might send them something they have already received from a Gebe. As such, I asked to see what my competition is offering. I apologize for how hasty this must all seem, but there is not much time before I must return to the Royal Academy. Ferdinand nodded and that we had no more time to waste, and started making his way to the room containing the gifts. I followed after him, though I couldn't help but glance back at the scholar as we went. He was slumped over a little, looking dejected as he picked up the first sheet of paperwork. I feel kind of bad for him, I said. He has to work all alone. There is no helping that, Ferdinand replied. Or are you volunteering to explain the full circumstances to him if we find what we're seeking? I know. I walked alongside Ferdinand and Leslie, of course, until we arrived at our destination. Justice used the key he had received from Ferdinand to open the door for us, revealing one towering stack of presents after another. Good lord! There are so many boxes, I wisely observed. They keep the gifts from being stained while being loaded into carriages, Ferdinand replied. Using boxes was also ideal when it came to storage, as it allowed for the gifts to be stacked as they were now. Let us begin. I am relying on you to recognize the cloth we are looking for. I was in charge of checking the cloth since I was the most familiar with the kind available from the Gilberta Company. My retainers brought me one box after another while Ferdinand checked who each one was from. Stack the boxes we have checked over here, I said. Take care not to mix them up with the ones we have yet to open. My guard knights continued passing the boxes over like a well-oiled machine while Ferdinand checked the contents of each one and Justice kept notes. I was brought in for a closer look only when we found cloths of the new style. None was dyed in the style we were trying to find, although some places were quite similar, but then, Ferdinand, here, this cloth is from the Gilberta Company, I shouted. It had the same floral print that Mom used, and was the divine color of summer so that it could be made into a timely outfit when it was delivered in the spring. Light poison checks have already been carried out, but give it a closer inspection before touching anything. It may be smeared with the same poison that was used on the fake Bible, Ferdinand noted. So my guard knights began a more thorough examination into Hartmut's instructions. He remembered everything I taught him, Justice muttered, impressed. Hey! The cloth was wrapped around something so big and heavy that I couldn't even get it out of the box. In the end, Lenore and Angelica had to take it out and unwrap it for me. Oh? I had expected to find the Bible inside, but instead the cloth was peeled away to reveal a wooden box. This box has a surprising amount of weight for something used just for wrapping cloth around. There must be something inside Lenore's remark. Little dip. She opened up the box to reveal another layer of protective cloth, and inside that was a very familiar sight. My Bible, I exclaimed. Let us check it for poison first, Lady Rosemary, Angelica said, stopping me in my tracks before I could grab it. Did you forget the last Bible you saw was tampered with? Lenore asked, adding to my lecture. Isn't that I had no choice but to be patient? The Bible is now safe to touch, Lady Rosemary, Hartman said when the checks were finally complete. He then eased the book into my hands. I examined its cover and front page, took a big sniff, then hugged it to my chest. It looks like it, smells like it, feels like it. This is absolutely my Bible, I declared, then gazed up at it with a confident smile. Ferdinand was staring back at me in open disgust. That you distinguish books by their smell is rather off-putting. Excuse me? I disagree, I protested. It shows just how close I am with them. If you insist, I do not care enough to discuss this further, Ferdinand said, waving me away with a sigh. In any case, I must admit their plot was especially elaborate this time. Had this Bible been found in Aaron's box, people would have thought that you stole it, Ferdinand. He simply shook his head. No, it would have been seen as an Aaron-fest plot to make Aaron's box seem like thieves. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. We've crushed their plot either way. We have successfully recovered the Bible, prevented the issue from reaching the public, and ensured that Ferdinand wouldn't receive the blame. Still, we have nothing connecting this to the Lady Georgine, do we? As it stands, Viscountess Dolduf masterminded the entire plot. We have no evidence connecting her to Aaron's box. If not for Egmont's ring, we would not even been able to prove Keep Gerlach's involvement. There was no mistaking that Georgine was pulling the strings here, but man, what a pain it was dealing with her. She was exceedingly cautious and annoyingly tricky. You are right, though. We have found the Bible, Ferdinand continued. Our names have not been besmirched, and we have avoided a potential assassination. Plus now we have recovered this cloth, the Gilberta Company will not face any repercussions. There is also the fact that the next Guy Dolduf will be swearing his name to the Ob, so all in all, I suppose this incident was actually to our benefit. And remember, it's all because I noticed that something was off, I said. I hadn't been of much use beyond that, so I wanted to stress my essential contribution to our glorious victory. Feel free to shower me with praise. Your phrasing makes me reluctant to acknowledge your assistance at all, but, well, indeed. It doesn't feel much like praise. You simply acted as anyone trying to avoid punishment would. It's hardly worth my acclaim. Despite my best efforts, Ferdinand refused to give me even a word of genuine praise. At the very least, I could take pride in knowing that I had retrieved both the Bible and the Gilberta Company's cloth for that incident. Our work here wasn't done, though. Ferdinand got me to help him check all the remaining gifts, and only then did we return to the temple. Use the key to open the Bible and confirm its authenticity, Ferdinand said. Right. I re-registered my mana to the key, and then opened the Bible with ease, which was proof enough that the key was real. I was then able to confirm the authenticity of the Bible as the usual text and magic circle rose into the air. We wasted no time in reporting our findings to Sylvester and Viscount Dolduf. We have recovered the Bible, I said. We have also found the Gilberta Company's cloth, so they are no longer at risk of getting mixed up in noble affairs. Dealing with the name swearing and punishment was Sylvester's job, so I was going to leave all that to him. I was sure that the Doldufs wouldn't be disciplined too seriously, since they had done everything in their power to help us find the Bible and told us some valuable information about the Arensbach leading nobles. I'm glad to see that you've retrieved the Bible. I was starting to worry, Fran said, breaking into a smile when he saw me. He had been on tenterhooks, waiting for my return. I gave a big nod, then hugged the Bible book to my chest again. Welcome home, my Bible. Okay, let's see. Do I have time? I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay. Part 5. I had to think for a second which part it was. A change of plans. And so the autumn coming-of-age ceremony ended without incident. I had expected that some noble or other would come to check on the Bible, but it seemed that Egmont had been in charge of overseeing matters in the temple. A letter from his home family arrived asking whether I had been able to open and use the Bible during the coming-of-age ceremony. Ferdinand, what should we do with this, I asked. Pen a response in Egmont's name, stating that you simply brought the Bible to the ceremony and did not attempt to open it. I look forward to seeing how many nobles fall for it this winter, Ferdinand said, his lip curving into a grin. Hartman uttered an agreement, saying that they needed to eliminate all the nobles who posed a threat to me in one fell swoop. That may be so, but I think Hartman is the most dangerous of them all. Possibly. I had Monica write a response as if she were Egmont's attendant. It was a magic letter, so when I placed it inside its envelope, after checking the text, it turned into an ivory bird and flew away. I need to go back to the castle and prepare for winter socializing as soon as the winter baptisms are complete, I said. But when I think about the dangers of nobles sneaking in again, I fear for the temple. Even after we were gone, nobles from the south were going to be passing through the temple on their way to the castle. There was a chance that one of them would attempt something again, so I decided to have Daniel stay back in the temple until the last possible moment. Ferdinand and I had been called to a meeting of the archducal family, so we needed to leave for the castle as soon as the winter baptisms were over. This meeting would center around us telling the higher-ups of the Knights Order that what we had learned from Viscount Daldov and finalizing our plans for the winter purge. It was being held in secret, so we were limited to one retainer of each field, specifically those with the tightest lips. In my case, I was bringing Hartmut, Riarda, and Cornelius. Are you sure about Hartmut, considering... I would think that he would be the type to... If you were to tell him your secret of you being from another world, or even as a commoner... he seems like he would be the type to extol your virtues even more, saying that the Saint of Ehrenfest was amazing, even more so from rising up the ranks of being from a commoner to a noble. Yeah, best not to do that. Sylvester began explaining his plans for the winter purge and which nobles he intended to detain. Wilfrid, Charlotte, and Melkor listened in complete shock, having not been privy to the purge before this point. I could see the retainers tense up as well. Sylvester went on to note that a far greater number of members of the former Veronica faction had given their names than expected. Father, Wilfrid said with a tense expression, what do you plan to do with the nobles who no longer have names to give? Many former Veronica faction members had thus far refused to change sides. One could easily deduce that there were more names sworn among them than an Ehrenfest person would ever have guessed. I intend to spare those who gave their names to Veronica, the former first wife, as long as they are not involved in any wrongdoing, Sylvester replied. Veronica had not brought in their name-sworn face-stones with her to the Ivory Tower, meaning there was no risk of her giving new orders. Sylvester had thus determined that it was best not to treat them any different than the nobles who hadn't given their names. Would it be possible to have Lady Veronica return their names, I asked. It was sure to be an option. I remembered hearing that Ferdinand had tried to give Eckert and the others their names back when entering the temple. Rosemine, do you think she would give up her forever loyal servant so lightly? Ferdinand replied, shooting down my idea in a heartbeat. She would only use the opportunity to give troublesome orders or speak in a code that we would not understand. Not to mention, those name stones are most likely in Mother's hidden room, Sylvester added. We could open the door if she climbs to the distant heights, but in that scenario, her name sworn will already have climbed with her. We don't want more deaths than are needed, and if they swear to serve Ehrenfest, they'll suffice for me. However, there was a sudden glint in his dark green eyes. Those who are name sworn to my sister are another story. Georgine is the first wife of Arensbach, which means those sworn to her will be working for her duchy, not ours. Nobles who can't defy treasonous orders are nothing but dangerous to Ehrenfest. I want to save as many children forced into their faction as I can, but I have no mercy for those who gave their names to Georgine. I recalled Viscount Daldov saying that his parents had ordered him to give his name. One could imagine there were many who had similarly been forced to give their names to Georgine during their last visit. The faces of the former Veronica faction's children flashed through my mind. Will everyone be okay? Considering that everyone could enter Rosemine's shield during last year's attack at the awards ceremony, we know there are none among the children who are hostile toward the archducal family, Sylvester continued. There are some we plan to execute for the crime of association, which must be done if we are to keep our authority stable, but I'm trying to save as many lives as possible. I want you all to convince the children to give their names to the archducal family so they aren't punished alongside their parents. Those of us in the Ehrenfest dormitory all worked hand in hand at the Royal Academy, and I wanted to ensure that the bonds we had formed weren't destroyed by the purge. Wilfrid and Charlotte both nodded in response to Sylvester, firm and resolve in their eyes. I will do everything I can to save them, Wilfrid said. As will I, Father, Charlotte agreed. I concur that we should have the children at the Royal Academy make this decision for themselves, I said, but what of the children who are not yet students? Florencia smiled. I intend to handle the winter playroom. We will take them into our care and give them home in the Castle Knight's dormitory. There we will explain the crimes their parents have committed and the dangers of treason. Then give them the choice to either be executed by association or live in the dormitory with the others. Children too young to attend the Royal Academy couldn't make the face stones necessary to give their names, so there was no need to worry about them being sworn to someone else. Furthermore, as they had already been baptized, they had the magic tools and means necessary to survive as nobles. Florenzi explained that if we just looked after them for the few years before they were due to enter the Royal Academy, then they would be able to start apprentice work and earn an income, from which point they could pretty much live independent as proper nobles. Those who had surviving family members could perhaps be taken in by them, but Florenzi's plans meant that even those who didn't would be able to get by. That made me feel relieved at first, but then I found myself thinking of the children who wouldn't be included. What about those who have yet to be baptized, I asked. I know we cannot officially recognize them as children of Ehrenfest, but their survival will greatly determine how many nobles we will have in a few years' time. Well, we don't know how many of them exist, so we haven't thought that much about them, Sylvester replied. There may be nobles willing to adopt them with especially high mana, but most won't want anything to do with the children of nobles executed for treason. Not to mention, it'll be hard to raise really young kids without a mother. Newborns weren't officially registered as children until they were baptized. Some, like Conrad, had their magic tools stolen from them in their own homes, and others were never given one at all, so it was impossible to predict how many existed. Sylvester said that the castle had no need for those who wouldn't become nobles, so saving their lives simply wasn't a priority. As it stands, we don't know how much manpower or funding we'll need to raise them, nor whether they'll have enough mana to become nobles in the first place. We should treat those who haven't been baptized as if they were never born. Could I take them to the temple orphanage then? Those without magic tools could survive by giving mana to the divine instruments, and rituals would be much easier with more mana at hand. It's very possible that we'll end up losing blue priests during this purge, depending on how it affects their houses. Blue priests, huh? They hadn't crossed my mind, Sylvester said. That was probably because most nobles didn't view blue priests as fellow members of the nobility. This is my opinion as the High Bishop, but if we lose any more blue priests, the temple will suffer both financially and in terms of mana. At the very least, I would like some children with mana to replace them. By working together, Wilfrid, Charlotte, and I were able to make up for the mana shortage that had resulted from our duchy losing so many blue priests and shrine maidens after the Civil War. However, we were soon to lose Ferdinand, and we still needed to find a way to fill the hole that his absence will create. Losing too many blue priests now, of all times, will prove especially problematic. And where will we find the money to support them, Sylvester asked. This is an expensive idea you're putting forward. I don't think you'd want to take so many kids at once. I smiled. We could simply take the funds from the estates of the purged parents. There should not be any problem in using the wealth of the children's houses to support them once they have moved to the temple, no? Well, you're not wrong. I trust that you won't waste the money, so consider it yours, Sylvester said, agreeing to the idea despite not seeming too enthusiastic about it. If we raise them in the orphanage, they will receive a med-noble level education up until their baptisms. Naturally, without the magic tools given to newly born children, they will find it difficult to live as nobles, but I believe we can reward the children who excel with special funding and baptize them into nobility. My suggestion was that they could be baptized without parents, instead having the Archduke or orphanage director as their guardian, then take up residence in the castle dormitory to learn the ways of the nobility. What about those who don't excel, Sylvester asked. As long as they have mana, they can fuel magic tools. They may not be able to live as nobles, but they can devote their mana to the divine instruments within the temple. If you of Ehrenfest were to pay them an amount equivalent to what current blue priests receive, then they should not struggle to get by. There was no need for them to have the same living standards as the current blue priests. We could have them live in the orphanage and dedicate their mana as Besenwast had intended for me to do, and if we were receiving funds from the castle and could provide them with the necessary chefs and carriages, they could be able to perform spring prayer and the harvest festival without issue. And in the potential event of there being enough blue priests that the divine instruments become full, we can have them take on other mana-related tasks, such as teleporting my books or writing magic letters, I continued. My intention is for the lower city merchants to one day start hiring the orphans. If we gave the orphans work involving mana, then it was possible for them to live as commoners. There was no need for the innocent pre-baptism children to die by association, and we didn't need to go through the trouble of ensuring they were raised as nobles. I see. So you do think manners through on occasion, Ferdinand said. I pursed my lips at this very rude remark. It was hard to argue back since I really did tend to be thoughtless. All right, Sylvester said, if you can handle it, then you can look after the pre-baptism children in the orphanage. I much appreciate it, I replied, and it was then that a scholar requested entry into the room. They were allowed in, and silence fell as we all waited to hear what they had to say. Ob Ehrenfest, we have received an urgent letter from Ob Ehrensbach, the scholar said. We have been in the middle of discussing the mass execution of the duchy's Ehrensbach-leaning nobles, so the uncanny timing of this message made us all fearfully apprehensive. He requested a response at once. Sylvester took the letter with a hard frown and wasted no time reading through it. By the time he was done, his brows were deeply knit and his complexion had changed entirely. He slowly looked up at Ferdinand. Ob Ehrenfest. If the letter relates to me, may I request your permission to read it? Ferdinand asked. Sylvester paused for a moment and then said, You may. Ferdinand read through it, then let out a deep sigh and started tapping a finger against his temple. My heart stirred with unease. This was how he reacted to troubling news. Arensbach was already causing enough problems for us. What else could they possibly be doing? I'm assuming they're moving up the time for him to leave. What else could he possibly be bothering these two? Sylvester squeezed his eyes shut, then gave Ferdinand a look that was completely devoid of emotion. We have 3 days to respond. I want to refuse it myself, but I will leave the decision to you. I am grateful. I will consider this carefully. Ferdinand, what did it say? I asked, grabbing his sleeve once the meeting was over and everyone was moving to leave. Ferdinand remained silent for a moment, scanning our surroundings, and shook his head. I suppose I cannot act as though it does not involve you. He directed me to come to his office, so I made my way there with Hartmut, Riarda, and Cornelius in tow. It seems that Ob Arensbach's health is already much worse than expected. He has asked me to depart at once, if possible, such that he can introduce me to his duchy's nobles over the winter and ensure that we get along. He wants you to leave even earlier? We were given so little time to begin with. Considering how long engagement periods usually last, Arensbach was already being very selfish and unreasonable in its expectations. Shortening the time frame even further was ridiculous. He made a point of saying that I should come if possible, which gives us room to refuse him if we so wish. That said, I am very much of the opinion that I should leave for Arensbach sooner rather than later. Why is that? First, I have already gathered everything necessary to execute Georgine's name-sworn nobles. The details of their living situations, reasons to purge them, and evidence of their crimes. The Ob and those of the Knight's Order can manage the rest without me. The handover in the temple is largely finished as well. My leaving will complicate things somewhat, but not enough to prevent our success. Second, I sense that Georgine aims to distance me from Ehrenfest before we follow up our suspicions of Gerlach. Viscount Stoldo's disappearance has already become common knowledge among the nobility, and the kidnapped Grey Priests never reached their destination, so Georgine will have deduced that something unexpected occurred. She would doubtless conclude that Ferdinand was responsible for their attack on the temple, and ending in failure, and she would of course be correct. He had made a show of proving his involvement with both searching Egmont's memories and going to Viscount Stoldo's estate. She has been approaching this with great caution from the start, Ferdinand continued. I cannot say how much information her side has acquired, but I expect that their goal was to remove me from the picture since they see me as having destroyed their plots one after another. Little do they know that the credit actually belongs to you. They are probably under the impression that removing Ferdinand from Ehrenfest would make things easy for them, and in truth, I really couldn't blame them. The most I had done was notice that something was amiss. Ferdinand had taken care of the rest. We're dealing with a woman who lays devious multi-layered traps, I said. The last thing I want is for you to be stuck so close to someone like that. Our move to the offensive has always been inevitable. Here in Ehrenfest I can do nothing but defend, meaning that Georgine's onslaught will never cease. But in Arensbach I can keep an eye on her, send intelligence, and work to forestall attacks. But that's at your own risk, too. As it stood, we had so few connections in Arensbach that there was nothing we could do to fight back. Ferdinand was right when he said that being cautious would mean unending trouble for us. But still, you don't have to leave right away. Can't you wait till spring? By then it will already be too late. Ob Arensbach is in danger, and I believe he speaks the truth when he says that he wishes to help me form noble connections in his duchy, which he still can. Ob Arensbach could introduce Ferdinand to all sorts of nobles, which was exactly what we needed right now. It was only a matter of time before the Archduke ascended the towering stairway to the distant heights, and when he did, Georgine's power would swell significantly, and the strength of someone like Ferdinand, who was marrying in from another duchy, would wane. Finding friends among the Arensbach nobles was crucial, and the winter when they all gathered to socialize was the best opportunity for this. If the first wife's power becomes too great, then there is a chance that I will not be able to act when it matters most, Ferdinand continued. But the greatest reason for me to spend the winter in Arensbach is that Dinlany will not be there. She will, as you know, be at the Royal Academy, meaning that I will be able to move freely without her interference. I was so busy babysitting her during her summer visit that I was unable to keep an eye on Georgine's movements, and the same will be true if we're both in Arensbach. I cannot overstate the benefits of my being there in Dinlany's absence. I take it you've already made up your mind then. Indeed, Ferdinand replied, there is one thing that gives me pause, but if we are able to resolve it, then I shall go. There is no point trying to stop Ferdinand when he had already made up his decision. But at the very least, I could try to help him with this problem. I gazed up at him and said, what's giving you pause? My early departure will force us to call you back for the dedication ritual. I had hoped that you would be able to spend an entire term at the Royal Academy, but this would put all that to ruin. He spoke with a frown, but I didn't see this as much of an issue. It was already a yearly tradition for me to return for the dedication ritual. There was no point in him worrying when everything was already so disastrous. Don't worry, Ferdinand replied, and then realized that Hartman had said the exact same thing at the exact same time. I'm so used to it anyway, so... I quickly trailed off, realizing that although we had started our responses the same, Hartman was now saying something entirely different. We intend to detain many men of rich criminals this year, and there are many blue priests who are very enthusiastic about assisting me, he continued. The ritual can be completed without incident if everyone is given phase stones and rejuvenation potions, and even if that is not enough, I will acquire the necessary assistance. He then turned to me with a bright smile and declared, Lady Rosamund, you may enjoy your stay at the Royal Academy. I will ensure that the blue priests complete the ritual one way or another. Ferdinand told Hartman that he would entrust the dedication ritual to him, a sure sign of the trust that had developed between them. Ferdinand definitely wouldn't have entrusted the ritual to me. Rosamund, Ferdinand continued, assuming that you and the temple have no cause to object, I will be going to Ahrensbach. They have said that accommodations have already been prepared for me, but of course it would be foolish for me to accept those words at face value. My apologies for asking this when you are already so busy, but could you take my luggage to the porter gate? Having access to your high beast during the 3 days that remain will serve as much time compared to using carriages. I wish to use the extra leeway to prepare as many potions and magic tools as possible. Understood. I will do what I can, I replied. His mind was made up and it was only natural that I should do everything in my power to assist him. I appreciated. Now that his departure was decided, Ferdinand sprang into action. He got his estate attendant to write his response in order that clothes and other such daily necessities be prepared. From there he sent an ordinance to Sylvester confirming that he was leaving Ehrenfest, but emphasizing that a reply was not to be sent back for 3 days. The ordinance soon returned with a response, after which Ferdinand contacted me with his schedule for moving his luggage and informed me that we needed to go to the temple to prepare. Meanwhile, Hartman contacted my temple attendants. Rosamund has my permission to accompany you, the ordinance said in Sylvester's voice. Be careful, you're going into enemy territory. Indeed, Ferdinand replied. I could tell from the sardonic look on his face that he thought Sylvester was stating the obvious. A second ordinance then arrived, this time for me. Rosamund, came Sylvester's voice once again. Check with Riarda and Navarre to make sure Ferdinand's luggage isn't missing anything. He needs a woman's perspective, which he's never had. Ferdinand grimaced at that while I pursed my lips. Is he insinuating that I'm not good enough to provide a woman's perspective on my own? I asked. He has a point. So mean! After flatly saying I wasn't capable enough, Ferdinand turned to Riarda behind me. I require your assistance. May I ask you to look over the gifts I intend to bring to Ahrensbach? I do not have space for many, but I will at least need some. I have with me a thrown-together list or for whom that you may use. He then took out the list in question and handed it to her, saying that she could consult his scholars if she needed anything else. You may count on me, Ferdinand, my boy. Though, no, now that you're engaged, I suppose Lord Ferdinand is more appropriate. Remark with wide eyes. I always thought it would be a joyous occasion when I changed how I addressed you, Riarda continued with a melancholic smile. Never did I think that your departure would make me so anxious and concerned. I am also surprised to find that I would rather you continue calling me boy, Ferdinand replied with a wry smile, then turned away from her. I must close off my temple workshop. After that, I will put together the luggage at my estate. Apologies, but I must leave the gift sorting to you. Understood, Lord Ferdinand. Preparing to leave. Do I want to continue this? Do I have time to continue this? Yes, I do. Upon our arrival at the temple, Ferdinand briskly put away his high beast, then began prior walking to his chambers. I called out to him to wait. Ferdinand, you need the time-stopping magic tool. We need to fill it with tasty meals and sweets for you to take to Ahrensbach. Do you truly intend to prepare that much food over the next few days? Obviously. You tend to put off eating when you're busy. I imagine you always cut your meals from the luggage you'll be bringing with you to Ahrensbach, haven't you? Or cut out meals from the luggage. Ferdinand said nothing and merely stared at me through narrowed eyes. I had evidently hit the nail on the head. I will prepare the food, I continued, so simply lend me the time-stopping magic tool. Justice will fetch it later. Satisfied? I watched Ferdinand stride off and start directing his attendants while I put away my own high beast, then asked Fran to go to the orphanage and workshop to summon my attendants. In the meantime, I returned to my high bishop's chambers with Monica, whereupon I got her and Nicola to help me change. Nicola, I request a feast of meals and snacks, I announced. We need to make enough to fill the time-stopping magic tool before Ferdinand leaves. I intend to ask the Italian restaurant for support, but I expect our kitchen to be working at maximum capacity as well. Understood, Nicola replied, racing to the kitchen without a moment's hesitation. At once I started writing letters to the lower city. By the time I was just about finished, my attendants had gathered in my room. Gil, deliver this to Benno, I said. I wish to know all the progress Zach has made on the bench that Ferdinand ordered. This is for the Gilberta Company. I wish to buy the highest quality hairpin they have. One that Ferdinand can give to Lady Letzia. This will suit her. That will suit hair as golden as Lady Detlinde's, and this is a request from the Offmer Company. Please ask them to assist us in preparing the High Priest's meals and sweets. Understood. I asked Fritz to prepare books and instructional materials to give to Letzia, while I informed Wilma of the very high chance that the orphanage will receive an abundance of new children over the winter. In the meantime... Go away!
Is there a tablet in there?
No!
Okay, what?
In the meantime, Rosina was transcribing new songs for me. My intention had been to complete them in secret at the Royal Academy where Ferdinand wasn't around, but there wouldn't be any time for that now. Rosina was focusing on the melody Ferdinand could arrange for them by himself at a later time. The next day, the time-stuffing magic tool was brought to the High Bishop's chambers, and we began packing it full of sweets from the Offmer Company and the meals that Hugo and Ella had prepared. Justice Poison tested each dish and carefully noted down what it contained. By third bell, the attendants of the High Priest's chambers were coming in and out of my room, transporting boxes from Ferdinand's workshop to mine. A response from Benno arrived a short while later, explaining that the bench had yet to be upholstered with tear-resistant cloth and was thus not complete. It was due to be finished at some point during the winter. I made my way to the High Priest's chambers to report this information and provided my usual assistance, but Ferdinand was nowhere to be seen. There were fewer attendants in his room as well, since there was so much to be done before his departure. Eckert, where is Ferdinand? I asked. Lord Ferdinand is cleaning up his workshop, he replied. Thus far he has left only to bring out boxes, but you can call for him if you have something urgent to discuss. You might even want to help him. He then pointed at the magic tool used to speak with those inside the hidden room. I asked for permission to enter so that I could deliver my report, and soon enough Ferdinand poked his head out to listen. Before I could even speak, however, Eckert pushed me through the door. Lord Ferdinand, it seems that Rosamine enthusiastically wishes to assist you in your workshop, he said. What? I was about to complain, but Eckert fixed me with an overwhelmingly imposing smile that stopped me dead in my tracks. Yes, that's right. Please allow me to help. Ferdinand told me to enter, and together we started cleaning up paperwork and such while I delivered my report on the meals I had prepared, the hairpin, the instruction manual, materials, and finally the letter from Benno. In short, I will send the completed bench and new dishes to you in spring. In the meantime, please enjoy all the meals we prepared for you, I said, determined to make him eat healthily. Ferdinand thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, there's no need for that. You can keep the bench. But why? I asked, blinking in surprise. The bench was being made for him because he had shown so much interest in the mattress. I absolutely wanted him to have it in Aaronspach. Its comfortable cushion will give him somewhere to relax. There was a brief silence before Ferdinand said, I fear that anything I bring with me to Aaronspach might be taken away. I would rather you keep it than have it end up with someone else. He looked particularly displeased, as though he were remembering a particularly distasteful memory. There was nothing I could say in response. I was in no position to reassure him that nothing like that would happen in Aaronspach, because you ain't going to be there. Furthermore, will you not need a place to relax once you lose the bench you have been using for support? Ferdinand asked. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, he's mentioning the whole where she remarked at him as a bench because, essentially she said that he was someone she could lean on but didn't completely trust to sleep on, essentially, you know? And that was when he got a little annoyed and did who knows what to her. It was like implied he did something. But we couldn't figure out what he did. I already had a bench in my room. It hadn't been lost, and I didn't expect to lose it either. I gazed up at Ferdinand, not understanding what he meant, and in response he let out a weary sigh. You are the one who compared me to a bench. Consider this cushioned variety to be my replacement. He flicked me on the forehead and said, Don't make me say it, fool. He then picked up a box and started toward the door. Ah, god damn it. I watched him leave, unsure how I was ever meant to guess these things when he was so cryptic and indirect. The more I thought about it, however, the more I realized that he had guided and protected me ever since I first entered the temple. I've always felt so much more comfortable with him there for me to lean on. All my memories since I first joined the temple flashed in my mind. Ferdinand was busy with needing to depart so suddenly, but he was still showing me so much consideration, leaving me things out of nothing but kindness. The thought made my heart ache. Yeah, the guy can be a little bit of a jerk at times, but yeah, he's a good guy. Even during the brief moments when Ferdinand exited the workshop, when he was out of my sight, it felt as though he had disappeared for good. Soon I wouldn't have him protectively standing in front of me anymore. I would need to walk my own path without any guidance, and that realization sent another pang through my chest. Rosamund put these documents together, Ferdinand said, returning as soon as he had placed the box outside. It ain't happening. But just seeing his face again filled me with such an overwhelming relief that tears began to blur my vision. I don't need a replacement bench. So please, wait until spring before you leave. Dang it, I knew this one was gonna be sad too, I just didn't know what part. As much as I wanted to say that, I couldn't. It was too selfish to beaver past my lips. I swallowed the words and wiped my eyes. Rosamund, is something wrong? Ferdinand asked. Ferdinand, since you have so little time before you have to go, shouldn't you remove the restriction on who can enter your workshop? I asked, deciding to be useful instead. Yeah, considering he's not going to be there anymore, there's no need for it to have that restriction since there's probably not going to be anything there. I'm assuming he's taking almost everything out of it. Of his anyway, and leaving like the bare bones, like the bare furniture in it. That would probably be for the best, because then Hartman can register it and use it. That's not a bad idea, he replied, then promptly removed the restriction. Since others could now enter his workshop, I was promptly shooed out. There was little need for someone so short and weak. I merely shrugged as Eckert took my place and gleefully began assisting Ferdinand. The luggage was separated into that which was due to be taken to Ahrensbach and that which needed to be taken to my workshop. Ferdinand had already made some progress with clearing out his workshop, but there was still a lot to be done. I will need to clean up my estate as well, and my aim is to have it all finished today, Ferdinand said, causing the attendants from his chambers to widen their eyes. Clearing out this messy workshop they had never ever seen before was going to be bad enough. And then there was the matter of their usual duties. Your attendants can't do this alone, Ferdinand. There's not enough time, I said. Let me call the Grey Priest from the orphanage to help. What point is there in summoning those whom you have no intention of making into attendants? There is no need to take them as attendants. We can reward them another way. Monica, I ask that you go to the orphanage and summon 10 or so Grey Priests who are esteemed suited for physical labor. Understood, Monica replied, then turned on her heel and made her way to the orphanage. I returned my attention to Ferdinand, who seemed taken aback and gave a small smile. How about you entrust the boxes you don't want others to touch to Eckert and your attendants, while the Grey Priests carry the rest? Ferdinand paused and then said, you truly are skilled at delegating work to others. Of course, there really isn't much I can do on my own. I'm always relying on the help of those more capable than me. You're talented enough to do pretty much anything by yourself, but I think you would do well to make more allies and trust them with things. I racked my brain for a simple method that even Ferdinand could use to make allies. He was skilled in the art of protecting himself, but this defensiveness meant that he seldom allowed new people to get close to him, and vice versa. He tried to resolve situations only with those he already trusted, but by this logic, Raymond was probably the only person from Ahrensbach whom he'd be able to rely on. I didn't want him falling back on Eckert and Justice for everything. Ferdinand, since you are heading to Ahrensbach in the winter, when so many nobles are due to come together, why not play the harp bill to celebrate your arrival and gain the support of the gathered women, I said. It would be trivial for you, and your success is guaranteed, especially if you play a new song. Let's make the most of your voice, looks, and musical talent. Yeah, get him to play the love song! Maybe. Actually, that might get him on Ditlinda's good side, quote-unquote, and we really don't need her clinging to him. His Heartspiel concert here in Ehrenfest had won over more or less every woman in attendance, with many being overwhelmed to the point of swooning. Surely it was worth a try in Ahrensbach, too. Oh, by the way, I've had some sweets prepared as well, I continued. You're going to be educating Lady Letzia, so I suggest rewarding her with some whenever she succeeds at something. And remember to praise her. You'll discourage her from growing if you do nothing but focus on her mistakes. Also, speak often with Lady Letzia's retainers about your education process. Don't lord over them with a plan you decided on yourself. And another thing, enough already. Take care of your own responsibilities, Ferdinand said, waving me away like a bothersome fly. The dismissive remarks simply wouldn't do. I had already arranged for all the things I wanted Ferdinand to take to Ahrensbach. All there was left to do now was wait. The food was almost ready, and Justice was more or less done with looking over what had arrived from the Offner Company. There was also the items intended for Letzia, a hairpin which I had ordered for the Ville, and some educational material which Fran was currently dealing with. Rosina had already finished transcribing the melody of my new songs, and was now battling to arrange as many of them as she could. And what exactly are these responsibilities, I asked? I came to the temple to help you, didn't I? Go to the bookworm with Fran and retrieve the books I've been keeping there. You're taking the books? They were his, so it made complete sense that he would take them with him, but I was still sad to see them go. I trudged to the bookroom with Fran. The lack of a furnace meant the air was frigid enough to give me goosebumps. I started pointing at the books that belonged to Ferdinand, and one by one, Fran hooked the thick chains to carrying them to the reading desks. Each one was freighted with a loud clank, and as I watched the pile grow taller and taller, I could feel my heart grow sadder and sadder. Oh, that book. We were now standing in the first bookroom I had ever entered, and the books around us were the first ones I had been permitted to read at my leisure. But the particular book that Fran was currently holding... Is something the matter, Lady Rosemine? Fran asked. I simply recalled that the book in your hands is the first one I ever read after coming here. Indeed, the first book I had read on my first day as an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden belonged to Ferdinand. Fran looked at the book and then gave a soft smile. Oh yes, I remember it like it was yesterday. You crushed Gil when he came to inform you it was time for lunch and neglected to eat to the point that you collapsed. Sam chuckled. That was when the Gilberta Company came with her tithe. The high priest truly was shocked. He checked on your health with Fran each and every day until you recovered and could return to the temple. Ah, I said, feel free to forget all about that, both of you. Fran and Zom carefully wrapped each of the unchained books in cloth as they continued reminiscing about their time with Ferdinand. Most of the memories they brought up were about him agonizing over my words and actions. Hearing them talking about nothing but my failures was honestly embarrassing. Surely they had some more flattering memories? Lady Rosemine, please wait here with Monica, Fran eventually said. We shall deliver these to the high priest. Instead of stacking the books and carrying several at once, it seemed that Fran and Zom intended to carry them one at a time. Ferdinand had told me to help them, but the books he owned were much too thick and heavy for me to carry. Once they had gone, I glanced around the book room, now a questionable name, I thought, considering how empty it felt. Mestinora is carved into the shelves, I see, I mused aloud. My eyes wandered to the bookshelves with a door that could only be opened with a high bishop's key, and I noticed that its decorative carvings were more elaborate than those on the surrounding shelves. They displayed a goddess cradling the Gruchite. I've seen these bookshelves so many times over the years, but I guess I never noticed anything but the books. That is very much like you, Lady Rosemine, Monica said with a giggle. The stories that Fran and Zom told a moment ago were very interesting. I didn't know much about you before you say the orphanage. In case you've yet to notice, there are engravings like these all throughout the temple. It seemed that Monica had long since noticed the carvings on the bookroom shelves. As it turned out, there were various gods hidden all over the temple in various places, although you weren't likely to notice them unless you were one of the people on cleaning and polishing duty. Our apologies for the wait, Lady Rosemine. The high priest has asked for you to prepare your high beast. Now that Fran and Zom had finished moving the books, I needed to transport them to the noble's quarter. I raced through the book room, returned to my chambers, and then got changed. After which Angelica, who was serving as my guard, came up to me. Lady Rosemine, will you be returning to the castle after delivering the luggage to Lord Ferdinand's estate? I will be staying at the temple today, so you may have Daniel stay at the castle. In that case, Daniel, you may have tomorrow off, I said. I assume you need to prepare for winter socializing. Thank you, my lady. My guards wouldn't be able to prepare for winter socializing if they spent all their time with me in the temple. That was why I was sending Daniel home and staying only with Angelica for the time being. Speaking of which, have you finished your own preparations, Angelica? I asked. Yes, thanks to my strong little sister, I am fully ready. You really should learn to do things yourself. You can't expect Laisletta to keep doing everything for you. To tell the truth, I agree, Angelica replied, placing an embarrassed hand on her cheek. It was the answer she gave whenever she knew that she should do something but didn't have the motivation. I had heard it from her numerous times before, and not once has she actually made an effort to improve afterward. At this rate, Angelica, you're going to be helping when help us when Laisletta gets married. In other words, I won't have to worry for another couple of years. That isn't what I meant. I gave up on convincing Angelica and instead produced my panda bus at the front entrance. Although given how much luggage we needed to transport, it wasn't actually closer in size to a panda truck. Its door flumped open, and the gray priest began piling boxes inside. Ferdinand, I made my high beast, I said. Then you may wait in front of a fireplace. Your health may be improved, but it's still cold. You will take sick if not careful. I took a seat in front of the nearby fireplace and watched everyone work. Their pace was smooth due to the number of gray priests going in and out, all carrying boxes. I could see Justice directing several people inside who were carrying the time-stopping magic tool. The priest took a short break for lunch, then got straight back to work. It wasn't long before Ferdinand's workshop was completely empty, with even the closets having been cleared of everything except blue robes. Ferdinand closed the door to his hidden room, then placed a hand against it and started channeling mana. The face stone lost its color, eradicating his workshop entirely. My mana has thus been removed, Ferdinand said. You may do this space as you please, Hartmut. I am grateful, Hartmut said, then registered his mana with the door to create his own hidden room. I will now return to my estate, finish my packing there, and subsequently leave for Ahrensbach. I am not likely to return to this temple again. Clean these robes and ensure they are ready to be lent out if necessary. Ferdinand gave his blue robes to an attendant. It was strange to think it, but I would never again see him wearing the priestly attire I was so accustomed to. He put on his noble coat, then attached his blue cape. Do not daydream, Rosemine. The luggage must be brought to my estate. We are leaving. Right. We made our way to the front entrance where Leslie was waiting, and upon our arrival we found that Ferdinand's temple attendants had all gathered to see him off. They were lined up and offering their prayers while his noble retainers began producing their high beasts. High Priest, may the divine protections of the gods grace thee in thy new home. Almighty King and Queen of the endless skies, Almighty Eternal Five who rule the mortal realm. O Goddess of Water at Lutrain, O God of Fire at Ladenshaft, O Goddess of Water at Wind at Zaria, O Goddess of Earth Geduld, O God of Life Abiglay, we offer you our prayers and gratitude. Ferdinand watched with an indescribable expression as the line of attendants knelt, crossed their arms, and bowed their heads. After a moment, the corners of his lips rose ever so slightly. This is my final order to all of you, who have served me well. Treat Hartmut as you have treated me, and support Rosemine, the High Bishop. Sorry if I sound nasally. It happens when I'm getting emotional. So, yeah. If you hear that voice, and it's... Yeah, you hear that, it's not good. And it's not supposed to be emotional or anything in the book, then it's just me nasally. But if it is, then, yeah. You know why. As you wish. Ferdinand nodded his attendants, then turned to Fran and Zom, who had accompanied us. They were his former attendants, whom he had met sent to work for me. As I understood it, they had been chosen precisely because of their competence and the fact that Ferdinand trusted them without question. Well, of course. Why would he send someone he didn't trust to look after her? Fran, Zom, I entrust Rosemine to you both. Zom was the first to kneel and bow his head in a show of deference. I am honored, High Priest. Please take good care of yourself. Perhaps he followed, adding in a very emphatic, it was the highest honor to have served you. I imagine so. The guy might be a big taskmaster, but the guy was sure freaking had people who were loyal to him. I see, Ferdinand said, allowing a warm smile to play on his lips. He turned away from the temple, deliberately flourishing his cane. Why did he do that? In the process, and climbed atop his high beast. Then, after looking across his gathered attendants one last time, he flew up into the air. I gripped the wheel of my panda bus and followed after his blue cape. This is really it. This is really it. I cannot talk. This is really it then. The High Priest isn't the High Priest anymore. After we arrived at Ferdinand's estate, Leslie was unloaded and the luggage was taken to a different rooms, depending on whether it was to be kept here or transported to Ahrensbach. There wasn't much I could do to help them, so I simply waited around and sipped tea with Judith as my guard. I would have liked to spend more time with Ferdinand's back book room, but some of the luggage apparently needed to be moved there, so he told me that I would just get in the way. I'm guessing all the books that they had packed up for him from the book room would probably be going there. It's kind of awkward sipping tea by myself while everyone else is working. I continued to watch Ferdinand give instructions, and it was then that I realized something was off. Ferdinand, what are you going to do about your cape, I asked. Will people not take issue with you wearing Dunkelfelder blue on your way to Ahrensbach? Do you intend to switch to Ehrenfest color before you go? I had forgotten about that, Ferdinand admitted, furrowing his brow and tapping a finger against his temple. I remembered him saying that his new Ehrenfest cape didn't have any protective circles, so I couldn't imagine he would feel safe wearing it to Ahrensbach. He paused, a contemplative look on his face, and then said, Rosamine, make some ink in my workshop. We do not have time for embroidery. Drawing is our only option. It certainly would have been a challenge to embroider complex magic circles when we had so little time to spare. Not to mention writing the circles into sparing ink would make it even harder for people to tell what charms the cape used, which was an added bonus. Wait, you want my ink? I asked. Why? Because if he used his ink, the charms would show up or glow as soon as he touched the cape. So best not to use that. Yeah, because my own will react to my touch and reveal the circles, and you have nothing else to do. Daniel, stay with the Rosemine. Have her make the ink. Daniel swapped places with Judith so that he could instruct me, and from there I was promptly relocated to the workshop in Ferdinand's estate. I don't mind since I have nothing else to do, but this feels strange. Will magic circles written in someone else's ink actually function as charms, I asked? As far as I knew, cape embroidery needed to be done by one's partner or spouse. Ooh, this is gonna be awkward. Using ink wouldn't overrule such a fundamental fact. Magic circles that use the mana of another are not entirely dysfunctional, Damien replied. Using mana similar to one's own makes them drastically more effective, though. Oh, right, Ferdinand's cape belongs to someone else, but it clearly still works for him. Not to mention, Lord Ferdinand will only be wearing Ehrenfest colors until his star binding. He will be wearing Ahrensbach colors after that, so perhaps he believes that something simple will suffice for now. I prepared the necessary ingredients for making ink while listening to Daniel. Everything was very easy to find, as Ferdinand stored the same items in the same places in every workshop he owned. You could really feel his personality here. Still, I can't believe Lord Ferdinand is getting married, Daniel groaned while I was stirring the pot. When will it be my turn? He has to freaking bring this up now. He didn't seem to be taking it very well that even the forever bachelor Ferdinand was soon to have a wife. Well, I assume you'll find someone as soon as a lay noble girl using my compression method reaches a capacity similar to yours, no? And given that learning the method requires them to be in our faction, there shouldn't be any problems on that front. Plus, I'm sure Mother will introduce you to someone with enough mana and status. If she does, bear in mind that you won't be able to refuse, but I assume you don't mind at this point. Yes, as I've given up on making it happen on my own. Daniel slumped his shoulders while handing me one necessary ingredient after another. I wanted to help him somehow, but this was out of my hands. Feline was the only person within my sphere of influence. Could you not get engaged to Feline? You're both my retainers, and she's working hard to compress her mana, right? You're both lay nobles, even so there won't be any problems there either. Daniel shook his head with a troubled frown. Please don't drag her into this for my sake. Don't tell her I said this, but I'm pretty sure she has a crush on Roderick. What? Really? I exclaimed. He once gave her a secret note, and they have grown much closer since he became a retainer. She even came to me the other day for advice, saying that the person she's fallen for hasn't been noticing her advances whatsoever. She's talking about you, dude! I'm guessing that person is Roderick. Feline went to Daniel for romantic advice. Very bad move. Of course I made sure to keep such rude thoughts to myself. Feline has never come to me for romantic advice, so I never realized she had feelings for Roderick. Perhaps I should avoid suggesting her as your marriage partner then, I said, adding the last sprinkle of dust to the pot. The contents splashed, and with that the ink was done. I came out of the workshop with the finished ink in hand and informed Ferdinand that we were ready. In response, he spread out his Ehrenfest cape on the table and speedily began drawing magic circles. He was making them large enough that precision wouldn't be much of an issue, but wow, his hand was moving at such phenomenal speed and without hesitation. There's not much time before the star-binding ceremony concludes. This should do, he said, giving a satisfied nod. As he set down the pen, he was going to be given a new Ahrensbach cape after the ceremony, which would have on it magic circles embroidered by his bride during their engagement period. I was genuinely worried about whether Detlinde's work would meet Ferdinand's extremely high standards, though at the same time I was relieved not to be in her shoes. Thank goodness I'm not the one married. Oh boy! I know something you don't know. I really shouldn't have said that. I might cut that out. I don't know. I'll try to cut that out. How far was that in the video so I could kind of check it? 49:15. Okay. It was one thing to draw with ink, but I didn't want anything to do with embroidering such complex circles. You should return your other cape now that you have a new one, I said to Ferdinand. It clearly meant a lot to Highshits, who had gambled the valuable ingredients we had ended up using in my Jareve for a chance to reclaim it. Ferdinand wasn't going to have any use for it, so it seemed only natural that he should give it back. I cannot bring anything important with me to Ahrensbach while I am still so unaware of the circumstances there. It would be best for you to either return it to Highshits to a Dunkelfelger Archduke candidate at the Royal Academy, or hold on to it until the introductory tournament so that I can deliver it myself. Understood, I replied. I'm going to hold on to it then. I'm sure that you would rather you give it back personally. So be it. Ferdinand got Justice to help him remove his cape, then cleansed it with washing before folding it and handing it to Fleen. Fleen, I said, please inform Riarda that I would like the cape added to my luggage for when I return to the Royal Academy. As you wish. Ferdinand was busy until the day he needed to leave. I spent that time in the castle, but long stretches passed without us seeing each other. I took extra care to ensure that I wouldn't be ill on the day of his departure. In the meantime, I was working through the orphanage's budget, making charms to give to Eckert and Justice, and preparing for my return to the Royal Academy. I also met with Wilfred Riard, Wilfred, Charlotte, and Melkor in Florencia's office, where we discussed the children of the former Veronica faction. I'll get to work on everything, and I'll see everybody in the next one. Part 6. I'm more like I'm gonna cry. Separation. So, today's the day, huh? Wilfred said. How do you feel, Rosamine? Fine. I wouldn't have let a little poor health stop me anyway. Now when I've got the important duty of carrying Ferdinand's luggage, I replied. We're going to be seeing him off alongside our retainers, the Archducal couple, and the Knight's Order. Charlotte and Melkor were staying at home with Bonifacius. 2 wagons carrying luggage had arrived from Ferdinand's estate. He had also brought gifts chosen by Ovara and Riarda from the castle storage room. You may begin moving everything into my high beast, I said, prompting the servants to begin putting what was about 3 wagons worth of luggage into my enlarged high beast. Enlarged Pandabus. Those from Ahrensbach had already been told how much Ferdinand was bringing with him and were due to welcome us with 3 or more wagons of their own. Good. I gave Eckert and Justice the charms I had put my all into making. You two are going to be in a dangerous position protecting Ferdinand, so please keep these with you, I said. I am honored, milady, Justice replied. Eckert, protect Ferdinand no matter what happens. You have my word. It seemed that not even their promises could rid me of my worries, but Angelica gave me a comforting pat on the back. Don't worry, Lady Rosamine. Lord Eckert is very strong. He will protect Lord Ferdinand no matter what, she declared, her blue eyes betraying her unwavering faith. I believe in his strength and loyalty. Eckert returned a soft smile. I know your passion for growing stronger and your loyalty to Lady Rosamine are the real thing, too. Protect her no matter what. Lord Ferdinand will be beside himself should anything happen to her. Yeah, he would. He would be worried. Understood. Angelica extended a closed fist, which Eckert bumped with his own. Ah, buddies! Comrades! Oh! It was a gesture that soldiers used to wish each other fortune in battle. I desperately wanted to join in, so I balled up a fist and reached out to them. Me too, Eckert, I exclaimed. I'm going to work hard in Ehrenfest too. Yeah, he replied. I'm really appreciate it if you could send Lord Ferdinand some more food every now and again. Despite my outstretched fist, Eckert mussed my hair and nothing more. Aw, she wanted to do it too. She wanted a fist bump too. It wasn't fair. I wanted to share in their battle ritual too. What are you even doing, Ferdinand asked. Ferdinand, Eckert and Angelica are praying for each other's success in battle, but they won't include me, I sobbed, bemoaning the fist bump they had denied me. Eckert frowned, but you're not serving a lord or lady whom you need to protect. The ritual you're talking about is done between knights who put their pride on the line. It's not something for an Archduke candidate to be doing. She is kind of trying to protect everything. She's trying to keep Ehrenfest from getting attacked and stuff. Good God, dude. She's trying to protect it in her own way. Apparently, the pause gesture wasn't the same among knights as it was among soldiers. Still, the rejection stung all the same. I pursed my lips, which made Ferdinand pull an exasperated face. Let us make a vow instead. A vow? I repeated, feeling my body tense up at once. He was probably intending to make some unreasonable demand of me. I don't think he is. I don't know. We'll see. Ferdinand crouched down and gazed into my eyes. I was taken aback by the sudden movement, but he paid this no mind as he said, I am going to Arensbach, wherefrom I shall protect Ehrenfest. Therefore, Rosamund, I want you to stay here to defend our duchy as its saint. Promise me you will not fall for the honeyed words of the sovereignty or the other duchies should they come for you. Promise me that your attention will not stray, that you will do everything in your power to protect Ehrenfest. I swallowed at the surprising intensity of his words. Everyone was watching us in complete silence, and the weight of their gazes was pressing down on me. Ferdinand merely offered a slight smile in response, not seeming to care about the oppressive atmosphere. That said, he continued, I am aware that no verbal promise will stop you from leaping into a trap the moment books or libraries are used as bait. Instead, one must act thoughtfully. I can already imagine you forgetting everything as you scramble for your prize. Once again, he had such a precise read on me. This guy knows her better than anybody knows. Better than her own lower city family probably knows. Heck, probably better than her own mother from Japan knows. I could only respond with a quiet grunt. Ferdinand lowered his light golden eyes, then sighed and removed a key from one of the pouches on his waist. It was metal with a yellow face stone. I intend to bind you to Ehrenfest with this, he said as he dangled it right in front of me. A key? I asked, following it with my eyes. I didn't know what it was for. Based on his small speech, I could guess that it led to something that would stop me from being baited. Ferdinand took my hand and pressed the key to my palm, urging me to take it. It was heavier than I had expected. This is the key to my estate, he explained. My workshop, ingredients, books, documents, and magic tools. And as well as my estate and all those who work there, I entrust all that I am leaving behind to you. Wow, everything! Dude! Do you really want to do that? The Bookworm I can understand. I can understand that part. But I guess it makes sense considering you can't just entrust just the Bookworm to her. You'd have to entrust the whole entire estate to her. My eyes widened in shock, but again, Ferdinand didn't so much as falter. He continued speaking in a quiet, deep voice, his serious eyes never once leaving mine. Each word seemed to reach my ears and penetrate my mind, lingering in my thoughts. You told me once, a long time ago, that you wanted a library in return for your mana. Do you remember that? I do, I replied. It was when you wanted to research fey plants. At the time, we had discussed the fact that it would be much more than 10 years before Ehrenfest would have mana in excess. Ferdinand had said that he wanted to use my mana for experiments since he thought that it would be used to grow unique material. Yeah, that was when he kind of showed her the mad scientist side of himself, and that kind of freaked her out. And as I recalled, I had demanded a library for the trouble. Indeed, Ferdinand said, I will give you my estate to serve as a library. And in return, I want you to use the mana that you would have given me to instead protect Ehrenfest. This duchy is my Geduld. I wish for you to ensure its safety. Ferdinand rested one of his large hands on my hand that was holding the key and said, Andern, whatever. Every time I say a new word, I think I'm mispronouncing it. It's annoying. No sooner had the word passed his lips than my mana was sucked into the key, registering me as its new owner. He then slowly pulled away, and a sudden chill ran through me. The very thought of carrying on without him there to protect me shook me to my core. Well, girl, you should have been thinking about this the whole entire time that you found out about the whole marriage thing. Because I'm assuming this has been going through your head the entire time, and it's just now I guess it's just now caught up to you, essentially, because he's now having to leave. I imagine you will not fall victim to the enticing words of others if you have your own library to protect, no? Ferdinand said as he stood up. There was a smirk on his lips, but a certain intensity to his eyes as he watched me. As always, I found it frustrating that even those closest to me had so little faith in my self-control. Can you blame them, though, girl? Considering your track record. Your track record kind of speaks for itself on this one. Then again, she probably has more than just that library in Ehrenfest to protect. Not just the library. I have my family in the lower city. Lutz and Benno, Fran, Gil, and the others in the temple, and everyone from the plant paper and printing workshops. I even considered it my duty as an archduke candidate to protect Ehrenfest. I would safeguard this duchy even if you hadn't given me anything in return, I said. Rosamund, I wish for you to act without fail. Half measures will not be enough. Consider this a forward payment to that end. Or, what, do you intend to say that the library in my estate is not enough for you? If you'd rather not have it, then I will simply take it back. That's obviously not what I'm trying to say. I'd never give up so many books, I exclaimed, clutching the key to my chest. I was on the verge of crying and pleading with him not to leave. Girl, I know you don't want him to leave. None of them want him to leave. They all want him to stay. None of them saw this coming. Not even Ferdinand saw this coming, I think. I can only imagine how relieving it would be to shout, I don't care about some king's decree. Unfortunately, such displays of emotion weren't appropriate for the kind of archducal daughter that Ferdinand wanted me to be. I fought back the tears to some success, but even then, I couldn't stop the feelings that were swirling around inside of me. I was angry about the unreasonable decree, frustrated about once again not being trusted, overjoyed that Ferdinand had remembered that tiny promise we had made so long ago, and sad that he was leaving us, and excited to be getting my own library. All these conflicted feelings inside my mind, it made my mind surge through my body, threatening to overflow at any moment. If crying in front of people isn't allowed, then I'll just have to turn the tears into mana instead. Lady Rosamund, your eyes are turning into rainbows. My retainers let out panic cries while Ferdinand extended a hand to me and said, Rosamund, contain yourself. No. Okay, here we go. I formed my staff and chanted, Stylo, turning it into a pen. Then I used my overflowing mana to draw a glowing magic circle in the air. Rosamund, what are you doing? Expressing my thanks for the library, I replied, then returned my focus to the circle. May Ferdinand be blessed as he leaves Ehrenfest. It kind of rhymed a little bit. A little bit. This wasn't like the prayer I had given when unleashing all of my feelings for my family. Now that I was the High Bishop, I was able to give proper blessings. My time at the Royal Academy meant that I now had a staff to control my mana. Hold on. Let me just make sure. I didn't actually turn it off. I didn't want to have to re-record this. I had learned about magic circles. My mentor had provided me with everything. In return... The fuck? Did I just hear something? I'm very confused. I thought I heard something. And in return, I would give him the most powerful blessing that one person could give another. What is this? Ferdinand asked. A magic circle of all elements? It's a magic circle from the last page of the Bible, I replied with a grin. One that only high bishops get to see. Wow. This wasn't the kind of complicated, bizarre magic circle taught in the Royal Academy for people to use for their own benefit. Nor was it the magic circle that appeared on the first page for those trying to become king. This particular magic circle existed only so that those who had become high bishops could pray to all the gods at once. Praying not for the sake of praying, or praying just for the sake of praying. It couldn't be used for oneself, only for another. And so I drew the magic circle as I remembered it. Almighty King and Queen of the endless skies. As I started to intone the prayer, the magic circle dazzled with golden light and a dark ring appeared around the outer rim. I could hear those around me stirring in surprise, but I ignored them and continued to speak. O mighty eternal five who rule the mortal realm, O goddess of water flew train, O god of fire laden shaft, O goddess of wind Shutsaria, O goddess of earth Geduld, O god of life Avaglade. Mana flowed from my staff with each divine name, and the sigil representing each god started to shine its respective color as they were called. Please hear my prayer and graciously lend your blessings. I offer you my power and devote to you my service and gratitude. May your divine protection be granted to those departing. The power of water that washes away corruption, of fire that cannot be extinguished, of wind that wards against danger, of earth that embraces all, and of life that never relents. May they have them one and all. The magic circle began to float up with the light of the blessings falling upon Ferdinand, Eckert, and Justice. The divine colors were all mixing together to form a rainbow, and Ferdinand stared up at the magic circle in a daze as they rained down upon him. I puffed out my chest as best I could and smiled at him. I'm growing too, you know. I'm not going to stay the same person forever. Hopefully this would repay him for all that he had done for me. Hopefully he would acknowledge that I really had grown. Hang on, guys. Dang it, my hair is getting in the way, too. Good lord, I need to get a haircut. I need to lose weight. Need to quit being a crybaby. Okay, hopefully he would go to Ahrensbach feeling a little more safe, even if only a little. As I watched Ferdinand closely, he looked down at me and gave a slight smile with his eyes closed. I entrust Ehrenfest to you, he said. Protect it in my place. I will. We made our way to the border gate. The escorts from Ahrensbach had already arrived, and we said the usual greetings while they were given the luggage. Ferdinand exchanged farewells with Sylvester, then flourished his Ehrenfest cape and started toward the other side of the gate. It had been bitterly cold on the day that Ferdinand entrusted our duchy to me. I had seen him off with the best smile that I could muster. Girl, you got better strength than I do, when it comes to that. And I praised my strength for having held back my tears until I reached my hidden room, and then you're gonna cry your eyes out. Don't blame her. Do not blame her at all. And the epilogue. Oh my gosh, this is the last volume. There's gonna be a ton of side stories. I might have to make a video partly for the side stories. Jesus. Okay. This is, I guess, when they left. Welcome, Ob Ehrenfest, Lord Ferdinand, said one of the guard gates, looking relieved to see the arrival of the Ehrenfest party. The Ahrensbach Archduke has already arrived and is waiting inside. Karsten and several guards entered the border gate first. Sorry. Then Sylvester and Florencia followed with their retainers. Ferdinand similarly entered with his guard knight, for Eckert, leaving behind Justice, who would instead be directing the luggage exchange. Ferdinand glanced over his shoulder and saw Rosamund leaning out the window of her high beast. Justice, where should I put my high beast to make the moving easier, she asked. Right here would be ideal, milady. Rosamund, you fool, do not speak in such a loud voice. Those visiting from Ahrensbach will think of you as discourteous. Oh my god, dude, calm down. How is she supposed to be, how does she think he's going to hear her if she's not talking a little louder, especially with how windy it could possibly be out there? Hello? Despite his misgivings, Ferdinand could only sigh. He was too much the center of attention to chastise her. The saintly demeanor she had adopted while giving him a blessing of all the elements before his departure had vanished entirely. Perhaps the melancholic beauty he had witnessed had been but a figment of his imagination, he thought. A consequence of the sentimentality he was feeling now that he was leaving Ehrenfest. It certainly had not been due to anything of Rosamund's doing. Really? Okay, that's interesting. Though I would still like to research that beautiful magic circle. Never before had I seen such a thing. And you probably never will. You might never see that one again. She has used a magic circle that was neither wasteful nor inefficient despite using all the elements at once. An enchanting sight to say the least. Ferdinand started drawing the circle in the air with a finger, having burned its every detail into his mind, but then shook his head to disperse the thought. He would not have the time nor leeway to research those things when he was gone, where he was going. Henceforth, he would be overseeing Detlinde and Letzia while facing off Ahrensbach and Georgine. Good luck with that, dude. You have my sympathy. Letzia, maybe not so much, but Detlinde, Georgine, and the Ob, yeah, you're gonna need every good luck you can get. The Ehrenfest party started toward the room to which they were directed, and a young voice greeted them upon their arrival. I am honored to have been graced with this opportunity to meet you. You are the representative, Lady Letzia, Sylvester asked. The plan had initially been for Georgine to come, but she had taken ill. Yeah, right! I don't believe that! So Letzia had been chosen as an urgent replacement. Ahrensbach was of course still unwell, and Detlinde was absorbed in studying for her upcoming archducal duties. I am not yet attending the Royal Academy, but I will strive to fulfill my duties as a representative of Ahrensbach, Letzia said, facing Sylvester and offering a proper greeting despite her youth. Ferdinand tapped a finger against his temple. It was almost certainly the truth that Ahrensbach was unwell, and that Detlinde was frantically preparing for the countless duties she would need to accept. While succeeding certain aspects of the Archduke's position, he was more curious about Georgine's absence. The suggestion that she was ill seemed very dubious indeed. I agree. I completely agree on that one. I would much like to know what she is planning. Ferdinand was confident that everything related to the Bible incident could be traced back to Georgine. Perhaps there was still more to come. Wagons have been prepared as per your request, Ab Ehrenfest, Lesia said. We may begin moving the luggage at once. Now, where might Ehrenfest's wagons be? We did not bring any, Sylvester replied. We transported our luggage via high beast. Lesia looked confused, so the Ehrenfest party took her outside. Rosamund had already placed her high beast in the most convenient location for transferring luggage, and was now in the process of opening a door in its rear. Ab Ehrenfest, is that truly a high beast? Lesia asked. It is. Are drivable high beasts not yet found in Ahrensbach? I am aware of their existence, and a number of younger students at the Royal Academy use them, but this is my first time seeing one so large. I expect that Lady Rosamund is still the only person who can change the size of her high beast at will, Sylvester said with a restrained smile. Ha 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 ha! Suck on that, Detlinde. Ha ha! Lesia was visibly fascinated. It seemed that, unlike Detlinde, she was actually capable of listening to others. This realization put Ferdinand more at ease, since he had been entrusted with educating her. Well, that's at least a relief. You might actually make a good student out of her. Who knows? After listening to Sylvester, Lesia turned to her knights and those guarding the border gate, and said, Please assist Lord Ferdinand with his luggage. Those from Ehrenfest were so used to Rosamund's high beast that they barely reacted to its presence, and those from Ahrensbach were completely taken aback. Ferdinand almost found the situation comical as he watched them start moving his luggage, all the while remaining on guard against what appeared to them to be a fat grun. Rosamund was hoping justice to direct those moving the luggage, but the climate was cold enough that snow had started to fall. It was only light, but Rosamund would most likely collapse unless she went inside soon. Ferdinand could tell, using his intuition as her doctor. I shall oversee my luggage in Rosamund's place, he said to a nearby knight. Instruct her to enter the border gate. Yes, my lord. Rosamund received this message, then turned to look at Ferdinand. They looked at each other in the eye for the moment before she slowly made her way inside and said, Should you not be using this time to associate with Ahrensbach, I am more than capable of dealing with your luggage. Have you not noticed the snow? In this weather, even those who are healthy are at risk. I see no reason for you to chance it. Go inside already. But this is a rare opportunity for me to be helpful, Rosamund protested, disregarding the fact that Ferdinand was trying to be considerate. Ferdinand reached out and pinched Rosamund's cheek. It was much softer than expected and quite pleasant to the touch. He squeezed harder, practically massaging her face. It was her fault for having such beautiful cheeks. Poor Rosamund. Her cheeks just get abused, but with Ferdinand doing that to her and Sylvester poking them, jeez, that hurts. If you do not go inside, then Wolfrey cannot either, for you are of the same status. Lenore, Angelica, take her inside already. Brunhilde lays Leda prepare some hot tea to warm their bodies. Men, assist with the luggage. Ferdinand glanced toward his luggage, ignoring Rosamund as she pouted and massaged her cheeks. The pow had decreased steadily during the course of their pointless conversation, like the sand in an hourglass, indicating that his time in Ehrenfest was running out. Ferdinand, Sylvester said, then gritted his teeth and stared down at the floor. Ferdinand understood exactly what that small sequence meant, and cast his eyes down as well. It was how Sylvester acted whenever he was trying to squash down the feelings rising in his chest. Of course, even he can get emotional. Because, I mean, they're all human. They all get emotional. It's just they have to hide it. And that sucks. As stated previously, once you leave the duchy for this engagement, you will start being treated as an Ahrensbach citizen, just as Georgine wants. There are tears in your eyes, Sylvester. What kind of an ob cannot keep his feelings hidden? Dude, do you not... Sylvester, what do you expect, dude? Even he's gonna have cracks in that mask of his at some point. Or so Ferdinand wanted to say, but he could not get the words out for some reason. He felt a burning pain in his throat. Dude, even you're starting to get emotional. Good lord. And the most he could do was swallow. Sylvester's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he continued, Ferdinand, on that night I said all that I wanted to say. I don't know if you remember, but it's still true. Ferdinand thought back to the night in question when he had started share drinks with Sylvester and Karlstaff for the very last time. Oh, come on. We get this little night, because apparently Rosamund obviously wasn't present for that. Because everything in these books, except for the side stories, and I think the epilogues, have been from her perspective. Everything else is from other people's perspective. I put up with him for long enough, Karlstaff announced to Ferdinand, looking completely exhausted. I think it's time for that source of our problems to have a talk with him. Karlstaff wasted no time in bringing Ferdinand to Sylvester's personal chambers. What's he talking about? Put up with him for long enough. Are you talking about Sylvester? Huh? Wait. It seemed that Sylvester had started drinking already, and with very little restraint as he was waiting in a drunken stupor. "There you are, Ferdinand. Come, drink," Sylvester exclaimed, thrusting a wine-filled cup toward him with such force that the liquid spilled out into his fingers. "Dude, you're drunk. Go to bed." The dude needs to go to bed. He's already drunk here. He's going to pass out during this. "I do not have long to prepare before I must leave," Ferdinand replied with a grimace. He thought Sylvester a troublesome drunk, and wanting nothing more than to escape having to deal with him. But Sylvester was having none of it. "You have time to make a ridiculous charm for Rosemary, but not to drink with me?" Ferdinand reluctantly accepted the wine, determining he had no other choice. He had some business with Sylvester, at least. He recalled a request that he wished to make regarding Rosemary. "You know what?" Sylvester slurred. "You, Ferdinand, are cruel. I must say that took you far too long to notice." He noticed, you just never said anything. "I never liked that part of you," Sylvester continued unfazed. "I wanted to be an older brother you could rely on." He sounded eerily similar to Rosemary trying to support Charlotte, and when Ferdinand realizes they aren't by blood, but they are father and daughter. They're like each other. He could not help but chuckle. "Ah, but I am relying on you. Don't say stuff you don't mean. I see the drink has yet to dull all of your senses. I'm not being entirely dishonest, though." Ferdinand replied, slowly bringing his own cup to his lips. The aroma of wood from a ripe barrel reached his nose, then became even more fragrant with his first mouthful. At the same time, a dense, somewhat bitter grape flavor spread through his mouth and down his throat. Sylvester watched with a proud grin as Ferdinand took another sip. "What do you think? Pretty good, huh?" "Indeed, this is my preferred flavor. I imagine it was quite difficult to obtain." Sylvester chuckled to himself, evidently pleased with that answer, and similarly drank from his cup. Meanwhile, Karstead picked up his own cup with a wry smile, seeming more at ease now that Sylvester had calmed down. "Once I am gone, the duty of protecting Rosemary will fall to you both," Ferdinand said, leisurely continuing to drink. "I have given her all the charms I can, and I intend to bind her to Ehrenfest by giving her my estate to use as a library. But even now, I cannot lower my guard with Wilfried as her fiancé." Sylvester's eyes widened. "You're giving the estate Father gave you to Rosemary. I was planning to oversee it myself." "I have no children, and she is my charge. Is it not proper that it should go to her?" "It is, but I never thought you'd give it to anyone." "Yeah, I mean, because it came from his father. Of course, I would think as well that he wouldn't give it to anybody, considering how much he cares about his father, even though he doesn't really show it. Because we barely know anything about his father. But we do know that he had his utmost respect." Karstead seemed equally as stunned. Ferdinand exhaled, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "I, too, struggle with the idea of giving up the estate that Father gifted me. However, Rosemary will need some tangible attachment to Ehrenfest if she is to resist the sovereignty's temptations. Her engagement to Wilfried will not be anywhere near enough." Ferdinand was well aware that Rosemary was more worried about him than any other noble, so, despite having had a considerable amount of time to think of ways to keep her chained to noble society, his efforts thus far had proven largely unsuccessful. "We know her absurd origins, and that she cannot be expected to behave as a standard noble," Ferdinand continued. Okay, so the three of them do know. So Sylvester already knows, because I'm sure that Ferdinand reported this to him, and Karstead knows because we obviously know he told him. "Thus, as someone whom Rosemary considers family, I had no choice but to become these chains myself. It was to this end that I adopted the familiar role that she desires of me." "Is that why you gave her the hairpin?" Karstead asked with a sigh, seeming exasperated for some reason. "It's become quite fashionable to give a ornament to one's escort partner during the graduation ceremony. If she looked her age, it might have come across as a proposal." What familiar role is he talking about? Is he talking about like a father-type figure, or is he thinking of something else? Because to be completely honest, you guys, if what I've heard is correct, I know who Rosemary actually ends up with in endgame-wise, like at the end of the series. And they're starting to hint at this. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. But she does not, and at least for now, I remain her guardian. I did not give her a necklace, so there is nothing to fret about. Ah! That is it! That is it! Jesus Christ, that is what he was referring to! Because when someone wants to propose to somebody, they would give the person they want to propose to not only the proposal face stone, but a proposal face stone they would make it into a necklace, and they would wear it. That is what he's talking about. Oh my god! Jesus, dude! What does Sylvester think about this? This is his daughter after all. Well, not really, but still. Not biologically, but still. Jesus Christ! He was actually thinking of this. But wait. Why is he actually thinking of this when he's supposed to be getting married? Okay. I don't know what his endgame is. I know what the canon endgame is. I just don't know what his master plan is here. When it comes to this. It would have been ideal for Wilfrid to make the charm as her fiancé, but I did not have the time to teach him the brewing or the magic circles required. Nor does he have the necessary mana or ingredients. That's too much, Sylvester cried despite himself, which is why I did not demand that Wilfrid make it. I also thought it unreasonable to ask either of you, since you are both so busy with our winter plans. If at some point my gift comes to be seen as a proposal face stone, then Wilfrid can simply replace it when he matures. And once he and Rosamund have graduated and gotten married, and we no longer need to worry about interference from the sovereignty, Rosamund can remove the charm entirely. Ferdinand waved away any further complaints, frustrated. As far as he was concerned, he had made the optimal decisions for protecting Rosamund. It's my fault that you couldn't resist all that pressure from the king and Aronsbach, Sylvester said, beginning his grumblings once again. He went on to scold Ferdinand for being so heartless as to decide on the matter alone, bemoaned the limitations placed on him as the Archduke, and then muttered about being an unreliable brother. I don't want you to leave, so don't. Someone said it. Someone finally said it. Don't leave. God dang it, Sylvester! Freaking making me emotional now! Again! Sorry, I actually did have something in my eye. But yeah, it wasn't helping either. All in all, Sylvester was being embarrassingly emotional, which don't really blame him. Ferdinand struggled to recall just how many times he had needed to endure this cycle over the past half year, and the realization that he was having to endure it again was tiring beyond words. Again with you, and again with Rosamund, you are all so troublesome to deal with. Maybe you should just accept that people care about you, Karsa interjected. In fact, though you might not realize it, I think you already have. There is a very obvious smile on that sourpuss face of yours. The alcohol might be getting to you, dude, if it's making you show things that you would rather not show. Ferdinand attempted to grimace in response, but the truth was that everyone needing him so much did make him feel strangely warm inside. He wasn't particularly pleased about it, but perhaps Rosamund was correct in saying that he struggled to notice others showing him affection. Ehrenfest is your Geduld, Ferdinand, and don't you forget it, Sylvester declared. As your older brother, I refuse to accept anything else. Ferdinand did not offer a response. There was no need, as Sylvester had already fallen asleep. He passed out. Oh, and he remembers what happened. Okay. I remember, Ferdinand said, and not just that night. He remembered Sylvester accepting him as his little brother on the first day they met. Right after his father had brought him home. He remembered him playing the part of a big brother, dragging Ferdinand around everywhere and trying to protect him from the sharp-eyed Veronica, even when the battle was unwinnable. Beyond that, Sylvester had agreed to adopt a commoner for the good of the duchy. He had also defied the ob of a top-ranking duchy during the Archduke Conference in an attempt to keep his younger brother from being moved to Aronsbach. He would have openly defied the king himself had Ferdinand not intervened. He would have. I think he would have. Both him and Rosamund. They would have gone against the king and saying, no, you're not taking Ferdinand from us. We can show our allegiance in a different way. Why did he suggest that, by the way? Surely they could have found another way to show their loyalty to the king and the sovereignty and all that without having to do that. Surely, right? I mean, heck, if they wanted to, if he wanted to keep Ferdinand and Ehrenfest and away from the royal family and all that, like he was wanting to with this whole thing, why didn't he just have Ferdinand marry Rosamund? And then they would have been able to keep him and Ehrenfest. He wouldn't have gone after the throne himself, and it would have worked out. He would have stayed in Ehrenfest. Why couldn't he have just done that? Whatever. There could have been another way, is all I'm saying. Now that their father, the previous Archduke, was gone, Sylvester was the only person Ferdinand could call family, and yet the moment Ferdinand departed for his new home, Sylvester would need to start treating him as a noble from Arensbach and nothing more. Their usual pastimes were soon to be a thing of the past. No longer would Sylvester be able to clear his room and summon Ferdinand to come by Hybeast. No longer would they be able to discuss plans or have a few drinks and share in some meaningless conversation. Why am I feeling this sense of loss now? Has this not been clear from the very beginning? Something must be wrong with me. No, nothing's wrong with you, dude. You're just realizing that people actually care about you and they don't want to leave. Ferdinand put on a cynical smile, but Sylvester remained the picture of seriousness. In response, Ferdinand sighed, allowing his expression to stiffen as well. Focus not on Ehrenfest, but on finding happiness in Arensbach, Sylvester said. That's the only thing I ask of you. It had been countless years since Ferdinand had thought about his own happiness, yet both Sylvester and Rosamund brought it up in Crete incessantly. How foolish. Ehrenfest is clearly more important than that. Not to them. Not to them. Hang on, guys. Sorry about this. I don't get how people who do audiobooks can do like sad scenes and not break down. Y'all's hearts must be stone. Or you must be like Ferdinand to be able to do the same thing he does where he can keep his emotions in check. Well, I certainly can't. I'm like Rosemine. I'm like Rosemine with that. Ferdinand was used to dismissing their fanciful ideas, but on this particular occasion he found that he was unable to give his usual response. He remained silent for some time, then finally said, I will not forget these words, brother. Having said farewell to Sylvester, Ferdinand made his way into the border gate where he found Rosamund speaking with Letzia. They were about the same height, despite the latter having not yet entered the Royal Academy. Or is Rosamund ever so slightly taller? Huh. Rosamund had appeared to be the shorter of the two during Lamprecht's starbind ceremony. Now that she was now a similar height to Letzia proved that she had finally started to grow, which is good. Ferdinand noticed a familiar-looking hairpin adorning Letzia's golden tresses. It was the one that Rosamund had prepared, urging that Ferdinand should give the young Arensbach girl a gift. But why would you give it to her yourself? I don't know, to make her, I guess, make sure that Letzia thinks of her in a favorable light, I guess? In case Detlinda is just a badmouth her? I don't know. Ferdinand sighed as always. It was hard to tell whether Rosamund was being considerate or the complete opposite. As he got closer, he realized that the retainers around the two girls were desperately trying to keep themselves from laughing. What's so funny? A sudden change came over Wilfred when he saw Ferdinand. He desperately tried to alert Rosamund, but Ferdinand stopped him and stood behind Rosamund. Oh no! Oh no! She's gonna talk bad about him! Oh no! Or maybe compliment him, who knows? And then he's gonna hear it and he's gonna go, Rosemine, and start pinching her cheeks. He's gonna do that. Wilfred noticed this and he tried to stop it. To listen to her conversation. Right. Ferdinand's kindness is very indirect and just as hard to understand. He is extremely harsh as a teacher, but that is because he's so passionate about seeing his students grow. Oh, she's hyping you up. That said, if you find that he's being too extreme, please contact me at once. I will send word for him to reflect on his actions and improve. Rosamund, what in the world are you saying? The moment Ferdinand spoke, Rosamund jumped into the air and almost out of her skin. I was just offering a few warnings so that you aren't misunderstood, she said with a quivering smile, attempting to justify herself. I have said nothing insulting. Isn't that right, Lady Letzia? Yes, that's right, Letzia replied, though it was clear from the look on her face that she did not want to join the fray. Meanwhile, Rosamund was wearing the same guilty expression that she always wore when caught doing something very unnecessary. Everyone can tell you are forcing that smile, fool. Well, dude, don't you think that maybe Sylvester and the others could tell that you were forcing that fake smile of yours when you were around Detlinde? Maybe not everybody, but I know that those close to you could tell. I told Ferdinand had an urge to pinch Rosamund's cheeks and pressure her into revealing what she actually said. I knew it! Knew it! And pressure her into revealing what she had actually said, so as he normally would in such a situation, but there were too many Arensbach eyes watching them. Lady Letzia, you would do well to not take Rosamund's words seriously, Ferdinand said. And as for you, Rosamund, it seems that my luggage has all been moved. In an instant, Rosamund reached out and grabbed his sleeve. He could see the same hopeless worry in her golden eyes he had seen in Sylvester's. I will send letters through Raymond, Ferdinand said, detaching Rosamund's hand from his clothes. And fear not, I will keep my promise. You too should continue to be careful. Rosamund nodded and took a step back toward Wilfrid. He was similar to his father in many ways, and while he was bound to get exasperated or play around with Rosamund at times, Ferdinand could count on him to protect her. We'll see about that. To be honest, I don't know too much about that, but considering what we know about Wilfrid and how he's kind of oblivious and stuff, I don't know. I think somebody would have to outright insult Rosamund for him to get pissed off. Because any kind of, subtle insults will go over his head. Maybe. Unless they start teaching him about that stuff. They need to teach him about all the subtle insults and noble euphemisms and stuff. They do need to. Badly. Wilfrid, I leave the rest to you. Yes, Uncle, be safe. Content that there was nothing more to be said, Ferdinand passed through the border gate without looking back and climbed into an Arensbach carriage. Eckert was seated to his side while Letzi and a guard took the seat opposite him. As the carriage began to advance at a leisurely speed, Ferdinand turned his attention out the window. Soon enough, a flock of hybeasts took to the sky on the Ehrenfest side of the gate. Even from a distance, Ferdinand could recognize Rosamund's pandabus, and the fact that he was not with her and the others made him feel exceedingly strange. Here we go. Lord Ferdinand, what manner of person is Lady Rosamund? Came Letzia's timid voice. She had seemingly been racking her brain for something to talk about, and this was all that had come to mind. It was possible that she was not on good terms with Linde. Ferdinand made sure to remember that as he returned his attention to the inside of the carriage. How did she appear to you? You first met during the star-binding ceremony held at the border gate, but this was your first time speaking to her, no? She is a saint of Ehrenfest and a highly skilled Archduke candidate who has come first in class 2 years in a row at the Royal Academy. I am told that you educated her, Lord Ferdinand. I thought she was quite beautiful when she was performing the star-binding ceremony as the High Bishop, but as we spoke today, I realized that she was much kinder and more sociable than I expected. It was also clear just how worried she is about you. Aww! Let's see, you two, come on, tell him, girl. Even Letzi could tell this. Well, then again, according to what Ferdinand has said, she kind of wears her heart on her sleeves and is still having a hard time keeping her emotions and how she feels in check. So, yeah. Hold on. Stupid phone. Oh, that's not that. Okay. I thought for a second I was getting a text message and I was going to check it, but no, it's something else. Being the fool that she was, Rosamund had given Letzia a variable list of warnings and instructions despite them never having spoken before. And as if she hadn't been transparent enough, she had outright asked Letzia to look after Ferdinand for me on more than one occasion. Not to mention, Lady Rosamund said this hairpin was a gift from you, but she prepared it herself, didn't she? Letzia asked, her smile reaching her blue eyes as she touched the hair ornament in question. Its flowers were the divine color of winter so that they could be used during the upcoming socializing season, and they stood out nicely against her golden hair. Rosamund does have a tendency to say things that are best left unsaid and do things that are entirely unnecessary. Ferdinand felt he could only describe as a mixture of embarrassment and awkwardness. He was overcome with the urge to deny Letzia's words, but she seemed so much more at ease while talking about Rosamund. I am her guardian and essentially family to her, Ferdinand eventually replied, so while I understand that she is more worried for my sake, her excessive concern has started to become somewhat troublesome. Letzia giggled as she remembered Rosamund's many warnings, but her smile was soon tinged with sadness. Like family? I am a little jealous, she mumbled. Ferdinand recalled that Letzia was barely connected to her family. Both her parents were from Jawanko, but she had been relocated to Arensbach at a young age after being adopted by her grandfather. Her grandmother turned adoptive mother had passed away, and now her adoptive father was on the verge of ascending to the distant heights as well. Her only remaining family was Georgine Detlinde, her soon-to-be adoptive mother, and now Ferdinand, her soon-to-be adoptive father. It was easy to see why she and the others were so unsettled. I understand that you are in a very unfortunate situation, Lady Letsia. You may not be able to trust me, but perhaps you can trust a royal decree. I will educate you and make you a proper Ob once you come of age. Such is the duty given to me by the king and Ob Arensbach. This proclamation elicited confused stares from both Letsia and the guard knight beside her. Your duty, Letsia asked, but what will you do if Lady Detlinde decides she doesn't want to give up being in the Ob? We would need only speak to the king. An Ob who defies a royal decree is destined to be eliminated by the sovereignty. Yeah, going against the king is not a smart move. I think Workstock and the others could attest to that one. Had going against the king's orders been so simple, then Ferdinand would not have been in his current predicament. No matter how reluctant Detlinde might be to surrender the archducal seat, there was little she could do with the royal decree hanging over her head. You appear to be pulling a face, Ferdinand said. I am just a little surprised Lady Detlinde described you as the kind of man who strives to do everything in his power to grant his wife's desires. Huh? Oh, frickin' narcissistic bitch. Ferdinand put on this public-facing smile. He certainly had given off that impression, and it wasn't necessarily untrue, considering the room for interpretation that strives and in his power provided. If one were to weigh the desires of one's wife against the king's decree, it should be obvious which would come out on top. The king's decree. Unless it depends on the wife and what the desires are. If it's someone he truly loved, and her desire was something that he could give her, then I'm sure he would do it. But if it's something like the situation he's in now, I would go with the king. I'd go with the king all the way in this one. If I had to choose between going against the king and giving Detlinde what she wants. Or giving Detlinde what she wants, or doing what the king says. I should say. I think that's what I mean. I don't know anymore. I see, Letsia replied. She cast her eyes out the window, looking toward Ehrenfest, and gave a smile tinged with relief. I was eager to learn more about the man due to become my adoptive father, but my efforts saw limited success. Although I learned much about your grades at the Royal Academy, no one had anything to say about your personality. But if you truly do value the king's order and command enough respect that those who know you are so reluctant to see you go, then I am willing to trust Lady Rosamund's words. You would do well not to trust them too much. Ferdinand swallowed the response he had wanted to give. Letsia was being friendly enough, there was no reason for him to ruin the mood unnecessarily. Earning her trust and the trust of those around her was crucial for him to live more comfortably in Arensbach, and as he began to wonder how he could achieve this, a suggestion that Rosamund had given him suddenly came to mind. No, wait, there was something else. On an emotional level, Ferdinand dreaded the thought of actually carrying out Rosamund's idea, but at the same time, he could not deny that it had made some sense. He had nothing to gain from wasting all this traveling time, and after they arrived, there was no knowing when they would next have a chance to converse. And so Ferdinand started telling Letsia about his planned schedule for her education. It was something that he would have needed to explain to her eventually anyway. He also arranged for them to share a meal when they arrived at their lodgings, where they could discuss the matter with Letsia's head attendant. Ferdinand spent the remainder of the carriage ride trying to think of other ways to earn a parent's trust, but his efforts bore no fruit. Although he had spent a lifetime trying to avoid conflict, he had never proactively attempted to make allies, so he was ultimately limited to Rosamund's suggestions. Perhaps you could play the Harpspiel as Milady advised, Justice noted, holding back the urge to laugh while simultaneously electing not to put forward any alternatives. Eckert nodded in agreement, saying that he looked forward to hearing Ferdinand play. At this rate, I'm gonna end up playing the Harpspiel as she suggested. Yes, do it. Do it, dude! They need it! They need to hear your voice! You get some people on your side who would do it, who would help you just to hear you play. I love that. I can't wait to see it animated. I want it animated so badly. After several days, Ferdinand arrived at the Arensbach noble's quarters no closer to finding an alternative to Rosamund's suggestion. Winter socializing was soon to begin, but the climate was so much warmer than in Ehrenfest that it still felt like the height of autumn. Welcome, Lord Ferdinand. Upon his arrival at the castle, Ferdinand was greeted by his fiancée Detlinde. He found it repulsive enough that she looked so similar to Veronica. But her stay in Ehrenfest had confirmed that she was also thoughtless and self-centered. Keeping her under control was essential to keeping Sylvester, his duchy, and its inhabitants safe, but there was also the matter of dealing with Georgine. Oh. I ask of you, brought to me by the goddess of time, protect Sylvester and protect Aaron Vest. All of a sudden, Ferdinand recalled the last words his father had said to him. He remembered the manna that had enveloped him vanishing when he had agreed, and the small mass that had returned to his hand. He remembered the infirm fingers that had held onto his own, and his golden eyes had tried so desperately to focus on him. I will do as you ask and offer up my protection, Ferdinand declared. It was a promise to his late father, but Detlinde smiled and reached out a hand to him. I'm glad to hear that you understand your place. Ugh, I hate her! Frickin' narcissistic little girl. Then again, it's probably her mother, too. Frickin' mother's probably a narcissist, too. But yeah, I actually thought that this was a missing side story for some strange reason. But this is apparently like a headliner for the collection of side stories. Essentially, the beginning of A Winter Apart, essentially, is what it's supposed to be. A collection of side stories. I want to continue so bad. But I can't. I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, I think this is part 7. And thus begins a collection of side stories labeled as the beginning of A Winter Apart. And I don't know if this is going to end up making me cry. I don't know. But we'll see. Irreplaceable. My office was filled with the scratching of pens and the hushed murmurs of my retainers checking each other's work. Aaron Vest, if you would sign this. Okay, this is from Sylvester's point of view. I accepted the document from the scholar, looked it over, and then sighed. Everything was business as usual, but without Ferdinand to help me, I was having to deal with more work than ever. It was suffocating, and it didn't help that my retainers all glared at me the instant I tried to rest. I was pretty much under watch at all times now. If you would check over this, Aaron Vest, said another scholar who had entered the room. He was holding out a petition from McGee. Oh, give that to... I trailed off, remembering that Ferdinand was no longer here for me to depend on. Yeah, you're gonna have to do your work yourself. You can't drop it on him anymore. That's the one good thing of this whole thing, besides possibly getting information on Arensbach, is Sylvester can no longer mooch off of Ferdinand. He had departed several days ago, and my habit of trying to delegate work to him had yet to fade. It was a disappointing truth, and one that preyed on my mind as I started going through the documents myself. In the past, petitions from Gibbs and other less important requests had all gone straight to Ferdinand. Now, what to do? This is what happens when you delegate work. You're not able to understand what you're supposed to be doing, because the other person would do it. Petitions from Gibbs often contained important requests that only the Archduke could review, as well as some minor ones that I would only need to glance over. In this case, I simply needed to hand the matter over to the scholar in charge, but having to personally check each document was a waste of time. I needed someone who could manage all the minor requests themselves. It had also been standard for Ferdinand to help me with my archducal work. I was fine with doing all that myself, since it was mine to begin with. But something had to be done about the archducal family work that he had previously been in charge of. His move to Arensbach had created a massive hole we had yet to fill. I decided to send an ordonnance to one of the scholars in my uncle's office. Is Bonifacius there? I could use his help. Bonifacius was old enough to have retired already, but even now he was assisting us with archducal family work. But that was more like during the Archduke conference, essentially. Moving forward, he would even be helping to educate the Archduke candidates. I assumed that he just wanted an excuse to spend more time with his granddaughter, Rosamund, but Ehrenfest had so few adult archducal family members that his help was greatly appreciated. Lord Bonifacius is not here, came the response from a bemused-sounding scholar. He's at the training grounds. It seems that he intends to train the apprentice knights until Lady Rosamund leaves for the Royal Academy. Bonifacius had received untold amounts of praise from Rosamund for improving the apprentices' coordination in time for last year's dinner games, and now he was fixated on getting even more after the next introductory tournament. Our plan was to lead the work to Lord Ferdinand while we attended the introductory tournament this year, but that will no longer do, the scholar continued. At the very least, it will not be a fair trade unless Lady Rosamund still gives her praise. Not to mention, there will not be anyone around to stop Lord Bonifacius' brutal training sessions while the Knight Commander and the others are in meetings. Will you stop him, Ironfest? I knew how much Bonifacius wanted to spend the introductory tournament with Rosemine, and the last thing I wanted to do was go to the training grounds while he was taking out his frustration on the Knights. I also recognized that the scholar had mentioned the Knight Commander and the others being in meetings. Bonifacius was no doubt distracting the Knights to keep information about the Purge hidden. Of course. He'll refuse to do administrative work, and I don't want him coming here to complain. Tell him to keep training the Knights until he's satisfied, I replied, taking care not to sound unnaturally harsh. There were still too many people close to me who couldn't find out about the Purge. No amount of caution was excessive. The Purge had also been among Ferdinand's countless duties in Ehrenfest since he was distanced from the former Veronica faction and had therefore been best suited to keeping things hidden from them. Carsten had since been put in charge, but he was having a heck of a hard time keeping things in order. Now that Ferdinand was gone, there were gaps everywhere that we were struggling to fill, and every time I stumbled upon a new one, I realized just how far my half-brother's influence had reached. If we cannot delegate to Lord Bonifacius, then what shall we do with this? The scholar asked. I think I'll give it to Wilfrid, I said, then sent an ordinance to my son, the future Archduke. I noted that I wanted to entrust him with a new job, and he happily came running. Sorry to have called you away from your studies, I said. It's fine, Father. I finished studying for my written lessons, and anything to do with the printing industry can be caved into Charlotte, he replied. Clearly excited. My responsibilities as the next Archduke are far more important. I had to fight back the urge to smile. He really was just like me. I remember when my father had entrusted me with new work, and how much I had loved the feeling of at least being treated like an adult. I enjoyed receiving new things to do, but that was because the unknown was so stimulating and exciting. Once it became a regular part of my everyday life, I would swiftly lose interest. You got ADHD, dude. Either way, it's good he's motivated. Well, then again, I could be wrong about the whole ADD thing. Though it just seems like it, like his personality, essentially. Wilfrid got bored easily, so the plan was to give him something new to do whenever he started to lose interest in his current task. It was a bit early for him to be doing this kind of work, but I was hoping that entrusting him with the duties of an Archduke would benefit his studies. Plus, you never know when death might come. I had inherited the role of Ob Ehrenfest from my father much earlier than expected, and there hadn't been a single Archduke younger than me during my first Archduke conference. The usual handover process hadn't even been completed, so Bonifacius had needed to support me while teaching me my duties. But what would happen if I died at the same age as Father? Bonifacius was old enough that he could pass away any day now, and while the original plan had been for Ferdinand to take up a supportive role after my unexpected demise, that was no longer an option. Would it be possible for Ehrenfest to pass all of our duties for Florencia to pass all of our duties to Wilfrid and Rosemine on her own? She carried out her own duties as a first wife, but she wasn't involved in archducal work, so there was a lot she would struggle with. Considering the long term, it definitely seemed wise to give Wilfrid an overview of everything that would one day be expected of him. Father, what do you want me to do? We've received petitions from Gibbs. Get the scholars here to provide responses, I said, handing him the documents in question. His retainers were accompanying him, and they probably wouldn't let him send any incorrect or mistaken answers. After accepting the document with a satisfied grin, Wilfrid exited my office with his retainers. Ferdinand never smiled like that when I gave him new jobs. He doesn't have a cute boner in his body. It's Ferdinand, dude. What do you expect? My half-brother, who was younger than me by 5 years, had always been shockingly good at hiding his emotions, even at a young age. I closed my eyes and thought back to the first time we had met. Ooh, we get some backstory! Father had announced that I was soon going to have a little brother. Mother didn't seem too pleased about it, but my other siblings were all girls and older than me, so I was over the moon. My mind raced with the thoughts of what I could do as an older brother, and in my excitement I asked Karstead and Riarda for their input. At this rate, he might not respect you at all, Riarda warned, so I started doing my best to be a good older brother. I resolved to be nothing like Georgine, who had treated my sister and me so harshly, and to instead take good care of our new addition to the family. Sylvester, this is Ferdinand, Father said, introducing my new half-brother. He's going to join you in the northern building, and one day he'll become your pillar of support. Get along now. The boy in front of me had light blue hair, cropped at the shoulders, and almost feminine features. He was so pretty, in fact, that I might have mistaken him for a girl in different clothes. Wow! Ferdinand gave the greeting he had been taught without so much as a smile. He was nervous, I thought, so I decided to start dragging him all over the place in an attempt to make him feel more at ease. Of course, it wouldn't be until much later that I realized his stoic expression was a sign not of anxiety, but of cautiousness. Lord Sylvester is way too formal, I said. We're siblings now, so just call me brother. Grow your hair out, I insisted. Then we'll match. I'll help you with your studies, I offered. How about some harpsichord practice? Slowly but surely, Ferdinand started to seem less tense. But Mother never stopped ignoring his existence entirely. I didn't understand why she refused to even try to spend time with him. I wonder how long it was before I realized that she was trying to eliminate him, that she was doing all those terrible things to him without Father's and my knowing. Riarda and Karstedt had saved Ferdinand on more than one occasion after the truth came to light. Father and I had likewise told Mother to stop, but that had only made her more stubborn and her abuse even crueler. Why do you do these things, Mother? I once exclaimed. That child is a threat to you, she replied. He must be eliminated sooner rather than later. You are the only male Archduke candidate we need, Sylvester. That's not really the case, because, dude, this is the whole thing with Arensbach, because they had a male heir. They thought they were going to have him be the Archduke, but he died. What are you going to do if something happens to Sylvester that's not even Ferdinand's fault? Like, for example, sickness. Or not sickness. Actually, that could be construed as being poison, but still. What happens if he goes out in the forest and gets killed by a babeast or something? You know? You get what I'm saying. Something can happen that's beyond Ferdinand's control. What are you going to do then? What you going to do then? You don't have an Archduke candidate. She had refused to listen, so Father and I eventually decided to do everything in our power to keep her and Ferdinand apart. The situation then changed when Ferdinand became a third year. Even though he had already obtained such high grades, he had asked to stay at the Royal Academy outside of winter so that he could take the knight and scholar courses too. Mother had refused this, so this would have required them to not only keep the dormitory open for his sake, but also ensure there were servants and retainers there to attend to him. Mother continued to protest, but Father granted Ferdinand his wish nonetheless. His greatest priority was to keep the two away from each other. Thus, Ferdinand started spending the bulk of each year at the Royal Academy, returning to Ehrenfest only when Father determined that he should. I started seeing him a lot less after that. But the few times we did meet, he always seemed so full of life. I was just glad things were working out. I had assumed that Ferdinand was safe in the Royal Academy and that I only needed to keep an eye on Mother whenever he returned to Ehrenfest. It had never even crossed my mind that he might be suffering in the dormitory, and that even our duchy's dormitory supervisor might be treated poorly along with him. Then, as my marriage to Florencia came nearer and nearer, I started focusing less and less on my brother's feud with Mother, and once I was married, my attention turned to keeping Mother from interfering with my new life. Only the first few years of my marriage were spent in bliss. We had assumed that Father's poor health was due to a common illness that would soon pass, but as time marched on, he had only grown weaker, and as he became more unwell, more of his work was thrust upon me. My hands were full before I knew it. I hadn't thought that there was anything unusual about Ferdinand helping me with my workload on the few occasions he came home. He was coming first in class every year, being probed about marrying someone from Dunkelfelger, a greater duchy, and spending all his time immersed in magic research. As far as I was concerned, he was having a blast doing whatever he wanted. Everything was turned on its head when Father died. Ferdinand's eagerness fell through, although I hadn't known at the time, and Mother's obsession with eliminating him became almost psychotic. I was worried, but not necessarily for Ferdinand. He was talented enough to have consistently come first in class. He needed only to fight back, and Mother would meet her end. But I can't risk losing either of them. I cared about Ferdinand, but both because he was my brother and because I had promised Father that I would protect Ehrenfest alongside him. And it was for that reason that I suggested he enter the temple. Cutting off my mother simply wasn't an option, in part because she was my family by blood, and in part because she was my strongest source of support now that Father was gone. My mother had lost her own mother at a young age, as well as her older brother. She had also had a very strained relationship with her father, considering that he cared far more about his Liesgang wife than he had about her. Mother had reviled the second wife of her father and half-siblings alike, choosing to maintain contact only with her younger brother who had been sent to the temple. Most other nobles wouldn't have spared my uncle so much as a glance, but she had cared for him deeply, and for Wilfried and me as well. In contrast, her loathing for Ferdinand, who did not share her blood, was abnormally strong. Unfortunately, even after Ferdinand had entered the temple and stopped associating with its noble society, Mother had continued to pursue him in a maddening frenzy. Dude, she needs to quit. considering he entered the temple and left noble society. He is not a threat at this point. Does she not realize that, hello, he's in the temple, he's not bothering anybody, leave him alone? I don't even think she would stop even if she did get rid of Ferdinand. She'd probably just focus her attention on something else. The chaos had come to a head when she had committed a crime that could not be excused, and now she was detained in the ivory tower while Ferdinand was back in noble society. Your expression is getting darker by the day, Sylvester, Florencia said, sounding concerned as I climbed into bed. I sent my retainers away, and only then did I feel as though I could breathe easily. Florencia gently stroked my forehead. Do you not think Lord Ferdinand will be displeased to hear that you are still bemoaning his departure, she asked. Of course he's freaking... What do you think Rosemine is doing right now? Probably doing the same dang thing. Her indigo eyes tinged with worry as she tenderly ran her fingertips across my cheek. He left to protect both you and Ehrenfest, no? To protect Ehrenfest, huh? My eyes started heating up. I really had thought that Ferdinand would stay by my side forever. Thanks to his promise with Father, I tried giving him a place here by dragging him all over and relying on him for things. But in the end, I couldn't do as well as Rosemine. I was glad that Rosemine existed, and adopting her had been a genius move. It had been great knowing that Ferdinand had someone to care about in the temple, and it had been fascinating to see how extensively he had cared for her despite complaining about what a pain it was. Most of all, I was pleased that Rosemine had managed to get through to Ferdinand using her commoner ways. She had gotten him to reveal things that he had kept hidden away even from me. If not for her, I wouldn't have known exactly what Mother had done, that Ferdinand had been struggling beneath his steely exterior, or that Wilfrid had been in a truly dangerous spot. That reminds me, Rosemine's taking this just as hard as I am, apparently. Rosemine was especially worn down according to a report from Yarda. The news hadn't come as much of a surprise. She had trusted Ferdinand more than anyone else in noble society, and he had protected her countless times and in countless ways. She was probably suffering even more than I was. Rosemine must be feeling empty inside too. She needs a hug. Someone go give her a hug. Sylvester, go give her a hug. You seem like the type who would give out hugs. He just seems like the type who would give out a hug just to see you smile. I imagine he would have pulled that one on Ferdinand when he first came to the castle. Oh my god, that would have been awkward. You're gone now, Ferdinand, and you've left us all feeling so hollow, I muttered, trying to vent my misdirected anger. There we go. Florencia gives a hug. Come on. Florencia, go give Rosemine a hug. Florencia pulled me into a tight hug and lovingly rubbed my back. It's not over yet, dear. You must grow strong enough to contain Lady Georgine. Turn that frustration into mana to use. I will be here at your side. I'll do it tomorrow, I said, taking comfort in her warmth and drifting off to sleep. Oh boy, here we go with Ferdinand. Starting life in Ahrensbach. We were now in Ahrensbach, and winter socializing was around the corner. There was a problem, though. Ahrensbach had died just before we arrived. Oh, come on! Really? Really? He could... Georgine, what did you do to him? Dude, what did you do? I assume she poisoned her own dang daughter to get her to so they could go to have an excuse to go to Geeb Gerlach's house. But, dude, are you serious? I'm assuming she did the same thing to her own husband just so she could have the seat of Ob. Temporarily. Seriously. The Archduke had apparently been in a shockingly dangerous state when he had sent his letter to Ehrenfest, and his true intention had been to have Lord Ferdinand here to fill the void left by his passing. Ahrensbach's death meant that our original plan of using him to form connections with the duchy's nobles was no longer an option. We were fortunate beyond words that Lord Ferdinand had formed a bond with Lady Letzia and her retainers on the way here. Okay, so this is probably from either Eckhart or Justice's point of view. The unfortunate circumstances had meant that Lady Detlinde was much too busy to welcome Ferdinand upon his arrival at the border gate. Lady Georgine had been sent instead, given her relation to Ehrenfest, but her grief over losing her husband was apparently so great that she had fallen ill on the way. Oh, that explains why. Okay. Lady Letzia had then been summoned as an urgent replacement representative and sent to catch up with the carriage on her retainer's high beast. Though anyone with a brain can tell that Lady Georgine's lying. Knew it. She had worked tirelessly toward becoming the next Ob, trapping her enemies in various plots and sparing no effort to secure her position. If someone told me she was still obsessed with Ehrenfest, I would believe them in an instant. She was crazy vindictive. Yep. I had loved gathering information ever since... Okay, this is Justice's point of view. Okay. Ever since I was little, it was more or less a hobby of mine, and in my eyes, every piece of intel was of equal importance. Or equal worth. Some valued certain tidbits more than others, though. One man's trash is another man's treasure, as they say, and it was with this in mind that I made sure to collect even the most insignificant details. As it turned out, Lady Georgine hadn't agreed with my methods. Your information is imprecise and entirely useless, she had once said to me. It had been at that very moment that I lost all interest in sharing my information with her, and also my will to serve her. Wait, you were serving Lady Georgine at some point? Okay. That was surprising. Lady Georgine and I were in the same grade, and she had my big sister and mother both serving as her retainers. In the playroom, she had approached me and said, You are taking the scholar course, correct? As a man, you will not be able to serve me as an attendant. Right, that's an option. And in the end, I had decided to take the attendant course. My mother and sister were already serving Lady Georgine, and it seemed unnecessary for me to join them. Lady Georgine hadn't taken this very well, though. You are a traitor, Justice. I can no longer trust you, she had said. And from that point on, she had started treating me quite harshly. Wow. Oh, so essentially she had wanted you to take the scholar course, but when you didn't, she felt betrayed. Blee, blee, blee. I hadn't known at the time, but Lord Sylvester had been born not long before that, and my mother was getting moved into his service instead. Lady Georgine viewed my decision to take the attendant course as a means to evade becoming her scholar and to serve her little brother instead. Now, who said that? She's the only one who assumed that. To be honest, I didn't care what she thought. I didn't want to serve either of them. Lady Georgine put on the pleasant airs of a fine noblewoman, but she had a storm of very intense emotions raging inside her and would go to any length to destroy her enemies. Lord Sylvester, on the other hand, had spent 3 years plagued with sickness, then suddenly turned into a complete hooligan who sprinted all over the place. 3 years with sickness. I wonder what that was. Let me know, guys. Neither person had any qualities that compelled me to serve them. Just as some tea, if you would. I understood Lord Ferdinand. Instead, the person whom I had chosen to serve, even at the cost of giving up my name, was Lord Ferdinand. He was a good lord who used my information well and gave me a fair amount of freedom. Lord Ferdinand, who had been spurned by Lady Veronica, the previous first wife, to the point that she had tried to eliminate him on more than one occasion. Of course, Lord Ferdinand had evaded each attempt on his life. Ironically, despite how much she despised him, it seemed reasonable to say that she was the very reason for his genius. After all, she had pretty much forced him to develop extreme endurance, caution, and diligence. Oh, definitely. It's because of her that he's gotten so good at what he does. So yeah, that's definitely ironic. Sergius, may I be taken to the kitchen, I asked. Sergius was one of the Arensbach attendants assigned to Lord Ferdinand. I also needed to use this opportunity to teach him which tea and whatever our lord preferred. It may take us some time to get them, he replied, but once the Starbine ceremony with Lady Detlinde is complete, we will be moved to the Ob's living quarters in the main building. That should make things much easier. Lord Ferdinand couldn't go to the Ob's chambers in the main building until he was married, so he was staying in a guest room for the time being. That much was normal, so I saw no reason to complain. The problem is, when will the Starbinding ceremony actually take place? We could say with all certainty that the announcement of the late Ob's death and the assignment of the next Archduke would take place during the next Spring Archduke Conference, but we didn't yet know whether the Starbinding ceremony would also be held there. That could be held that year, or could be held next year. We don't know. Lady Detlinde needed to prioritize dyeing the foundational magic with her mana and making it entirely hers. She won't be able to dye it while she's at the Royal Academy, though, and it's obvious that Lord Ferdinand's mana is stronger. The foundational magic was still dyed with the late Ob's Ehrenbach's... Oh, I just realized something. The Ob is supposed to be the only person who knows where the foundation magic is. Is he the only one who knows? Because if so, they don't know where their foundation's magic is. Oh boy, that's not good. What are they gonna do? Children had similar mana to their parents, so manipulating it wouldn't pose a significant problem, but once a couple married, they would start mixing mana and dyeing themselves. No, I don't want to hear it! I don't want to hear it! I don't want to hear it! The euphemisms! each other's colors. This was problematic because of the likelihood that Lord Ferdinand's mana would repel the Obs, thereby making Lady Detlinda's task even more difficult. They would probably postpone the marriage until after the foundation had been dyed. This hallway is for servants, but it also serves as a shortcut to the kitchen, Sergius explained with a smile while leading the way. I memorized the path while listening to the conversations of the busily moving servants. My main job this winter were to form connections with nobles and gather intelligence. Lord Ferdinand had specifically told me to learn anything I could about Lady Georgine. Ob Arensbach's passing meant that the Archduke living space needed to be cleared for the next Archduke, and Lady Georgine was apparently in the process of moving her quarters. The servants were all running around, which made this the perfect opportunity for an infiltration mission. Of course, I would need to dedicate some time to my preparations first. I still needed to master the locals' accents for one thing. Most nobles sounded pretty similar to how they spoke, since they were all socialized together in the Royal Academy and during the Archduke Conference. But to mingle with the commoner servants, it was necessary to learn their way of speaking and the slang they used. The commoners here in Arensbach seemed to speak a bit differently from those in Ehrenfest's lower city, so I had to relearn how to talk. There were a few habits that were common to both regions, but for the most part, I would need to learn as much as I could from listening to the servants around me. Looks like the servants here have uniforms too. That sure is a pain. I wouldn't be able to do any infiltrating with that one. Although she hadn't come to meet us at the border, Lady Georgine had been there when we arrived at the castle. I did not expect you to come as well, Justice, she had said to me. And is Gudrun not with you? I got so few chances to see her, and I miss her ever so much. It was a warning that she knew about my female persona and would find me out the instant I attempted to cross-dress. Oh, so you can't do your Gudrun impression. Okay. That's not good. Working with Lady Georgine was something of a challenge, since she knew me from my days messing around in the Royal Academy. Yeah, you're going to have a harder time with this one, Justice. Or Eustachius, or however you pronounce the name. Incidentally, Lord Ferdinand, do you not need to practice the Harpspiel? I asked while serving him tea. His internal dialogue hadn't escaped my notice. Each time we had stopped in an inn en route to Arensbach's castle, he had mumbled, "Surely there is another way." It seemed that he had never actually come up with an alternative, though. He had asked me several times for ideas, but I hadn't even attempted to think of any. As far as I was concerned, nothing could beat Lady Rosemine's Harpspiel suggestion. Now that Ob Arensbach was dead, we needed a quick way to make allies, but Lord Ferdinand was all around terrible at dealing with people. He could complete tasks given to him to perfection, but he looked at things too logically and tended to leave emotion by the wayside. In contrast to his harsh character, his Harpspiel playing was incredibly soft, and people had been smitten with his singing voice ever since he was a student. They would play an essential role in our aim to open the hearts of the Arensbach nobles. Women were bound to look at him more positively afterward, if not find themselves completely enraptured. Yes, that's what happened at the Ehrenfest concert. Oh my god. Oh, I can't wait till they find out that the trends that Ehrenfest has are not his. Oh, that's going to be fun to watch. Or fun to read. Lady Rosemine understands Lord Ferdinand real well. I chuckled to myself, which made Lord Ferdinand grimace. He was pretty averse to following Lady Rosemine's advice. I remember you being so graceful with the Harpspiel, Lord Ferdinand, Sergius said. I would love to hear you play. As it turned out, Sergius had gone to the Royal Academy at around the same time as Lord Ferdinand. He was one of the attendants who had asked to support Lord Ferdinand when we arrived in Arensbach. And although I didn't fully trust him yet, I could see the respect and admiration in his eyes. So you might have a slight ally. Might. Sergius explained that there was some in Arensbach who knew how excellent Lord Ferdinand was and was enthusiastic about having him here to assist with work. Specifically, there were some higher-ups who considered certain duties too heavy to be entrusted to Lady Detlinde. The dream was for us to slowly get them on our side. As you are soon to be Lady Letzia's teacher, I think it would be productive for you to demonstrate your talent, Sergius continued. Perhaps you could play during the welcoming feast? Or should we arrange for you to play on some other day? Ferdinand gave a defeated sigh, having at last given up now that even Sergius was against him. I will play some Harpspiel at the feast. Now leave me be. As you wish. His plan was to arrange the new song that Lady Rosemine had given him, and with those preliminary arrangements complete, we left Lord Ferdinand alone. Only his guard knight Eckert would be staying with him. As I put together my room and unpacked my luggage, the only thought running through my mind was how I could go about getting my hands on a servant's uniform. Sergius, allow me to wash up the teacups and such, I said. I shall join you. I cannot yet allow you to move around on your own, he replied. Though he was attending to Lord Ferdinand, he was also here to keep me under observation. I appreciate it. Memorizing directions is something of a weakness of mine. I got Sergius to carry the dishes while I picked up the heavier items like the teapot, and together we made our way through the servants' hallway toward the kitchen. I don't feel great about this, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I waited until we came across a servant who moved to the wall to let us pass, then purposely bumped into him, spilling some of the leftover tea and honey on his clothes in the process. Sorry, I exclaimed. That was entirely my fault. Think nothing of it, my lord, the servant replied. I will just have to wash my uniform. Indeed, Justice, Sergius added, you do not need to worry. The servant is at fault for not being careful enough. I shook my head with a grave expression. No, that won't do. In Ehrenfest, even nobles have to take responsibility for mistakes like this. I realize that I'm in Ahrensbach now, but turning a blind eye to it all, I just wouldn't sit right with me. Sergius, can you take this teapot for me? I need to go apologize to this man's superior. You know I cannot let you do that. Understandable. How about you if you accompany me there once we're done? Sergius paused for a moment, then heaved an annoyed sigh and said, very well. It was becoming even more apparent that he had been ordered not to leave me to my own devices. Because, yeah, Lady Georgine knows how he is. She knows that he can't be left alone because then he'll start to, look around, get information, stuff like that. I realize this is an inconvenience, I said, turning to the servant, but you'll need to come with us. I'll apologize to your superior and get you a new uniform. You can't be expected to work in that one. Naturally, a mere servant was in no position to talk back to a noble. He headed to the kitchen where Sergius and I washed up our teapot and cups. Then I pushed for the three of us to meet with the superior of the now cringing servant. There I explained the circumstances, apologized, and asked to be taken to where new uniforms were provided. There is no need for you, a noble, to go to such lengths for a servant, Sergius noted. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself otherwise, and Lord Ferdinand would have some choice words for me, I said, forcing my way through with a smile. I then apologized to the servant once again, paid for his new uniform, and oversaw him receiving it. Looks like they aren't checking names or faces. Means I'll just need some money and a noble to accompany me. After confirming the process for obtaining a new uniform, I waited several days, then met with Eckert and Lord Ferdinand. It was during our talk that I arranged for Sergius to be given a job of some sort that would give me time to work unobserved. I then changed the color of my hair, messed with my face, and dirtied my clothes enough that they resembled the servants' uniforms. Eckert, take this man to get a new uniform, Lord Ferdinand instructed. Yes, my lord. He's playing along. Of course he is. What am I saying? And so we went to the uniform room with a note from Lord Ferdinand. Eckert used the same excuses as I had a few days prior, handed over the necessary fee, then used the note to secure my new clothes. Ehrenfest nobles certainly are strange, the person in charge of the uniform said. Surely there is no need for you to be so concerned about servants. Eckert shook his head. We have a saint in Ehrenfest who grants compassion even to orphans. Our Lord would have harsh words for us if we were to treat the servants poorly. They sound very saintly indeed, the male remarked with a sympathetic smile without handing over the uniform. You have my utmost thanks. Now I must return to work, I said, separating from Eckert once I was in my uniform and making my way to the servants' hallway. From there, I headed to Lady Georgine's villa. It was time for some reconnaissance. Oh, be careful, Justice! Lady Georgine is probably not one to be trifled with. I mingled with the working servants and gathered some intelligence, then slipped into a storage room used only by servants and changed back into my attendant uniform. From there, I used wash-in to clean myself and remove the dye from my hair, then returned to Lord Ferdinand's room as if nothing had happened. Justice, where were you? Ah, Sergius, did Lord Ferdinand not tell you? He said that you had gone to the brewing room, but I did not see you there. We must have missed each other. I made some recovery potions and then went to the kitchen. My excuse wasn't wholly untrue. One of the kitchen servants was a gossipy woman who loved talking to anyone who would listen, so I had gone there to peel some potatofuls. She had given me a lot of useful information. After brushing off Sergius's questions, I presented some tea to Lord Ferdinand. Were you able to finish the Harspiel song? Yes, I intend to debut it tomorrow, he replied with a derisive smirk. He looked to be fairly confident in himself, so I assumed there was nothing to worry about. But he then placed a sound-blocking magic tool on the table, positioned it behind the teapot so that only I could see it. I took the magic tool while pretending to set down the sweet I was eating. Sergius, prepare a bath if you would, Lord Ferdinand said. I wish to take one before dinner. As you wish. The moment Sergius turned around, Lord Ferdinand muttered a report. It was much harder for us to converse in secret now that we were in Ahrensbach, since we had even more eyes on us than expected. But the two of us and Eckert were the only ones in the room right now. We needed to make the most of what little time we had. It seems that people here don't have very high opinions of Ehrenfest. I said, preparing the bed and desk while I delivered my report so that it wouldn't be obvious that we were talking when Sergius returned. The general consensus is that we've been much too uncooperative, even though our own Lady Georgine is the first wife. People had a lot of sympathy for Lady Georgine, who had come from Ehrenfest, but we received practically no support since Lord Sylvester became the Archduke. But she received practically no support. Okay. I thought it was unbecoming that, after receiving our very own saint with an abundance of mana, we had chosen to focus on climbing the rankings rather than helping those around us. I seem to recall Lady Veronica dedicating a large chunk of our budget to Ahrensbach, and she had valued the connection between our duchies so dearly. Now I wonder who spread those rumors, I pondered aloud. I imagine Ehrenfest was simply a convenient scapegoat for Ahrensbach's discontent, Lord Ferdinand replied. Indeed. Moreover, it seems that Lady Georgine's faction contains many vassals from the late second wife. She was the mother of Ahrensbach's successor and had on bad terms with the previous first wife from the very start, it seems, but treated Lady Georgine well when she came to be that third wife. Incidentally, after the second wife was executed and Ahrensbach lost his successors, the first wife's granddaughter had been adopted to serve as a successor instead. The second wife's faction had apparently moved wholesale to support Lady Georgine. Their reason for choosing Lady Georgine was in part because they opposed the first wife, but also because they thought Lady Letzia was much too young. The mana shortage only made things worse. A duchy had already lost Archduke candidates and were struggling to supply mana to its foundation when the priests tasked with filling its chalices were suddenly moved to the sovereignty, creating another dramatic shortage for them to wrestle with. And on top of all that, Ahrensbach was entrusted with managing old work stock, meaning it had even more land to oversee. Not to mention that as its king did not own the Gruderscheid, he was unable to redraw the borders. Ahrensbach was stuck managing land that they didn't even own, and the resulting burden was immense. The first wife prioritized most things above pouring resources into old work stock, I continued. In the people's eyes, what mattered most was keeping Ahrensbach alive. And then, in the midst of all this, Lady Georgine somehow acquired chalices of mana to be used for work stock. She thus earned the respect of the second wife's faction and the people of old work stock. I see. Those must have been the outside chalices Bezin once brought to the temple, Ferdinand said, crossing his arms with a heavy sigh. That's where they came to. Okay. I watched him out of the corner of my eye while making sure that nothing dangerous had been slipped into his bed. The people of Ehrenfest see Ehrenfest as cruel for ignoring Lady Georgine's pleas, especially when our adoption of the Saint of Ehrenfest gave us so much extra leeway. Of course, we never actually had any leeway, but for the people living in old work stock, their very lives depended on those chalices. It is unreasonable for Ahrensbach to rely on Ehrenfest of all duchies, but I suppose it was inevitable that they would react poorly to losing their lifeline on such short notice. Georgine's support here is larger than I expected, Lord Ferdinand replied, furrowing his brow as he fell into thought. Lady Georgine has the support of the second wife's faction and those from Workstock, and of course, neither she nor those backing her support. Lady Letzia being raised as the next Ob, many in the villa consider it a problem that Lady Letzia will one day become the Archduchess. They even say that there's no need for her to be trained as a successor when they already have Lady Detlinde. I got the impression that the King's decree and the Ob's dying wish are still relatively unknown here, I explained. These are my most important findings. I'll wait for another opportunity to inform you who is on good terms with whom and which vegetables are the freshest. It was then that Lord Ferdinand stood up, a clear indication that Sergius had finished preparing the bath. Justice, I entrust these magic tools to you, he said. Understood. Lord Ferdinand played the Harpspiel during the feast, expressing his gratitude for having been welcomed into Ahrensbach. He started with several songs that were well known across Jürgensmith, then transitioned into several he had received from Lady Rosamund and arranged. The most recent told a tale of nostalgia for one's distant homeland. Just as Lady Rosamund had anticipated, the women were enraptured by Lord Ferdinand's singing voice and welcomed him with open arms. They surrounded him the moment he finished playing and started bombarding him with invitations for winter socializing. Our future here in Ahrensbach would depend on how many allies we could make, so it was crucial that he attend as many gatherings as possible. Your Harpspiel playing is as wonderful as ever, Lord Ferdinand, one woman said. Could it be true your dinner skills are just as sharp? No, time has certainly dulled them, Lord Ferdinand replied. I was able to beat Heischitz with ease back in the Royal Academy, but my recent battle against him was much too close. Lord Heischitz, a knight exclaimed, he's still on active duty in Dunkelfunker, so you can't have been too rusty. Ooh. Yeah, he can't have been too rusty if he's able to still beat Heifetz, who has been on duty the whole time. Lord Ferdinand gave an invincible grin. All the while, all the talk about his harshbill and dinner talents was starting to win over even those who had looked down on him as a motherless archduke candidate from the temple of a bottom-ranking duchy. Oh ho ho, Lady Ditlinde let a proud chuckle from beside Lord Ferdinand. He is my fiancé after all. His smile broadened. Oh, I hate her! Hate her so much! Upon hearing Lady Ditlinde's smug declaration, Lord Ferdinand had immediately donned the fake smile he wore when presented with someone he loathed. I discreetly made sure I had some stomach pain medicine on hand. Oh, yeah, he's gonna need that. But, yeah, I have to agree with the person who was saying that his skills couldn't have been too rusty, considering, yeah, Heifetz has been on duty the whole time and probably been improving his skills as well, and Ferdinand still managed to beat him. Yep. He couldn't have been too rusty. But yeah, I know it's not Ditlinde's fault that, Ferdinand was supposed to marry her. It's not her choice, but still, yeah. The start of a busy winter. You have quite a murderous expression, Cornelius. He will notice if you do not contain yourself at least somewhat, Lenore quietly warned, as she leaned against me, smiling sweetly. I exhaled and stopped glaring at Gabe Gerlach. We were in the busy grand hall, and the Feast of Beginnings was soon to start. It was my first time participating in winter socializing, wearing the clothes of a proper adult nut. In truth, I wanted to kick the Gabe in his smug face here and now. I don't blame you. I'd do it too. Do it. Do it. Do it during the purge. Come on. Get the chance. Ask your dad if you can do that during the purge. And you have to they go to execute him. Do it. Now, that wasn't a wise move. Things weren't like before when we had possessed agonizing little evidence to justify his imprisonment. Now we had all that we needed. Giving him cause for concern would only complicate things, so I did my best to force a smile. I'll be more careful, I reassured Lenore. I just can't help but tense up when I think about how it's finally time. One certainly cannot help feeling restless. The purge was on the horizon, and although the knights who knew this appeared calm at first glance, there was a particular sharpness in their eyes. Meanwhile, the nobles of the Veronica faction were having rousing discussions about Lady Georgina's visit and Lord Ferdinand leaving for Arensbach. There was much to pay attention to, such as whether all the key suspects were here or whether they had caught on to our plans. Once again, Abiglade, the god of life, has hidden away Geduld, the goddess of earth, Ab Arensbach announced, beginning the feast. We must all pray for the return of spring. Ehrenfest went on to explain that Lord Ferdinand had departed for Arensbach ahead of the schedule, with Hartmut having been assigned as the high priest in his place to support Rosemite in the temple. Once he had delivered the news, it was time for the baptisms and debuts. Lord Melkor had been baptized in the spring and would be participating in this winter's debut. He had been practicing the harshbill of Rosemite since he enjoyed her playing. Rosemite and Hartmut, the high bishop and the new high priest, respectively, were already on the stage preparing for the baptism ceremony. Hartmut helped Rosemite up onto a small platform, after which she began to speak. We welcome the new children of Ehrenfest. Using a magic tool to amplify her voice, Rosemite performed the greeting and told the relevant biblical tales. Duties that had previously fallen to Lord Ferdinand. She spoke of the gods in her still youthful voice, keeping the Bible closed all the while, in part to deceive those who knew it had been tampered with. There has been a noticeable change in how Lady Rosemite carries herself. There's a newfound sharpness in her eyes, Lenore remarked. She's looking especially troubled lately, so much so that Riarda has started to worry. She looks troubled because she's still so upset about Lord Ferdinand no longer being here, I replied. There had been a dramatic change in Rosemite's relationship with Lord Ferdinand on the day that his departure was settled. The two had gone into his hidden room, and since then Rosemite had begun expressing her fondness for Lord Ferdinand without hesitation. Their sudden closeness had been apparent in their conversations, too. It was our job as guards to stick close to our lord or lady at all times so we could gauge such changes with ease. They had also given each other gifts, although this wasn't unusual in itself, considering the circumstances. One would normally give a present of some sort when someone close to them was being married into another duchy, and the one leaving would give away what they would not be bringing with them. The unusual part had been the actual farewell gift, a meal at the Italian restaurant. It had confused me at first, but after Rosemite framed it as her thanking both Lord Ferdinand and her retainers for all their hard work, it had seemed a lot less strange. And what happened next was even harder to understand. Rosemite and Lord Ferdinand had been gifted each other face-stone charms, each having wanted to surprise the other. Charms on that level were given only by the most overprotective of parents, but there had been nothing that could stop Hartmut after Rosemite had asked for his assistance. Had they been normal charms, I wouldn't be so concerned, but although none of us wanted the political marriage, I found it very problematic that Lord Ferdinand had given Rosamund face stones of much greater quality and with so much more mana than the one he had given his fiancée. The gift should have gone to Lady Detlinde instead, and I couldn't have been the only person who thought so. Had Rosamund been of age instead of a student, everyone would have interpreted the offering as an outright marriage proposal. Yeah, if she had been a little older, yes, that would have been the case, but we'll see. Wait, what's the difference between Ditlinde's and Rosamund's age at this point? Is there how big of an age difference? Because I'm assuming it's 2 years or something. I truly did not expect Lord Ferdinand to give such a charm in the form of a hair ornament, Lenore said. It caught me off guard, to say the least. Eckert said that it was nothing to be surprised about, since Lord Ferdinand has given her charms so many times before, and that it wasn't our place to comment on their gifts, but still, it really doesn't make sense, does it? Rosamund had received 5 rainbow face stones connected to a hair stick via mana chains. Eckert, Justice, and Hartman had been the only ones not shocked to see it. All the other retainers had stared at it with wide eyes. Rosamund had looked to be surprised as well, but the way she had muttered about being beaten 5-fold suggested that it was 5 for a different reason than the rest of us. Still, does Lord Wolfrid really have nothing to... Hold on. Have nothing to say about Rosamund wearing so many charms from Lord Ferdinand, I asked. Once a pair got married and started mixing their mana quality would grow to be similar. Their mana would then influence that of their children, so most husbands would be vehemently against their wives wearing something containing the mana of a man other than her father. It certainly wasn't something I would be able to tolerate were Lenore to put on a charm from another man, guardian or otherwise. I would ask her to remove it immediately. Perhaps he sees that charm as being no different from the others, Lenore ventured. I imagine that he sees Lord Ferdinand protecting Lady Rosamund as completely natural. Not to mention, he is too young for his mana sensing to have developed, so he may not fully understand his place as her fiancé. Once he grows old enough to take issue with the hair stick, perhaps he will choose to give her a face stone of his own? Possibly. She then placed a hand on to her chest, and a bright smile spread across her lips. One lovely aspect of being a woman is having the charms and face stones you receive from your fathers to slowly be replaced by those from your future husband. Beneath her shirt was the proposal face stone that I had given her. All of a sudden, I was struck with the urge to make her even more charms. Not to mention, Lenore continued, Lady Rosamund really does need that charm for her own safety. As her retainers, we should rejoice that Lord Wolfrid has not yet found it repulsive. I never would have thought her capable of performing such an advanced blessing. Lenore was referring to the blessing that Rosamund had given before Lord Ferdinand departed. According to Rosamund herself, she had channeled the joy of receiving an estate to turn into a library directly into her prayer. Rather than unleashing her raw mana with the standard praise be to the gods, however, she had used her staff to give a circle blessing of all elements. This magic circle Rosamund had used was only known to high bishops, meaning that not even Lord Ferdinand had seen it before. It had shone with the divine colors of each god as she chanted their names, and finally produced a rainbow blessing that had rained down on its recipients. The sight had been so dreamlike that I had let out an awed breath despite myself, though I was far from the only one who had been so amazed. It had been my first time seeing a blessing that included every single element before then. My only exposure to them had been through books that described successful examples. There was normally no need to use such blessings, and in truth, I had always assumed that life would prevent them from functioning entirely. Anyone who witnessed such a tremendous sight would find it hard to deny that Rosamund was a saint. In the heat of the moment, even I had been convinced that she was the real deal. Hartman had been so over the moon about it all that dealing with him had been a complete pain. It still was, in fact, since he was still just excited. It really was unthinkable, Lenore continued. I do not think there is a single duchy that does not want the Saint of Ehrenfest for itself. The Ob told us not to mention the prayer to anyone, but Lady Rosamund has developed a habit of getting emotional and then channeling those emotions into a prayer. We do not know when she might do it again, nor can we say who might target her as a result. Rosamund had collapsed more than enough times at the Royal Academy due to containing her emotions and not releasing them through prayer. As I understood it, she had stopped passing out now that her remaining mana clumps had dissolved in the Darif, but her tendency to give impromptu blessings was unchanged. When you put it like that, it isn't too surprising that Lord Ferdinand would give Rosamund a rainbow charm and attempt to bind her in Ehrenfest with the library, I said. I can barely handle my worry when she leaves for the Royal Academy without me. I was worried about how things would go down with the children of the former Veronica faction, and the fact that it was impossible to predict what Rosamund might do just makes it even more terrifying. There was a chance that she might wreak havoc with interdutchy relations, but I was even more concerned about the royal family, given how many times they had gotten involved with Rosemine already. I saw no reason to believe that they wouldn't continue this trend this year. I'll remain on full alert at the Royal Academy, Lenore assured me. You must do as Lord Eckert said, right? Cornelius, focus your efforts on that if you would. Yeah, I was reminded just how superior Eckert is all over again. All in all, I consider myself a pretty capable guard knight. I had gotten better at my studies by tutoring Angelica, increased my mana through Rosemine's compression method, endured training with grandfather, secured a role in the sword dance, and performed well enough at the Royal Academy to have been recognized as an honor student each year I was in attendance. Compared to Eckert, though, I still had a long way to go. Confirming the presence of poison is the work of attendants, not guard knights, Lenore noted. Still, it's hard to deny that a guard knight needs to know how to protect their lord or lady in every way. Plus, if you think about it, Angelica has speed, Daniel has mana control, Judith has range, and you have strategies and Phoebe's knowledge. I'm the only one without a specialty. Someone more generous might have described me as a jack of all trades, but I clearly lost to the others in every way. I didn't want to be at the very bottom. There's no reason to feel so down, Lenore said, consoling me with a gentle smile. If you ask me, being competent in all areas makes you rather strong. You have conquered your weaknesses such that none remain. Is that not wondrous? Furthermore, you have more mana than any of us. Her praise was genuinely relieving to hear. Lenore, how about we start cleaning our estate for when spring comes? Just as Lord Ferdinand gave his estate to Rosemine, Eckert gave his to me, I said. Eckert had once lived there with his late wife, Marie, but his move to Arensbach meant he no longer had much use for it. In return, we've set aside a room in which to store Eckert's most precious belongings. Eckert had apparently been told to leave the items that were truly important to him here in Ehrenfest until the situation in Arensbach was clearer. He had thus moved everything that reminded him of Marie into one room. I still remembered the way he had regretfully stroked the door before locking it. Oh, also, I continued, Lamprecht said that furniture is best chosen by the wife since she spends much time in the estate, but... Cornelius, has Lady Elvira not taught you to only invite your partners to your estate after formally proposing to them, Lenore asked. I will tell on you. Lenore, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Her lips were pursed in a show of dissatisfaction, but there was a mischievous light in her indigo eyes that proved she was only teasing me. After your graduation ceremony, then. I'm looking forward to it, Lenore giggled. Lord Melkor's performance began soon after Rosemine listened with a nostalgic smile as he played a song to the goddess of spring which she had composed and Lord Ferdinand arranged. The baptism and debut concluded without incident, and much to my disappointment. I had hoped that someone would make a fuss about Rosemine not opening the Bible, declaring that it must be a fake, but for some reason nobody had even tried, because they knew that if they did, it would kind of be suspicious. So of course they're not going to say anything. After the Feast of Beginnings, Rosemine made her way to the playroom, which she would be visiting every single day until she needed to leave for the Royal Academy. The newly baptized children all greeted her, and she immediately began looking into how things were being run. She was busy motivating the children with sweets, getting instructions to Lord Melkor's retainers, and going over the year's study plans of Muritz on top of doing her own studying. Lord Wolford was taking the lead in playing with the children. He was good at making the games exciting and then seamlessly transitioning into studying. As for Lord Melkor, he didn't seem to consider himself much of an Archduke candidate yet, and was simply taking this opportunity to play with his brother. He would presumably become more self-aware when it came time for him to join his siblings in the Royal Academy. Lady Charlotte was working alongside Lady Florencia to house the children of those guilty by association, so she hadn't appeared in the playroom since her initial greeting. It seemed that she had taken Rosemine's advice and planned to use the orphanage as a template for how to raise them. I had heard that she was deviating from the original plan by combining individual rooms into shared spaces where children could lick each other's wounds and support each other as fellow victims. Okay. That's kind of odd how to say that. Nicholas would be going there too. I looked at my half-brother Nicholas, who was glancing in my direction as I stood guard behind Rosamund. His mother, Trudelaide, had given her name to Lady Veronica and was currently leaning more on Lady Georgine's side. Oh boy. How is that going to work? Are they going to get rid of her too? According to Mother, Trudelaide had been Lady Veronica's attendant before marrying Father. She despised Lord Ferdinand, whom she saw as a source of her lady's pain. Disliked Rosamund, whom she believed to be a former commoner due to circulating rumors, and was displeased with the Archduke who had imprisoned her lady in the ivory tower. Our estate had accumulated a great deal of information due to it being Rosemine's home and father being the Archduke's guard knight. Trudelay was on the chopping block for leaking that information to nobles who had given their name to Lady Georgine. She wouldn't be executed, but she would end up imprisoned and would continuously have her mana stolen, as I understood it. Cornelius, there's a dark look on your face, Rosamine said. Did something happen? No, Lady Rosamine. As long as Nicholas accepted his mother's crimes and sought to be spared, father would doubtless take him home and raise him. Personally, though, I wanted to keep him as far away from us as possible. There was no knowing what ideas Trudelay had put into his head, and we couldn't yet confirm that he didn't hold some kind of grudge against Rosamine. Huh. I'm pretty overprotective too, huh? Yeah, you are. And for rightly so, cried my dad. Uh-oh. The Purge! The day that for Lady Rosamine to leave for the Royal Academy came soon enough. Lord Wilfrid was already in the teleportation circle, having finished his preparations ahead of time. Ob Ehrenfest was watching him quietly. Wilfrid, I'm leaving the children of the former Veronica faction in your hands. Yes, father, I will save as many of them as I can. It was agreed that no students would return home from the Royal Academy this year, so as to avoid the Purge being interrupted or any information leaking. They would only be informed of everything when the Archducal family arrived for the Interduchy tournament, so everybody has to stay home, or stay there. As soon as Lord Wilfrid was gone, it was Rosamine's turn. Her luggage was first placed on the circle and teleported. The plan was for her to spread printed stories in the Royal Academy, so she was bringing a great many books with her. There was no hiding the broad smile across her face as she gazed at the boxes that were being stored in. Her expression was the complete antithesis of the solemn resolve that her brother had departed with. While her luggage was being sent over, Rosamine exchanged brief words with all those who had come to see her off. This was my first time of experiencing it, since I had always left for the Royal Academy before her. I entrust you with the winter playroom, she said to Melkor, who was feeling down about being the only one left in the northern building. She then turned to Lady Charlotte and said, see you tomorrow. Hartman wouldn't stop giving air to his worries now that Rosamine had lost her most trusted ally, so it came as a relief to see that she and the Obbs of the children were getting along like proper siblings. Hartman was just overthinking things. Rosamine had plenty of people supporting her. You may leave this side of things to us, Lady Florencia said with a smile, then peered down at Rosamine with a slight concern. Take great care, Rosamine. The dream has impacted your health and mana in ways that you surely cannot predict. I will, Rosamine replied, then turned to face grandfather. I know you have many plans for the winter, but do not overexert yourself. The purge wasn't due to take place until after the Lord of Winter hunt, as we didn't want to sacrifice any of our manpower right before such a critical time of year. The fact that both events were happening back-to-back would already place a heavy burden on the knights, and the struggle was only exacerbated by us having lost Lord Ferdinand and Eckert, two of our strongest fighters. Grandfather was participating in the hunt and the purge this year to help fill the holes that remained. Don't you worry, you can count on me, Grandfather replied. He was so glad to be in Rosamine's thoughts that I wanted to openly insist that there really was nothing for her to worry about. Back when we had been playing the Purge, he had seemed especially eager, even going as far as to declare, I shall go first, and said, and we shall prioritize the Purge before anything else. All we need to defeat the Lord of Winter are a few rejuvenation potions. Of course, the Knight's order had swiftly refused on both fronts. Rosamine, don't get too carried away over there, Father said. I look forward to you bringing back more tales about blossoming romance, Brother added. After speaking to our parents, Rosamine turned to us, her retainers. Daniel, Angelica, Cornelius, I realize it would not be easy for you to visit the temple on top of your usual nightly duties, but I trust you to handle it all without issue, she said. Yes, milady. This was going to be my first time carrying out winter duties. I was nervous for all sorts of reasons, but Daniel had mentioned there being sweets that were only served in the winter, so I was a little enthusiastic as well. Oh no, are they going to find out about the Perus and then go after them and there won't be any for the commoners? Don't do that to us. Daniel won't be happy about that either. Because then the orphans won't get to have them and they'll be sad. Hartman, I entrust the dedication ritual and the orphanage to you, Rosamine said. Are you sure you will be okay without me? You may count on me, Hartman replied. Please focus on enjoying student life at the Royal Academy. If anything happens in the orphanage, I will inform you by letter. I thank you ever so much. I shall be off then. I will deliver your letter to Clarissa without fail, Rosamine said, punctuating this promise with a serious glance at Hartman. He needed to inform Clarissa that he had entered the temple. I was fairly confident that she would pay the news no mind and come to Ehrenfest anyway, but not everyone shared my view. As the conversation approached its natural conclusion, Ob Ehrenfest stepped forward. Rosamine, you may end up meeting with Prince Hildebrand again this year, he said. I want you to avoid going to the library, at least until socializing season, that is. Understood, Rosamine replied with a smile and a nod. It was a surprising reaction for someone who had proven her obsession time and time again. Even the Ob was taken aback. I intend to go to Raymond and Professor Herscher's laboratory when not supplying monitor Schwartz and Weiss. I will need to make magic tools for my library after all. We can also have Raymond deliver letters to Ferdinand for us since Raymond is his disciple. So, yeah. Understood. Rosemine waved at us with a smile, then stepped onto the teleporter with Riarda. They vanished a moment later, and with that, all of us who had gathered to see Rosemine off started to disperse. We all left the teleportation room and headed back to our own rooms. I was due to attend a meeting with my fellow retainers about our upcoming plans. Hartman had been obstinate about not wanting Rosemine to hear any of the gruesome details, so we had scheduled it for after her departure. We borrowed a random meeting room and then delved straight into our discussion. There was a lot we had to do. So, allow me to summarize, Daniel said. First, we gather intelligence during winter socializing. Second, we move to the temple for the dedication ritual. A Lord of Winter hunt should take place during or directly after the dedication ritual, and the purge immediately after that. Finally, we have the cleanup and the running of the orphanage. Now that I say it all out loud, we really have our work cut out for us. I noted our schedules were full to bursting, but we were still prepared to play the role of Blue Priest to ensure that Rosemine could spend an entire term at the Royal Academy. Hartman had rested a hand on my shoulder and said, as you're her older brother, offering up a little mana is nothing when it means letting her live properly as a student, no? He really was ruthless when it was for Rosemine's sake. Still, why are Guy Gerlach and the others dedicating their whole lives to Lady Georgine, I asked, partly out of annoyance that they were making my winter so busy. The land they rule is here in Ehrenfest, so what's the point of them being so loyal to someone in Ehrensbach? Hartman shrugged. They clearly have a reason. Just imagine Lady Rosemine being in Lady Georgine's position and you being in Guy Gerlach's. Both sides only want to please their lady. It's so simple as that. Though we'll absolutely have to eliminate them since their dedication borders on insanity, and that's dangerous to Lady Rosemine. So you're aware that your own obsession borders on insanity too, then. That's news to me. Out of time. How much more do I have? Okay, that's an hour. Okay. I'll do the rest in the next video. I will see you guys in the next one. The next 5 for that, it'll be the next volume. Get into volume 22, everybody! See y'all next time. Okay. I don't know how long this is going to take, but I'm going to try and get the rest of these done. At a time. You aren't paying attention to your surroundings, Matthias, Lorenz said. Your mind needs to be focused on the hunt. Aren't you always the one telling me that? I couldn't deny that I was at fault. I had allowed a Fey Beast on the larger side to distract me, and subsequently missed a smaller Fey Beast that had managed to get behind me. I sighed and turned around, brushing aside my bangs. My apologies, Lorenz. Thanks for the assist. I had arrived at the Royal Academy early, now a 5th year, and then ventured out to gather materials with Lorenz, now a 4th year, as soon as he arrived. Ehrenfest's gathering spot had been rich with mana ever since Lady Rosemine regenerated it with a blessing, and the materials it produced now tended to have either numerous elements or plentiful mana. Thanks, Rosemine. You're awesome. Of course, this increase in the quality of material also meant that the Fey Beasts coming to eat them were stronger than usual. Lorenz and I had come alone, assuming that things would be the same as last year, but it was clear now that we would want another helper or two for our next visit. We've got a decent haul today, so let's call it a day. What's on your mind anyway? Lorenz asked, swiping his stabbed sword through the air to make it disappear, and then fixing me with a hard stare. I could see the exasperation in his orange eyes as he started stuffing his ingredients into a leather pouch. I put my own ingredients into my pouch, produced my high beast, and then jumped onto it. This whole name-swearing thing, I replied. Did your parents not demand that you offer up your name, Lorenz? They did, but I followed your advice and evaded the subject by saying I would do it after coming of age, Lorenz said, sounding annoyed as he climbed atop his own high beast. My father has similarly ordered me to offer my name to Lady Georgine, but Lorenz and I were still growing our mana using the compression method that my father had learned from Lady Georgine. In most cases, it was better to wait until you came of age and your mana stopped growing before offering your name, since you could then gather and use ingredients that were best suited to your final mana quantity. Of course, waiting was less important if you already had materials that you were very unlikely to grow, or very unlikely to outgrow, as had been the case for Roderick, who had received ingredients of very high quality from the Turnishpa Fallen hunt. In truth, Lorenz and I had received some high-quality ingredients from the hunt as well, but we were keeping that a secret from our parents to delay ourselves having to make a decision. You met Lady Georgine in the summer, right? Lorenz asked. What do you think? I thought, well, that's my father's lady for you. Lady Georgine's visit had taken place after the midpoint of summer. Lorenz's parents had actively hosted meals and tea parties in the nobles' quarter during her stay. But Lorenz had been made to hold the fort in their absence, so he hadn't actually met with Lady Georgine. I had similarly been left behind in Gerlach, but Lady Georgine had stayed in our estate for a night during her frantic return to Ehrensbach, which had given me an opportunity to see her. The whole visit had been treated as a spur-of-the-moment decision, but the fact that a room had already been made for her upon her arrival, suggested it had been planned well in advance, as did the fact that my father had returned home by high beast before Lady Georgine had even departed from the castle in Airfest. Yeah, it's kind of becoming more and more obvious that Georgine had poisoned her own daughter to make her sick, so they would have to stop there. Yeah. Georgine's a sick little lady. On the day that Lady Georgine arrived, the nobles who had given their name to her gathered at my family estate. It was a secret meeting of very few people, all of whom had arrived on high beast without any attendance. I was not permitted to join them since I had yet to give Lady Georgine my name, and my father had ordered me to stay in my room. Incidentally, Lady Georgine had known that I was an honor student and wished to meet me. Father had immediately contacted my attendant, who had dressed me at once and then brought me along to this meeting of adherents. By the time I arrived, everyone had already finished eating and moved to our estate's parlor. The fireplace was lit for some reason, despite it being the end of summer, and I could hear the occasional crackle of burning wood. What on earth were they burning? They had to be burning something to have that fireplace burning in summer! In summer! Why would you have a fireplace going in summer? Shoot. The adherents had formed a circle around Lady Georgine, who was wearing a gentle smile. It was clear at a glance that she was their sworn lady. All of a sudden, the eyes of every person in the room fell on me. I nervously stepped forward, knelt before Lady Georgine as politely as I could, and said, "I am Gebe Gerlach's son, Matthias. May I pray for a blessing and appreciation of the serendipitous meeting ordained by the vibrant summer rays of Leidenschaft, the god of fire?" "You may." After I gave the blessing and we finished our initial greetings, Lady Georgine reached toward me. The next thing I knew, her cold fingers were stroking my temple. "I much appreciate skilled children who know the value of hard work. Grossum, you have raised a fine son," she said, her oh-so-red lips curving into a grin. Her sweet aroma numbed my senses and made my head spin. She's got to be wearing some kind of... I don't know. What could she be wearing? It has to be a kind of perfume, but it has to be one that's kind of messing with their heads. Right? Her narrow dark green eyes contained a darkness of unfathomable depth, sending a shiver down my spine. Despite the warmth of the room, my blood ran cold in my veins. I recognized those eyes. It looked just as insane as my father's as he sought to serve his lady with maddening determination. She was facing me as she spoke, but her gaze was locked onto something else entirely. It was as though she looked straight through me, and everyone else for that matter. Her only focus was her objective, and while I didn't know what that objective was, my instincts told me that she was someone to fear. "Your praise honors me," my father replied. "I did not expect Matthias to grow into such a fine young man myself, but being wrong is sometimes a blessing." He actually sounded proud, which was strange considering I couldn't remember him ever complimenting me before. I could only listen in silence, continuing to kneel with my head bowed low. I couldn't understand why my father placed Lady Georgine at the center of his universe. I wanted to go back to my room already. Unfortunately, I was forced to stay at the meeting. There was no way for me to leave, especially not after what Lady Georgine said next, her bewitching smile never faltering. "Attention, everyone, I have a wonderful announcement. It seems that after all this time, I will soon be able to obtain Ehrenfest's foundation. You have got to report this to Sylvester. Soon. Or tell Rosemine and she can let Sylvester know." "Truly?" Father exclaimed. "You have removed all obstacles?" "No, not yet, but I am close. Oh, so close." Lady Georgine went on to explain that her movements were still quite limited, owing to her being Ob Ehrensbach's wife, but that she would return to obtain Ehrenfest's foundation as soon as he passed away. No! Dude, you gotta tell them this! Owning the foundation made one the Ob, in other words. If she were to secure the foundation and then take Lord Sylvester's life, she would automatically become the next Ob Ehrenfest. "I will return to Ehrenfest without fail," she said. "May I trust you to make all the necessary preparations, Grossum?" "I shall succeed without fail. I await your return with bated breath," Father said, his voice dripping with emotion as he accepted a letter from Lady Georgine. It was my first time seeing him so overcome with joy. "I will need excellent retainers in Ehrenfest," Lady Georgine continued. "My son Matthias has vowed to offer his name upon coming of age. He wishes to aid you from the bottom of his heart, Lady Georgine, so I am certain he will serve you well." Oh boy, you are going to be in for it when that hasn't happened. Oh my, when he comes of age, Lady Georgina asked, turning to look at me. Her tone was joyous, but her dark green eyes were anything but. They were scrutinizing my every move, my every reaction. Feeling crushed beneath the weight of her gaze, I repeated the reasoning that I had given to Father. I am growing my mana using your mana compression method, Lady Georgine, but as of yet, I do not have suitable ingredients. Once this growth ceases, I wish to gather ingredients anew. Will you accept my name then, my lady? My, I see. Your mana has grown so much that the ingredients you gathered last year will no longer suffice. As one would expect from an honor student. Of course, I shall accept your name, Matthias. I look forward to seeing how much more you grow. The atmosphere of the room was bizarre and mystical. It was crucial that I keep my wits about me at all times, else I feared it would suck me in with Lady Georgine's adherents. I balled my hands in tight fists as I endured, never letting my noble smile falter for a moment. So we have until we come of age, Lorenz said with a sigh as we flew through the air. Looks like fate's demanding that we give our names to Ob Ehrenfest. The problem is we don't know whether that'll be Lord Sylvester or Lady Georgine. I couldn't have agreed more. We children of the former Veronica faction had two options. Separate from our houses and give our names to the current Archducal family, or stick with our houses and give our names to Lady Georgine. Both of my brothers gave their names to Lady Georgine during her visit, I said. They'll probably take after Father and dedicate their lives to serving her. I can't make that decision yet, but who's to say that she won't suddenly turn the tables on Lord Sylvester in the same way that he suddenly turned the tables on Lady Veronica? All the more so if she knows she can get to the Foundation. I could serve the current Archducal family or wait for Lady Georgine to return and serve her instead. In truth, choosing a side seemed absolutely impossible. All I know is Father is serious about ensuring that Lady Georgine becomes the next Ob Ehrenfest. He had some kind of plan back in the autumn. Really? I can't say for sure. They're leaving me in the dark since I didn't offer my name to Lady Georgine. My noticing really had been a coincidence. Father had summoned me while preparing for my winter socializing, and while he was ordering me to acquire honor student grades at the Royal Academy next year for Lady Georgine's sake, I noticed a bright light come from a small teleportation circle. A moment later, something tiny bundled in cloth appeared above it. What is that? I don't like that! It wasn't particularly rare for things to be teleported over while we were gathering our things from throughout Gerlach for winter socializing. However, there was something about this particular instance that stood out to me. The cloth that appeared was very similar to the one used by Lady Rosemine, and it didn't look like anything that was usually teleported to Father's room. I really want to know what that is. Could somebody tell me, please? I don't care if it's spoilers, just tell me. It's worrying me. I have received the package. Get rid of the circle at once, Father said to an ordinance, then picked up the tiny bundle, small enough to hold in one hand, with a satisfied grin. He looked as pleased as he had upon hearing that Lady Georgine was due to return. Father immediately set the bundle away via another teleporter, then prepared a second ordinance. As soon as you receive the package, burn the circle, he said. This is Bettina, gave him a response. I have received the package, gave Gerlach. Upon hearing this without a moment's hesitation, Father burned both of his circles. What a waste, I muttered on instinct. Making teleportation circles required a variety of materials. Father shot me a cold, exasperated glare. You must not leave loose ends, Matthias. Once something has served its purpose, destroy it. I suppose I no longer need this either. He took a phase stone from a nearby drawer, then used his mana to reduce it to dust. It was a phase stone linked to a submission ring. Somewhere, one of Father's soldiers had just died. Who? He seemed to have sent a small bundle to Lady Bettina, I said. Do you know anything about that, Lorenz? Her husband is your brother, Lord Fruden, right? Not a thing. They moved out after getting married. That said, I heard that she sent a few things back home to help with winter preparation. Ahrensbach's mana shortage is really harsh, apparently. In which case, she might have sent that tiny bundle to Ahrensbach. I don't know what Father had planned, but whatever it was, he may have succeeded. He's cautious and always adds layers of insurance to everything he does. I wasn't sure how far Father's plan to make Lady Georgine the Ob had progressed, but he had been in a good mood before my departure for the Royal Academy, so I could guess that it was going well. What's your plan, Matthias? Gonna give your name to Lady Georgine? Don't think I could do anything but wait. I don't have enough information to choose a side, nor do I know how the situation is going to develop. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that Father was planning to assassinate Lord Sylvester. The seat of Ob needed to be empty for Lady Georgine to return right away. I didn't know the details since I hadn't given Lady Georgine my name, but Father often summoned my brothers to his room where they spoke about plans I wasn't privy to. And you're not going to tell Lady Rosemine or the Ob about this? Lorenz asked. To be honest, I'm agonizing over it as we speak. If my father's intention had been to assassinate the Ob and throw Ehrenfest into chaos, then I would have done everything in my power to resist Lady Georgine, even give my name to the Archducal family. But apparently Lady Georgine had the means to obtain the foundation, and if she actually managed it, a new Ob would rise to power, and my father and I would thrive as her vassals. Above all else, if Lord Sylvester was to be discarded for the sake of a new government, in the same way that Lady Veronica had been discarded before him, there was no reason for me to go as far as to renounce my family and give my name to the Archducal family. Bear in mind that it will affect your family too, I said. Are you really prepared to renounce them when we still don't know how things will turn out? I like Ehrenfest as it is right now, with Lord Wilfrid and Lady Rosamine bringing everyone together. I doubt the first wife of another duchy will make things any better. I visualized the Archducal family. Apart from Lady Detlinde, Lady Georgine's children were all already married. Even if she intended to adopt a successor, after becoming the next Ob Ehrenfest, she would want to use her blood ties with Lord Wilfrid, Lady Charlotte, and Lord Melkor to form connections with other duchies. At the very least, their lives wouldn't be in danger. Maybe. But the same can't be said for Lady Rosamine. I could see her so clearly in my mind, her hair the color of the night sky and her golden eyes looking straight at me. Not only did she have beauty beyond her youth, but she also had a sizable mana quantity and had come first in class 2 years in a row. She had introduced various trends, done a great deal to raise the next generation, and treated everyone like family, whether friend or foe. All in all, she was a model Archducal family member. Roderick had been a member of the former Veronica faction, but she had taken him as a retainer after he offered his name. I had asked him how things were going in the playroom, and with a pleased smile, he just said that she was treating him well. Father says that Lady Rosamine is a commoner who only became an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden through trickery, I said. I'm worried that she won't be treated well if Lady Georgine becomes the next Ob. Sounds like you're going to have a bad taste in your mouth no matter who you choose to side with, Lady Lorenz muttered, scratching his dark green hair. I replied with a firm nod. Lorenz and I were in a similar situation, considering that both our parents had given their names to Lady Georgine. Depending on who we gave our names to, our actions would greatly influence the other children of the former Veronica faction, and by extension, the very future of Ehrenfest. I want to secure a little more time so I can see what Father and Lady Georgine do next, I said, then exchanged a nod with Lorenz just as we arrived back at the dormitory. Y'all don't have time! Because I don't know what was sent through that teleporter, but I'm very worried that it could possibly be... I'm worried that it's the key to the foundation. I'm worried that it's like a literal key, and only the Archduke is supposed to know where the foundation is. So if Georgine gets that key, if it is that key, I mean, then we're screwed. Ehrenfest is screwed, essentially. Because only Sylvester knows where that foundation is, and if he can't defeat Georgine to protect it, then all hope is lost. Today, Lord Wilfrid and Lady Rosamine were scheduled to arrive at the Royal Academy. We headed to the common room to welcome them, since Archducal candidates past the time there were waiting for their rooms to be prepared. Back at home, we had always had to be conscious of even the smallest shifts in faction politics. Here at the Royal Academy, however, things were a lot more comfortable. All because Lady Rosamine had managed to break down faction barriers. Lord Wilfrid has arrived, came a voice. I blinked in surprise. The proper order would have been for Lady Rosamine to arrive first. And it seemed that I wasn't the only one who found this odd. Everyone began looking around, questioning to see who knew what. Has she fallen ill again? One student stepped forward. Lord Wilfrid, why has Lady Rosamine not come? Is she in poor health? No, she will be here soon, he replied. I was scheduled to leave first so that she could carry out the final checks on some books we're bringing. She's going to be in charge of them henceforth. There shouldn't be any problems considering the scholars who prepared them. Oh, you want to be extra careful. He let out a sigh, then gazed around the common room. His smile didn't reach his eyes, which were noticeably cautious. It was an expression rarely seen here in the Royal Academy, where faction politics were so much less prevalent. The same look he had given those of us from the former Veronica faction, while Lady Rosamine had been asleep in her Jareve. Well, looks like we're in danger. I swallowed hard. I didn't know much about what Father had planned, but it clearly wasn't being kept in the shadows. He had done something that impacted the Archducal family directly, and they had deduced that the culprit was in the former Veronica faction. Did something happen to Lord Sylvester? I struggled to believe that my excessively cautious father would have been so careless as to leave any evidence behind, but the wariness with which Lord Wilfrid was watching us spoke volumes. Matthias, seems like we don't have much more time to think things over, what Lorenz whispered from where he was sitting beside me, his lips barely moving at all. He was wearing the smile of one welcoming an Archduke candidate, but I could tell that he shared in my panic. I gave a small nod in response. Soon enough, there came another announcement. Lady Rosamine has arrived. It was just as Lord Wilfrid had said. We had anxiously awaited Lady Rosamine's return, hoping she would save us. After all, she had extended a hand to us when we were suffering from isolation and turned everyone's focus outward to competing with other duchies instead. However, the retainers surrounding Lady Rosamine looked as guarded as Lord Wilfrid. Her guard knights in particular made the atmosphere so tense as it had been during the Feast of Beginnings. Back then, I had assumed that the strain was because I had been beside my father, the center of the Form Veronica faction. But now, I wasn't so sure. It just didn't make sense. Worst of all, rather than telling her guards to stand down, Lady Rosamund was merely watching us with a look of concern. I thought that something might have happened to Lord Sylvester, but was it actually Lady Rosamund who was targeted? If the Archducal family had evidence of my father's plot and was going to punish us by association, then I had no idea how many children of the Form Veronica faction would survive. Of course, this meant that I was at risk as well. A part of me had assumed that Lady Rosamund would protect those of us who weren't involved in any wrongdoings. She evaluated us more fairly than any other member of the Archducal family, so even if she was turning her back on us, then our futures were very bleak indeed. What can I do? I clenched my fist on my lap. If the Archducal family did possess evidence of some kind, then I couldn't afford to hesitate. The Ob had seen us off on our way to the Royal Academy, so I was confident that we would be safe until the end of the term, but after that, it was unlikely. It's all on me. Everyone's futures depend on my next move. I distinctively looked at Lorenz. It was clear at a glance that, like me, he was feeling sick to his stomach. We had run out of time before we knew it. What say we do all we can to survive, Lorenz? You took the words right out of my mouth. We would seem more trustworthy if we took the initiative rather than waiting to be summoned. Again, I didn't know what Father's plan had entailed, but I was aware that Lady Georgine knew what she needed to claim the Duchy's foundation. Would that information be enough to save all of our lives? No, I'll make it enough. Lord Wilfrid, Lady Rosamund, I said, balling my fists even more tightly as I slowly rose to my feet. Just the act of standing up seemed to raise tensions even higher, though. So I promptly knelt and crossed my arms in front of my chest. I have been restlessly awaiting this opportunity to speak with you, without interference from parents or factions. There's something I must tell you about the goddess of chaos who comes to bring unrest to Ehrenfest. Lord Wilfrid and Lady Rosamund looked at me with wide eyes. The retainers seemed much less taken aback. Rather, it was like they had obtained confirmation of some kind, and they were watching me through narrowed eyes, as if not wanting to miss even the smallest detail. It was just as I had suspected. Father or Lady Georgine had done something to the Archducal family. It is up to you whether you believe my next words, I continued, but I wish to tell you everything I know. We may have parents of the Form Veronica faction, but we are Ehrenfest nobles above all else. We are loyal to Ob Ehrenfest first and foremost. Rosamund lowered her golden eyes filled with concern and surprise and looked back up at me. In the span of such a brief moment, her gaze had turned calm and quiet. I shall listen, Matthias, she said. I swallowed and glanced back at the children of the Form Veronica faction behind me. There is one thing I must ask first. My loyalty remains unfaltering, but will Ob Ehrenfest treat us as Ehrenfest nobles? What do you mean? Lord Wilfrid asked. Is it still the case that he permits us to leave our familial influences if we offer our names to the Archducal family? I asked in turn, staring intently at both him and Lady Rosamund. It is. Those who offer their names will readily be accepted as retainers, even those of the Form Veronica faction, he said firmly. At the very least, the Ob and I will welcome you. Lady Rosamund nodded. If you were to offer your names to the Archducal couple, rather than us Archduke candidates, then they would accept my names, any name-swearing stones prepared before the introductory tournament. In that case, may I offer my name to you as well, Lady Rosamund? The two Archducal candidates didn't seem at all surprised by my request, nor did their retainers. The reaction instead came from the other students. As the stir continued, Lady Rosamund raised a hand to stop her retainers, then stepped forward. Of course, Matthias, I am prepared to accept even Guy Gerlach's son, she said. In contrast to when she had hesitated over accepting Roderick Stone, she now looked at me head-on, a strong light in her golden eyes. Roderick was smiling at his lady from where he stood beside her. Feeling the pride that was positively radiating from him made me certain that my resolve wasn't misplaced. I cast my eyes downward and exhaled slowly at the faces of my family drifted through my mind. There were my brothers, so pridefully offering their names, my father, overcome with emotion, while speaking to his lady, my mother, wearing such a dreamy smile. Their happiness depended on Lady Georgine. Had she enraptured me as she had them, then maybe those feelings would have been enough. But I wanted to serve Lady Rosamund. I'm sorry, Father. My path is different from yours. I shot my head up and looked around the common room. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, but I steeled my resolve and said, Lady Georgine came to my estate on her way back to Ahrensbach. From there, I revealed everything I knew without a care for the time or place. I needed to inform the other children of the Form Veronica faction of the dangerous position they were all in, and reduce the impression that I had been impatiently waiting for the Archduke candidates to arrive. Okay. The new children. Wilma, Lord Hartman is calling for you. I thank you ever so much for going out of your way for this, Monica. I will go at once. Lady Rosamund had departed for the castle after the new high priest was appointed. From now until winter socializing began, Her guard knights would be taking turns watching the High Bishop's chambers, to ensure that nobody else attempted to steal inside. All nobles went to the castle for winter socializing and were exceedingly busy there, and the knights were no exception. They would need to leave when socializing season began. However, it seemed that Lord Hartmut, the new high priest, was going to continue visiting the temple to give instructions to blue priests, summon Lady Rosemind's attendants for reports, and so on. Lord Hartmut's first dedication ritual was fast approaching, and Lady Rosemind would not be returning from the Royal Academy to help. To accommodate her absence, Lord Hartmut planned to send her letters to keep her abreast with the goings-on at the temple. I truly appreciated his kind and considerate nature. Lord Hartmut, it is Wilma, I said. I realize this is sudden, but new children are going to be brought here soon. How ready is the orphanage to take them? The rooms themselves are prepared, but as per my last request, we are still short on supplies like food, firewood, and bedding. I believe that Frayne or Zara might be able to give you a more thorough rundown of what we lack and what we have in excess. Lady Rosemind had said that we needed only prepare the rooms and that they would bring the necessary supplies at a later date. Hartmut recorded my report on a board that he had on hand. Understood. Now, these children are going to be anxious beyond words, having so suddenly lost their families. I imagine it will be a challenge to care for them all, but I trust you to do well, Lord Hartmut said with a smile. He was Lady Rosemind's retainer and an archnoble, but he showed not even a trace of arrogance and was kind to everyone in the orphanage. Because they revere Rosemind almost as much as he does. Or not as much as he does, but they do revere her, so yeah, they're good on his book. Back when Lord Hartmut had first started visiting the temple, he often visited the orphanage with Lord Justice, the noble who had overseen both the orphanage and the workshop in the high priest's place during Lady Rosemind's long sleep. Lord Justice was exceedingly easy to speak to and lacked the natural haughtiness of the nobility, so all those in the orphanage and the workshop had come to admire him greatly. Still, it seemed to me that the children preferred Lord Hartmut. He often told them how Lady Rosemind was faring in the Archduke's castle and the Royal Academy, and they loved his story so much they asked him to tell them over and over again. I had started to worry that he would take offense, but he always agreed to their request, his smile never faltering, even for a moment. Of course he loves that! He loves to be able to tell the stories and have people listen. He was very kind and surely loved children with all his heart. Everyone in the orphanage had rejoiced when told that Lord Hartmut was being reassigned as the new high priest. Naturally, the role was given to a blue priest, as there had been a risk of someone being selected who would... Normally, the role was given to a blue priest, and there were risk of someone being selected who would treat the grey priests and shrine maidens cruelly. We were grateful to Lady Rosemond for having offered one of her retainers, and grateful to both the Archduke and the former high priest for having let him take up the position, despite him not being a blue priest. Now, Wilma, are you done with the task I gave you? Almost. I wish I had finished before the arrival of the children, but the circumstances have left me much too busy. I plan to continue working on it in place of winter handiwork this year. What do you work... Oh, no! Lord Hartmut had ordered two illustrations of depicting Lady Rosemind. The first was to have her playing the harpspiel in her blue robes, and the second wielding flute-trained staff as the High Bishop. I can only assume that Lord Hartmut valued both sights dearly, as the instructions he had given me were exceedingly detailed. The task had seemed daunting at first, but the illustrations were slowly but surely meeting my personal standards. I am afraid you will grow even busier once the children arrive, Lord Hartmut said. I, too, will be occupied for some time, so I may have to wait until things calm down to collect them. You wish to be paid in paint, if I recall correctly. Yes, my lord. Money would not be used in the orphanage, so I was instead requesting what I needed to create more art. As well as the two illustrations of Lady Rosemind that I was making for Lord Hartmut, I was also making an illustration of the previous High Priest, Lord Ferdinand, playing the harpsichord for Lady Elvira. The spring and autumn had proven so wonderfully fulfilling, but also hectic and very challenging. They can do that now! They can do all the illustrations of Ferdinand that they want! Because he's not there to stop them! Oh my god, there's going to be a lot of those going out. Oh boy, he won't be able to do a darn thing to stop it, too. Like Conrad, the children coming this year were living as nobles, Lord Hartmut explained. Lady Rosemond wishes for them to be educated, with those who show promise being returned to noble society, but will the orphanage be able to educate them? We should not face any difficulties teaching them to read, write, do math, and use proper etiquette. Lady Rosemond seems confident of this as well. Our greatest challenge is going to be teaching music. The orphanage does not have the necessary instruments. Rosina had once helped teach the children to play instruments, and my familiarity with music meant I could also provide some assistance, but there was very little that we could do without the instruments themselves. You will not need to worry about that. We will provide you with the instruments from their homes, Lord Hartmut said with a smile that indicated that our business was concluded. I returned to the orphanage with Lothar, an attendant working at the High Priest's chambers. Lord Hartman has so considerately instructed him to accompany me to keep any blue priests from getting too close. It appears that you really do trust Lord Hartman, Wilma. Indeed, he is Lady Rosemine's retainer and truly kind. Everyone in the orphanage trusts him as well. We are all so glad to have him as the new high priest. The orphanage has struggled with the news of the 4 Grey priests serving as guards being kidnapped. Lady Rosamine and her retainers ended up fighting so hard to save them, but in truth, it would have been entirely normal to leave them to their fates. With that in mind, Lord Hartman, understanding Lady Rosemine's determination to protect the orphanage and making considerations to keep us safe, proved just what a wonderful person he was. How do you feel about Lord Hartman, Lothar? He prioritizes Lady Rosamine in all matters and works diligently for her sake rather than for the sake of the temple. This is fine for now, as Lady Rosamine is set on supporting the temple, but I must say that his actions and mindset are nothing like those of Lord Ferdinand. Well, no, dude, they are night and day with this. Lothar was evidently struggling to understand what his lord was thinking and act accordingly. It was common for attendants to have a hard time when assigned to serve someone else, so I imagine that all the attendants of the High Priest chambers were feeling the same way. I imagine so. It'll probably take a while. During his time here, Lord Ferdinand expertly balanced traditional methods with Lady Rosamine's new ones, Lothar noted. Lord Hartman, in contrast, intends to push through only Lady Rosamine's methods. I expect the temple will change even more than it already has. Oh, I have a feeling it will. Just based on that information. The ways of the temple had changed dramatically in the last few years since Lady Rosamine had accepted the role of orphanage director and then High Bishop. I couldn't fathom what even greater changes would entail. No matter what happens, Lady Rosamine will not change the temple or orphanage for the worst, I said. We can be certain of that. You really do trust her, Wilma. Indeed, she is the saint of Ehrenfest, after all. Lothar chortled. Apparently Lord Hartman always said the same thing. Delia, Lily, we are soon going to have an influx of new orphans, I said. I am told they are the children of nobles. Delia already had experience with infants, having started looking after Dirk when he was still at breastfeeding age, and Lily was the only Grey Shrine-man in the temple with experience giving birth, so they had inevitably ended up spending more time with the youngest children than anyone else. What could have happened for so many children to be coming to the orphanage at once, I wonder, Delia said. Security had increased ever since Brother Egmont allowed a noblewoman into the temple, the Grey priests were kidnapped, and Lady Rosamine was targeted. The orphanage itself was the same as ever, but the atmosphere in the noble section of the temple was said to have changed completely. Fran had said that whenever Lord Hartman spoke of winter plans, he was always highly concerned with the movements of the Blue Priests. Lord Hartman wasn't even allowing their attendants to go near the orphanage. Grey priests and shrine maidens cannot refuse orders from Blue Priests, so in many cases it was better for us to not know these things. We will also be able to look out for the children without any bias if we do not know the reason they ended up here. We had taken in a noble child, Conrad, once already. He had chosen to leave his home after receiving terrible abuse, so he had adjusted to life in the orphanage without issue, but I wasn't sure whether these other children, who had so abruptly lost their homes, would welcome the new environment so readily. I was a little worried about them. In any case, I must finish the illustrations of Lady Rosamine for Lord Hartman before we grow busy with the new children, I said. Please keep an eye on things so that I am not distracted. Understood. Lord Hartman certainly loves Lady Rosamine, doesn't he? That's why I'm saying the author could have gone in a very different direction with this. She could have said, essentially, that those two ended up together in a romantic way. It wouldn't have changed anything with Hartman's personality. It wouldn't have changed things at all. Except him, well, instead of extolling her actually, he still would have probably extolled her virtues as a saint of Ehrenfest, but he still would have gone with, romantic stuff, too. Oh, dear Lord Almighty. That would have been even worse. That would have been worse! Dealer replied, sounding exasperated. It was an understandable opinion to have, considering that he seemed to segue into talking about his lady whenever he came up to the orphanage, no matter whom he was speaking to. Though Delia loves Lady Rosamine too, I'm sure. Delia certainly appreciated how much Lady Rosamine cared about Dirk. She had worn a genuine smile for quite some time, after Lady Rosamine expressed her concerns about Dirk generating too much mana. Delia was quick to deny it, so I decided to hold my tongue and watch her with a warm smile, but Lily showed much less restraint. She gave a mischievous smile and giggled with a hand over her mouth. Oh, my Delia, but do you not always join him in his conversations about her? I seem to recall the many, many occasions on which you've told him about the time Lady Rosamine used the Shield of Wind to save Dirk. That was just... jeez, is there anything wrong with that? And as an apprentice Grey Shrine Maiden, I can't just refuse to answer when he asks me about the moment I found Lady Rosamine the most beautiful and divine. And it's not like I can give him any more recent examples since I'm stuck here in the orphanage. Delia had turned bright red. You really do throw politeness to the wind when someone points out the truth and you get all flustered. Isn't it cute, Wilma? No, I don't, Delia protested, now becoming teary-eyed. The very question made me giggle. Delia really was adorable when she was expressing her emotions. I gave Lily a very light scolding for teasing her, before heading off to work on my illustrations for Lord Hartmut. Because I was Lady Rosamund's attendant, I had a private room where I kept my art utensils and such. The number of personal belongings I owned had grown considerably. I switched into clothes that I wouldn't mind getting dirtied, put on an apron, and picked up my brush. Then, after taking a slow breath, I looked down at my illustrations to progress. As an artist, this was the most important part of my day. I searched the depths of my soul, trying to unravel which colors I should use and how I should use them, delicately applying one layer after another to convey Lady Rosamund's beauty as neatly as possible. Trying to figure out how to show the glossiness of her hair, which was as deep and mysterious as the night sky, and how to color her golden, gently smiling eyes was ever so much fun. But at the same time, it required complete seriousness. I felt that it was important to show the contrast between her days as a Blue Shrine Maiden, when her eyes had become so emotive, and the present. She had grown used to disguising her emotions, so her expressions were now so much more reserved. Is the distinction clear enough, though? I set down my brush, put the two illustrations out on an easel so they were side by side, then stepped back so that I could properly compare them. The one depicting her as the High Bishop exuded a more muted innocence than the other, and it made her come across as more of a fine young noblewoman, both in her expression and in her posture. Lady Rosamund's long slumber meant that it was difficult to gauge her growth, but a closer inspection proved that she had matured so much to protect her family, the orphans, and now Ehrenfest as a whole. According to Monica, who served her much more closely than I, she had started to mature in other ways as well, particularly since the end of summer. The ceremonial robes that Lady Rosamund had worn during the autumn coming-of-age ceremony apparently now looked noticeably shorter on her. Yay! She's growing! Naturally, it was beneath Lady Shaft's bright rays that children grew with the fastest, so Monica was thinking of suggesting that Lady Rosamund be remeasured next spring so that her clothes could be adjusted. And she will only continue to grow. I cannot wait to see how beautiful she becomes. Of course, there was a second reason for me to keep a close eye on Lady Rosamund's growth. I was certain that Lord Hartmut would order more illustrations from me in the future. He probably would. He will. He definitely will. A short time later, not even 10 days after winter socializing had started, the attendants of the High Priest's office began bringing children to the orphanage. Lord Hartmut wanted them registered as orphans about as quickly as the knights were arriving with them. There were children of all ages, from toddlers still struggling to walk to children as old as Dirk and Conrad. They were wearing rather elegant clothes made to fit them, but this nicety only made their tragic situations that much more apparent. Some were in tears, while others were glaring at us warily, but they were all visibly scared. 4 out of every 5 were clutching beautiful magic tools. There are 17 in total, Wilma. This is the last one, Hartmut says. He brought the last child to be registered. Lothar, Gil, Fritz, and Monica were with him. The children recoiled in fear upon seeing Lord Hartmut, but he simply regarded them with his usual bright smile and said, "From today onward, this place is your home. Being in the orphanage means that you are no longer nobles, and your lives will change drastically as a result. Be grateful to Lady Rosamund, for her compassionate heart is the very reason you were given this opportunity." Lord Hartmut went on to introduce those of us who would be looking after the children in the orphanage, then called over Dirk and Conrad. Before speaking to them, he crouched down such that he was on their level. He always did this with the orphans. It was one of his many good points. Hartmut's awesome. He still is awesome, even despite him being obsessed. Dirk, Conrad, the children here have all just lost their families, Lord Hartmut explained. I want you to teach them how things work here in the orphanage. Lady Rosamund has resolved to save them, and your task is to help with that. Dirk and Conrad responded with firm nods. Lady Rosamund already saved us. We want them to be saved too. You're both such good kids, Lord Hartmut said, mussing their hair with a gentle smile. They're feeling scared right now, but I want you to teach them the vastness of Lady Rosamund's compassion, and just how much they owe their lives to her. Right. Lord Hartmut turned back to the new orphans. Everyone, Conrad was once a noble as well. In that sense, he is the same as you. He understands the difference between living here and in the noble's quarter better than anyone. You can ask him any questions you may have, but I will return during the dedication ritual to see how you are all doing. From there, the great priests were instructed to help move the luggage. Fritz and Gil gathered together those who were used to doing manual labor in the workshop and started at once. Meanwhile, the knights were going to be bringing in furniture and such for the children. If we had Lady Rosamund's high beast, then we could have moved all this in one fell swoop, Lord Hartmut remarked. Instead, we must resort to using wagons. My lady truly does create one splendid thing after another. After extolling the virtues of Lady Rosamund's high beast, Lord Hartmut left the orphanage with Lothar, Gil, and the others returned. Gil's and the others returned not long after with the first pieces of luggage. We would need to divide the work between the great priest and the children, using the contents of the boxes to begin setting up the new orphanage rooms. For now, however, Lily and I embraced the young children who were crying for their families. Oh, they need hugs. They need hugs. Now, Delia said, there's no time to cry. We are preparing space for you to sleep. Please set them up yourselves. She directed the children while Dirk moved to demonstrate. You can start with this mattress. Someone take the other side. You can leave your magic tools here for now. You won't be able to eat while holding them, Conrad told the children. He was best suited to guide them since he knew what noble life was like. But they'd show no signs of moving. Some even tightened their grips on their magic tools. Conrad sighed, looking especially troubled, and added, As Lord Hartman said, we are no longer nobles. You are going to be living here, so you need to learn to follow our rules. The children stared at Conrad with wide eyes. One girl in particular looked positively incensed. I moved to shield Conrad from her glare, then knelt down so that I was eye to eye with her. I am aware that nobles do not think highly of the temple, I said, and it is only natural that you would feel uneasy about living here. However, there is no avoiding that you must adapt to how we do things. All we can do is help you. The girl glared at me as well, radiating the dignity of a noble despite being so young. Her face then twisted in anger as if she had last found an opportunity to vent her frustration. You will help us? What do you mean to say that you will assist us in returning to noble society? Do not lie to us. Oh, but that is precisely what I mean. Such is the job that has been given to me. My response caught the girl off guard. She stared at me for a moment, then muttered, What? Oh my, has Lord Hartman not mentioned this? Lady Rosemine intends for you all to be taught to read, write, do math, demonstrate etiquette, and play the harpsichord at least to the level expected of a med noble. Furthermore, I have been told that the most promising of you will be baptized as nobles with the Archduke himself as your guardian. The older children's eyes flashed with ambition. I can only assume that the most enthusiastic among those were already close to reaching their baptism. It was better to have an objective to work toward than wallow in sadness, even if that objective was simply to leave the orphanage. It is up to you all of you to work hard, I said with a smile. Lady Rosemine and Lord Hartman will of course be receiving reports on your progress. A child standing behind the wide-eyed girl suddenly looked up, brimming with determination, and placed his magic tool where Conrad had indicated. I'm going to get this education and go back to noble society, he declared. The boy then grabbed the opposite end of the mattress that Dirk was holding. The others had been too daunted to act, but now that somebody else had made the first move, they gradually began to follow suit. Only the youngest children remained frozen to the spot, unsure of what to do. Let's play once we finish getting the mattresses in place, Dirk said to the boy who had moved to help him, his voice bright. We have cards, have playing cards, and a lot of books. The boy merely pursed his lips in response. He wasn't quite ready to open up to the idea. Dirk laughed unfazed. I haven't even lost to Conrad yet, he continued. If you can't beat me, then you'll never get to be a noble again. I practice with my older brother. I will not lose to you. We'll see about that. I'm Dirk. You? Bertram. I will ensure that my talents are recognized as the best of all those here and return to noble society as soon as I can. The older children who had decided to play along in the hope of returning to noble society began mimicking Dirk and Conrad, and their time in the orphanage started to progress smoothly. There were quite a few surprises, of course, but they did their best to assist us with work and took their studies very seriously. Our limited resources meant that the children had to share instruments during harpsichord lessons, but they worked their hardest all the same, since they needed to know how to play for their debuts. Dirk and Conrad were in turn being influenced positively by the new children who had such clear goals in mind. They had started practicing music despite not having been very interested in it before, made friends to play cards and playing cards with, and were now cycling through victories and defeats. Conrad had finally experienced winning after so many losses against Dirk, and it was clear how much this was motivating him. Yay! According to Delia, who was looking after the oldest of the new orphans, there were still nights where some of the children cried quietly into their pillows. She hadn't been able to speak to them about it. Whenever she would go to check on them, they would pretend to be asleep. So she had settled on just carefully watching over them the next day. The oldest children had it best, since their baptisms were so close. Meanwhile, the youngest were still crying for their families almost each and every day. Oh. Lily and I did our best to embrace and comfort them all, but we didn't have enough hands between us. In truth, I was a little sleep-deprived, and no sooner had that thought crossed my mind than Lord Hartman appeared. He had with him 6 gray shrine maidens and 4 gray priests, the attendants of blue priests who had apparently been arrested along with their families. The blue priests were not involved in any crimes themselves, but they cannot live as blue priests without support from their families, and we needed to bring them in for questioning either way, Lord Hartman explained. Of course, we gave any attendants who wished to be arrested with their lord the opportunity to go to the castle, but nobody expressed an interest, so we have brought them back to the orphanage instead. Their food would arrive from the rooms of the blue priest later on. He then gave Lily and me a small grin and said, The number of children has grown considerably. You will need as many helpers as you can get. No? That's exactly right. Lord Hartman's profound kindness washed over me. I expressed my gratitude, then went to my room to fetch the illustrations of Lady Rosemine. Lord Hartman, here are the pictures you ordered. How are they? I asked upon my return, spreading them out on a table in the dining hall. Lord Hartman peered at the illustrations. His orange eyes suddenly began to sparkle, and a sigh of awe passed his lips. Absolutely splendid. It is clear to see how much her divinity has increased since her days as a shrine maiden, he said, confirming that they met his expectations. It was such a relief to know that even the harshest judge of all was pleased. Please let me see, Lord Hartman, Comrade said, excited. They're of Lady Rosemine, right? Wilma draws in her room, so I haven't been able to look at them yet. Hartman thought for a moment, then said, you may look, but only if you stand back and vow not to touch them under any circumstances. Dirk and Conrad agreed, and soon enough, they were showering my illustrations with praise. This must have drawn the attention of the other children, as they all came over to look as well, albeit from the agreed-upon distance. The kids who have just joined us have presumably not had the chance to see Lady Rosemine. This is an excellent opportunity, Lord Hartman said. These illustrations depict the saint of Ehrenfest, who is beloved by Mestanora, the goddess of wisdom, and reflects the purity of Flutraine, the goddess of water. Her hair sparkles like the night sky, as if draped by the god of darkness's cape, and her golden eyes sparkle as though containing the goddess of light herself. I wonder how true that is, to be honest. Because, I mean, the next arc is, known as Avatar of a Goddess. So, yeah, we'll probably find some stuff out. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just guessing. The new orphans listened with their mouths agape. Lord Hartman's speech had become so poetic toward the end that I could imagine the younger ones had struggled to understand him. Of course, Lady Rosemine's wondrousness does not end with her beauty, Lord Hartman continued. Her deeply compassionate heart is nothing short of divine, and she has the exceedingly rare qualities of a true saint. Or, at least, that's what I used to believe, but something occurred quite recently that has forced me to reconsider. Perhaps she is not a saint, but a genuine goddess. Oh, what happened there? No! What happened with that? Is that... Wait, was Hartman present when she did the magic circle? Oh, if he was, then that would explain it. The goddess of mercy, Dirk replied without missing a beat. She did save the Grey Priest, so she surely is a goddess, Conrad noted. Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no. Everybody's gonna be calling her a goddess now! That's gonna probably make some of the gods mad. Oh, I don't know, maybe. The other children were completely lost, but Lord Hartman was now invested in his preaching and wouldn't allow something as small as the confusion of others to stop him. It was on the day... Yes, okay, what? He was there, okay. It was on the day that Lord Ferdinand left for Erinsbach. She cast a rainbow blessing upon our 3 departing associates. Do you understand now? Do you realize how special it is to pray to all of the gods and earn blessings from them all in turn? I don't really understand. Very well, then I shall explain. Oh no. And so Lord Hartman began a gleeful explanation of magecraft. He spoke at great length, but to summarize, Abiglade was on bad terms with all the gods except Geduld. So forming a prayer with them all is very difficult indeed. Yet Lady Rosemine had accomplished it with relative ease. Lady Rosemine's incandescent eyes sparkled with a divine rainbow as if all the gods were contained within them. Then with her staff in hand, she drew in the air a magic circle that none had seen before. Light followed the twists and turns of her staff until the circle was complete, and from her beautiful lips a blessing was woven. The circle shone with the divine color of each god as their names were called, and we were all struck by the sheer beauty of the sight. It was akin to witnessing all the gods gather in one place. Light of various colors spilled from the edge of the circle until at last a rainbow blessing flew out. All those gathered watched in awed silence while Lady Rosemine quietly smiled. What humbleness! What superiority! It was more divine than anything, and at that moment I wished to pray to Lady Rosemine herself. Oh my god, he would do it! He would do it! Oh my god. I think this is probably going to solidify him giving his name to her, even if she doesn't want it. How long is a bell? Can somebody tell me? Because apparently, in the end, Lord Hartman sang Lady Rosemine's praises for an entire bell. How long is that? An hour? Hour and a half? 2 hours? Jesus Christ, dude. When he eventually finished, he exhaled in satisfaction, then looked around across all those gathered in the orphanage. Now then, everyone, let us offer our prayers to the mighty king and queen of the endless skies, the mighty eternal 5 who rule the mortal realm, Flutraine, the goddess of water, Leidenschaft, the god of fire, Shizaria, the goddess of wind, Geduld, the goddess of earth, Abiglade, the god of life, and finally, Lady Rosemine, the saint of Ehrenfest. Oh my god! Everyone shot up their hands and raised their left knee into the air. That is everyone except the new orphans. They recoiled at the sudden movement and started looking around. We have been so busy with handiwork and studying that they had not yet been taught how to pray. I wanted to teach them before we begin our daily studies. My intention was to do all I could to help the new orphans adjust to the temple's way as soon as possible. Okay, here we go. What's this? I wonder what this is. Winter resolution. Come on, Camille, hurry, Dad shouted as he ran down the stairs. You're telling me to hurry, I shouted back, running after him with everything we needed clutched to my chest. We're late because you wouldn't get out of bed. I wonder what they're doing. Okay, this is from Camille's point of view. It was a sunny day, and that meant one thing. Peruse. We had meant to leave together some earlier, but I had taken Mom and me ages to get Dad to properly wake up. We're out of time, Camille. Get on the sled. But Dad, quick, we won't be any Peruse left at this rate. There was no point arguing with him. I gave up and climbed onto the sled, which Dad then pulled along as he started running. I gripped the edge of the sled, I wouldn't fall off, and puffed out my cheeks. This sucks. I'm totally old enough to run now. I was well aware this was our best option. We were late, and there was no chance of me keeping up with Dad all the way to the forest, but still, I wanted to get off the sled before my friends spotted me. Everyone would laugh if they saw me getting pulled along with all that stuff. They'll think I'm a baby who can't fend for himself, and it was Dad who overslept, not me. Gunter, came a voice from reached the gate. Gather and peruse when you're this busy? Must be rough. Can say that again, Dad replied. Anything happened that I should know about? Dad was talking to a guard. We needed to hurry if we wanted to get any peruse, but I stayed silent and just watched them. Dad had told me before not to interrupt his conversations at the gate since they were to do with his work. There were a lot of new faces in the orphanage group that came by. Les and Gil were there, so I let them all through, but do you know anything about all this, Gunther? Probably some top-secret Archduke business. I'll ask if we cross him in the forest. It was normal for Dad to be busy during the winter. There was always snow to shovel and drunks to deal with, but this year he had even more on his plate than usual. Northgate had received some special jobs from the Archduke himself. If the orphans are here, does that mean Dirk and Conrad are going to be in the forest too? I can't wait to see them. During autumn last year, when I'd gone to the forest with Lutz for the first time, I ended up meeting Dirk and Conrad. They were both orphans and were about my age, and they understood me no matter what we spoke about. The orphanage where they lived also had the toys and picture books made by the Rosemary Workshop. Lutz had said that I couldn't discuss those toys, not even my favorites, with any of our neighbors, so I was real glad to finally have another chance to talk about them. I'd once had another older sister mine, but she died a long time ago. Nobles in the temple had apparently been involved, and my parents had told me that the High Bishop was giving me toys from her workshop out of sympathy. It was a nice gesture, but we were still wary about having any kind of contact with nobles, so I wasn't allowed to talk about them or the toys. I couldn't remember the first time I found out about mine, but one thing I remembered clear as day was Mom, Lutz, and Thule happily talking about her, saying mine this and mine that. It stopped the moment I asked who this mine person was, and that was when I'd realized that she was someone I wasn't allowed to talk about. I'd already promised Dad that I would keep my mouth shut, so I didn't plan on bringing her up again. Back when I'd first gone to the forest with Lutz, I had been told that I could talk about the toys with the orphanage kids, but not about mine. This was all well and good, but what could I even say about her? I'd never actually known my older sister. And next time I'd seen Dirk and Conrad in the forest, I'd make sure to bring cards with me. Dirk had sometimes beat me, but I'd always won against Conrad. That had all changed when spring came around, though. Conrad suddenly became a much better player, and winning against him became way harder. Frustrated, I started practicing with Mom a lot more often, and sometimes when she came home. Dirk, Conrad! We arrived at the forest and saw the orphans all gathering together. It was just as the guard had said. There were a lot of unfamiliar kids among them. They must have been their first time looking for a peruse, as Lutz and Gil were teaching them how to go about gathering them. Let's, Gil, Dad called. Want to gather together? You're going to be offering what you find to Lady Rosemine, right? Lutz frowned a little and said, well, I don't know if she's coming back this year. Lady Rosemine usually returns to the temple midway through winter, but it seemed that it wouldn't be the case this year. Actually, we're going to be putting any peruse we find in the ice room, Gil added with a grin. Lady Rosemine always looks forward to them, so we want to keep as many as we can. It also turned out that Lady Rosemine loved peruse enough to get excited about eating them every year. There was a place in the temple that was basically winter all year round, and peruse kept there wouldn't rot even in spring. The temple sure has some weird places. Yeah, definitely. Camille, you can go gather peruse with the orphanage children, Dad said. I need to speak with Gil. Got it. Dad and Gil went off somewhere. It was probably to do with work again. Meanwhile, Lutz and I went over to the orphanage children. Dirk and Conrad were teaching the new faces how to gather peruse. And that's why we take turns gathering the fruit, Dirk concluded. Must I really dirty my hands? Aw, shut it, Bertram. How many times have I told you? Those who don't work don't eat. The new kids all seemed strangely cocky. Some were lounging about, not even pretending to listen to Dirk's advice. Can't he just exclude anyone who doesn't want to pay attention? Things look pretty rough, I noted. Oh, Camille, been a while, Conrad said when he noticed me. Things have been way busier, what with us getting so many new kids at once. Seems like Dirk and Delia are always mad about something or another back in the orphanage. I wish you could see it. They shout in the same way and everything. In the past, Dirk and Conrad had complained about having nobody to play with since there was so few young kids in the orphanage. But now they had more than they knew what to do with. There were maybe 10 kids in total, and according to Conrad, there were some even younger ones still at the orphanage. Where do they all come from? I wish we could play cards here in the snow, Conrad said. We've all been practicing together, so you're going down the next time we play. He was surprisingly confident for someone who normally lost and sat around pounding. I actually started to worry. Of course he and Dirk were getting better when they had this many people to practice with. I'm getting better too, I said. Even beat Renat the other day. Renat? A girl from the Gilberta Company. Oh, that's Karina's kid. Nice. Before I could say anything else, Dirk and Lutz called out to us. Hey, Conrad, Camille, can you help us show these kids the ropes? I didn't waste a moment before making my way over. First, I need to demonstrate how to climb a Peru tree. It had been just before winter when I first met Renee. Thule had taken me to the Gilberta Company, and as it had been my first time going to the north part of the city, I had worn some clean clothes she'd made for me that looked a lot like the ones worn for baptisms. The buildings there were way more colorful than the ones we were lived in. They're so pretty, aren't they? The old paint was washed off when the Archduke cleaned the whole city at once, so the buildings had to be repainted, Thule explained. She then giggled to herself and added, remember when Mr. Deed was grumbling about how much work there was to do? The Archduke's magic had cleaned all the wooden walls in the city and turned our roads into stone, part of our buildings sparkly white. It's actually been pretty bad for the rich because it had stripped the paint from their establishments along with all the grime. I heard that things were especially tense when they had to prepare for the merchants of other duchies showing up. I'm sure Dad was always having to patrol the area. How old is Camille by this point? I don't think he's had his baptism yet, so actually, never mind. This isn't nobility. I couldn't really remember how the city had looked before, but everyone always spoke about the change being so dramatic. One thing that had stuck out with me, though, was something the Dad had said when patrolling the other soldiers. The Archduke was planning to shoo us all out and remake the city from scratch, but Lady Rosamund stopped him. Now we've got to make sure it stays clean. This is the Gilberta Company where I work, Thule said when we arrived. Be sure to speak politely from here on out. We took the stairs on the side of the building up to the second floor, then Thule announced that we were here. She spoke and acted so differently from when she was at home. I straightened my back just like when she and Les had taught me as the servant led us inside. So you're Camille, huh? The boss of the Gilberta Company said, or asked welcome. He went on to introduce me to his family. There was Mrs. Carita, Lady Rosamund's seamstress, who Thule respected so much, and their children, Renee and Nut. Nut. What the fuck? Why would you name your kid that? There was also Mark and the boss of the planting company who were here today by coincidence to help with teaching Renee. I was told to play cards and karate with the other kids. Mark and the boss of the planting company even joined us. Nut was so young that he wasn't even a challenge, but I lost about half of my games against Renee. Renate, whatever. I'm just going to say Renee just because it's easier. Told you, didn't I? The boss of the planting company said with a grin. I'm not winning because I'm an adult. You're losing because you're not good enough. Renee puffed out her cheeks and looked at me. Join the Gilberta Company, Camille. We can keep playing until my win rate is 100%. How does that sound to you? I didn't know how to respond, but as I sat there at a loss for words, Mr. Otto joined in with a smile. Good thinking, Renee. That's my daughter for you. Camille, how about you come work for us as a Lahange? Surprised that the boss himself was inviting me, I glanced over at Thule. She worked as a Lady Rosamund's hairpin maker here at the Gilberta Company, and she was even being trusted to design outfits and pick out cloth for her. Her status had shot through the roof as a result where we lived. Someone becoming this successful before becoming of age was pretty much unheard of. Everyone looked up to her, and I was lucky to have her as a big sister. I wonder, would joining the Gilberta Company help me become amazing like Thule? I mean, what does he even do? Or what is Camille even doing? Because Thule was doing her seamstress stuff, but what are they going to have Camille do? I wonder. I was kind of tempted. Dad was inviting me to join the soldiers and help him protect the city, but working with Thule sounded a lot more fun. Before I could even try to respond, however, the boss of the planting company shouted a hand. No, Camille would do a lot better working for the planting company. You're more interested in books and toys than hairpins, cloth, and rinsham, right? Just like that, my heart turned to the planting company. Lutz was like the only other person as successful as Thule where we lived. He had become a Laharo at a major store despite being born into a family of woodworkers, which made him just as incredible. I really loved the toys and picture books that Lutz brought me. I cared a lot more about them than hairpins or cloth, that was for sure. Those kinds of things were for girls. I heard from Lutz that you want to start getting involved in the orphanage workshop and getting to a bunch of places, right? The boss of the planting company continued. So he's talking to Benno, essentially. I only really wanted to go to the workshop because Dirk and Conrad were there, but the idea of learning how the toys and picture books were made was pretty appealing. Thinking about it like that, the planting company seemed way better. Let's said they get to read the finished books before anyone else too. That sounded great. Whoa, 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 the boss of the Gilbert Company cried out. How come you're always trying to steal away the gems I find, Benno? Wasn't less enough? As if you need anyone but Thule. We gotta put people where they're gonna do best. I was trying to decide what to do, but the two bosses had ended up in a full-on argument. Renee was telling me to hurry up and decide already. Apparently they wouldn't stop fighting until I made up my mind. Unsure of what to do, I turned to Thule for help. She came over with a gentle smile and gave me a pat on the head. Don't worry, Camille, you'll have plenty of time to think it over before your baptism, she assured me. The profession you choose will shape your whole life, so you need to figure out what you want to do yourself. Taking inspiration from others is fine, but you can't make excuses like saying that you only made your choice because someone else told you to. You'll end up full of regrets, and then you won't be able to work your hardest when you're blaming other people. Thule then looked over the two bosses, still wearing her warm smile, and said, in other words, you two, please let Camille decide for himself. Don't rush him. That must have been rough. They're both so stubborn, Les said, having been warming his Peru-chilled hands by the fire while listening to my story. He was always there to pat my head and cheer me on, and it made me wish that I had a big brother like him. Oh! This question! Oh my god, I can't wait to see how this is going to turn out. Are you, gonna marry Thule, I asked? She's about to come of age, isn't she? Feels like everyone's getting real excited about that. Most girls started looking for husbands and preparing for marriage when they were about to come of age, and it made sense that Thule would pick Lutz how often they hung out. Even our families agreed that they would make a lovely couple, which was another good sign since family connections had a big impact on marriages. There was also the fact that even with all their success, it was unlikely that either of them had the money to marry someone else from a major store. Well, I get that everyone's excited and us ending up together is the safest option, but who knows? Might not happen for a long time. Thule had her heart broken, you know. What? Yeah, what? I'm a comment on this one. What? Oops, that's supposed to be a secret. Come on, Lutz, you gotta tell me now. Who was it? I mean, Thule's so good at sewing and works so hard and... Oh my god. I was watching a video a while back, like a few weeks ago, or maybe more, I don't know, and there was something about Thule having had liked someone, but she couldn't be with them, essentially. And I know who it is, and they're not going to mention it because the person in question is in the room. Now you'll figure it out. There wasn't a boy alive who wouldn't find themselves staring at Thule, or how could anyone have turned her down? I was probably a little biased, but I was also genuinely believed that. Maybe it had to do with her social standing in our family or something, since our parents talked about that a lot. Yep, here we go. In the end, Lutz refused to tell me anymore, no matter how many times I asked. I want to talk about you, not Thule, he said with a grin. You've made your decision, right? I can see it on your face. I grinned back at him. I want to work with the planting company. I prefer working with books and toys over protecting the city or selling hairpins. Ah, mine. You sure raised him into a bookworm, huh? Lutz mumbled something too quietly for me to hear, but I asked him to repeat himself, but he just shook his head. He had way more secrets than I'd ever expected. If you really want to join the planting company, then you should go ask Mr. Gunther and the others for permission to study there, Lutz said. This is a good time as well, since the blizzards are calming down now. Study? I had a hard time becoming a merchant as the son of a carpenter, and now you're going to have a hard time as the son of a soldier. We'll let you stay at the planting company for about 10 days and give you all the training that you'll need. I could already read and do math thanks to my toys and picture books, but it turned out that there was a lot more I needed to know about the mindset of a merchant and the way that a world worked. Taking Lutz's advice was definitely my best option, since he had already gone down this path himself. I'll speak with Mark and Master Benno, Lutz said, but I'm pretty sure they'll take you in in a heartbeat. I mean, they were just talking about it. Really? Lutz grinned and nodded. The store gets busier in the spring, and next year's going to be even rougher than usual with our upcoming trip to Kernberger. I've got more free time in the winter, though. I'm underage and I can't go to the castle yet, so yeah. At the end of winter, Master Benno and the Laharos had their hands full going to the castle, but Lutz was done as soon as he finished preparing the books and study materials from the Rosemine workshop. You'll need to work on your language, posture, and etiquette, Lutz continued, listing all the areas I'll need to receive training in. But first and foremost, be sure to get permission from your mom and dad. Life's hard when you don't have your parents' support. He seemed to be speaking from experience, but I wasn't worried. Mom and Dad would definitely understand. It was like the doorway to my future was suddenly wide open, and that realization made me so thrilled. Lutz, I'm gonna do my best. Yep, have at it. There was a quiet thwomp as a Peru landed in the snow nearby. The new kids were getting the fruit off the trees way faster than Lutz and I could. The same was true for Dirk and Conrad. How come it looks so easy for them, I asked. Who knows? Oh, look, Mr. Gunter's waving. Looks like you're up, Camille. Right. I climbed the Peru tree to switch places with Dad. We're almost done, Camille. You take care of the rest, he said as he passed me on his way down. I took off my gloves and grabbed the first Peru by its stem, trying to warm it up. Dad looked over from a nearby branch while I was waiting and said, You seem in a good mood, Camille. Are your hands freezing? They are, but Dirk, when spring comes, I might get to go to the orphanage to see the Rosemine workshop. Lutz said that Lady Rosemine will give me her permission if I join the planting company. Really? I can't wait, Dirk exclaimed, smiling in excitement. The thought of one day getting to work with him and Conrad sounded amazing. Light started to stream in through the branches above us, marking the end of our gathering. The Perus began shining like jewels, and the tree waved back and forth like it had suddenly come to life, making loud, rustling sounds. I climbed down at once and watched the Peru tree start to disappear. The new kids, seeing it for the first time, were in complete shock. The tree stood stretched up into the air, then swooped down and vanished entirely. It was time for everyone to return home, so we put our baskets of Perus on our sled and started making our way back. Dad wanted to make sure the orphanage kids got back safely, so we accompanied them as far as the gate. Getting back into the city was harder than leaving it, and since the noon guard wouldn't be the same person who had seen Lutz and the others out, the new orphans probably would have been denied entry. Dad was going to speak to whomever was on duty to make sure they were allowed through. Things are a bit tense right now, so the guards wouldn't have let you all through just because they recognized you in Gale, Dad explained to Lutz. Make sure you come to me before doing this again. They'll trust me more. Thanks, Mr. Gunter. Just as he'd promised, Dad spoke to the guards and got all the orphanage kids into the city without issue. We passed through the gate, and the orphans headed back to the orphanage. On our way home, right before we turned a corner, Dad gave a Peru to Gil. Get this to Lady Rosemine, he said. I'll store it in the ice room and make sure she gets it. I'm counting on you. No, my Peru! They were so hard to gather, but Dad always gave one to the orphanage for Lady Rosemine. It was weird. Dirk, Conrad, and everyone in my family seemed to love Lady Rosemine way too much, even if she did employ a lot of us. That night after dinner, I told my parents that there was something on my mind. They exchanged anxious looks in response. Then Mom started pouring tea. Dad moved about in his seat a little, took a sip from the cup that was set on the table for him, then gave me his full attention. What is it? He asked, his voice several times lower than usual. I was worried they would refuse, but I clenched my fist and looked them head on. Mom, Dad, I want to make books with Lutz, I announced. I want to work at the planting company and spread the new books everywhere. Oh, Rosemine would love that. All of a sudden, Mom and Dad got all teary-eyed. I couldn't understand why. I'd expected them to refuse, or Dad to question me about why I didn't want to be a soldier. Do you not want me to? I asked, tilting my head at them. No, Mom said, wiping her eyes. She stood up, came to my side, and began stroking my head with a conflicted expression. If making books is what you want to do, then I won't try to stop you. I'm on your side, just do your best. Dad nodded in agreement. In other words, I now have permission to study at the planting company. I'm going to make books. I'm going to grow up to be just like Lutz. Okay, let's see. How much longer have I done this? Oh. Hold on, how much more do I have left? I can't remember which one was the last one. Okay, the next one is the last one, okay. My son's departure. Mother, this is Justice. I have urgent news and must ask you to return home to the estate today. An ordinance have arrived for me while I was in the castle, sorting through gifts with Lady Elvira and Lady Florencia. I was surprised for a moment, but they both seemed far more disturbed. Oh my, urgent news. What could it possibly be, Lady Elvira asked, or said. Riarda, Rosemine has not yet returned from the temple, Lady Florencia added. I ask that you go home at once. You may have tomorrow off as well. I understood their extreme concern. Justice rarely sent such ordinances while I was busy with work, but Lord Ferdinand had personally asked me to evaluate the gifts being sent to Ahrensbach. I could not simply abandon this duty. I shall graciously accept your offer and return home for today, but I will return to continue this work tomorrow, I said. This is justice we are talking about. I cannot imagine it is anything significant. That will not do, Riarda, Lady Elvira said, a sudden sharpness in her eyes. I order you thus, as the mother of your Lady Rosemine, treasure the time you have left with Lord Justice. You do not know how much longer you will be able to help them as his mother. It was rare for her to look quite so emotional, and the look she was giving me pierced my heart. Lady Elvira was also sending her son to Ahrensbach, and due to the sudden change in plans, we only had a week left with Lord Ferdinand and our children. Riarda, Lady Florencia said, as these are gifts from one duchy to another, this work should most properly be carried out by members of the Archducal family, such as myself and Charlotte. Unfortunately, Lord Ferdinand did not request my aid directly, but I would suggest not giving that fact undue importance. Go and assist justice. Even then, I was hesitant to abandon the duty given to me. I had spent my entire life thus far devoted to my work. Having sensed my conflicting emotions, Lady Florencia gave me a gentle smile. Would it not be problematic if this matter of justice went unresolved and Lord Ferdinand's schedule were to be interrupted as a result? Riarda, Elvira, you should both take tomorrow off. You may assist your sons with their luggage, clean their rooms, or what have you, as long as you make sure to spend some time with them as their mothers before they leave. This is an order. Is that understood? Indeed, her expression seemed warm at first glance, but her indigo eyes carried a strength that one could not refuse. And when considered alongside the fact that I could not refuse an order from the Archducal family, my hands were well and truly tied. Both Lady Elvira and I knelt before her. We are grateful. We often saw and worked with our children as retainers, but we seldom had the opportunity to meet with them as parents. Today will perhaps be the last time we ever meet with our sons as family. My apologies, Mother. I seem to have come back late, Justice said when he arrived at home, wearing a smirk that indicated there was no danger at all. Lady Elvira and Lady Florencia's concern had filled me with such unease, yet here he was grinning up a storm. I sighed and then raised my eyebrows at him. We may be family, Justice, but as two working adults this was far too sudden, and at fourth bell no less. How many times have I told you to contact me at third bell at the very latest? Any later than that does not leave me with enough time to prepare a meal. My lady's away at the temple for her handover business, and unlike last year, there's no embroidering to be done. Were you not entirely without work? I was sorting through the gifts for Arensbach as per an order from Lord Ferdinand, and in any case, whether or not I have free time does not excuse your rudeness. Do not put such a burden on our attendants and chefs. We would normally eat dinner at our place of work, so a sudden change of plans only served to inconvenience those working at our estate. As an attendant, Justice knew that it was our duty to create a reasonable work environment for our staff. Why then was he so incapable of managing that? Justice gave me a curious look. Mother, it amazes me that you can talk for so long. How do you say such things in a single breath? My fool of a son! I was feeling a mixture of resignation that he would never change, and outrage that he had yet to learn his lesson, but the most I could do was put my head in my hands. Was it just me, or had he not grown at all since his youth? Doesn't have to be a bad thing. Paying no mind to the fact that he had just given his own mother a headache, Justice handed me a sound-blocking magic tool and said, "Tell your attendant to leave. What comes next is a secret." He then turned on his heel and started toward his room. How are things in the castle? I expect our sudden departure has been causing some chaos. Indeed, we have an entire season less to dedicate to the handover. Lord Sylvester and the higher-ups of the Knights Order are in quite the panic. I replied, many winter plans are being impacted by this sudden change in schedule. How is Milady doing in the temple? Audley has informed me that Hartmut is tremendously busy. Milady is uneasy about losing her guardian, but is staying strong nonetheless. She is preparing meals for him to bring to Arensbach, a hairpin to be gifted to Lady Letizia. Apparently that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. It seems as if she is keeping busy as a way of avoiding her sorrow. I am worried about how she will fare once Lord Ferdinand is gone. We soon reached Justice's room and closed the door behind us. I then turned to him and said, "So what is this urgent business that has taken me away from my work?" Naturally, I wish to borrow the skills of my excellent attendant mother. Do help your adorable son with his packing. There's a lot I'm bringing with me, so I don't want our estate's attendants to see. Calling oneself adorable was anything but, though I did understand that Justice needed some assistance. His report a moment ago implied that he had a mountain of work to be done before his departure, checking the food and sweets that Milady prepared, cleaning up the High Priest's chambers, assisting Losfam in Lord Ferdinand's estate, and passing on his duties in the castle. He surely had no time to spare on his own preparations and chambers. Not to mention, once the High Priest's chambers have been cleaned out and Lord Ferdinand's luggage has been brought to his estate, Lady Rosamine will be staying at the castle in preparation for winter, Justice continued. As her head attendant, you will not be able to come here for the duration of her stay, no? Hence, my urgent summons. It seemed that his schedule was even more packed than I realized. I do not know how to feel about using a member of the Archducal family to transport luggage, but I understand the circumstances, I mused. That said, doing all your packing between now and 7th bell is nigh impossible. You are lucky that Lady Florencia has given me some time off. That's good to hear. I was planning to use some more forceful methods to free up your schedule otherwise. Justice! Do you really not understand how much sudden changes inconvenience others? I do, but right now it's hard to determine who can know how much in the castle. It's impossible to argue against that. Because I was Lady Rosemine's retainer, I was privy to information known only by Ehrenfest's topmost scholars. But such matters weren't for the ears of our estate's attendants. I can help you to pack, I said, but I refuse to sort through your mountain of clutter. Yes, I'm aware. I couldn't leave that to you anyway, Mother, as you toss it all away, even though each piece is a treasure to me. A treasure to you. I wonder what it all is. At a young age, Justice had developed a habit of gathering strange items that could only be described as junk and nothing more. To make matters worse, he refused to throw any of these treasures away, a stubbornness that caused the attendant who cleaned his room and me countless headaches. I recalled the rules we had enforced as a compromise of sorts. Keep it all in your hidden room, and do not complain if anything found carelessly strewn across your floor is immediately discarded. Only then had his room started to look more befitting of a noble. I will need to have winter clothes and daily necessities packed within the next few days, Justice said. I leave that to you, Mother? I plan to unregister my hidden room, so I need to box up everything inside and put it in a corner somewhere. Unregistering one's hidden room indicated one's resolve to never return there again. My daughter had done the same when leaving our estate after her marriage. I had felt the same sense of loss back then, too. Don't tell me you intend to bring everything from your hidden room to Ahrensbach, I said. Of course. Once things settle down over there, of course. I trusted to look after my things until then. That was his roundabout way of saying that he didn't know how bad things were going to be. There was a sudden burning sensation in my throat, and my stomach started to turn. I watched Justice as he disappeared into his hidden room with some boxes. Then I started packing clothes and small items from around his desk. He needed only the bare minimum to get through the winter, not unlike Milady's preparations for the Royal Academy. Anything he needed for spring and beyond would be sent over as the snow melted. But this isn't the same as preparing for the Royal Academy, I said to myself. He will need to attend winter socializing events, which means he will need to bring more clothing. I put aside a few days' worth of normal clothes and something for him to wear on the day of his departure, then began packing one winter outfit after another. I then started filling boxes with the items he was unlikely to use on a daily basis. Stationery like his writing utensils and such would naturally need to be placed on top, since he was bound to use it needed more often. It was precisely because he didn't want the estate attendants to touch his documents and such that he asked me to help out. Maintaining secrecy is especially crucial now, while we must be so careful about our intelligence leaking. The recent temple break-in and theft of our Duchy's Bible was still fresh in our minds. And it turned out to be Viscountess Dalduff who perpetrated the crime. But Ehrenfest's higher-ups all suspected that Lady Georgine had masterminded it all. It was also believed that Lord Ferdinand interfering with her plans had put her in a situation where she had no choice but to have him summoned to Ahrensbach as soon as possible. Why, oh why, did things have to turn out this way? I could not help but remember the days when I had served a young Lady Georgine, and the way she had played with my Gudrun and Justice. Her mother had given birth to 2 girls consecutively, which had put her future as the first wife in danger, and caused so much worry. It was then that Lady Georgine had vowed to become the next Archduchess for her mother's sake. Even now, I considered it a respectable and very pure-hearted decision. But then Lady Veronica birthed another child, a baby boy with whom she immediately became obsessed. She had showered the little Lord Sylvester with nothing but love, and when his poor health came to light, she had attentively cared for him, assigning someone else to look after the archducal playroom in her stead. Lady Veronica had only been young when she lost both her mother and brother. She believed that the lives gangs had poisoned them, so when her darling son had finally been born, she had become extremely anxious about losing him too. It was for this reason that she had chosen not to attend to him. My time spent serving Lady Veronica, raising Lord Karlstadt, and serving as Lady Georgine's head attendant had unintentionally given me some experience in raising potential future archdukes, which had made me a very appropriate candidate for the role. I cannot imagine how Lady Georgine felt when her head attendant was suddenly taken from her. As a member of a branch family in the archducal family, I did not have a set lord or lady. My loyalty had always been to the ruling archduke, whether that was the current Ob, his father, or his father before him. He would order me to serve whomever in the archducal family was struggling to find an attendant, but perhaps on that one occasion I should have expressed more resistance. "Mother, is something wrong?" came Justice's voice. He had just stepped out of his hidden room with a box in his arms. I simply slowly shook my head. "I am simply thinking that I should not have left Lady Georgine's side all these years ago." "You're still regretting that?" Lord Justice asked flatly. "It wasn't your fault, Mother. It's your duty to serve whomever the Ob chooses. The fault lies with Lady Veronica, who wanted your service, and the previous Archduke who accepted her request." I couldn't help but give him a wry smile. That professionalism is precisely why I thought you were so well suited for serving Ob Ehrenfest. You certainly did not follow my teachings growing up. Having been forced to leave Lady Georgine's side, I had instructed my children to attend to her in my stead. Gudrun had agreed and ended up becoming Lady Georgine's retainer, but Justice had refused, even going so far as to take the attendant course to avoid serving her. A second opportunity had then presented itself when the previous Archduke ordered Justice to serve Lord Ferdinand. I had rejoiced at the thought that he was obeying the Ob, attending to those who needed servants for the sake of their duchy. But then he had given his name to Lord Ferdinand. Had I refused as you did and continued to serve Lady Georgine, then perhaps we would not be in this situation, I said. Lady Georgine and Lord Sylvester might have worked together to rule Ehrenfest and guide it down a brighter path. Huh? That would have put Lord Ferdinand in an even worse position than he is now. Lady Veronica and Lady Georgine are unlike in how violently they treat those who oppose them. I don't even want to imagine what might have happened if they had both targeted him at once, Justice replied, tearing apart my optimistic fantasy. It's not like you to get caught up in such fanciful notions, Mother. Who cares how Lady Georgine feels anyway? I glared at him. Justice, you need to be more. Good grief, you certainly have it rough, Mother, having to switch whom you serve so often. You can only work for one person at a time, but you have to be considerate of all the lords and ladies you've ever served. He took another box from his hidden room and stacked it in the corner. Even now, Lady Georgine has enough allies to comfortably threaten Ob Ehrenfest. I can see it now. She's plotting Lord Sylvester's downfall with an excited glint in her eye, much like she did when they were younger. Once again, I was reminded that Justice's perspective differed so greatly from my own. He no longer saw Lady Georgine as his childhood friend, nor did he look back on their lost days together with any semblance of warmth. To you, Mother, Lady Georgine is a woman whom you once loyally served. To me, she is an enemy whom I must beat down and destroy. You are free to wallow in sentimentality, but I ask you, where do your priorities lie? I gave another wry smile as my son thrust reality in my face once again. Despite his words, I could tell he was unwilling to allow me even the smallest moment of nostalgia. I serve Ob Ehrenfest and Lady Rosemine, I said. That has at once slipped my mind. Indeed, Lord Ferdinand is leaving for the sake of our duchy. In turn, we are leaving Lady Rosemine to you. I was a little surprised to see Justice so concerned about someone other than Lord Ferdinand. But I hid those feelings beneath a reassuring smile. Unlike those of you going to Arensbach, my lady has her retainers, her family, and her fiancé to worry about her. She will not be lonely for long. I pray that turns out to be true, Justice replied with a doubtful sigh. I sighed as well. My son treasured his lord enough to have given him his name. So it was entirely understandable that he still resented Lord Sylvester and Lord Wilfrid, who had been so lovingly doted on by Lady Veronica. At times he even resented them for things that weren't their fault. And while I was aware that this was simply how emotions worked, I always considered it tragic. Lord Ferdinand is more important to Justice than anyone else, after all. Back when Justice had given his name, he had cast aside his wife, his child, everything and everyone but his lord. He had a cold, ruthless side to his personality that wasn't apparent from his relaxed appearance and demeanor, and he openly stated that he would renounce anything that might so much as inconvenience Lord Ferdinand. In a sense, he was more like me than anyone else. I, too, had vowed to give up my entire life when I had sworn my loyalty to Ehrenfest. The next day, I made the absolute most of the time off that Lady Florencia had given me, and finished cleaning Justice's room with maximum efficiency. Separated into neat piles were the luggage that he would be taking with him when he departed, his clothes for after winter, and the luggage that would be sent after Lord Ferdinand's starbinding when he was no longer a guest in Arensbach. Wow, you have my thanks. That's my mother for you. Praise me all you want, but this is the most I am doing for you. Good grief. My response had come out almost instinctively, but now silence hung in the air. I gazed up at Justice, although it was possible that we would meet in the future. After all, I was Lady Rosemine's attendant, and for Lord Ferdinand's retainer, it was unlikely that we would ever speak as family again. I need to think of something to say. Despite my best efforts, nothing that felt appropriate for our last farewell came to mind. A simple "be careful" would not change my son's willingness to rush headlong into danger, whenever he deemed it necessary for his goals. Ever since he was a child, not once had I actually seen him exercise caution. In short, saying something out of worry is pointless. My entire life was dedicated to the Archduke, and Justice was leaving for Arensbach with the lord to whom he had given his name. The words normally exchanged between a mother and her son ill-suited our situation. After some thought, I straightened my back and took a deep breath. Justice must have noticed this, because his goofy smile disappeared, and he straightened up as well. Do not forget the vow you made, I said. Do everything in your power to realize the will of the man to whom you gave your name. Understood. May our lives be spent for those we serve. Indeed, for those we serve. A small, proud smile arose on Justice's face. There was no doubt in my mind that he would remain wholly dedicated to his lord, living exactly as he wished. He was, without a shadow of a doubt, my son. Memories and farewells. Last one, guys. It has been the greatest honor to serve you. After saving my farewells to the High Priest, though he was now the High Priest no longer, I watched as he flew his high beast back toward the Hit Noble's quarter. Only once he and Lady Rosemine's group were gone, did Zom and I return to the High Priest's chambers. Okay, this is from Fran's point of view. There was much to do even without our lord. Fran, how are the orphanage's preparations coming along? Lothar, the head attendant of the High Priest's chambers, asked me upon our arrival. Getting each other up to date was the first thing we needed to do. The orphanage was planning to accept a great number of pre-baptism children this winter, and preparations were being made to that effect. We are progressing steadily with Wilma and Monica leading the effort, but winter preparations are our current priority, I replied. The problem is that we do not know how many children we are due to receive. We are unsure how many dishes or beds we would need, and neither Lady Rosemine nor Lord Hartman could tell whether we had enough clothes at the ready, since they did not know how tall or old the orphans were going to be. We were fortunate in that we would not need to prepare bedding and food. That would apparently be delivered when the children arrived, but there was still the matter of the furniture and other daily necessities. This is quite the challenge, Lothar said, narrowing his indigo eyes and scratching his light brown hair, as he always did when deep in thought. Lady Rosemine says that she will provide anything we lack, but as these are noble children, we cannot use their bedding and dishes as such. It was then that Ymir, the youngest of all the attendants in the High Priest's chambers, who had joined after I was reassigned to serve Lady Rosemine, blinked in surprise. Why is that, he asked. Would it not be most logical for them to bring what they already own? Lothar shook his head. That runs the risk of a room in the orphanage being better equipped than the rooms of the Blue Priests. Ah, I see. I would not want Brother Camphor to have worse living conditions than the new orphans either, Ymir said, slumping his shoulders. Brother Camphor was exceedingly diligent compared to his fellow Blue Priests. He not only completed his work with the utmost care, but also made sure he was on good terms with his attendants. That's actually a good Blue Priest that you need to have. Someone who actually cares about his attendants. Ymir saw him in an especially positive light, perhaps because he had gotten so used to accompanying him for the dedication ritual after Lady Rosemine became the High Bishop. Still, amiable though Brother Camphor was, his house was far from wealthy. That was why they allowed him only the bare minimum he needed to maintain his status as a Blue Priest, and took everything else for themselves. There were times when the High Priest, or rather Lord Ferdinand, would send stern words to Brother Camphor's house. But Lord Hartman acts only for Lady Rosemine, Ymir said, his voice tinged with worry. Is Brother Camphor going to be okay? I was once again reminded that I could no longer refer to the High Priest as such. This was much easier said than done, though. I had been taken as his attendant shortly after he was made the High Priest, and the fact that I needed to start calling him Lord Ferdinand felt both strange and deeply saddening. If we find out that his house is behaving especially cruelly, then we need only tell Lord Hartmouth that we wish for Lady Rosemine to be informed. I said he will most likely determine the matter as being beneath her, and opt to scold them himself. Oh, I see you are used to handling Lord Hartmouth. Lord Ferdinand informed me of many ways to deal with Lady Rosemine's retainers back when they first began visiting the temple. Do tell us what you learned when we next have the time, Lothar said, but there was no need for him to sound so impressed. I could only manage to dry chuckle as I recalled those tense earlier days when my attention had been dedicated almost entirely to not angering the visiting nobles. These methods involve going through Lady Rosemine, so they may not be that practical for those of you working in the High Priest's chambers. I said if you wish for her to be mobilized, then please discreetly consult either Zom or me, as we once consulted with Lord Ferdinand. If we act too carelessly, then we will only earn Lord Hartmouth's ire. You really don't want that, Zom added. He is especially sensitive to Lady Rosemine being used. Everyone responded with noises of understanding. I was sure they were recalling Lord Hartmouth sitting atop the Blue Priest he had restrained. Yep. Oh, I can't wait to see that animated. Oh my god. There's a bunch of stuff I can't wait to see animated. If it ever gets animated. It better. The atmosphere in the High Priest's chambers was always a lot more relaxed without a lord present, and with Monica in the orphanage, we were all former attendants to Lord Ferdinand, myself and Zom included. Ymir, are the blue robes that Lord Hartman ordered ready? Lothar asked. Those in the High Bishop's chambers often focused on winter preparations and coordinating with the lower city, but here the dedication ritual took priority. Lord Hartman was still in his very early days as the new High Priest. We could not risk his first dedication ritual ending in failure. Sorry, I was checking the time to make sure that it wasn't, 2-something. That said, with Lord Ferdinand and Brother Egmont leaving the temple and Lady Rosemine not returning for winter, We had very few blue priests at hand. Lord Hartman had asked Lord Cornelius, Lady Rosamund's brother by blood, to help compensate for the shortage, as well as Lord Daniel and Lady Angelica. Ymir was apparently in the process of preparing blue robes for their sake. I am not quite finished with them, Ymir replied. I do not know much about the ceremonial robes of the Blue Shrine Maiden, so... In that case, you must hurry to find ceremonial robes for Lord Cornelius, Lord Daniel, and Lady Angelica. Fran, Ymir, let's go to the storage room. Everyone else, continue with your work as usual. You wish for me to join you, I asked. It made sense for him to ask Ymir, since he usually assisted with such preparations anyway, but I failed to see why he would want my help. Lothar gave a small smile. You have a similar build to Lord Daniel, I to Lord Cornelius, and Ymir to Lady Angelica. Are we not the perfect trio? I see, I replied. Ymir shook his head in protest. I'm a man! My build is nothing like Lady Angelica's. You are just a bit taller and on the thinner side, but you should suffice for us to get some rough measurements. Take that back! You're hurting my feelings! My God. We exited the High Priest chambers with Ymir, who was still clearly wounded, then headed to the storage room where the blue robes were kept. The everyday clothes were folded and put on shelves, along with their accompanying ornaments, while the ceremonial robes were hung up to keep them from creasing. Closest to the door were the ceremonial robes that Lord Ferdinand had used to wear. Seeing them reminded me that he truly was gone. In stark contrast to my sentimentality, Lothar went rifling through the robes with an entirely businesslike demeanor. Lord Ferdinand's robes are too large for Lord Cornelius. We do not have time to hem them, let alone measure him for more significant alterations. Come, help me search for something that may be more appropriate size. Fran, do you believe that Lord Ferdinand's ceremonial robes would fit you? I reached toward the robes, intending to hold them up to myself to check when my hand stopped short. Something about touching the limp, empty robes just felt wrong. Lord Ferdinand is tall enough that I cannot imagine them fitting me, I eventually said. More importantly, the robes of an archducal family member would not suit a lay noble such as Daniel. Ah, did I not consider problems of status? Do you know each of their ranks? Lord Cornelius is an archnoble, Lady Angelica is a med noble, and Lord Daniel a lay noble, I said. The circumstances were urgent enough that they probably would not have complained, but as we were dealing with nobles, it was crucial that we take every precaution. Let us settle on the archnoble clothes first. Then we can search for outfits that are less extravagant in comparison, Lothar replied. He was evidently less concerned about status when lending robes to Lord Hartman, which immediately made me feel uneasy. I remember Lord Hartman kicking up a fuss over the furniture in the orphanage, director's chambers, not suiting Lady Rosamund. I think that he would do that for his lady, but not for himself. I don't think he would care when it comes to himself. On what basis did you select Lord Hartman's ceremonial robes, I asked. Did he say nothing of status? He did not, Ymir replied. Perhaps he simply did not mind, as he would only be wearing them once. In fact, Lord Hartman rarely expresses dissatisfaction about anything. He is also very easy to serve since he commutes from the noble's quarter. I wonder about that, Lothar interjected, crossing his arms. He may be staying in the temple for extended periods in the near future, namely when Lady Rosamund is here. Lord Ferdinand also began by commuting from the noble's quarter. He did? I asked, blinking in surprise. Ymir likewise indicated that this was his first time hearing such news. Oh, of course, I suppose I am the only one who was serving as his attendant from his very first day in the temple, Lothar remarked, scratching his light brown hair and seeming a bit solemn. I had joined the High Priest's chambers around the time that the apprentice blue priests and shrine maidens were leaving the temple one after another. We had always been busy with the ever-increasing workload, and only now did it occur to me that we never spoke about the past. If you were unaware of that, then you may not know this either, Lothar continued. Lord Ferdinand hardly did any work at all when he first joined the temple as a blue priest. What? Ymir explained. Yeah, I have to agree with that. What? Lothar could not help but smile at this response. In truth, Lady Rosamund had already told me about Lord Ferdinand having had more time to brew and read before he became the High Priest, but hearing it from another attendant made it somehow feel new. At the start, he only took 2 attendants, Lothar explained. He hired a chef so that those beneath him could eat, but he would return to his estate in the noble's quarter for every meal. Even lunch. He went all the way to the noble's quarter for lunch, I asked. Again, this was news to me. It must have been troublesome for him to fly there every day at 4th bell. I had to wonder whether he had a lot of work to do at the castle even then. As I was contemplating this unusual revelation, Lothar lowered his voice and said he did so because he anticipated the High Bishop would attempt to poison him. I knew they were on bad terms, but poison? It had been clear to those of us serving Lord Ferdinand that he and the late High Bishop did not get along well. We had never feared a poisoning attempt. In fact, those two were entirely uninvolved with each other outside of work and the distribution of money. Indeed, Lothar said, I was surprised when I first heard this, but it seemed that nobles must expect to be poisoned at all times. Lord Ferdinand even went as far as to warn us temple attendants that we would be at risk unless we built up a resistance of some kind. How could we not be on guard after that? The food prepared in the temple kitchen was thus eaten not by Ferdinand, but by the chef, his attendants, and those in the orphanage. Lothar went to explain that he once witnessed a great shrine maiden steal into the kitchen in the high priest's chambers and attempt to sneak something into one of the plates. He had ensured that she was swiftly captured. I reported the incident to Lord Ferdinand, who said that he would interrogate the great shrine maiden himself. I did not see what he said or did to her, as I was told to use that time to eat lunch. But she emerged with vacant eyes, and then that night there was chaos in the High Bishop's chamber. Someone had poisoned his food. That must have been Lord Ferdinand taking his revenge, Ymir said, his lips curling as he fought back the urge to laugh. How did the High Bishop fare? Lothar smirked. Everyone in his chambers was bedridden for 3 days with intense stomach pain. It was easy to imagine the late High Bishop angrily stamping his feet while Lord Ferdinand listened impassively. We had all found the High Bishop a source of constant frustration, so tales of his suffering filled us with vicarious delight. After all, the man had received his just deserts. I picked up a set of ceremonial robes, trying to hide the smile that had risen to my face. The clothes must have belonged to someone from a high-status household, for their designs were excellent and the material pleasant to the touch. Perhaps this will do, I said. I believe it would suit an archnoble. Excellent, Lothar replied. The hem and sash could easily be adjusted. We had decided on Lord Cornelius' ceremonial robes. Next we would need to find some for Lady Angelica. So, what happens next, Ymir asked, unable to mask the excitement in his voice while holding the ceremonial robes of various blue shrine maidens to his chest. I cannot imagine that Besenwast of all people would concede so easily. Naturally, he barged in on Lord Ferdinand upon recovering. We were all quite afraid, but Lord Ferdinand greeted his anger with an expression of exaggerated surprise. Once the High Bishop had finished ranting about his own poison being used against him, Lord Ferdinand had merely given him a curious look and said, I do not see what there is to complain about. I even had the poison you attempted to feed me mixed into a jar, drastically reducing its toxicity. I do not think that the younger brother of a first wife would be so unaccustomed to poison. You speak often of your connection to the archducal family, so I suppose I must assist you with preparing for what that connection entails. The late High Bishop had retreated shortly thereafter, understanding that Lord Ferdinand was threatening to poison him again. Ymir shuddered. I do not even want to imagine Lord Ferdinand saying something like that to me with a flat expression. I would be so scared that I would truly wish to cry. Indeed, the blue priests were similarly terrified when the High Bishop explained the situation to them, and from that point on, attendants could no longer be sent to the kitchen of others. Kitchens were guarded more carefully than ever before, and that was the end of the poison incidents in the temple. Good. This had all taken place when I was serving Sister Margaret, the orphanage director at the time. Wait. I thought that, if I remember correctly, in one of the earlier books, after Lady Rosamund was going to be adopted and everything, after part 2, in the side stories of the last book, didn't Ferdinand say that Sister Margaret had died before he entered the temple? Or did he say shortly after he entered the temple? I don't know. I had lived in the orphanage director's chambers, which was a good distance from the noble section of the temple, so word of this poison incident had never reached my ears. Just as that thought crossed my mind, I noticed that Sister Margaret's ceremonial robes were spread out before me, colorful and embroidered with flowers. The very sight caused so many old memories to resurface, and my teeth were chattering before I knew it. I've come so far. I've even been able to enter the hidden room in the orphanage director's chamber, so why now, after all this time? I clenched my fist. It was like someone had reached out and grabbed me by the heart, and each shallow breath seemed to catch in my throat. I had truly believed that I was over my tragic past, but the memories were carved so deeply into my mind that they were far from gone. As I returned my attention to my surroundings, I saw that Lothar was holding those very robes up to Ymir's chest. Is this flower embroidery not cute and feminine, he asked. Lothar, are you doing this on purpose, Ymir asked in response, a sudden harshness to his light blue eyes. I got between them and started acting as the mediator, though my true intention was just to get the robes out of my sight. They were about Ymir's size, and as Sister Margaret had been a men noble herself, they were appropriate enough for Lady Angelica, but I simply could not bear to see her wear them. Please calm down, both of you, I said. Ymir, Lady Angelica is not particularly fond of such feminine designs. Please make your selection based on size and status. Lothar, you are teasing him a little too much. Put these robes away, if you will. My apologies at once. I gave a quiet, relieved sigh as Lothar took Sister Margaret's robes away, then picked up a more subdued outfit and held up to Ymir. How about this? I personally think the floral design would have better accentuate Lady Angelica's beauty, Lothar said, looking regretfully back at Sister Margaret's robes. If it hadn't been Sister Margaret's robes, I think they would have been fine. But since it was her robes, yeah, no. No. Emir similarly fell into thought. It was seeming more and more likely that Lady Angelica would end up wearing Sister Margaret's ceremonial robes. Desperate to avoid that outcome, I started comparing the two women's figures in my mind. Lothar, Emir looked carefully. The bust would not fit Lady Angelica properly. These other robes would match her better. I see, Emir said. I did not consider that. We'll use the other robes then. Fran, Emir, Lothar exclaimed, sounding indignant. I had successfully prevented Sister Margaret's robes from being used, but now he was eyeing me carefully. He must have found my behavior suspicious. I returned the focus of our conversation to Lord Ferdinand in an attempt to distract him. So, when did Lord Ferdinand actually start living in the temple? Was that poison incident responsible? Let me see. It was to observe the former High Bishop and the temple in general, from what I remember, Lothar replied, going along with the change in subject. Lord Ferdinand would say that he risked encountering someone troublesome in his noble estate, so he began staying here instead. At the time, I assumed it was a lie to keep us from worrying about him, but now I believe it was a means for him to escape Lord Sylvester. That does seem likely, I replied. It was just like Lord Ferdinand to give some fitting excuse for keeping a close eye on those around him, though. This was a very believable exception. When was it that a mysterious noble had suddenly begun appearing at the temple, followed shortly by any number of ordinances that said, Sylvester, where in the world are you? When was it that I had worked out that Lord Sylvester was in fact the Archduke, and that these ordinances had come up from his guard knight, Lord Karlstad? At this point I struggled to remember. I believe those will suit Lord Daniel, no? Lothar said. He was surprisingly muscular, so perhaps these would be a better fit, I replied. Lord Daniel was of average height for a noble, so there were more robes here that were about his size. I selected some of them as slightly lower quality than those we had chosen for Lord Cornelius and Lady Angelica, then moved on to searching for sashes, cords, and such to complete the outfits. Why do women's sashes come in so many whiffs and such varying decorations, Emir asked. I have no idea which one to pick. Let us pick one similar to Lady Rosemine's in design so that Nicola and Monica have an easier time helping Lady Angelica dress, I said. Then indicated several potential options. Any of these will do nicely. Emir looked visibly relieved. I have only ever served the High Priest, so I would not have been able to put together an outfit for a blue shrine maiden on my own. Well, this should suffice. I exhaled once we had all the sashes, cords, and such that we needed, but while I was feeling at ease over a job well done, Emir looked conflicted as though there was something he wished to say. Is something the matter, Emir? I asked. Well, is Lord Hartman, serious about this? I do not know about having guard knights assist with the ceremony. It is precisely because he is serious that he has ordered us to prepare ceremonial robes. I had seen Lord Hartman asking Lord Cornelius and the others for their assistance in the High Bishop's chambers, and when I conveyed what I had heard, Emir furrowed his brow in displeasure. Does that not mean the guard knights would be participating in the dedication ritual without having performed the fealty ceremony, he asked. Lord Hartman carried out his when taking his place as the High Priest, but they have not carried out theirs. That will most likely be the case, yes. I have not heard of any knights simultaneously serving as blue priests. Will that even be permitted? Guard knights have thus far been forbidden from entering the ceremony hall, but now they're being allowed in simply because they have blue robes? I think we should at least have them perform the fealty ceremony and double as blue priests. In truth, Emir was not the only one feeling unsure about how nobles from outside the temple were participating in the dedication ritual. I, too, was quite hesitant. Hartman was making so many changes now as that Lady Rosemary can remain at the Royal Academy for an entire term, but I personally would have preferred that she returned. Our musings were cut short as Lothar brought us back with a loud clap. I understand how you feel, Emir, but our priority here is to perform the dedication ritual as best we can, and ensure that the chalices are filled with mana. A weaker harvest throughout the duchy will mean less taxes paid to the harvest festival. Let us just be grateful that the nobility is being so thoroughly cooperative. Lothar was correct. A lack of mana for the dedication ritual would negatively impact everyone and ourselves included. Such decisions made by the High Bishop and the High Priest were not to be argued with. Furthermore, Lord Ferdinand agreed with Lord Hartman's suggestion. He did? Lord Ferdinand was normally so adamant about operating within the rules, yet here he was going back on his own guiding beliefs so that Lady Rosemary would not need to return to Ehrenfest. This realization made me feel unusually warm inside. Lord Ferdinand certainly has grown softer, I muttered. Lothar smiled and nodded. It is all thanks to Lady Rosemary. I was surprised to see him, of all people, heed the words that young child so carefully, and make so many arrangements for her. Indeed, Emir added, I recall thinking that Lady Rosemary was quite something. She never faltered beneath his cold glare, and she came up with one solution after another each time she was scolded, never once giving up on her desires. I could not help but chuckle at his evaluation. It certainly was Lady Rosemary who brought about this change in Lord Ferdinand, Lothar said, speaking slowly and thoughtfully. We attendants were stricken with fear at the thought of us needing to return to the orphanage, and we did all that we could to save Lord Ferdinand and read Lord Ferdinand and guess his intentions. Lady Rosamond, in contrast, fought to make her own feelings heard. Perhaps that's what separates us. I still can remember how infuriated and exasperated Lady Rosamond had been when she had failed to understand Lord Ferdinand's intentions. There is doubtless some truth to that, I said. Perhaps her being so unpredictable also factors into it. Her speech and actions seldom conform or to the logic of nobles or the temple. That surely forced Lord Ferdinand to observe her so closely. After learning that Lady Rosamond did not understand the more indignant, indirect language that nobles used, Lord Ferdinand had started interacting with her in increasingly blunt and direct ways. It had even reached a point where, back in her days as a Blue Shrine Maiden, Lady Rosamond had come to associate Lord Ferdinand's hidden room with long and criticizing lectures. I wonder when Lord Ferdinand went from grumbling about her antics to treating her with such care. It was such a gradual change that I cannot quite pinpoint it. As of late, she has seemed particularly hesitant about the handover process, Lothar noted. I was surprised to see how suddenly the distance between them closed. I was more surprised that Lord Ferdinand accepted it without even trying to rebuke her, Emir added. He did not call her a bother, nor did he pick her up and toss her out of his chambers for being too annoying. We all chuckled as we recalled just how much he had treated her like a pest at times. It seemed to me that Lord Ferdinand was not used to being considered an equal, where one would act with concern for him, and he would act with concern for them in turn. I sometimes saw him deep in thought. I'll never forget Lady Rosamond rampaging around doing everything in her power to make the High Priest understand that there are people who care about him, Emir said. Lothar put a hand over his mouth to hold back his laughter, and it wasn't long before I was doing the same. Everyone saw it all, Lady Rosamond. That said, I saw Lady Rosamond's actions as less of a rampage and more of a desperate attempt to get through to Lord Ferdinand. She had spoken as directly and as freely as someone who had no worries that their feelings might be rebuffed. And with such careful consideration, it was identical to how she interacted with her family in the lower city. If only Lord Ferdinand had changed sooner, perhaps then Lady Rosamond would not have cried alone after being forbidden from meeting with her lower city associates in her hidden room. And if their warm, caring relationship had been given room to grow further, perhaps Lord Ferdinand would have one day come to express his emotions honestly, instead of disregarding them entirely. O God, as the times are gone, I pray that you undo the present. Take us back to before these two were separated. But no matter how much I prayed, my wish would not be granted. I was also aware that this change between them had come about precisely because of their separation. Had been decided. Going back in time would only re-establish the distance that once kept them at arm's length of each other. I knew all this, but after seeing how far they had come, I could not help but feel frustrated that it had all ended so soon. We have all we need for the ritual, Lothar said. We may now depart. I picked up the full ceremonial outfit we had chosen for Lord Damiel, then went to leave. As I turned toward the exit, however, I spotted Lord Ferdinand's ceremonial robes still hanging by the door. Fran, is something wrong? I still cannot believe that Lord Ferdinand's ceremonial robes are here, I said, feeling a profound sense of sorrow as I gazed upon them. Lothar and Emir looked at them as well, and for a while we remained completely silent. They were all likely feeling a similar melancholy. Or that Lady Rosamond will only be here in the temple for a few more years, Lothar suddenly added. It had already been decided that she would move on from the temple after coming of age. Perhaps we would experience the same sadness then as well? The very thought of that departure ate away at me until my heart felt strangely hollow. It was like a depressing cloud hung over me. Am I going to be left alone again, I wonder? I mused aloud. As a great priest, there was no place for me but the temple. Lord Ferdinand had also already left me behind, and it was inevitable that Lady Rosamond would one day do the same. It surprised me how much that frustrated me. It was my first time learning that I had these feelings at all. I had felt no sadness when Sister Margaret went. Well, of course! Of course you wouldn't have felt that way! How she treated you, no! I would have been worried if that was the case. Only a deep sense of relief. Yet now the mere thought of losing those whom I served made my heart ache. I too had changed a lot. Personally, I would rather stay here in the temple, even if Lord Ferdinand asked me to leave, Emir said. The whole outside world is too scary. Lothar agreed, and the two of them went on ahead. If Lord Ferdinand or Lady Rosamond wished it, I would accompany them to an entirely new world. I swore that in my heart and knelt once more before Lord Ferdinand's ceremonial robes. Okay, volume 21 is done, everybody! Oh, we get to see this? Welcome back, Lady Rosamond. Jeez, I can't tell who's the bad guy here. With that, Rosamond began to fear for the temple's future. He's just sitting on, he's like, oh, hello, Lady Rosamond. Ferdinand gave me such an amazing charm. 5 times as many face stones. I can only pray that your charms are at least somewhat eases the burden of those around you. Huh? A single uninterrupted year of the Royal Academy living as a normal student. Ferdinand! Seriously, you should have said something like, I gave you that charm so you can always feel safe even if I'm not there. Or even if that isn't true. Why bother lying? You're so hopeless when it comes to women's feelings. Well, the line you suggested would count as a proposal. That would have counted as a proposal? Really? Dude! Rosamund, you still have a lot to learn. Oh my god. We're going to Volume 22 next, and that'll be tomorrow. See you guys then.